My life changed instantly when the doctor gave me the heavy news. I have late-stage stomach cancer and only 3 months to live. As the head of Millennium Prosperity Group, I carry a massive responsibility. Thousands of employees rely on me for their salaries and benefits. Because of this, I made the difficult decision to keep my illness a complete secret. I could not risk the company's stability or my employees' future by letting the news leak to the public. I left the hospital and drove home, expecting the usual peace and quiet at my estate. I lived there with my adopted son, Lin Jingping, whom I had raised as my own since I found him abandoned in the snow as a baby. However, when I arrived, I noticed dirty shoes at the door. My loyal housekeeper, Aunt Wang, nervously informed me that Jingping had brought strangers home, his biological family. Walking into the living room, I was disgusted to see a man with bare feet dirtying my expensive leather sofa while picking his nose. Jingping was blind to their rudeness. He excitedly introduced the strangers as his birth parents and brother. The father looked at me with greedy, calculating eyes, making me feel uncomfortable. Aunt Wang bravely stepped in front of me to block his gaze, and I silently resolved to reward her loyalty later. The biological parents offered fake gratitude, claiming they owed me for raising their son. Jingping was easily moved to tears by their words, but I only felt a chill. He foolishly invited them to live in my house permanently, so he could take care of them. The family was clearly delighted at the prospect of living in luxury on my money. I could not tolerate this disrespect. I sternly reminded Jingping that he had no authority to make such decisions while I was alive. Ignoring his pleas to let them stay for his sake, I ordered the housekeeper to call security and remove them immediately. While the staff prepared to drag the greedy family away, I saw the look on my son's face. He was humiliated and angry. For the first time, I realized he resented me, thinking I was cruel for not supporting the people who had once abandoned him to die. I looked at my adopted son, Lin Jingping, and realized that all the love and effort I had poured into raising him was a waste. He was completely manipulated by his biological parents' lies about how much they suffered to find him. Instead of defending me, he demanded that I give them a luxury apartment and a management job for his brother. He wanted to use my money to play the hero for the people who had abandoned him. I was so disgusted that I slapped him across the face. I told him to stop calling me his mother. Seeing that the situation was going badly, his biological family tried to sneak away. I knew they were just planning to wait until I died to inherit my fortune, so I ordered my security guards to stop them. The situation got worse when Jingping disrespected my loyal housekeeper, Aunt Wang, threatening to fire her to please his birth father. I forced him to apologize to her. He did it, but I could see the deep resentment in his eyes. He hated me for embarrassing him, completely forgetting that I was the one who gave him a life of luxury. I decided then and there to end this relationship. I told the group that I found Jingping freezing in the snow 20 years ago and spent a fortune saving his life and raising him. I demanded they pay me back 100 million within 3 days to cover all those expenses and damages. I made it clear that I was a businesswoman and I expected a return on my investment. Jingping was shocked and asked if I really didn't want him anymore. I told him our bond was over and I was returning him to his real family. I only have a few months left to live, and I refused to waste them on an ungrateful son. Hearing about the massive debt they would owe me, his biological parents immediately panicked. They tried to backpedal, claiming they didn't actually want to take him back, proving they only cared about the money. I watched coldly as the Wang family panicked. My threat of 100 million debt terrified them, and they tried to run, but my guards quickly caught and tied them up. They looked pathetic, begging for mercy, but my focus was on Lin Jingping. He was desperate. First, he tried to threaten me, asking who would care for me in my old age if I kicked him out. I found this laughable. With my wealth, I would never be alone. Realizing his threat failed, he switched tactics. He was terrified of losing his inheritance and the presidency of my company. To save himself, he ruthlessly offered to cut ties with his biological parents if I let him stay. I saw the hate hiding behind his eyes and realized he was planning to take revenge on me later. I finally saw him for what he was, an ungrateful wolf. When he tried to use a childhood memory of me sacrificing a massive business deal to care for him when he was sick, I turned it against him. I told him he now had to pay me back for that lost deal, too. I had no patience left. I announced that I was canceling his credit cards and publicly disowning him. He collapsed on the floor, weeping and clinging to my leg, but I felt nothing. I ordered the guards to gag him. To make my point clear, I had them strip him of the expensive custom suit I had paid for, leaving him in just his underwear. I increased their debt to $600 million to cover the business losses I incurred raising him and demanded payment within 3 days. My guards threw the entire group out of my estate. Outside, his biological family immediately turned on him, blaming him for the debt. I knew Jinping was swearing revenge, still dreaming of taking my company, but I was done with him. I have very little time left to live, and I refuse to waste another moment on ungrateful people. Outside the gates of my estate, the greedy Wang family revealed their true colors. They were secretly relieved that my foolish adopted son, Lin Jinping, had taken the blame for the $600 million debt. They manipulated him with fake sympathy, and he fell for it instantly. Jinping assured them that they shouldn't worry because he believed he was still the only heir to the Xingshi group. He arrogantly planned to wait for me to die so he could inherit my fortune, not realizing I had already cut him off completely. The reality of his new life hit him quickly. Standing in the cold wind in his underwear, he had to borrow dirty, foul-smelling clothes from his biological father. The stench was so bad that he vomited, but his parents' guilt tripped him into wearing the rags by claiming their poverty was my fault. As he put on the itchy, filthy clothes, he looked nothing like the young master of the Lin family. Because they were too lazy to walk to the main road, Jinping tried to call his wealthy friends to pick them up. He arrogantly thought his connections were real, failing to understand that people only liked him because of my money. His jealous brother watched impatiently, angry that Jinping had lived in luxury for so long while he suffered. Jinping eventually got hold of a friend from the Wanhao group, expecting immediate help. Instead, he faced total humiliation. His former friend laughed at him, calling him a fallen man and refusing to help. Jinping was finally learning a hard lesson. Without the power and protection of the Lin family, he was absolutely nothing to the people he thought were his friends. Outside my gates, Lin Jinping quickly learned that my influence reaches everywhere. He tried to call his rich friends for help, but I had already warned everyone that supporting him meant becoming enemies with my company. When his former friend mocked him and refused to help, Jinping flew into a rage and smashed his biological mother's phone. His family was furious about the broken phone, but he managed to calm them down with empty promises of future wealth. It was pathetic to watch him struggle, realizing that without my name, he was powerless. Inside the house, I wanted to wash away the memory of those disgusting people. I ordered the leather sofa to be cleaned immediately because the thought of them touching it made me sick. My loyal housekeeper, Aunt Wang, prepared a delicious meal of chicken soup and fried rice to cheer me up. She has been like a mother to me, staying by my side to care for me even though she is old enough to retire. However, my body is failing me. Just as I sat down to eat, I began coughing violently and spat up blood. Aunt Wang was terrified and wanted to rush me to the hospital. She had watched my parents die the same way and was scared of losing me too. I refused the doctors. I know this is the inescapable fate of the Lin family. This genetic curse is the exact reason I never married or had biological children. I could not bear to pass this cancer on to an innocent child. I cleaned myself up and returned to the table to eat a little, just to comfort Aunt Wang. To thank her for her years of unwavering loyalty and love, I surprised her with a precious jade bracelet I had bought overseas. She is the only family I have left who truly deserves my kindness. Aunt Wang was heartbroken when I gave her the jade bracelet. She cried, wishing she could take my illness upon herself, but I comforted her, not wanting to see the only mother figure I had left in pain. Meanwhile, outside my home, Lin Jinping was learning that his arrogance meant nothing without my money. He tried to take his biological family to a high-end restaurant, but the security guard stopped them because they looked like beggars. Jinping tried to bully the guard, But it didn't work until his wealthy friend, Gwasikong, arrived. Jinping used this chance to show off his fake power by forcing the manager to fire the innocent guard. He destroyed a man's livelihood just to satisfy his own ego. Gwasikong took the group to his private residence to give them new clothes. However, he was quickly disgusted by the Wang family's behavior. They acted like savages, spitting on expensive carpets and devouring food greedily. Gwasikong was confused about why Jinping was associating with such people. Just as they were planning a night out, the reality of my influence struck them. Gwasikong received a furious phone call from his father. I had sent word that anyone helping Jinping would be considered an enemy of the Shengshi group. His father warned him that their family business would be destroyed if he didn't cut ties immediately. Upon hearing this, Gwasitsong's attitude changed instantly. He realized that Jinping was a liability. Ignoring Jinping's pleas about their brotherhood, he ordered his security guards to cover Jinping's mouth and throw the entire family out. My ungrateful son was back on the street, finally realizing that his friends only cared about him when he had my backing. Lin Jinping refused to accept his new reality. Desperate to regain his power, he targeted his wealthy friend, Gwa. He knew Shirtsong was terrified of losing his own family inheritance to an illegitimate half-brother. Jinping used this fear to manipulate him. He cornered Shirtsong and proposed a horrific deal. If Shirtsong tampered with my Rolls-Royce to stage a fatal accident for me, Jinping would use my company's resources to secure Shirtsong's future once he took over. Shirtsong appeared to agree to the plan. He gave Jinping a bank card and a place to stay to keep him quiet. My foolish adopted son immediately went on a spending spree, buying a new phone and taking his greedy biological parents shopping, believing his victory was imminent. However, Jinping severely underestimated Shirtsong's character. Shirtsong came straight to my home and played a voice recording of their entire conversation. As I listened to the boy I had raised planning my murder, my expression turned cold. Aunt Wang was furious. She cried out against his ingratitude, reminding me that I had saved him from freezing to death as a baby, yet now he wanted me dead. I had to comfort my loyal housekeeper, telling her that my years of raising him were simply wasted time. Inside, I made a firm decision. I am not a person who forgives betrayal. Jinping wanted to harm me, so he would have to face the consequences. I looked at the terrified young man across from me. Shirtsong was shaking, afraid I would be angry with him too. Instead, I softened my gaze and thanked him sincerely. He had done the right thing by bringing me the evidence. I realized that while my own son was a wolf, my friend's son had a conscience. Now that I knew Jinping's plan, I was ready to strike back. I kept my promise to Gwa Shirtsong. I called his father and gifted the Gwa family a valuable piece of land to reward Shirtsong for his loyalty. I praised him highly on the phone, ensuring his father would finally respect him and name him the heir over his illegitimate brother. Shirtsong was moved to tears, and I knew I had secured a loyal ally for the rest of my short life. With his help, my guards quickly captured Lin Jinping and his biological family. When they were thrown before me, bound and terrified, the truth finally came out. Jinping begged for mercy, but his so-called real parents immediately betrayed him. They screamed that everything was his idea, hoping to save themselves. I looked at my foolish adopted son with cold pity. He had sacrificed everything for people who threw him under the bus the moment they faced danger. I ordered all of them to be sent to the mines in a foreign country to work off their massive debt. They would never return. Once the dust settled, I felt a heavy sadness. I asked Aunt Wang if I had been too cruel to the boy I raised, but she comforted me, reminding me that I had no other choice given his wickedness. With my personal enemies gone, I focused on my final duty. I traveled to the capital to secure the future of the Shengshi Group. I signed strict contracts to protect my employees, guaranteeing them job security, regular raises, and full medical benefits even after I was gone. I also arranged large cash bonuses for long-term staff who had been loyal to me. Exhausted but satisfied, I returned to my old home. I asked Aunt Wang to gather all the servants. These people had been my family when I had no one else. Before my time ran out, I needed to ensure they were all well taken care of. My loyal servants gathered around me, their faces full of worry. Uncle's son urged me to rest, but I knew it was too late. I presented them with the retirement gifts I had prepared: deeds to homes, checks for millions of yuan, and luxury health packages. I wanted to ensure their comfort because they had treated me like family since my parents died. At first, they misunderstood and thought I was firing them. They begged to stay, which broke my heart. I had to reveal the harsh truth that I was dying. A violent cough brought up blood, shocking everyone into silence. Aunt Wang explained my condition, and the room filled with tears. I asked them to stop crying for my sake. I entrusted the distribution of these gifts to Aunt Wang to be given out after my passing. I also left the estate and my jewelry to her as a final thank you. My final days were spent in bed, kept alive by machines. Aunt Wang never left my side, distracting me with happy stories about her grandchildren. Her stories made me smile but also sparked deep reflection. I realized that while I had conquered the business world, I had failed in my personal life. I regretted staying single to avoid the family curse, and I deeply regretted wasting my love on my ungrateful adopted son. I realized that nature is stronger than nurture. My kindness could not change his bad character. My biggest wish was that I had raised a child of my own who shared my blood and spirit. As my consciousness faded, I died with that heavy regret in my heart. However, just as darkness took me, a mysterious mechanical voice spoke. It claimed to be a good fortune system and asked to bind with my soul, suggesting that my journey was not truly over. I thought death would finally bring me rest after a lifetime of exhaustion, but a mysterious mechanical voice interrupted the silence. It claimed to be a celestial system designed to help chosen souls have children and continue their family lines. It offered to send me to a new world to fulfill my greatest regret, never having a child of my own. However, I have always been a strong, independent woman, and I refused to be controlled by a machine. I told the system I wasn't interested. The voice grew desperate, revealing that it was failing its performance reviews and needed my high compatibility to save its reputation. Seeing its desperation, I turned the tables. I agreed to the partnership, but only on my strict terms. I would be the boss, and it would have to obey my commands completely without forcing me to do anything I didn't want. I also demanded a healthy body. Reluctantly, the system agreed to my unfair conditions and began the binding process. Suddenly, the scene shifted to the year 1971 in a rural village called the Lupin Brigade. The transition was chaotic. A local woman had spotted a body floating in the river and screamed for help. It turned out that the drowning woman was the eldest daughter of the Lin family, the body I was destined to inhabit. My new mother, Wang Xiaoa, rushed to the scene in a panic. My two new older brothers jumped into the water and dragged my heavy, unconscious body to the shore. My mother collapsed beside me, wailing and begging me to wake up. In her grief, she promised that if I survived, she would agree to let me marry the man I wanted. However, the situation looked grim. My brother checked for my breath and, finding none, broke down in tears, believing I was already dead. It seemed I had arrived at the very moment of this tragedy. When Lin Shuixing arrived and saw his daughter lying lifeless on the ground, he stumbled and fell to his knees, crying in grief. The villagers who had once spoken ill of the Lin family now felt uneasy as they watched the family weep in despair. A young woman, full of life, was suddenly gone. No one knew what had driven Lin Wanwan to such despair that she would jump into the river. It was as if she had taken away her parents' will to live, especially her mother, Wang Xiaoa, who had always treasured Lin Wanwan more than anything else. If anyone dared to speak badly of her daughter, Wang Xiaoa would argue for days without stopping. Just a few days ago, Widow Zhou had said, "A lazy girl like Lin Wanwan will never find a husband." Somehow, those words reached Wang Xiaoa's ears. That very night, Wang Xiaoa, along with her son and daughter-in-law, went to Zhou's house, smashed everything inside, and even scratched Widow Zhou's face. They even took the last 2 pounds of cornmeal from her home. Since then, Widow Zhou had learned her lesson and would avoid the Lin family whenever she saw them. No one could understand what kind of charm Lin Wanwan had over her family that made them love her so much. Even when food was scarce, they would rather go hungry themselves than let her miss a meal. During those hard years, they had somehow managed to feed Lin Wanwan so well that she looked round and healthy, while the rest of the family was thin and frail, barely able to stand against the wind. As Lin Wanwan slowly regained consciousness, she heard the noise around her. With great effort, she opened her heavy eyes. The first thing she saw was a thin, skeletal man holding her tightly, refusing to let go. Lin Wanwan, who had always disliked being touched, immediately grew angry. Just as she opened her mouth to tell the man to get off her, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest and coughed loudly.
Mom.
I think I hear my sister coughing. After confirming she hadn't misheard, Lin Yuzhen looked excitedly at Wang Xiui, as if he had discovered something new. Wang Xiui immediately stopped crying and looked happily at her lying daughter on the ground. In the next moment, a miraculous scene appeared. The girl who was thought to be dead suddenly sat up. But before she could see who was around her clearly, her weak body fainted again amid everyone's surprise. "She's pretending to be dead." Under Li Chunyan's loud shout, everyone except the Lin family instinctively took a few steps back. They were afraid her ghost might haunt them. "Li Chunyan, you old fool. Damn you. You heartless pig and dog. Stop cursing my daughter. If anything happens to her, I won't have anything to do with you." Wang Xiui, full of fighting spirit, grabbed Li Chunyan by the collar and slapped her several times. Seeing the situation was getting out of control, Lin Shuyin, the team leader, quickly ordered the other women watching to step forward and separate the two. "Stop arguing. What's so important about arguing all day? I think you're all just bored and don't want to share the grain next year." Li Chunyan pointed to her swollen face and complained. "Team leader, Wang Xiui, that wicked woman, hit me so hard, I can't even look people in the eye now. She owes me 3 jin of cornmeal." As soon as she said this, everyone fell silent. In this hard year of hunger, where food was more precious than life, getting 3 jin of cornmeal just by taking a few hits was something they all wanted. But Wang Xiui was never one to suffer losses. She always took advantage of others, and no one in the team had ever managed to get anything good from her. Could Li Chunyan succeed? Probably not. Li Chunyan, shut your mouth. Look at yourself. What kind of person are you? You dare to take advantage of me? I think you're just bored and asking for trouble. After saying that, Wang Xiui spat a mouthful of old phlegm at her. This made Li Chunyan feel very sick. She blushed and looked at the team leader. "Team leader, if you don't help me get justice, I will. I will stop living. If you want to die, just do it quickly. I'm not easily scared. After you're gone, I will find a good match for your second son. Marry a young girl into the family, aiming to have 2 children in 3 years." Zhou Erden, mentioned by Wang Xiui, blushed in the crowd's laughter. Auntie Xiui always talks nonsense. Now, it's hard enough just to eat, let alone have extra money to marry a wife. He wants to marry, but he's worried the girl might not agree. Li Chunyan, who had shared a bed with her husband for many years, saw her husband's face, which looked like it was about to burst with anger, and immediately guessed what he was thinking. Her chest filled with anger. She isn't dead yet, but that scoundrel is already thinking about finding a stepmother for her son. She wouldn't be angry if she wasn't furious. Li Chunyan stepped forward, grabbed Zhou Erden's ear, and twisted it hard, not letting go.
"Wife.
It hurts, it hurts. Please let go." Zhou Erden begged in pain. "Now you feel pain? Why didn't you feel it earlier? When we get home, I'll teach you a good lesson." After speaking, Li Chunyan angrily pulled Zhou Erden's ear and headed home. As for compensation, she had long forgotten about it. Wang Xiui looked around and shouted loudly, "If I hear you talking nonsense behind my daughter's back again, I will tear your mouths apart, break your legs, and scatter your family." The team members, they didn't say anything. But the team leader, Lin Shuyin, couldn't stand it anymore. He said to his brothers Lin Yuzhen, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take your sister home." The brothers Lin Yuzhen instinctively looked at Wang Xiui. Mother, take your sister home. I will go to the next team to ask the barefoot doctor to come and see your little sister. Wang Xiui wiped her tears and hurried off to find someone. The barefoot doctor is named Li Ainian. It is said that his family has been practicing medicine for generations and even treated He Shen. With his modest medical skills, he has managed to establish himself in several nearby teams. Whenever a child has a head injury or a hen gets sick, they look for him. In short, he is good at treating both people and animals. Wang Xiu's unreasonable attitude was well known in several nearby villages. When Li Ainian saw she was coming, he immediately wanted to send her away, fearing trouble. Despite needing help, Wang Xiu was not upset. She almost wore out her words, and only after promising Li Ainian 2 eggs did he agree to come to see her daughter. After examining her, Li Ainian prescribed a few medicines for Lin Wuan. The cost of the medicine was 1 yuan and 20 cents. Wang Xiu wanted to avoid paying, hoping she could skip the payment and just get the medicine. She thought saving the money could buy meat for her daughter. But Li Ainian saw her plan and, saying she wouldn't pay or take the medicine, left with his box. Mother, all our family savings are in my sister's belly. There's no money left. I think we shouldn't treat her anymore. Li Zhaodi, forget your father's nonsense. As long as my daughter is alive, I will sell everything I have to pay for her treatment. Wang Xiu looked at her second daughter-in-law with anger, wishing she could eat her. At first, Wang Xiu didn't agree with this marriage, but her second son, Lin Yuzhu, was determined to marry Li Zhaodi. Later, somehow, Li Zhaodi managed to get close to her son and marry him. Reluctantly, Wang Xiu had to accept the marriage, but Li Zhaodi's family demanded a high bride price of 150 yuan. At that time, the 3-year famine had just ended. To pay this, the Lin family pretended they were still suffering from the famine, and it took years to pay off the debt. Now, if it weren't for worrying about the grandchildren, she really wanted to send her second daughter-in-law back to her family to save food at home. Mother, we can't just leave no way out for everyone just to save my sister, Li Zhaodi said, signaling her sister-in-law Lu Yulan to support her. But Lu Yulan didn't understand her meaning, and just stood there like a piece of wood. Li Zhaodi was so angry she almost burst. Wang Xiu coldly looked at her second son, Lin Yuzhu. Second son, are you thinking the same way? Afraid of being blamed, Lin Yuzhu quickly shook his head. Mother, don't listen to my wife. Wuan is my real sister. I will sell everything I have to pay for her treatment. Then what about your wife? To avoid angering his mother, Lin Yuzhu quickly slapped Li Zhaodi a few times. Li Zhaodi was stunned by the hits. The hot pain on her face made her suddenly alert, but she was not someone to be easily defeated. She used all her strength to push Lin Yuzhu down and scratched his face until it was torn and bloody. Lin Yuzhen and Lu Yulan, the older brother-in-law and sister-in-law, watched from the side with wide eyes. They wanted to step in and stop the fight but were afraid of angering their mother. After all, their sister-in-law's words just now were too harsh. She was their real sister. If their sister was sick, there was no reason not to treat her. Even if it meant selling blood or their bodies, they would find a way to cure her. In the end, it was their father, Lin Shuisheng, who couldn't stand it anymore and scolded a few words. Only then did the chaos stop. Wang Xiu, tired of watching the two fools fight, went back to her room, counted the money, and handed it to her eldest son, Lin Yuzhen. She asked him to go to the neighboring team to find Li Ainian to get medicine. After giving her 2 doses of herbal medicine, Lin Wanwan still hadn't woken up. Wang Xiu and Lin Shuisheng worried that their daughter might develop a fever later that night, so they stayed awake all night by her bedside. Lin Wanwan was awakened by thirst. When she opened her eyes, she saw the old-fashioned thatched roof and could faintly smell a strange, unpleasant odor. Where had that unreliable dog system sent her now? Host, you are now in China in 1971, in a place called the Trumpet Flower Brigade. So, I've traveled again. Yes. The system suddenly sounded uncertain. Dog system, you better wait. When I recover my strength, I'll deal with you. Lin Wanwan closed her eyes, struggling to accept that she had traveled back to the 1970s. Compared to her previous trips, This one was much luckier. Although she was hungry and cold, at least she was still alive. For example, the first time the unreliable dog system sent her to an unknown dynasty, she became a maid beside a wealthy family's young lady. She was caught coughing during a meal and startled the young lady, then was dragged out and beaten to death. Another time, she was transported into a beast world and was immediately attacked and bitten to death by a beast man looking for food. And once, she finally returned to her familiar modern world, only to be hit by a passing car and thrown 10 meters away before she could even open her eyes. In summary, Lin Wanwan experienced many strange and painful ways of dying, and now she remembers them all with body pain. Water. Water. Wang Xiui, who was dozing by the bed, heard her daughter's voice and immediately woke up. "Sweetheart, you're finally awake. Do you know how scared I was? If anything had happened to you, how could your mother and I go on living?" Lin Shuixing looked at his recovered daughter and couldn't help but cry. The middle-aged woman in front of her was noisy, but Lin Wanwan could feel a strong sense of love in her words. Seeing her cry, she also started to tear up. Wang Xiui saw her daughter crying on the bed and panicked instantly. "Sweetheart, don't cry. Whatever you want to do in the future, I will agree. I just ask you not to do anything foolish and not to scare me. Water. I want to drink water." Hearing her daughter ask for water, Lin Shuixing quickly went to the kitchen to scoop a bowl of water and brought it over. After drinking the water, Lin Wanwan's parched throat finally felt better. When she looked into the worried eyes of the two in front of her, her heart softened suddenly. "Dad, I'm fine. Don't worry about me." It took Lin Wanwan 2 days to barely accept her overweight body. Her body was so weak that even moving tired her out completely. She needed help to put on clothes, and someone had to feed her at mealtime. Even going to the bathroom required someone outside to guard her, afraid she might fall into the pit and drown. According to her little niece, she had fallen in several times before. Thinking of the dry toilet with its waterless pit, her stomach turned with nausea. She couldn't hold back and vomited all the egg custard she had just eaten. Li Xiaodi watched her vomit the custard on the ground and felt heartbroken. She secretly cursed her sister-in-law for being wasteful. Such good food, and she dared to waste it. She wasn't afraid of thunder and lightning. If it weren't for so many eyes watching, she really wanted to kneel down and wipe up that mess on the ground. This thought wasn't only in Li Xiaodi's mind. Others in the room felt the same. They blamed the strange times of the past 2 years, when they had only wild vegetable soup and couldn't remember the last time they had a proper meal. Wang Xiui, worried about her daughter, quickly ran over and asked anxiously, "Sweetheart, are you okay?" "I'm fine, don't worry." Wang Xiui still felt a bit uneasy. She turned and brought a bowl of red sugar water to Lin Wanwan. Li Xiaodi saw the bowl of red sugar water, and her eyes lit up. The children and girls at home also looked excited. The sweet red sugar water looked very tasty. "Mother, didn't you say there was no more red sugar at home? So you hid it to give to your younger sister-in-law. You're really biased, favoring her so much." Li Xiaodi swallowed a few times, her eyes fixed on the bowl of red sugar water. Wang Xiui shot her a cold look, and Li Xiaodi immediately shut up. "Whatever I want to give to whom, I will give. You all don't need to think about it. Even if you do, it's not your turn." Then Wang Xiui turned to Lin Wanwan with a gentle smile and said, "Girl, drink it while it's hot. Don't mind those unkind people. If you are not born into wealth, you can't expect to eat or drink well. Such good things don't happen easily." But her girl was born with great luck. Long ago, a fortune teller said that her girl was destined for wealth and greatness. At first, Wang Xiui didn't believe the fortune teller's words. But on the day her girl was born, her husband went to the mountain to chop wood and unexpectedly found 5 heavy gold ingots. What does that mean? It means her girl is destined for wealth and good fortune. Maybe a fairy from heaven was reborn into their family. Otherwise, with so many people collecting firewood on the mountain, how come her husband found those 5 big gold ingots? Wang Xiui was very clever. She kept the story of her husband finding the gold ingots a secret. Not even her sons knew about it. She was afraid that if her daughters-in-law found out, they would also want to share and start to cause trouble, trying to get favors from their own families. That gold was a blessing from her girl, meant to be her dowry someday. Only in the year 1959, when times were tough, did heaven seem to oppose people like them, who worked hard in the countryside. The land was barren, and there was no harvest. People in the team were so hungry they went up the mountain to dig for medicinal clay, peel bark from trees, and pick goose droppings to eat. But eating too much of those made their stomachs upset. If it weren't for the 5 big gold ingots her husband found on the mountain, her family would have starved to death long ago. She only felt sorry for her daughter. She originally planned to leave 5 large gold ingots as dowry for her daughter, but at that time, to keep the whole family alive, she had only 3 left. In the future, if her older brother dared to treat their sister badly, she and her husband would risk their lives to come back from the underworld and take her away. As Wang Xiaoy's thoughts drifted back, she saw her daughter staring blankly and hurriedly said, "Daughter, drink quickly. After you finish, go back to bed and rest. Your body is weak, so you need to take good care of it." Her daughter had really suffered a lot this time. She planned to send her husband to the county to buy half a pound of pork to help her recover. Maybe it was the lingering influence of the original consciousness, but Lin Wanning felt her heart soften when she looked into Wang Xiaoy's caring eyes. "Thank you, Mom." After saying that, she took the bowl of brown sugar water in front of her and started drinking. Perhaps because it was diluted with a lot of water, the brown sugar water didn't taste very sweet. But in these days when people couldn't even fill their stomachs, having brown sugar water to drink was already a luxury. Plus, with so many eyes watching her, to avoid waste, Lin Wanning forced herself to finish the bowl of brown sugar water. Standing opposite was Li Xiaodi, who looked at her sister-in-law with envy, wishing she could rush forward and snatch the bowl of sugar water from her. This old, useless mother-in-law always gave her sister-in-law the best food, ignoring the lives of everyone else in the family. She couldn't remember the last time she had tasted such precious brown sugar water. That sugar water must have been very sweet. Unconsciously, Li Xiaodi drooled with greed. When Lin Wanning handed the empty bowl of sugar water to Wang Xiaoyi, Li Xiaodi quickly snatched it away. "Mom, I'll go wash the dishes." Before Wang Xiaoyi could speak, Li Xiaodi ran out to the yard through the curtain. Such a greedy little brat, never doing any work, always eyeing her sister-in-law's food. Our Lin family is cursed to have married her for 8 generations. Everyone was used to Wang Xiaoyi's scolding and shrank back, acting like turtles hiding in their shells. They were afraid of angering Wang Xiaoyi and bringing her wrath upon themselves. But Lin Wanning couldn't stand it anymore and quickly interrupted, "Mom, I have a headache." As soon as she said that, everyone gathered around her, looking at her with concern. "Girl, don't be afraid. Your mother is here. I'll have your older brother go get a doctor right now." After speaking, Wang Xiaoyi turned to look at her eldest son, Lin Yuzhen. She scolded him sternly. "What are you standing there for? Can't you see your sister isn't feeling well? Hurry up and invite that barefoot doctor to treat her." "Mom, I'll go right now." Just as Lin Yuzhen took a step forward, Lin Wanwan quickly stopped him. "Mom, maybe she's just tired. A good rest will help. No need to spend money on a doctor." "Girl, I'm only thinking of your health. If you're sick, we should see a doctor. Don't delay your illness just because you're worried about money. Your father and I only have you." "Money?" Lin Wanwan glanced at the drafty kitchen and silently withdrew her gaze. This family is so poor that even mice might cry and leave. "Mom, I'm just tired. I'm really not sick." In the end, Wang Xiaoyi couldn't persuade Lin Wanwan, so she told her to go back to her room and rest. As Lin Wanwan came out of the kitchen, she saw Li Xiaodi standing in the yard, licking the bowl she had just used for sugar water. Having grown up in a pampered home, Lin Wanwan had never experienced such things. Her stomach started to churn violently. She fought the urge to vomit, turned around, and lay down in her room. Li Xiaodi cast a sidelong glance at her sister-in-law's room, rolling her eyes almost to the ceiling. This lazy and spoiled girl will be unlucky wherever she goes. Who knows which fool will be so lucky to marry her? Lying on the bed, Lin Wanwan stared blankly at the ceiling, which was covered in spider webs, while summoning the annoying dog system. Looking at the time, she realized she had been here for about 2 days. She hadn't inherited any of the original owner's memories, only a few scattered words from family members about their situation. And that was all. Right now, if she wanted to live well in this era with the original body, she needed to understand this time period roughly. The system, perhaps feeling guilty, had already transferred the original owner's memories to her before she even asked. In an instant, the memories flooded into Lin Wanwan's mind. Her head was about to explode from the overload. After 2 minutes, Lin Wanwan finally absorbed all of the original owner's memories. The main team where the original owner lived was called the Bellflower Team. The team members were all refugees who had escaped from other places many years ago, and their ancestors came from diverse backgrounds. People say that hearts are hard to read, and since the team members didn't share the same ancestors, everyone had their own little secrets and schemes, always trying to outsmart each other. The Lin family was a prominent family in the team. The original owner's eldest uncle, Lin Shuayin, was a poor farmer elected as the team leader of the Bellflower Team. He was well-liked by the team members. In contrast, the original owner's family was disliked and looked down upon in the team. The head of the family, Lin Shuasheng, was 48 years old. He was gentle and honest, always listening to his wife, Wang Xiaoa, and obeying his daughter, Lin Wuan. He always carried an old, well-used pipe in his waistband and liked to smoke it occasionally. His wife, Wang Xiaoa, was 3 years older than him. She was fiery and tough, not someone to be easily angered. Anyone who dared to provoke her would face her sharp tongue for 3 days straight. Even a passing dog on the street would get scolded by her. She was known as the toughest person in the Bellflower Team, and no one dared to mess with her. The couple had 5 children, 4 sons and 1 daughter. The youngest twin brothers, the 4th and 5th children, died of high fever shortly after birth. Only the eldest, 2nd, 3rd children, and the original owner survived. The eldest, Lin Yuzhen, married Lu Yulan from the neighboring team at 18, arranged by a matchmaker. They were quiet and honest, with a gentle personality and little opinion of their own. They had 2 daughters, the eldest, Lin Hongying, who was 16, and the youngest, Lin Hongxiang, who was 8. The second son, Lin Yuzhu, married Li Zhaodi, and they had a son and a daughter. Their son, Lin Chongfu, was 10 years old, and their daughter, Lin Hongni, was 5. The third son, Lin Yud, was 24 years old. He often stayed away from home and liked to steal chickens and do mischievous things. No family in nearby teams was willing to let their daughter marry him. Because of the famine, people were starving, and there was no extra money to arrange a marriage for him. As a result, Lin Yud remained single and was known as a well-known bachelor in the Bellflower Team. As for the original owner, her name was Lin Wuan. She was 21 years old and the beloved daughter of Lin Shuasheng and Wang Xiaoa, who had raised her with great care since she was born. She never went to work in the fields. Whenever there was something tasty at home, she would eat it all herself. Over time, no girl in the commune was as fat as she was. Usually, relying on her parents' indulgence, she often showed off at home, and it was common for her to scold her sister-in-law and hit her nephew. Of course, she was also a stubborn person who refused to be gentle. If anyone bullied her, she would immediately bring her parents and 3 brothers to fight, making the bullies cry and call for their mothers. As a result, her fierce reputation spread, and no one from nearby teams dared to provoke her. Of course, no matchmaker dared to come to arrange a marriage for her. First, because she had a bad temper and was hard to please. If she got upset, she might ruin her in-laws' house after marriage, and the matchmaker would be blamed. The matchmaker didn't want her reputation to be ruined by this marriage. Second, because she was so fat and looked like a bear, people found her scary. If she married into a family, she could easily cause trouble and drain their resources in less than a week. The original girl didn't care about outside opinions. She looked down on the farmers who relied on the weather to survive and only wanted to marry into the city to get steady food supplies. But city workers weren't easy to marry. A while ago, Wang Xiaoa traveled back and forth to the county many times, spending money to ask people to find her a city marriage. But when they saw her in person, they were so frightened by her strong build that they ran away in fear. Because of this, she often cried and made a fuss, sometimes shouting she wanted to lose weight, but in the end, Wang Xiua, who loved her daughter, persuaded her to stay. Wang Xiua believed that a wife should be chubby. A lively life would follow. Her daughter had a big bottom, which meant she would be a good mother. Anyone who married her daughter, this little lucky star, would secretly enjoy her in bed. Later, some young people came to the Loud Flower Brigade from the countryside. A pale, delicate scholar named Zhou Zhongwen suddenly entered her heart. From then on, she couldn't tolerate anyone else. Even her own parents, Lin Shuisheng and Wang Xiua, had to step aside in front of Zhou Zhongwen. She often brought food and drinks to him, and whenever she received something good, she eagerly took it to the young workers. She never hid her feelings when giving gifts, and gradually, the members of the Loud Flower Brigade knew she had a crush on the young man from Shanghai. They often joked privately that the original owner was like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. As for the original owner's friendliness, Zhou Zhongwen was always receptive and would secretly write some bitter poems for her. He also praised her for being kind-hearted and beautiful, saying she was the best girl in the trumpet flower team and that meeting her was his great luck in 3 lifetimes. The original owner was so charmed by his sweet words that she lost her sense of direction. She believed Zhou Zhongwen truly cared for her. She thought they would eventually become a family. In her heart, she already considered Zhou Zhongwen her own. So, when she found out that many people in the team were interested in him, she couldn't stay calm. She hurriedly went to the youth camp, planning to break the ice between them. But as soon as she arrived, she saw Zhou Zhongwen hugging a young woman from the camp and kissing her. Seeing this passionate scene made her jealous and angry. She hated the woman who was seducing her man. In her anger, she raised her hand to slap the young woman. Before her hand could reach, Zhou Zhongwen pushed her away and kicked her to the ground. "Look at you. So fat you're like a dead pig. You don't look like a girl at all." "It's disgusting," he said. "Even if I were blind, I wouldn't look at a lazy, greedy rural woman like you," he added with disdain. His obvious dislike hurt her deeply. Humiliated by her beloved, she couldn't take it anymore and decided to jump into the river. She didn't know how to swim. She fell into the water and was soon choked by the rushing current. Later, she was reborn as Lin Wanwan, who had traveled back from the modern world. After digesting the memories of the original owner, Lin Wanwan furrowed her brows so tightly it looked like she could kill a fly. Zhou Zhongwen, a scoundrel, was both indecisive and manipulative. He didn't like the original owner but kept hanging on to her just to get her food. In those days, food was life. Without it, people would starve. The original owner was frugal and gave her own rations to Zhou Zhongwen, the scoundrel. But after she caught him cheating with the young woman, he shamelessly humiliated her without feeling guilty, which eventually led her to jump into the river. Now that she had taken over the original owner's body, she was determined to seek justice for her. To know, the powerful woman in the business world is never someone who likes to lose out. No one can take advantage of her. Whatever she takes in, she expects it to be returned with interest, or she considers the deal done. The system sensed that the host, Lin Wanwan's, emotions were too intense and quickly spoke up. "Host, stay calm. We can discuss this calmly." "Stay calm? How can I stay calm? Dog system. Haven't you ever been reliable? I was blind and foolish to believe your nonsense and agree to bind with you." If the system had a physical form, Lin Wanwan would definitely beat it until it was bruised and crying for its mother. Let's see if it dares to cheat her again. The last person who cheated her was still mining in F country and hadn't returned. This time was purely an accident. Was the previous few times also an accident? The system felt the killing intent in the host's words and immediately knelt down to apologize. "Host, you are beautiful and kind-hearted. I forgive this mistake, as a wise person forgives a small error. From now on, I will serve you loyally and follow your commands." "You flattery expert." Noticing that the host's mood was easing, the system let out a long breath. Honestly, it was really worried that the host would give up and stop working with it. If that happened, it wouldn't be able to complete the tasks assigned by the heavenly way. When the day of the 100-year performance review in the heavenly realm arrived, it would definitely be mocked and ridiculed by other spirits. At that point, things would only get worse. So, the most urgent task was to coax the host into finding a man and having babies. As many as possible. It could help the host raise and nurture the babies, cultivating the best children in the world. Thinking of a group of children happily surrounding her, the system was already overjoyed. Lin Wanwan pinched her waist, feeling layers of excess flesh, and sighed sadly. This body was just too fat. To shed this layer of fat, she would need to put in a lot of effort, at least half a year to get started, a year to see results. The wait was too long. She urgently needed to get rid of this fat, so she turned her attention to the system. Dog system, I give you a chance to make amends. Host, go ahead. Help me lose weight. As soon as Lin Wanwan finished speaking, a black pill suddenly appeared in her hand, approximately the size of a soybean. Lin Wanwan instinctively swallowed the pill, without thinking. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 0.2 minutes passed. Lin Wanwan looked at herself, still unchanged, and frowned slightly. Could this medicine be expired? No way, this is a pill personally crafted by the Heavenly Tao. It doesn't expire. It just works slowly. Hearing this, Lin Wanwan felt relieved. She believed the system wouldn't trick her over this. While Lin Wanwan was lost in thought, the system took the chance to scan her body. It surprisingly found that her obesity was caused not only by eating a lot but also by accidentally consuming a plant called pigweed. This plant grows in the wind, and both humans and animals who eat it will gain weight gradually. Hearing the system's explanation, Lin Wanwan couldn't help but laugh and cry. She had never heard that eating grass could make you gain weight. If this hadn't happened to her, she wouldn't believe it. Fortunately, with the help of the system, she believed she could soon shed this excess fat. Additionally, to motivate her to find a man and have children, the system generously took out a powerful pill from its treasure bag and handed it to her. After receiving the powerful pill, Lin Wanwan immediately swallowed it. The system boasted about its effects. To test the pill's power, Lin Wanwan got off the bed and went to stand under the big locust tree in the yard. The tree was as thick as her arms, but it was bare at the top, probably because someone had stripped the bark to eat. In these starving times, such things were quite normal. She shook off her thoughts, clenched her fist, and punched the tree hard. In the next moment, there was a loud cracking sound, and the big locust tree in front of her suddenly fell. Wow, such strength! Before she could finish marveling, everyone resting on the bed was startled by the loud noise and rushed out of the house. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The big locust tree in front of the yard had existed since before Lin Yuzhen was born.
How could it just break like that?
This was too strange. Wang Xiui was the first to react. She quickly ran over to Lin Wanwan and began checking her body thoroughly. After confirming that my daughter was not hurt, Wang Xiui finally felt relieved. Then she ordered the others at home to chop the fallen locust tree into firewood for burning. They needed firewood to boil water and cook, and since they had run out, it was better to burn the fallen tree rather than go up the mountain to gather more. Li Xiaodi had only eaten half a cornbread since morning and was starving, her stomach growling loudly. She had no strength left to work. She was about to pretend to have a stomach ache and go to the bathroom to rest, but Wang Xiui saw through her plan. She crossed her arms and scolded, "Li Xiaodi, you lazy woman. If you dare to slack off today, I will cut off your food rations tomorrow." Her stomach was already starving, and her mean mother-in-law was withholding her food. She thought she might starve to death. The feeling of hunger was really terrible. Suddenly, Li Xiaodi felt like a deflated balloon, weakly swinging her axe to chop firewood. She couldn't help but curse silently in her mind, wishing her mother-in-law would just die. The others were busy working hard. Wang Xiui, worried about her daughter, quickly pulled her aside. "Girl, your body is weak. Go back to your room and lie down. We are here to take care of everything." Lin Wanwan glanced at the busy crowd. They were all thin, with hollowed eyes and sunken cheeks. Her hands, wielding the axe, were weak and limp. The axe struck the thick tree trunk, but it didn't break after a long time. No wonder, if you don't eat enough, where would you get the strength to work? Moreover, this trouble was caused by her. Who caused the trouble must face the consequences. Lin Wuan didn't say anything. She simply bypassed Wang Xiui and went to help. She had overestimated her current body. Her swollen, overweight body made it difficult to even squat, let alone work. The midday sun was very hot. Just one squat under the sun made Lin Wuan sweat profusely. Everyone was shocked and quickly dropped their tools to rush over. "Young lady, this rough work isn't for you. Go back to your room and rest. We are here to handle things." Li Xiaodi, who was lazily swinging her axe, was furious when she heard her husband's words. She thought she had been blind to marry him. Her sister-in-law was a woman, but wasn't she a woman too? She didn't know what kind of spell Lin Wuan had cast on the Lin family, but it made everyone spoil her so much. Li Xiaodi has been married into the Lin family for many years, but she has never seen her younger sister-in-law do any work. Even the dirty underwear she wears is washed by her. Thinking of this, Li Xiaodi spat on the ground and hurriedly urged her younger sister-in-law to get married soon. "You can do things that I can do too." Lin Wuan snatched the axe from Lin Shuixing's hand. With a little force, the thick tree trunk was split in half. Seeing this, the others gasped in surprise. Li Xiaodi nervously touched her neck, feeling scared. Her younger sister-in-law was so strong. If she had been hit on the head with that axe, she would have been seriously hurt. Wang Xiui was surprised for the first time to learn that her daughter was so strong. Her mind was racing like on a roller coaster. Fortunately, she had lived through many storms and was used to hardships, so she quickly calmed down. She looked around at everyone and warned, "Keep what happened today to yourselves. If anyone dares to spread it, I'll skin them alive." The others shrank back in fear and quickly nodded in response.
Lizaldi Juliet her lips.
She wanted to say something, but remembered what just happened. She instinctively touched her neck and swallowed her words. She couldn't afford to offend her mother-in-law, and her younger sister-in-law was even more untouchable now. Lin Yuzhu, that useless man, was on his mother's side. She couldn't rely on him at all. Damn it, she was cursed to marry into the Lin family. Seeing everyone's timid expressions, Wang Xiui was satisfied. After all, her daughter was a woman. If her strength was known to be greater than a man's, how could she get married? No family would want a daughter-in-law like that. Even if they did, it would be to have her help with chores and supporting the family. Her precious daughter was raised with care, not to be a hard laborer in her in-laws' house. Otherwise, she'd rather keep her at home as a single daughter for life. When she and her husband passed away, her 3 brothers would still be around. At worst, there were her nephews and nieces. The whole family could support one unmarried younger sister-in-law. When Lin Wuan heard Wang Xiui say this, she immediately understood something. She secretly admired Wang Xiui's caring nature as a mother. In this era of valuing men over women, it was rare to find someone like Wang Xiui who loved her daughter so much. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, Wang Xiui is seen as a troublemaker who is unreasonable and difficult, a typical shrew. However, in the heart of the original owner, Wang Xiui is the best mother in the world. Now that she has taken over the original owner's body, Wang Xiui is her mother. Because of Wang Xiui's love for her, she is determined to care for her mother until the end. In the end, Lin Wuan couldn't argue with Wang Xiui and went back to her room to rest. Meanwhile, others in the yard were busy working. The Lin family lives at the end of the village, with only a few households nearby. The only neighbor is Grandpa Wang. Grandpa Wang lost his wife and son many years ago. Now he lives alone. As he gets older, his hearing worsens, and you have to speak loudly close to his ear. So, the people in the Lin family don't know much about what happens in his house. When they finished their work, it was already dark. The Lin family neatly stacked the chopped firewood under the thatched shed. Wang Xiui, who manages the family's food, took out a key from her pocket and handed some cornmeal and a few sweet potatoes to her eldest daughter-in-law to cook. For dinner, everyone ate a small dish of darkened pickled vegetables and a bowl of corn and sweet potato porridge. Lin Wanwan was still sleeping. Wang Xiui, feeling sorry for her daughter, didn't wake her up and left some food in the pot for her. She would eat when she woke up. The young boy, Lin Chongfu, ate so greedily that he finished the porridge in his bowl. Still hungry, he turned to his sister Lin Hongni's bowl. Without hesitation, he snatched her bowl and, ignoring the scalding, drank all the porridge in just a few sips. Lin Hongni was so angry her eyes turned red. She turned to her mother to complain. "Mom, my brother took my food again. Just take it. You're just a girl. Missing one meal won't kill you," Li Xiaodi said impatiently. But she kept eating, stuffing her mouth with the salty pickled vegetables, afraid to miss out on any. Wang Xiui frowned and reached out to stop Li Xiaodi's chopsticks, scolding her. "Li Xiaodi, are you a hungry ghost? Aren't pickled vegetables free? You should eat less." "Mom, if I don't eat enough, how can I give you a grandson?" Li Xiaodi said with a smile, not upset by the scolding. "Enough with the nonsense. You all better behave at night and stop causing trouble or more lives will be lost. We don't have extra food at home to feed another mouth." When Wang Xiui said this, Lin Yuzhen and his wife blushed with embarrassment. They both buried their faces in their bowls and said nothing. They have no son, and despite their efforts over the years, Lu Yulan's land just won't produce crops. They are very worried. Especially Lu Yulan, as Lin's daughter-in-law, she feels sad that she hasn't been able to help the family grow. In the end, she thinks it's her own fault for not being capable enough, which has held back Lin Yuzhen. "Mother, having children isn't something we can decide. Maybe I already have your Lin family's child in my belly," said Li Xiaodi proudly, looking at her older sister-in-law. Her monthly cycle is always on time, and now it's been 2 months without it. She's definitely pregnant. Unlike her sister-in-law, who lives in a barren land where no matter how much she tries, she can't have children. In her opinion, she is the greatest contributor to the Lin family. The task of continuing the family line depends on her. The more children she has, the more hope there is for the future. Lin Yozhuo looked at his wife with eager eyes. "Wife, are you really pregnant?" "Of course I am. I think it happened last time we were at the firewood pile." Before Li Xiaodi finished speaking, Wang Xiui interrupted her. "This is at the dinner table, and there are children around. Stop talking about such embarrassing things. Don't you worry about being laughed at. It's the women who can't have children who get laughed at." "I don't care," Li Xiaodi replied, almost naming names. Lu Yulan stiffened all over, shrinking back and not daring to speak. Tears welled up in her eyes. Lin Yuzhen also felt very upset inside. Even though he felt sorry for his wife, he couldn't say anything in front of his mother. He was afraid that if he said the wrong thing, his mother would be upset, and then his wife would also get scolded with him. Wang Xiui saw her eldest son and his wife looking unhappy and glared at Li Xiaodi. "Say less. No one is deaf. You don't have to talk so much. If you don't want to say anything, fine. But tomorrow, mother, can you cook me a boiled egg? I'm pregnant now and I need to eat well." "No, mother, I can see clearly. Our old hen lays eggs every other day. You're just making things up and lying. Li Xiaodi, you greedy, lazy girl, you even dare to think about your sister's things. Are you feeling bolder now? Do you still plan to chase me and your father out someday?" Spit splattered across Li Xiaodi's face. "Mother, I didn't say that. Don't accuse me wrongly." Li Xiaodi doesn't want to take responsibility for that. Although she really wants to send her mother-in-law away, she fears others in the team might gossip behind her back. "Don't think I don't know your little plans. I warn you, if you dare to covet that food, I will have second brother divorce you." "Mother, Xiaodi is pregnant with my child. We can't get a divorce." Lin Yuzhu was anxious. "Look at you, so useless. If you divorce, mother will find you a good girl to marry." Hearing this, Li Xiaodi was terrified and dared not speak anymore. She was afraid her mother-in-law would persuade her husband to divorce her. Women who are divorced are not welcomed anywhere, especially not in her own family, where they often go hungry. At least in the Lin family, she wouldn't have to worry about starving. Focus your mind on the right path. Don't keep thinking about men's private parts all day long. Wang Xiaoyi spoke bluntly, making the men blush. Nowadays, there are no entertainment facilities or activities. When night falls, everyone just stays at home. The couple lay in bed in the dark, sparks flying, but besides that, there was nothing else to do. Otherwise, where do all those children come from in each household? Did they jump out of cracks and rocks?
Impossible.
Their room was close to the kitchen. One person and a system listened clearly to the arguing from the kitchen. The system looked at the host's fat face and said seriously, "Host, don't worry. I will find you a very rich man, so you won't have to worry about food and drink. A poor marriage is full of sorrow. The host's child must grow up in a wealthy, loving home. Only then can the child develop healthily and be excellent in all aspects, fulfilling the task given by heaven. In my past life, I didn't rely on men, and I still had enough to eat and drink. This life will be the same. Although the market economy is restricted now and private transactions are not allowed, people can't be kept from living." In her past life, she was able to make Shengshi Group one of the top 500 companies in the world on her own. In this life, she believed she could succeed again. Host, don't be so absolute. Without a man, how will you have a child? Don't you want to have your own child? A soft, adorable child who follows you around, calling you mom. When you grow old, they can take care of you and see you off. The system kept talking, trying to persuade her to give up the idea of not finding a man. Because her child wasn't a stone monkey that could jump out of a crack in the rock. It could only come from her womb. Every step of the difficult task of having children must be done carefully. Lin Wanwan was reminded of her final moments by the system's words. Thinking of her adopted son, Lin Jingping, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. She had worked hard to live again, and she would never adopt someone else's child this time. This life, she must have her own child. As for men, having a partner and children was not impossible. Even if she had 10 or 8 children, she could raise them all. Seeing her firm attitude, the system was starting to break down. It had been trying to complete this task for thousands of years, and it had never met such a difficult host. But it couldn't leave her either. So frustrating. After a while, the door creaked open, and Wang Xiaoyi brought in a bowl of corn and sweet potato porridge. "Daughter, you must be starving. Eat something to fill your stomach. Once these busy days are over, I'll ask your dad to go to the county and buy half a pound of pork. I'll cook your favorite braised pork then." Wang Xiaoyi's words brought Lin Wanwan back to her original memories. In those days of extreme hunger, the Lin family could only eat meat once every 10 or 15 days. The meat was bought from the county by Lin Shuisheng. Sometimes it was 2 ounces, sometimes half a pound. The amount wasn't much, but in the end, all that meat went into her stomach. The others in the family could only stand by the stove, smelling the aroma. Anyone caught stealing a bite would be beaten by Wang Xiaoyi. Even the family's only grandson, Lin Zhongfu, couldn't escape a bamboo shoot stir-fry with meat. It could be said that the original host status in the family was above everyone else. But seeing Wang Xiaoyi, who was now so thin she looked unrecognizable, Lin Wanwan truly felt ashamed to continue eating alone. "Girl, look at me now. I've gained so much weight, I can't stand to look at myself. Starting today, I will lose weight. Also, a few days ago, I heard from Big Brother that Wang Laozhen from our team starved to death. I think we should exchange all the money for meat into grain so that our family can have enough to eat." Seeing her daughter so sensible, Wang Xiaoyi felt very sad. She scolded her eldest son for gossiping in front of her daughter, then turned to comfort her. "Don't listen to your brother's nonsense. Wang Laogan's death was his own fault. He didn't eat his proper rations and gave them to the young widow. He should have looked at the time we're in now. No one can even get enough food, and he's still thinking about silly things. Our family is different. We have parents and 3 brothers here. We will never let you go hungry. You should eat and drink well. There's no need to lose weight. You're not fat at all. Or is it that those busybodies in the team are gossiping about you again? Tell me who they are, and I'll go tell them off." Her daughter's figure was considered plump, which others would envy. Lin Wanwan heard Wang Xiaoyi defending her and felt warm inside. She took her mother's hand and acted cute. Mom, being too fat isn't good for health. It can make you sick and affect your well-being. Hearing the word sick, Wang Xiui was frightened. She quickly asked, "Girl, is what you said true?" Her fourth and fifth children had never been seriously ill, but since then, she was very afraid her daughter might get sick. If anything happened to her daughter, she didn't want to live anymore. Of course it's true. The young women at the educated youth camp told me they're from big cities and definitely know more than we do.
Don't be fooled by them.
The people at the educated youth camp are sneaky and not good folks. Before she finished, Wang Xiui regretted wanting to slap herself. Her daughter's favorite, Zhou Jiqing, was also living at the camp. Didn't she just insult Zhou Jiqing by accident? Her daughter liked Zhou Jiqing very much. Anyone who dared say a bad word about him would be ready to fight with a shovel. She didn't know what tricks that handsome young man used to make her daughter so infatuated. Earlier, she had cried desperately at home, insisting she wouldn't marry anyone else. Lin Wanwan nodded. "Mom, you're right. I'll just ignore them from now on." The young people at the camp were all bad news, two-faced and untrustworthy. While eating the food given by her original self, she secretly mocked her original self for dreaming of something impossible, not knowing her place. People like that are not worth making friends with. Seeing that her daughter was not upset, Wang Xiui sighed in relief. She comforted her daughter to finish the corn and sweet potato porridge in her bowl, then closed the door and left. As soon as Wang Xiui left, the system appeared suddenly. "Host, your mother is very kind to you." This time, Lin Wanan rarely did not argue with it and nodded in agreement. Wang Xiui is a very caring mother, always thinking of her daughter and worried about her having any problems. Lin Wanan felt the long-lost motherly love from her, naturally putting herself in her daughter's role. Since she is living this life again, she wants to live well with a new identity. From now on, she is the daughter of Wang Xiui and Lin Shuixing from the Laba Flower team, Lin Wanan. As long as she doesn't speak, no one will know that her true identity has changed. And she plans to keep this secret with her until she is buried. The system took the opportunity to push forward. Elderly people like to be surrounded by grandchildren. Your mother is so good to you. She must be hoping you'll get married and have children soon. I think you should fulfill her wish as soon as possible. The nagging about marriage and childbirth started again, and Lin Wanan's ears were already numb from it. She was unhappy and decided to use her secret weapon. "I think the second fool in our team is pretty good. I'll marry him tomorrow, so you won't keep nagging me all the time." The second fool, a well-known bachelor in the Laba Flower team. He is a thief and a lazybones, in his 40s with yellow teeth, always trying to flirt with young women. Because of his rude mouth, he has been beaten many times. Obsessed with women, he once stole a hen from the team leader's house. When caught, the hen was already badly mistreated. Since then, the second fool has become infamous in the Laba Flower team. Anyone passing by him, even an ant, would walk with their butt clenched. After the system finished searching for information about this person, it completely shut its mouth. It absolutely would not allow the host to have children with such a man. Its host, of course, deserves the best man in the world. The roots of her ears feeling clear, Lin Wanwan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. She knew how to handle people well, especially when it came to tricky situations. The system was no exception. Lin Shuixing, sitting on the edge of the bed holding an old pipe, heard the noise and lifted his eyelids. He softly asked, "Is your daughter awake?" "Yes, she is." Wang Xue sat heavily on the bed, her brows drooping, silent and gloomy. Her usually sharp and harsh expression looked a bit more pitiful now. Thinking about the rumors spreading in the team these days, she felt worried. Her daughter's recent attempt to jump into the river was, in fact, related to that young man at the youth station. She really wanted to go to the youth station and confront him, but she was afraid. Her daughter liked that young man very much. If she dared to hurt him, her daughter might get angry and refuse to recognize her as her mother. Just thinking about that scene made Wang Xue feel suffocated. Could it be that she would be forced to marry that young man against her will? That young man was weak and unable to support her daughter. How could they survive after marriage? Would they be left to fend for themselves? That young man couldn't let her daughter go hungry, especially since she was raised with care. If she had known earlier, she would have been strict and kept her daughter away from that young man at the youth station. But her daughter was like a piece of meat that had fallen from her own body. She had never been cruel enough to say harsh words to her daughter. She was afraid of upsetting her, making her ignore her in the future. At that point, she would truly be hurt. Lin Shuixing's pipe knocked loudly on the table, making a banging sound. Seeing his wife's worried face, he also felt uncomfortable. Wife, why are you sighing so much? Did those troublemakers in the family upset you again? Tomorrow I'll teach them a lesson. They wouldn't dare upset me. I'm worried about our daughter. Our daughter can eat and sleep well, just like before. There's nothing to worry about. Wang Xiua rolled her eyes at him when she heard this. The matter of our daughter jumping into the river has caused a lot of gossip in the team. People are saying she did it because of that young man at the youth station. It makes me feel upset. The mouth is on their bodies, and they can say whatever they want, as long as our daughter is safe. At worst, we will raise our daughter for a lifetime. After saying this, Lin Shuixing showed a simple, honest smile. The old couple was still young. While they still had a few years left, they wanted to earn more work points and save some money for their daughter. Plus, they still had 3 large gold ingots that hadn't been used up. With these, even if their daughter never married in her life, she wouldn't go hungry. Not to mention, she had 3 brothers to support her. I wish I could raise our daughter for a lifetime, but you know her temper. She's so determined about that young man at the youth commune, risking everything. I'm just worried she might get into trouble again. God knows, when she heard her daughter had tried to jump into the river, she was so scared her legs went weak. What should we do? We only have this one daughter, and she can't get into trouble. Lin Shuixing was anxious. He stopped smoking and looked eagerly at Wang Xiua, waiting for her to decide. Over the years, Wang Xiua had handled all the big and small family matters. As the head of the family, Lin Shuixing usually listened to Wang Xiua. She told him what to do, and he followed. Wang Xiua frowned and was silent for a long time before speaking. If nothing else works, then let that young man marry our daughter. If their daughter was happy, everything else didn't matter. Can that really happen? Zhou Jiqing is from Haisher, sent here to support the construction. I'm worried he might refuse. With that delicate, helpless look of his, if our daughter likes him, it's a blessing from her ancestors. He wouldn't dare refuse. But, no buts. As long as our daughter likes him, I will tie him up and bring him home myself. She said this, but Wang Xiua still felt uncertain. She stood up and rummaged through a box, pulling out the dowry she had saved for her daughter over the years. There were 3 heavy gold ingots and a pair of fine jade bangles. The bangles were a gift from her mother when she got married. It was said to be a gift from a noble lady of the Qing dynasty. She had never dared to take them out, afraid her 2 daughters-in-law might be jealous. Now that her daughter was about to marry, she planned to give them as part of her dowry. In a mouse hole under the bed, there was money earned from selling 2 gold ingots years ago. Over the years, she had spent some, but not all. Wang Xiua took out all the money from the mouse hole and counted it carefully in her hand. The total amount was 510 yuan and 2 mao, with some coins and some bills. Wang Xiua didn't hesitate and counted out 400 yuan, then put the remaining 110 yuan and 2 mao back into the mouse hole. She planned to use the 400 yuan to buy a bicycle for her daughter as a dowry and let her daughter take the rest. After marriage, with her and her husband's support, her daughter's life would surely be happy and prosperous. Thinking of this, Wang Xiua felt a little lighter inside. Then, with Lin Shuixing snoring nearby, she fell into a deep sleep. In her dream, Lin Wanni, who had fallen into the water, was rescued but had no breath left. Wang Xiua held her cold body and cried until she fainted. Later, overwhelmed by the pain of losing her daughter, Wang Xiua fell ill and couldn't get up. In the 2nd year after Lin Wanni's death, she also passed away. The next day, Wang Shua woke up from a nightmare, sweating all over, as if she had just been pulled out of the water. Just thinking about what happened in her dream made her heart ache. For a moment, she even believed the dream was real. "Mom, you eat this egg custard," said Lin Wanni, placing the bowl of egg custard in front of Wang Shua. Then she turned to munch on a wild vegetable and noodle cake. The noodle cake, made from cornmeal and sorghum flour, was hard and gritty. After half of it, Lin Wanni almost choked to death. She hurriedly drank some thin corn porridge, which was so watery it reflected her face, and finally calmed down. In her modern life, she had never eaten such things. Even when trying to lose weight, her mother prepared nutritious meals with top-quality ingredients flown in from abroad. It was truly hard to go from luxury to simplicity. It seemed that improving the diet at the Lin family was urgent. Wang Shua, still shaken from her nightmare, looked at the fragrant bowl of egg custard in front of her. Her eyes suddenly welled up with tears. She looked up at her daughter, who was focused on eating, and her anxious heart calmed instantly. She realized she was just scaring herself. Dreams are never to be taken seriously. Her daughter was safe and sound beside her. Nothing would happen. Understanding this, Wang Shua pushed the bowl of egg custard back. "Darling, this egg custard is made just for you. Eat it while it's hot." The old woman was almost about to die in the coffin. Eating her would be a waste. Her daughter, on the other hand, was still young and growing, so she needed proper nourishment. As for Lin Wanwan's comment yesterday about wanting to lose weight, it had already been forgotten by Wang Shua. In Wang Shua's view, claims that being overweight is bad for health were just jealous gossip from some young people trying to scare her daughter. "Mom, if you don't eat, I won't talk to you anymore," Lin Wanwan said, imitating the original owner's tone, half threatening. In the original owner's memory, this was the best way to get her point across. Sure enough, when Wang Shua saw her daughter upset, she didn't dare to say anything more. She split the egg custard in her bowl into 2 parts, giving most of it to Lin Shuisheng, and kept the rest to eat herself. Everyone at the table looked at the egg custard in Wang Shua's and Lin Shuisheng's bowls, their mouths watering with envy. 10-year-old Lin Chongfu couldn't hold back and brought his bowl over to Lin Shuisheng, who was the one who loved him most. "Grandpa, I want to eat too." Just as Lin Shuisheng was about to share his egg custard with Lin Chongfu, Wang Shua stopped him. "All you do is eat and not do any work all day. Are you a starving ghost reborn? And you even dare to grab your grandpa's food? You're a heartless beast. In the future, you might get struck by lightning." Lin Chongfu was stunned by the scolding, standing there blankly and not knowing what to do. After a few seconds, a loud cry of distress came from the narrow kitchen. Li Xiaodi protected her son Lin Chongfu behind her and said angrily, "Mom, Chongfu is the only grandson in our Lin family. He's the one who will carry on the family line. What's wrong with having a bit of egg custard? Why get so angry? Look, you even scared Chongfu." Wang Shua looked coldly at her second daughter-in-law, who dared to challenge her, and let out a sneering laugh. "Don't try to scare me with this. I wasn't raised easily. If I wanted a grandson, I could just shout a few times outside, and that young girl would come over with her things to give birth to a son for my second son. Do I need the one you're carrying?" During hard times, just a simple piece of cornbread was enough for a young, pretty widow to sneak into the wheat stacks with a man. And forget about marriage. 20 gin of cornmeal could buy a new wife. Recently, Wang Suewa's eldest son took 20 pounds of cornmeal and ran to the neighboring team to find a wife for himself. Li Xiaodi saw that her mother-in-law was serious and was too scared to speak. She was afraid that her mother-in-law would really bring home a little troublemaker who would cause Lin Yuzhu and her to divorce, and that troublemaker would take her place. You must know Lin Yuzhu has no other skills, but he is very good at listening to his mother. His mother tells him what to do, and he does it just like a dog by her side. She really is unlucky to have married such a useless man as Lin Yuzhu. Lin Chongfu also stopped crying and sat quietly in his seat, eating a small, roughly fist-sized steamed bun. From time to time, he looked up at Lin Shuisheng, who was eating egg custard, with a look of sadness and pity that almost overflowed. Grandpa no longer loves him. He is no longer Grandpa's most loved grandson. In the past, whenever Grandpa got something good, he would eat it first. Seeing the eldest grandson staring at him so much, Lin Shuisheng felt uncomfortable inside. But his wife just spoke, and if he gave the egg custard to the eldest grandson, it would be like insulting his wife. Thinking it over, to avoid making his wife angry, Lin Shuisheng quickly finished the egg custard in his bowl, then put down his chopsticks and went out to work. Lin Chongfu looked at the empty bowl. His face suddenly fell. Wang Xiui, eating the egg custard given by her daughter, was very happy inside. Her daughter was so thoughtful, unlike the older brothers, who were born to be debt collectors and, after marrying, forgot about her as a mother. After dinner, the Lin family went to work, leaving 8-year-old Lin Hongxiang to wash the dishes. With nothing else to do, Lin Wanwan went back to her room, moved a stool, and sat in a shady spot in the yard. She basked in the sun and chatted casually with the system. Halfway through the conversation, Lin Hongxiang nervously pulled the hand of her younger sister, Lin Hongni, and approached her cautiously. "Little aunt, I want to massage your legs." Lin Wuan looked terrified, trembling all over as Lin Hongxiang spoke. Seeing her fear in her eyes, she frowned. "System, do I look very scary? The host is loved by everyone, like flowers blooming when they see her. She is a famous beauty in the world, and she's not scary at all." The system lies easily, without blushing or feeling guilty, just making up stories with open eyes. Lin Wanwan listens to the system's praise, feeling a bit speechless and slightly amused. She knows she looks like a pig. She's quite fat, so her appearance isn't attractive at all. But she's too lazy to argue with the system. "I don't need you to massage my legs. If you two have nothing to do, go back to your rooms and rest." Seeing her two very thin sisters, Lin Wanwan feels a bit sad. She doesn't want them to serve her. But when she says this, Lin Hongxiang gets very scared. She trembles and says, "Little sister, did I do something wrong? Did I make you angry? Just tell me and I'll change." Her little sister only ever looks cold when talking to her, so she's surprised to see her smiling now. She's sure her sister is hiding a big plan behind her back. Maybe her sister is waiting for Grandma to come back from work and tell her on her, so Grandma can scold her. Grandma still has a scar from when she hit her with a fire tong last time. Lin Wanwan feels helpless. For the first time, she thinks being a good person is hard. Finally, seeing she can't change her sister's mind, she decides to go along with her. Lin Hongxiang squats on the ground, using all her strength to massage Lin Wanwan's legs. 5-year-old Lin Hongni isn't idle either. She waves a fan slowly, fanning Lin Wanwan and acting very sensible. In no time, the two little girls are exhausted, their faces flushed and sweaty. Just then, Lin Hongni's stomach growls loudly. She drops her fan, quickly runs to the kitchen, drinks a bowl of cold water, then comes back to fan Lin Wanwan again. Drinking water to fill the stomach is very common in the current team. To survive, team members try all kinds of ways to eat. They even peel the bark off trees and cook it to eat. But drinking water to fill the stomach is the dumbest method. After drinking, they often have to pee urgently and end up urinating out all the water they just drank. It's a quick fix but doesn't solve the real problem. Seeing Lin Hongni with water stains on her mouth, it's easy to guess what she just did in the kitchen. For her 5-year-old niece, Lin Wanwan only felt pity and nothing else. She took out 2 large shrimp crisps from her pocket and handed them to Lin Hongxiang and Lin Hongni. These shrimp crisps were given to her this morning before work because Wang Xiui was worried she might go hungry. She hadn't had a chance to eat them yet. Both Lin Hongxiang and Lin Hongni are still children. When they saw the big shrimp crisps in Lin Wanwan's hand, their eyes lit up.
"Aunt gave these to you.
Hurry up and keep them." As soon as Lin Wanwan finished speaking, the greedy Lin Hongni reached out to grab the shrimp crisps. But before her hand could touch the snack, Lin Hongxiang snatched it back. Aunt's things are not to be touched. If Grandma finds out they ate Aunt's things out of greed, she would definitely scold them severely. Although Lin Hongxiang is only 8 years old and still a child, she has learned enough from Wang Xiui about how to survive. Food that is just within reach but cannot be eaten makes Lin Hongni drool with hunger. She timidly tugged at Lin Hongxiang's sleeve. Big sister, I'm hungry. Hungry or not, you can't eat ants things. If Grandma finds out, she might sell you. When Lin Hongni heard that Grandma might sell her, tears started falling like beads from a broken string. That I won't eat anymore. Grandma won't sell me. Lin Wanwan looked at her crying little niece, nose and face covered in tears and snot, and frowned slightly with some disgust. She thought, she's crying so pitifully. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Hongxiang, standing nearby, saw her aunt's disgusted expression and was frightened. She hurriedly covered Lin Hongni's mouth with her hand. She also secretly observed her aunt out of the corner of her eye. When she saw that her aunt wasn't angry, she finally relaxed. If Grandma found out they upset Aunt, she would definitely be scolded again when she returned. That broomstick beating really hurts. When Lin Wanwan saw that the little girl stopped crying, her face instantly brightened. She turned to Lin Hongxiang and said, "Look at her face, go wash it." Lin Hongxiang was surprised to hear her aunt speak so gently for the first time. She looked at her with some wonder. Could it be that her aunt has been possessed by something dirty? Noticing the curious look in the little girl's eyes, Lin Wanwan, acting like the original owner, scolded firmly. "Why are you just standing there?
Stop dawdling.
When work is over, I'll tell your grandma on you." Yes, this is her little sister-in-law. She always scolds without hesitation, just like her grandmother. Though she got scolded, Lin Hongxiang felt better inside. She pulled Lin Hongni into the room to wash their faces, and their small faces were washed very clean. Lin Wanwan quickly shoved the large shrimp snack she hadn't given away earlier into Lin Hongxiang and Lin Hongni's hands. "This is a reward from your little sister-in-law. If anyone doesn't eat it, I'll tell your grandma. When she comes back, she'll deal with whoever refuses." Although she didn't know what her little sister-in-law was thinking, she knew she'd get scolded by Grandma either way. It was better to think about how to fill her stomach first. Even if she had to die, she wanted to die full. Thinking this, she moved quickly. Lin Hongxiang tore open the candy wrapper and shoved the shrimp snack into her mouth. This shrimp snack was so delicious. It was the best she had ever tasted. She wanted to swallow her tongue from how good it was. After finishing the snack, Lin Hongxiang felt a twinge of regret. If she had known how tasty it was, she would have saved some for her parents and sister. Meanwhile, Lin Hongni copied Lin Hongxiang's actions, quickly tearing open her wrapper and stuffing the shrimp snack into her mouth. It was so delicious that her eyes squinted into a single line. Even her usually fierce little sister-in-law, who often bullied her, seemed unusually kind and gentle because of the shrimp snack. Her little sister-in-law was so nice to her, even sharing the shrimp snack. In the future, when her little sister-in-law passed away, she wanted to go to the old carpenter to buy her the most expensive coffin. When the work bell rang, the workers in the fields, exhausted, slowly headed home. Wang Xiui arrived early at the youth station entrance, waiting. When she saw Zhou Zhongwen and some other young workers approaching happily, she hurriedly limped over to meet them. "Zhou, I need to talk to you. Let's go somewhere private." Zhou Zhongwen saw Wang Xiui approaching with a serious look, and his heart sank. Could it be that she found out about Lin Wanwan's tragic incident because of him? If that was true, with Wang Xiui's love for Lin Wanwan, she might even tear him apart. Thinking of Wang Xiui's fierce reputation in the team, Zhou Zhongwen shivered inexplicably. He quietly took 2 steps back to ensure he was at a safe distance before speaking. "Andy, just tell me what's wrong. I have to go to work after dinner." Although Wang Xiua is not very generous, she knows what to say in different situations. If news spread that she pressured young people to marry her daughter, it would hurt her daughter's good reputation. It could also make it hard for her younger children to find partners. Especially Lin Hongying, the oldest daughter, who just turned 16. Once she gets married, Wang Xiua will start worrying about her own marriage. She feels tired every day. "Auntie, there's nothing much. I just want to invite you to our house for a meal." Even if a stray dog passed by her door, Wang Xiua would be annoyed. Who would believe that such a stingy and calculating old woman would kindly invite someone to eat? She knows this is unlikely. Zhou Zhongwen suspects she has a hidden plan behind the invitation. The meal is just a cover. She probably wants to use it as an excuse to keep him there and teach him a lesson, to get revenge on that fat, lazy woman. It's all because that lazy, greedy woman keeps pestering him, trying to get close, which has damaged his reputation in the village. Zhou Zhongwen, who only cares about himself, doesn't mention that he has received many good things from Lin Wanwan. For his own safety, Zhou Zhongwen decisively refuses Wang Xiua's invitation. Auntie, these days, no one has much food at home. I don't want to cause trouble for you. She personally came to invite him, but this little brat still acts proud. He makes her want to slap him hard and see why the flowers are so red. But then she thinks of her own daughter, and she suppresses her anger. Now, her daughter is the most important. It's just adding a pair of chopsticks. It's no trouble. My family is killing a chicken today. Don't forget to come and eat. That's settled. I have other things to do, so I'll go back first. I'll call you later tonight. Before Zhou Zhongwen can refuse, Wang Xiua leaves after saying this. These days, even getting enough food is hard, let alone eating meat. The young people at the youth camp rarely get meat, except when Lin Wanwan occasionally helps Zhou Zhongwen. Most others haven't seen meat in over half a year. When they hear that Lin's family is killing a chicken today, everyone becomes very eager, almost drooling. They looked at Zhou Zhongwen with envy, thinking he was incredibly lucky to be noticed by Lin Wanwan. Although Lin Wanwan was a bit overweight, not very pretty, not particular about hygiene, and couldn't read, she had good conditions. In the 10-mile radius, only she had a figure like a healthy young pig just out of the pen. It was obvious she came from a wealthy family, and her family was quite well off. Following her meant they wouldn't have to worry about starving, and they wouldn't wake up in the middle of the night feeling hungry and drinking cold water to fill their stomachs. Although Zhou Zhongwen didn't like the Lin family, he couldn't help but feel proud when he saw the envy in others' eyes. When the educated youth Wang Yonghao asked if he wanted to go to the Lin family for dinner tonight, he immediately agreed. Because it was real meat. Even when he was still in Shanghai, chances to eat meat were very rare. His family had many children. His mother had 6 sons and 2 daughters. Besides supporting them, his grandparents often needed medicine and medical care. They had to carefully spend every penny, and in the city, everything cost money. He wasn't the oldest or the most loved by his parents, stuck somewhere in the middle, with no one caring much. Usually, even having a full meal was difficult. But then he heard from friends that signing up to go to the countryside as an educated youth meant the government would give a few dozen jin of grain each month as a subsidy. After thinking it over, he decided to sign up. However, life in the countryside was very different from the city. As someone who relied on writing, he had to work in the fields, and the promised grain subsidy was gone. They worked in the fields just like others in the team, earning work points, and at the end of the year, they exchanged those points for grain. He really couldn't do the field work, but luckily, his parents had given him a good appearance. With this face, he managed to get many benefits for himself. One of those was Lin Wanwan, the precious girl of the Lin family. Sometimes it was a cooked egg, sometimes a sweet, soft egg cake sold at the supply and marketing cooperative, so delicious you wanted to eat it all at once. Or sometimes, when no one was around, he would secretly sneak her 2 big shrimp crisps. That ugly, stupid, fat woman was easy to fool. He just said a few nice words or wrote a few love poems he copied from somewhere, and he could make her fall for him completely, as if she wanted to give him her heart. If she hadn't bumped into him and caused trouble between him and Bai Wenjin, he wouldn't really want to give up this fool who had his heart. But when he thought about Bai Wenjin being the daughter of the Revolutionary Committee director, his slight regret disappeared instantly. The status of the director's daughter is not something to compare with just a few bites of food. Soon, he planned to find a chance to go to the commune with Bai Wenjin and get their marriage certificate. By then, as a young person sent to the countryside, he would suddenly become the son-in-law of the director of the Revolutionary Committee. His father-in-law would surely be worried about his daughter and wouldn't want her to suffer in the countryside. He would look for a chance to transfer her to work in the city. As Bai Wenjin's husband, he would also try to help by asking his father-in-law to transfer him to the city for work. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhongwen showed a proud smile. It was as if a bright future was just ahead. In the afternoon, Wang Xiaoa, who had just returned from work, immediately ordered her eldest son, Lin Yuzhen, to slaughter the old hen in the chicken coop. Although she was reluctant to lose the chicken she had raised for 2 years, she knew she had to do it. She was willing to sacrifice her own comfort for her daughter's marriage. As long as she could force Zhou Zhongwen, that young man, to marry her daughter, she was ready to give everything, even her life if needed. Li Xiaodi, hearing her mother-in-law wanted to kill the chicken, didn't hide in the house pretending to be shy. She put on her shoes and ran outside. She was in such a hurry, she didn't even have time to pick up her shoes, afraid that if she was a second late, the chicken would fly away. "Mom, am I dreaming? Are we really going to kill the chicken and eat it tonight?" After speaking, Li Xiaodi pinched the soft flesh at her thigh. Standing nearby, Lin Yuzhu grimaced in pain and shouted, "Why are you pinching me for no reason?" Li Xiaodi, who only cared about meat, didn't want to argue with him. She rolled her eyes at him and looked at her mother-in-law with shining eyes. Her expression was like a puppy seeing a bone, eager to pounce and bite. Wang Shua looked at her useless second daughter-in-law and scolded with a smile. "You haven't earned many work points, and all you think about is eating. Our Lin family is cursed to have you." Despite the scolding, Li Xiaodi didn't get angry. She kept smiling happily, hoping her mother-in-law would be generous and give her a piece of meat when the chicken was cooked. Lin Wanwan came out of the house and saw her second sister-in-law smiling like a sunflower in front of her mother. She couldn't help but admire her. Compared to her older sister-in-law, who was so clumsy she couldn't even fart after a beating, her second sister-in-law's personality was more likable. Such a person would do well wherever she went. Wang Xiaoi caught a glimpse of her daughter coming out of the house from the corner of her eye. She stopped arguing with her second daughter-in-law and quickly went to her daughter. "Girl, you must be tired after lying down all day. Today we're killing chickens at home. Later, eat more meat to strengthen your body." Li Xiaodi spoke first, ahead of her younger sister-in-law. "Mother, I'm pregnant now and feeling tired too. Later, I want to eat more meat to nourish myself." Her flat belly showed no sign of pregnancy. Her rough hands, like tree bark, kept touching her stomach, full of pride and showing off. Li Xiaodi considered herself a great contributor to the Lin family. But suddenly, her happy dream was shattered. "Just because you're pregnant, you think you're the boss?
Dream on.
I tell you, you won't get any meat today." The family had several grandchildren and grandchildren, but Wang Xiaoi didn't really like children, especially Li Xiaodi's lazy child in her belly. She liked that even less. She was afraid that when the lazy girl gave birth, she would have another lazy child, another debt collector coming to ask for money. There wasn't enough grain in the house to support all of them. Hearing there was no meat, Li Xiaodi was so angry her face turned red, but she knew her mother-in-law's tricks. She was afraid she wouldn't get any meat and would be sent back to her parents' house. She forced down her anger and turned to complain to her husband. "Xiaodi, if you don't eat meat, then don't. Missing one bite won't kill you. Your mother is already working hard to run the household. Don't go out of your way to make her angry." Li Xiaodi looked at her husband's elbow, turning away, and almost fainted with anger. She pointed at Lin Yuzhu and tremblingly cursed, "Lin Yuzhu, I really am cursed to have married such a useless man." Again and again, the same words made Lin Yuzhu's ears ache. He didn't know if he was really stupid or just pretending, but he still didn't forget to provoke Li Xiaodi, who was furious. "With your family's conditions, only I would dare marry you. If it weren't for me, you'd have been sold by your mother to some old bachelor deep in the mountains to be his wife. Xiaodi, we need to learn to be content. Don't always say those useless words. I am a man, and I care about my reputation. Be content? Who are you kidding?" Li Xiaodi was so angry she ran into her room and started crying. Watching this scene, Lin Wanwan's mouth twitched. Her second brother really is a bit frustrating. If she were the second sister-in-law, she might be so upset she'd be angry inside. But right now, the second sister-in-law's pregnancy is the most important thing. Although Lin Wanwan hasn't had children herself, she knows from modern times how hard pregnancy and childbirth can be. "Host, don't worry. This system will protect you and make sure nothing goes wrong. Stupid system, stop eavesdropping on my thoughts." Watch out, I might get mad at you. He, eager to show system, immediately went silent after being scolded. Lin Wanwan snorted silently and then looked at Wang Xiui. Mom, the second sister-in-law is pregnant now. Maybe we should ask second brother to take a day off tomorrow and take her to the hospital for a checkup. During pregnancy, it's very important to follow the doctor's advice and have regular checkups. That's the only way to have a healthy baby. But Lin Wanwan, who is still getting used to the environment, clearly forgot that it's 1971 in the countryside. People barely have enough to eat, so there's no money for hospital visits. Even childbirth is usually done at home with a traditional birth attendant. Sure enough, her suggestion was met with opposition from Wang Xiui. Women, how can you not get pregnant or have children? When I was pregnant with you all, we didn't go to the hospital for checkups. Even giving birth was done at home by ourselves. When I was pregnant with your eldest brother, it was during the summer harvest. My water broke, but I still managed to go to the field and harvest 4 rows of wheat before going into labor. Women have always gone through this. Li Zhaodi isn't some noble lady. Going to the hospital is just a waste of money. Our family has so many mouths to feed. We don't have extra money to take her to the hospital. Girl, I think you just inherited your mother's kind heart. Too kind. In the end, Wang Xiui couldn't help but praise Lin Wanwan. In Wang Xiui's eyes, her daughter Lin Wanwan is perfect in every way. There's nothing wrong with her. After hearing this, Lin Wanwan realized she hadn't thought things through and decided not to say anything more. Today, the family rarely kills a chicken. Wang Xiui worries that her daughter-in-law might ruin her old chicken with her cooking skills, so she snatches the spatula from her eldest daughter-in-law and takes over the cooking herself. In her early years, her family had ancestors who worked as imperial chefs in the palace, so she learned a little about cooking. Although she can't make a full banquet, she can handle everyday home-cooked dishes well. Soon, the delicious smell wafts out of the kitchen, making everyone's mouths water. A few young children from the Lin family peek through the door and window, looking into the kitchen. They see Wang Xiui scoop a small spoonful of pig fat from the jar, heat it up, then add chopped chicken to stir-fry. When the chicken turns golden on the outside, she adds hot water that has been boiled earlier, and the pot bubbles loudly. With so many mouths to feed at home, one chicken isn't enough, especially since later she plans to invite that young man from the youth group to discuss marriage. She wants to save at least half a bowl of chicken for him. Hidden in the corner, a few potatoes are found by Wang Xiui. She instructs her eldest daughter-in-law to wash and cut the potatoes into pieces, then cook them together with the chicken. Since there's not enough chicken, the potatoes will make up for it. The aroma of chicken and potatoes cooking becomes more and more tempting. Lin Wanwan, resting in her room, smells it and involuntarily swallows her saliva. It smells so good. This is her body's natural instinct, as her stomach feels empty and anxious. After all, these days, people are struggling to survive, even eating tree bark and ground herbs. Even though Wang Xiui and Lin Shuixing love their daughter dearly, they can't cook meat for her every day. In the end, it's all because of poverty. Lured by the tempting smell, Lin Wanwan, feeling restless, wiggles her chubby body and goes out. The little children peeking through the door and window see her come and quickly make space for her. Wang Xiui sees her daughter-in-law standing foolishly at the door and quickly waves her in. She smiles warmly and says, "You're starving, right? Today I made your favorite potato chicken. Eat more later." "Thank you, Mom." Lin Wanwan steps forward, her nose filled with a fragrant, salty, spicy smell that makes her mouth water. Just then, an untimely cry comes from inside the house. Realizing that the sound is coming from her own stomach, Lin Wanwan blushes. Despite having tasted all kinds of delicacies in her past life, she is now drooling over a simple home-cooked chicken. Fortunately, her main rivals in the business world were not present, or else her hard-earned reputation would have been completely ruined. Wang Xiui felt a twinge of guilt, blaming herself for being an unfit mother and causing her daughter to go hungry. So, after the potatoes and chicken stew in the pot were ready, she quickly used chopsticks to give her daughter a chicken leg to eat. Both chicken legs went into Lin Wanfan's bowl. Seeing her little niece eating meat, Wang Chongfu eagerly ran over to her, grabbing her clothes and acting cute. "Grandma, I want to eat meat too. Eat, eat, just like your mother. Both of you are the same. In a past life, you must have been starving ghosts," she scolded, but still picked a piece of meat from the pot for Lin Chongfu. Excited, Lin Chongfu's face scrunched up into a bitter expression when he saw his grandma giving him a chicken butt. "Grandma, you're showing favoritism. You give my little cousin a chicken leg, but give me a chicken butt." Hearing this, Lin Wanfan suddenly felt that the chicken leg in her mouth didn't taste as good, but she wasn't foolish enough to give her own chicken leg away. The chicken leg in her bowl was given to her by her mother. If Lin Chongfu wanted to eat a chicken leg, he should go to his mother, not her, as her aunt. Moreover, she wasn't the only niece. She had 3 other nieces under her. 2 chicken legs wouldn't be enough for 4 people to share. Instead of blaming anyone for not getting a piece, it was better to have no one get any at all from the start. Seeing his grandson scold her for favoritism, Wang Xiui was so angry she refused to give him the chicken butt anymore. She pinched his ear and chased him out of the kitchen. Lin Chongfu, unable to get any meat, rolled on the ground, throwing a tantrum and shouting that he wanted to eat meat. If he didn't get any meat, he wouldn't get up. Wang Xiui looked at her unruly grandson, her brows so furrowed they could kill a fly, then glanced at her second son standing nearby with disdain and said, "Your son is like this, and you, as his father, don't do anything about it. Really, a son is just like his father. No wonder he has no achievements in his life." Lin Shuisheng, who had just come out of the bathroom, stiffened at her words, feeling that his wife was indirectly criticizing him. But as a lifelong obedient husband, he didn't say anything, only feeling a bit sorry for his grandson rolling on the ground. However, when he heard that his grandson wanted to take his niece's chicken leg, the little bit of guilt in his heart instantly disappeared. At such a young age, not respecting his younger sister was truly something that needed to be corrected. Lin Yuzhu was embarrassed by his mother's scolding, and his face turned pale. He went forward and pulled down Lin Chongfu's pants completely. A crisp slap landed on Lin Chongfu's buttocks, making him cry out loudly. "You brat, do you dare to steal your little sister's food again?" "No, I won't steal anymore." Lin Yuzhu stopped only after he was tired from hitting. Lin Chongfu, crying like a small kitten, rubbed his swollen butt and secretly resented his little sister in his heart. He hated his little sister, that fat girl. The 2 chicken legs on the chicken were in Lin Wanwan's bowl. She ate one herself, and the other was given to Wang Xiui. Wang Xiui was reluctant to eat it. When Lin Wanwan went outside to wash her hands, she secretly hid the chicken leg away. She planned to cook noodles with that chicken leg for Lin Wanwan tomorrow. At dinner time, Li Zhaodi, who was shameless, clearly forgot that her mother-in-law had forbidden her from eating tonight. She ran over to eat without being called, her eyes glued to the bowl of meat. Everyone else at the table, just like her, looked like starving ghosts who hadn't eaten in hundreds of years, staring fixedly at the meat and not willing to move. But Wang Xiui didn't speak, and no one dared to pick up their chopsticks. Seeing the children drooling with hunger, Grandpa Lin Shuisheng urged, "Wife, the kids have worked hard all day. Let's eat quickly. Before it gets dark, we should finish eating and go back to rest." The kerosene lamp burning at night also costs money. Saving every penny was important. Life in these days required careful planning. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xiui straightened up and began dividing the food among everyone. First was the daughter. Her overflowing bowl contained only 4 or 5 pieces of potato. Everything else was meat.
Next was the old man.
He received 2 chicken wings and a bowl of potatoes. Then the strong laborers in the family. The chicken neck was given to the eldest, Lin Yuzhen, and the chicken head to the second, Lin Yuzhu. The eldest daughter-in-law, Lu Yulan, received chicken liver and chicken heart. When it was the turn of the second daughter-in-law, Li Zhaodi, Wang Xiui's hand holding chopsticks suddenly changed direction, and she scooped a piece of meat and half a small bowl of potatoes for her eldest granddaughter, Lin Hongying. Li Zhaodi watched helplessly as the chicken she had been eagerly waiting for was taken away. Her anger instantly flared up. "Mother, I haven't had any yet." Wang Xiui glanced at her calmly. "Lazy about work, but eager to eat meat. Li Zhaodi, you're just lazy." Maybe you've forgotten what I said today. Desperate to get some meat, Li Xiaodi immediately lowered herself and begged, saying all the right things. Mother, just give me a piece of meat. I promise I'll work hard tomorrow and won't be lazy anymore. Mother, please. I haven't eaten meat in so long, I almost forgot what it tastes like. Just one piece, please. Don't even think about it, Wang Xiaoyi replied firmly. Li Xiaodi's eyes turned red with frustration, and she cursed silently in her heart, wondering why her mother-in-law hadn't died yet. Lin Yuzhu was worried about Li Xiaodi's unborn child. He looked nervously at Wang Xiaoyi, who was busy dividing food for her granddaughter, and pleaded, Mother, Xiaodi is pregnant now. She needs good nutrition. Can't you? Seeing her daughter-in-law's ungrateful attitude, Wang Xiaoyi felt cold inside. She snapped back. Should I cook my old bones and give them to your wife to strengthen her body? Mother, you've misunderstood me.
I didn't mean that.
He said, feeling sorry for his wife's unborn son. He had several sons of his own, but only Longfu. Fewer children meant others looked down on him, and no children meant even more disdain. Just like his older brother and sister-in-law, who were often criticized behind their backs as being childless. Wang Xiaoyi was annoyed by his timid, submissive face, but didn't embarrass him. She handed Li Xiaodi the chicken's tailbone from the bowl. Although Li Xiaodi was unhappy to receive only the chicken tailbone, even a small piece of meat, no matter how tiny, was still meat. She was afraid that if she angered her mother-in-law, she wouldn't get to eat anything at all. She happily ate the chicken tailbone, which was slightly larger than a fingernail, but before she could taste its flavor, it was gone. So, Li Xiaodi turned her gaze to her husband, who was busy gnawing on a chicken head. You, my son inside my belly, say you're hungry and want to eat meat. Lin Yuzhen couldn't resist her stare and reluctantly handed her the half-eaten chicken head. Wang Xiaoyi glanced at the young couple briefly, then looked away. If someone is willing to ask and another is happy to give, as a mother, what can she say? Wang Xiaoyi distributed meat to everyone in the family. When it was her turn, only a few soft, cooked potatoes remained in the bowl. She scooped all those potatoes into her own bowl and started eating. Lin Wanan, sitting next to her, immediately noticed that Wang Xiaoyi's bowl was full of potatoes, so she used her chopsticks to pick chicken for her mother. Sharp-eyed Wang Xiaoyi saw her daughter trying to give her meat and saw her hand pulling back from the bowl. Girl, Mom's teeth aren't good. I don't like eating meat. You eat this. Nowadays, who doesn't like meat? Lin Wanan knew she was trying to trick her, so she took half of the chicken from her own bowl and shared it with her mother and Lin Shuixing. Seeing how thoughtful their daughter was, both Wang Xiaoyi and Lin Shuixing's eyes welled up with tears. No wonder everyone says that daughters are their parents' little warm quilts, better than sons who only seem to take and never give. However, Lin Shuixing looked at the meat in his bowl and hesitated to eat it. He turned to Wang Xiaoyi and said, Wife, this meat. Your daughter is showing her respect to you. Just eat it. When there's more, I'll buy more for her, Wang Xiaoyi said with a faint smile on her worried face. She couldn't waste her daughter's kindness to them. Lin Shuixing nodded silently and lowered his head to eat. The chicken was very flavorful, and the potatoes soaked in the broth tasted even better. Everyone lowered their heads, eating the meat and potatoes in their bowls, not daring to lift their heads. After finishing the meat and potatoes, Lin Wanan forced herself to eat about 80% full. When she finished and went back to her room to rest on the bed, a few steps away in the kitchen, people were fighting over the chicken bones she had just gnawed on, with greedy Li Xiaodi finally winning. There was no meat on the bones, but the savory flavor was still good. Meanwhile, at the youth workers' station, since Wang Xiaoyi came in the morning to tell him about killing a chicken at home and inviting him to eat meat, Zhou Zongwen had been thinking about the fragrant big chicken leg all afternoon during work. But no matter how long he waited, Lin's family didn't come to invite him to dinner. He started to feel anxious. Even the food in his hand, a small bun, lost its taste. The young educated youth Wang Yonghao saw Zhou Zongwen looking distracted and teasingly said, Zhou, isn't Aunt Wang inviting you to eat meat tonight? It's already this late. Why hasn't she come to invite you home? Has Aunt Wang forgotten about it? Hearing the words Aunt Wang, Bai Wuwen's heart immediately alarmed. She looked at Zhou Zhongwen sitting opposite her and said sharply, "Who is Aunt Wang? Why would she call you to her house for a meal?" Zhou was about to explain, but another young male youth interrupted. How many Aunt Wangs can there be in our team? Besides Wang Xiaoa, who likes to take advantage of others, who else could it be? I think Aunt Wang has her eye on Zhou. She wants him to be her son-in-law. Everyone knows her daughter likes Zhou. As soon as he said this, the others at the table started laughing. Bai Wuen's face turned very ugly. She glared fiercely at Zhou and then ran out crying, covering her face. Zhou saw this and quickly followed, worried that she might run away. He had been hoping every day and night to get close to Bai Wuen, dreaming of becoming the son-in-law of the director of the Beijing Municipal Revolutionary Committee. In such critical moments, he couldn't afford to make mistakes. The other young educated youths in the room watched the two run out one after the other, feeling stunned. Why are we talking about Zhou? Why is Bai so emotional? Does she like Zhou? Is she jealous because of what we just said? Realizing the big secret, Wang Yonghao became more excited, his eyes full of curiosity. The only girl who knew their secret, Wang Cancan, curled her lips and said openly, "Zhou and Bai have been together since last month. I think they will get their marriage certificate at the commune soon." She shared a room with Bai Wuwen and knew everything about her. She pretended to be close to Zhou, but secretly flirted with the young son of the team leader. She had seen the team leader's son secretly bringing food to Bai Wuwen several times. Now, with food being so important, he just gave it away. Wang Cancan looked at this with envy. She is also a young person sent to the countryside, and she looks just as good as Bai Wenjin. Why hasn't anyone sent her anything? Everyone was shocked by this sudden big news. Quick-witted, Wang Yonghao said, "Isn't Zhou a young person sent to the countryside who is close to Wang Auntie's chubby daughter? How come he's involved with Bai Jiqing? If this is true, isn't it just messing around with relationships?" Once this news spreads, not only Zhou Zhongwen will be in trouble, but it will also damage the reputation of these young people in the team. Their already limited good reputation might be ruined further. Everyone fell silent. Bai Wenjin ran quickly to the firewood pile outside the young people's station and cried, tears streaming down her face, looking very pitiful. Zhou Zhongwen, who was chasing after her, saw this scene and felt his heart break. Honestly, besides Bai Wenjin's family background, what attracted him was her sad and delicate face. No girl in the whole team looked as beautiful as Bai Wenjin. Men all want to marry pretty girls, and he was no exception. From the moment Bai Wenjin was sent to their team, he had his eyes on her. Fortunately, Bai Wenjin was also a flirt, and he quickly seduced her, even getting her to give herself to him. Now was a fresh and exciting time, and they couldn't just break up easily. Zhou Zhongwen, panting heavily, held Bai Wenjin in his arms. She cried while swinging her small fists to hit him. He felt pain in his chest from her punches but patiently comforted her. "Wenjin, you have to believe me. I really have nothing to do with that fat woman. But Bai Auntie invited you to dinner today."
"I'm afraid."
"Afraid someone will take you away from me. Brother Zhou, Wenjin only has you. Wenjin has given herself to you. If you don't marry me in the future, I might as well throw myself to death now. To save you trouble." As she spoke, Bai Wenjin struggled to get out of his arms to hit a tree, but Zhou Zhongwen didn't want to let go. He used all his strength to hold her tightly and didn't forget to press her small hands against his chest, speaking sweet nothings with a serious face. "Wenjin, I only want you in this life. If you die, how can I live? As for that fat woman, I already told her clearly in front of you last time. I don't like her. I have loved only you from the beginning to the end. If you still don't believe me, I will go to the kitchen and take a knife, then show you my heart." Hearing this, Bai Wenjin was frightened. She quickly covered his mouth with her hand and said playfully, "Stop talking nonsense. If you cut out your heart, you'll die." "I believe you." Zhou Zhongwen kissed her small hand that was covering his mouth and said shamelessly, "I knew my good Wenjin wouldn't want me to die." Bai Wenjin blushed and buried her face in his chest, afraid to look up. Zhou Zhongwen was not a proper gentleman who stayed calm in such moments. Now, with her in his arms and the scent of her body filling his nose, he was breathing heavily. Bai Wenjin noticed his body changing and, worried about being seen and ruining her reputation, tried to push herself away from him. But Zhou Zhongwen, as a man, couldn't bear to let her go. He rested his chin on her neck and coaxed, "My good Wenjin, can you be good to me now? Can we do this another day?" "I'm afraid." "Afraid of what?" "I'm here. No one will find out." As he spoke, his big hands moved over her body. The temperature around them was rising, and Bai Wenjin started to crave his touch. She hesitated but eventually gave in to him. 5 minutes later, Zhou Zhongwen, satisfied, pulled up his pants and left. Bai Wenjin watched him go with a sad face. As Zhou Zhongwen entered the yard, he ran into Lin Xuexing, who had come to invite him to dinner at his house. Although Zhou Zhongwen had promised Bai Wenjin not to go to Lin's house for dinner, he couldn't resist the temptation of food. Before Bai Wenjin noticed, he followed Lin Xuexing back to his home. The Lin family was very quiet now. Everyone had finished eating and gone to bed. To save money, they didn't light the kerosene lamps. Wang Xiaoyi sat in the main hall, watching over the house. After a while, she saw her husband bring in the young man who had come to visit. She quickly arranged to bring over the half a bowl of chicken that was warming in the pot and asked her husband to find the bottle of white liquor she had hidden under the bed. By the light of the kerosene lamp, Zhou Zhongwen saw the half bowl of chicken on the table, and it smelled so good that he was drooling. At the same time, his stomach was protesting and he decided to pretend he was busy elsewhere. A hint of embarrassment flashed across his face. After adjusting his mood, he looked up at Wang Xiaoyi, who was glaring at him fiercely. He politely said, "Andy, just tell me what you want. Seeing you look at me like that makes me nervous. It's nothing serious, just that I see you've been working hard lately. I want to invite you to our house for a meal. This meat is cooked by me. Please try it and see if it suits your taste." He thought it best to eat her cooking before discussing anything serious. Zhou Zhongwen looked at Wang Xiaoyi, who was smiling kindly at him, and felt a strange chill. But the smell of the chicken on the table was so good that he forgot all about schemes and plans. He focused on eating the meat. Wang Xiaoyi sat nearby, filling his cup with wine. Worried, Zhou Zhongwen only ate the meat and didn't drink. In just a few minutes, he had eaten half of the chicken, leaving behind a pile of bones on his left side. He couldn't tell if it was because he saw Wang Xiaoyi, who was proud in the team, bowing so humbly in front of him, or if he was just hungry from eating meat. He grumbled, "Auntie, you invited me here to eat, but all I get is chicken claws and leftovers. Do you have some kind of opinion about me? Nowadays, just having meat to eat was good enough." Why was she so picky? That woman was really pushing her luck. He wanted to slap her hard to make her see how red the sky was. But then he remembered his precious daughter, who was risking her life for this young man. Wang Xiaoyi held back her anger and kept smiling as she said, "It's nothing, really. In our lava flower team, I value you the most. You're honest and kind, and you're a youth from Shanghai. No one in our team can compare to you." Zhou Zhongwen nodded politely, agreeing with her words, but he still found flaws. "If you value me so much, then why are you giving me chicken claws and potatoes instead of chicken legs? Honestly, Annie, you still have opinions about me. The chicken legs are for Wan Wan. She loves my cooking the most." When he heard that the chicken leg, which should have been his, was eaten by Lin Wan Wan, that lazy girl, Zhou Zhongwen got angry and said without thinking, "Auntie, I'm not criticizing you, but even if you spoil your daughter, you shouldn't spoil her this much. Look at what she's become. Since she doesn't even look like a proper girl, I wonder which man would dare to marry her in the future." Wang Xiaoyi's smile instantly froze. She snatched the chicken claw that Zhou Zhongwen was biting and directly confronted him. "Annie just wants to ask you, are you willing to marry my daughter?" Hearing this, Zhou Zhongwen felt like a bolt from the blue. Before he could swallow the chicken claw in his mouth, he spat it out onto Wang Xiaoyi's face. Wang Xiaoyi calmly wiped her face and said, "Auntie is serious. My daughter is kind and good-looking, and she has a good figure. She's destined to have children. If you marry her, you can enjoy yourself in bed." Whether he would enjoy it or not, Zhou Zhongwen didn't know. All he knew was that when they went to bed, Lin Wuan, that fat woman, could crush him. He thought about making her his wife, but maybe next lifetime. He felt this way inside, but saying it out loud was another matter. After all, Wang Xiui loved her daughter very much. If he said the wrong thing, she, this fiery woman, might tear him apart. Zhou Zhongwen thought for a moment and said, "Auntie, in my heart, I've always regarded Miss Lin as a little sister. I can't marry her. Also, before I came, my mother told me that my marriage would be arranged when I returned to the city. All this nonsense actually showed that he didn't like her daughter and didn't want to marry her." "You're really blind as a dog," Wang Xiui cursed silently. After eating the meat, seeing Wang Xiui's face turn darker and darker, Zhou Zhongwen felt something was wrong. He quickly said, "Annie, I have to go to work early tomorrow morning. I won't disturb your rest. I have some things to do, so I'll leave now." When he tried to leave, Wang Xiui immediately stepped forward to stop him. "Zhou Jiqing, what do I need to do for you to agree to marry my daughter?" Looking at Wang Xiui blocking his way, Zhou Zhongwen's eyes showed impatience. "Auntie, nowadays, marriage is based on free will. It's a matter of both parties agreeing. It's not just your words that will make me marry Miss Lin. She's a good girl, but I don't like her. 300 yuan plus a Phoenix brand bicycle." "What?" Zhou Zhongwen thought he was hearing things. Wang Xiui patiently repeated what she just said. "As long as you agree to marry my daughter, I will buy you a Phoenix bicycle and give you 300 yuan as dowry." Zhou Zhongwen was sure he hadn't heard wrong this time. Wang Xiui, the loud woman, just said that as long as he married Lin Wanfan, she would give him 300 yuan plus a Phoenix brand bicycle. A brand new Phoenix bicycle costs at least 150 or 160 yuan, plus the 300 yuan she promised, totaling at least 500 yuan. Over the years, not to mention the team leader's family, even in his own family, his parents would have to work in the factory for a year without eating or drinking to earn that much. Caught off guard by this big surprise, Zhou Zhongwen suddenly thought that marrying that overweight woman, Lin Wanfan, might not be a bad idea. But when he thought about Bai Wenwen, who was willing to give herself to him, his mind instantly became much clearer. Bai Wenwen's father was the director of the Revolutionary Committee. If he could connect with the Bai family, he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. So, he couldn't give up Bai Wenwen just for this small temptation. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Zhongwen forced a fake smile and said, "Andy, money is powerful, but some things can't be solved with money. I really don't like Miss Lin, so I can't agree." Seeing Zhou Zhongwen not falling for it, Wang Xiui had to add more incentives. "Haven't you always wanted to go back to the city? As long as you marry my daughter, I will ask the team leader to give you next year's quota for workers, farmers, and soldiers. After marriage, our family will also give you 80 jin of grain each month." Hearing the words, workers, farmers, and soldiers, Zhou Zhongwen's calm heart suddenly started pounding. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Annie, can you really get me that quota?" With a recommended quota from the team for workers, farmers, and soldiers, he could go to the city to study. In college, with the face his parents gave him, he would surely do well and make a name for himself. Maybe he could even find a girlfriend who was better in looks and background than Bai Wenwen. Wang Xiui saw his expression soften and finally breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest to promise him, "The team leader is my older brother. If I ask him to do something, it's just a matter of a word. As long as you agree to marry my daughter, I will make sure he gives you that recommended quota." Zhou Zhongwen was tempted by Wang Xiui's words. Marrying her was fine, but if he divorced later, he would lose the recommended quota for workers, farmers, and soldiers. Once lost, it would be gone forever. The county gives only 2 recommended quotas for workers, farmers, and soldiers each year. But the commune has at least dozens of teams. What if there aren't enough quotas to go around? Only one team can take turns each time. Next year, it will be their team's turn. However, the team is quite exclusive, so the spots usually go to members of their own team. As for the outsiders, the educated youth from other places, they don't even get a chance to think about it. But now, with Wang Xiui's help, maybe next year's list of recommended workers and soldiers will include his name. "Auntie, this is a big matter. I need to go home and think about it. I'll tell you when I have made up my mind." As soon as Zhou Zhongwen finished speaking, a loud, angry voice came from the door. "Thinking about it? You wish. Miss, I would never marry a scoundrel like you, who tricks young girls with looks. Wang Xiui saw her daughter coming over and felt a bit nervous. She quickly sat up and went to her. Girl, weren't you sleeping in the room? Why are you awake now? She originally wanted to surprise her daughter, but things went wrong, and her daughter looked very angry. In the end, she felt that she, as a mother, was useless. Lin Wanwen said, Mom, if I didn't come, would you and Dad plan to hide this from me forever? She was lying in bed sleeping, but the system woke her up, saying there was a situation here and urging her to come over. Fortunately, she came today. Lin Wanwen felt both angry and distressed. She was angry at Zhou Zhongwen, the scoundrel, for killing the original owner and still daring to come to their house to eat. She was distressed because Wang Xiui and her husband had gone to such lengths for their daughter. She didn't know much about the purchasing power of money at that time, but she knew that 300 yuan was a huge amount in the 1970s. Not to mention the Phoenix bicycle that Wang Xiui promised to give the scoundrel. The old couple had saved and scrimped their whole lives, probably even using their savings for their daughter, without considering their own future. They were truly foolish and adorable. Lin Wanwen's eyes turned red thinking about it. Wang Xiui gently rubbed her daughter's head and said softly, Girl, haven't you always wanted to marry Zhou Jiqing? Your dad and I have no choice. But Zhou Jiqing has agreed to marry you. In a few days, I will find someone to choose an auspicious day, and we will hold the wedding. Mom, I don't want to marry that kind of person. When Zhou Zhongwen heard Lin Wanwen's clear disdain, he shouted angrily, Lin Wanwen, you fat girl. If you don't want to marry me, I don't want to marry you either. Look at yourself. Big and fat like a sow. Just your face alone makes people feel sick to their stomach. Before she finished speaking, Wang Xiui slapped him hard several times on the face. I told you not to be rude. I told you not to talk about my daughter. I will beat you to death. You crazy woman. Let me go. Zhou Zhongwen couldn't dodge in time, and his face was marked with more bruises. Zhou Zhongwen had never felt such humiliation before. At this moment, he even wanted to kill Wang Xiui and her family. But he was no match for Wang Xiui, who had been working in the fields all her life, even to carry a bucket of water. Wang Xiui's eyes turned red with anger. She had raised her daughter carefully, only to be called a big fat pig. It felt like a knife stabbing her in the heart. She thought, maybe this marriage isn't worth it. Anyway, her daughter had just said she wouldn't marry him, no matter what. After she beats him to death, she would find a better-looking match for her daughter through the matchmaker. She was riding on Zhou Zhongwen, hitting his face from side to side. Today, if she didn't kill this little brat, she wouldn't be Wang's family. In just a few seconds, Zhou Zhongwen's normally handsome face swelled up like a pig's head, visibly. Lin Shuisheng, who had been silent all along, stepped forward and kicked Zhou Zhongwen several times. He thought, if someone insults his sister, he deserves to be beaten. Zhou Zhongwen, surrounded and overwhelmed, was beaten so badly he couldn't fight back. He could only scream and beg for mercy. The noise in the main hall was so loud that the older brother and sister-in-law, who had just fallen asleep, woke up. They quickly put on their clothes and headed toward the hall. But when they saw Wang Xiui riding on Zhou Zhongwen and hitting him, they were stunned. Why did they start fighting all of a sudden? Wasn't Zhou Zhongwen their sister's favorite man? If anyone said something bad about him, their sister would fight with them. Before they could think further, Wang Xiui turned to them and said, Why are you just standing there? That little brat insulted your sister. You brothers-in-law should come help. Beat this little troublemaker to death. Lin Yuzhen and Lin Yuzhu, who were listening, saw their own sister being insulted and immediately got angry. They swung their fists like sandbags and viciously punched Zhou Zhongwen. Suddenly, Zhou Zhongwen felt pain in his internal organs, so intense he couldn't even beg for mercy. Lu Yan and Li Zhaodi, both sisters-in-law, also hurried forward to help beat up Zhou Zhongwen. Now, Zhou Zhongwen, who was beaten by the Lin family, truly wished he could disappear. 5-year-old Lin Hongni still remembered the large shrimp pastry her sister-in-law gave her this morning. She waved her soft little fists and hit Zhou Zhongwen, muttering, You big bad guy, you bullied my sister-in-law, I'll hit you. Lin Wuan watched her family work together to beat up the scoundrel, feeling a warm feeling inside. Her anxious heart, since arriving here, suddenly calmed down at this moment. Finally, seeing Zhou Zhongwen almost beaten to death by his family, Lin Wuan quickly shouted to stop. It's not worth risking someone's life over this beast. If she really wanted to punish him, there are countless ways to do it. Wang Xiui, who always listened to her daughter, immediately stopped when she heard her daughter speak. But as she stood up, she didn't forget to kick Zhou Zhongwen hard. The others also gradually stopped. At this moment, Zhou Zhongwen, who was barely alive from the beating, lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Just as he was relieved to have survived, he didn't know that the next second would bring a nightmare even worse than the beating. Lin Wuan, with her heavy legs, walked over to Zhou Zhongwen. She stepped on his hands with her right foot and looked down at him, saying, "Zhou Zhongwen, the debts you owe me. Today we will settle them one by one." Zhou Zhongwen's eyes, like a venomous snake, stared fiercely at Lin Wuan. He was beaten like this because of her. Right now, he just wanted to personally punish this fat woman to avenge himself. In the past 6 months, you borrowed a total of 66 yuan from me, claiming your parents were sick. Besides that, there were some food items, eggs, red sugar, large shrimp pastries, and so on. I'll count 3 yuan for you. All together, it adds up perfectly. I think 100 yuan is not too much to ask from you. Zhou Zhongwen widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Lin Wuan. Does this fat woman even know what she's saying? Those things weren't him asking for them. She forced him to accept them. He was now broke and had no money to pay her back. Zhongwen, with a dry and bloodshot throat, forced out a few words. "You're dreaming." Li Xiaodi rushed ahead of Lin Wuan, slapped Zhongwen several times with both hands. Zhongwen's 2 front teeth were knocked out. "You murderer! You borrowed so much money from our Lin family. If you dare not to pay it back, I'll report you to the police." "Let the police arrest you," Li Xiaodi said, her heart bleeding with pain. 100 yuan could buy several bags of grain on the black market. With food, she wouldn't have to go hungry every day. All of this was caused by that murder. The few slaps she just gave him were too light. Getting angrier, Li Xiaodi bent down and slapped Zhongwen's face again. The rest of the family shared Li Xiaodi's feelings. They hated Zhongwen for stealing so much money from Lin's little sister and wished they could punish him severely. As for blaming Lin Wuan, the whole family, brainwashed by Wang Xiui, didn't think it was their fault. They blamed their little sister for being too naive, falling for Zhongwen's tricks, and losing so many good things. Zhongwen couldn't hold on and fainted. Lin Wuan asked her older brother, Lin Yuzhen, to go outside and bring a basin of water to wake him up. Now, Zhongwen, afraid of being beaten further, was truly scared he might lose his life here. He hurriedly begged for mercy. "I'll pay you back." He just wanted to survive and get out of here. As for paying back the money, Lin Wuan, this fat woman, was dreaming. He didn't believe he wouldn't pay back the money. He dared anyone to try to silence him publicly. Lin Wuan saw through Zhongwen's little schemes clearly. She coldly said, "Zhongwen, I still have those love poems you wrote for me. If you dare not pay back the money, I'll report you for having an affair with a young girl. While flirting with me, you were also kissing Bai Wenjin at the youth station in broad daylight. If that happens, no one can save you. You might even be sent to be executed." Nowadays, being caught having an affair was a serious matter with severe consequences. Hearing Lin Wuan's threat, Zhongwen's face turned pale with fear. Especially when the image of being executed flashed through his mind, he involuntarily lost control of his bladder. The room was filled with a strong smell of urine. Everyone, smelling this unpleasant odor, couldn't help but hold their breath. 10-year-old Lin Chongfu saw under the dim kerosene lamp that Zhou Zhongwen was lying on the ground with a large wet patch in his crotch. He was so happy, as if he had discovered a new world, clapping his hands and shouting, "The educated youth wet his pants. The educated youth wet his pants." Lin Hongni covered her face but still peeked through her fingers, muttering, "Such a big person and still wet his pants. How embarrassing." Everyone in the room couldn't help but hide their laughter at the little girl's childish words. It's true, 5-year-old Lin Hongni had long stopped wetting her pants, but 20-something Zhou Zhongwen, who was supposed to be an adult, had wet himself like a child. If this got out, it would surely make outsiders laugh their heads off. Amidst the obvious sneers and laughter, Zhou Zhongwen, the person involved, wished he could find a stone to hit himself with right then and there. It was so embarrassing, more than he had ever been in his life. Lin Wanwan warned Zhou Zhongwen again. If she didn't see the money in the next couple of days, she would report him to the commune, and Lin Yuzhen would have him dragged out and thrown away. Just one more look at him made her feel sick and kept her from sleeping. He is indeed quite handsome, like a bright flower blooming suddenly in a pile of cow dung, but he's too weak to carry or lift anything. What's the use of him? Is he just for decoration at home? Just looking at him makes her feel upset. Such a man, even if he's a kept man, wouldn't understand anything about it. The original girl was truly mistaken in her feelings. But at least she had already avenged her original self. Today's farce was finally over. Everyone, after venting their anger, went back to their rooms to sleep. As Lin Wanwan lay on her bed, pretending to be dead, the system suddenly spoke. Name: Zhou Zhongwen. Gender: male. Age: 25. Height: 170 centimeters. Weight: 100 kilograms. Intelligence: 20. Appearance: 30. Body: 20. Ability: 5. Unqualified. Fertility: 5. Unqualified. Hearing the last two comments from the system, Lin Wanwan's mouth twitched uncontrollably for a few seconds. This lousy system didn't need to be so detailed. She really didn't want to know the sad truth about that useless person. Host, you did the right thing. Someone like him, a useless man, can't bring you happiness. Just leave him behind. In the future, I will find you a man from a noble family who is strong in appearance, health, and character. The system mumbled a lot, but Lin Wanwan, exhausted and about to die, didn't listen at all. She just fell asleep as soon as she touched the bed. The system, waiting long for the host's response, was silent. Is it still possible to find a new host now? Meanwhile, Zhou Zhongwen, thrown out of the Lin family like a stray dog, struggled to get up from the ground, enduring pain. He limped toward the youth commune. To save money, the people at the youth commune didn't even bother to light kerosene lamps. When Zhou Zhongwen pushed open the door, the male youths lying on the bed smelled a strong, unpleasant odor. They instinctively looked toward the door. Under the faint moonlight, they saw Zhou Zhongwen standing there. Wang Yonghao asked, "Zhou, didn't you go to Aunt Wang's house for meat? Why are you back so late? You have to get up early tomorrow for work, and your body smells like urine. Did you fall into the latrine?" His small mouth kept talking non-stop, like a machine gun. Zhou Zhongwen looked at Wang Yonghao with a resentful gaze and, in a hoarse voice, said, "Nothing much. I just bumped into something on the way back." Without waiting for others to speak, Zhou Zhongwen, hurt and tired, rummaged through his wardrobe, grabbed 2 pieces of clothing, and carried a porcelain basin to wash his face. He endured the pain and used his last bit of soap to wash himself thoroughly. Looking at the dirty clothes thrown on the ground, he felt an unprecedented sense of shame. One day, he would leave the countryside and return to the city. When he becomes successful and famous, he will make the Lin family members beg for mercy, unable to live or die. Especially that fat woman, Lin Wanwan. He would make her kneel and lick his shoes. As for the 100 yuan that Lin Wanwan, that fat woman, demanded from him now, he could just ask Bai Wengwen for it. Since she is the daughter of the Revolutionary Committee director, she should be able to come up with that small amount. If she refuses, then more than Justin will suffer. Moreover, after he took her body and broke her innocence, besides him, no other man would want a woman who had been used and was considered second-hand. The next morning, everyone at the youth camp looked at Zhou Zhongwen, who was bruised and swollen with 2 missing front teeth, and couldn't help but gasp in shock. Especially Bai Wenjin, who looked at him with concern. Kind-hearted Meng Honghong asked, "Zhou Ziking, what happened to you? Do you want to go next door and ask the barefoot doctor to check you? If not, I can talk to the team leader during work and ask for a day off. You should rest well at the youth camp today, Zhou Zhongwen gratefully said. Meng Ziking, thank you. Please ask the team leader for a day off for me today, saying I haven't been feeling well these past few days and can't go to work. Now, with his current condition, if others in the team saw him like this, it might cause trouble. He absolutely couldn't let outsiders know about the beating he received from the Lin family. After breakfast, the youth camp members went to work. Bai Wenjin, who was walking with Meng Honghong, had just left the camp when she suddenly claimed she had a stomach ache. She asked Meng Honghong to help her get a half-day leave, then sneaked back to the camp. Meng Honghong said to Wang Cancan, who was working with her, Wenjin probably caught a cold last night or ate something bad. With the heat today, food spoils quickly. Wang Cancan curled her lips coldly and said, she's lively and bouncing around, so she doesn't have a stomach ache. I think she just cares about Zhou Ziking and is rushing back to serve him. Bai Wenjin, this silly girl, is the least valuable when she throws herself at a man who doesn't appreciate her. Wenjin, why did you come back? Zhou Zhongwen, lying on the bed resting, immediately sat up when he saw Bai Wenjin standing at the door. In the process of getting up, he accidentally pulled at his wound and cried out in pain. Bai Wenjin quickly closed the door and ran to his bedside, her eyes full of worry. Brother Zhou, what happened to you? Did someone hit you? Who hit you? Tell me, I'll go and get revenge for you. Zhou Zhongwen was very happy to see Bai Wenjin so worried about him. Even if Bai Wenjin was the daughter of the Revolutionary Committee director. So what? He was still captivated by her charm and willingly gave himself to her, insisting she was the only one he would marry. Only Lin Wanwan, that foolish, greedy woman, was blind and unworthy. She wanted to take what he gave and get even more in return. She also held tight to his secrets, controlling them completely. If he dared not give her the 100 yuan, the next day she would report him to the local authorities for inappropriate behavior. He might even be taken away and punished. Just thinking about giving away that 100 yuan so easily made Zhou Zhongwen feel terrible, as if his heart was being torn apart. He wished he could hurt Lin Wanwan twice as much. Seeing his face turn even paler, Bai Wuwen was panic-stricken. Brother Zhou, are you feeling unwell? Wait here, I'll go next door and get a doctor for you. Knowing there was no hope of returning to the city, she refused to marry the local farmers. From the start, she had her eyes on Zhou Zhongwen, who was also a young worker from the city. He was good-looking, had finished high school, and came from a decent family. She had heard from Wang Haoren that Zhou Zhongwen's father was a deputy director at a steel factory, and his mother worked at the neighborhood committee. His family had many children, and there weren't enough work positions, so he was sent to the countryside. Of course, Zhou Zhongwen's parents were trying to find ways to bring him back to the city for work. When that happened, his family would surely take care of her as his wife. Maybe if she played the victim, she could go back to the city with him. So, Zhou Zhongwen couldn't get into trouble. She was counting on his family's connections to return to the city. Inside the room, both of them had their own plans and schemes. When Zhou Zhongwen saw Bai Wuwen was about to leave to get a doctor, he quickly stopped her. Wuwen, no need to call a doctor. My injury is… What kind of injury? That woman Lin Wanwan hit me. That's so unfair, Bai Wuwen said with tears in her eyes. Then she declared loudly, No, I'll go talk to the team leader myself. They're being too mean. They think because they're locals, they can beat up young workers from the countryside. If the team leader doesn't do anything, I'll go to the commune to complain. If things get worse, I'll even go to the county. No matter what, I want to get justice for you. Seeing Bai Wuwen, this foolish girl, thinking she could go to the team leader for justice, Zhou Zhongwen was so angry he almost cursed. He didn't want her to get hurt, but he also wanted to stay alive. If we really make this matter big, the Lin family won't be involved, but instead, the two of us will be the ones caught. Zhou Zhongwen quickly interrupted her. Lin Wanwan is holding our leverage. If we don't give her 100 yuan, she'll report us to the commune for having an inappropriate relationship, and the commune people will come to arrest us. What? That fat woman actually wants to report us? Does she want to die? Bai Wuwen was stunned, raising her voice at the end. Zhou Zhongwen said impatiently, It's not that she wants to die now, but if she reports our affair to the commune, we won't have a way out. If it really comes to that, we can just openly admit our relationship to the team. I've already given myself to you, and getting married is just a matter of time. With that, I don't think she can still report us to the commune. The more Bai Wuan thought about it, the more she felt this plan could work, and she started to laugh. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhongwen, sitting on the bed, looked increasingly grim. He knew this could work, but the key point was that Lin Wanwan still had the love poems he wrote for her. That crazy woman, Lin Wanwan, could do anything when she was pushed to the limit. He couldn't take that risk. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Zhongwen calmed down and half-heartedly persuaded her. You see it that way, but a stronger force is always on top. If we make this matter big, who do you think the team leader will protect? The team leader is Lin Wanwan's real uncle. You don't need to think hard to know he'll protect her. When that happens, our days in the team will be tough, and most importantly, if we upset the team leader, he might block us from returning to the city in the future. Have you thought about that? After hearing Zhou Zhongwen's analysis, Bai Wuen's face turned pale. Tears, like beans, started to fall, looking very pitiful. What should we do? Do we really have to silently accept this loss? If we accept it, we still have to give her the 100 yuan she wants. Otherwise, if she reports us to the commune, we won't have a good outcome. Don't forget, the last time we kissed at the youth camp, she saw us. Bai Wuan trembled with fear, quickly leaning on Zhou Zhongwen's arm. Just give her the money. We must not let her make this bigger. Before getting married, kissing a man is a big deal. If it got out, the gossiping women in the team would surely criticize her harshly. At this moment, Bai Wenwen was very glad that her secret with Zhou Zhongwen hadn't been discovered. Mentioning this, Zhou Zhongwen looked uncomfortable and hesitated to speak. Wenwen, I don't have that much money right now. Can you please take out some to give to that fat woman? Worried that Bai Wenwen wouldn't agree, Zhou Zhongwen raised his hand and swore. Don't worry, Wenwen. Zhou Zhongwen, will never betray you in this life. If I tell a lie, let me be struck by lightning. After saying that, he silently added in his mind, all those words just now don't count. I was just trying to fool this naive girl, Bai Wenwen. A successful man in life usually has many women around him, beautiful women everywhere. Bai Wenwen's face stiffened, and her tone sounded very unnatural. I don't have that much money. Zhou Zhongwen thought she was reluctant, but now things were urgent. Lin Wanfan only gave him 2 days to raise the money. To avoid exposing their secret to the commune, he had to patiently coax her. Wenwen, you can't be that short of money. Your dad is the director of the Revolutionary Committee, and you're his daughter. He wouldn't refuse to give you money before you go to the countryside. Just think of it as for our future. Take out the money and give it to that fat woman. When we get married someday, I'll give you all the money I earn. Bai Wenwen's eyes flickered with guilt, and she said nervously, Brother Zhou, I really don't have any money. If I had it, I would definitely give it to you. Zhou Zhongwen's face immediately turned cold. Seeing that Bai Wenwen had money but refused to help him, his voice carried a hint of anger. If you don't want to help me, just say so. Don't make up other reasons. I was wrong to trust you before. Seeing Zhou Zhongwen angry, Bai Wenwen was so nervous, she almost cried. She quickly reached out to hold his hand and explain, but he pushed her away. Zhou Zhongwen turned his back to her and refused to look at her, leaving only this sentence. If Lin Wanfan doesn't get the money by tomorrow night, she will report us to the commune for having an affair. Then, only I will be in trouble. Whether you take the money or not is up to you. Brother Zhou, I didn't lie to you. I really don't have that much money, Zhou Zhongwen said firmly. Your dad is so rich. When you went to the countryside, he didn't give you any money. Who would believe that? Bai Wuan, I'm not a fool. He wasn't afraid to push Bai Wuan to the limit, even if it meant she would break up with him. After all, no woman who has lost her innocence would want to take on a burden. His earlier pleas for sympathy didn't work, so he decided to be more assertive to show her he's serious. He didn't believe Bai Wuan wouldn't help him. Bai Wuan bit her lip tightly, struggling for a long time before she finally spoke. All those words, I told you, were lies. My dad isn't a director of the Revolutionary Committee. He's just an ordinary worker at the cotton factory. My mom got sick and passed away last year. After my mom died, my dad married a widow from the neighborhood. That widow wanted to marry me off to the factory director's foolish son, but I refused, so I signed up to go to the countryside. For this, my dad and my stepmother even cut ties with me. When she went to the countryside, she only had a torn quilt and a few pieces of clothing. As for money, she only had 20 yuan. That 20 yuan was collected by her uncles and aunts who had watched her grow up in the big yard. What did you say? Everything you told me before was a lie. Zhou Zhongwen's eyes widened with anger. At this moment, he felt like killing Bai Wuwen. If he had known she was lying, he wouldn't have touched her at all. A woman who offers him no help in any way would only be a stumbling block on his path to success. Suddenly, a chubby figure flashed through his mind. Lin Wanwan. Thinking about what Wang Xiaoyi said last night when she invited him to her house for meat, if he agreed to marry Lin Wanwan, she would give him 300 yuan and a Phoenix bicycle. Besides that, the team leader would also give him the recommended quota for next year's workers, farmers, and soldiers. With that, he could return to the city. As a college student, he was sure he could make a name for himself there. All of this was ruined by that despicable Bai Wuwen. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Lin Wanwan loved him so much, she was willing to die for him. If he just softened and apologized, she would happily marry him with her dowry. Then he could still return to the city with the recommended quota for workers, farmers, and soldiers. Zhou Zongwen usually appears gentle and refined, but his sudden burst of anger made Bai Wenwen's body tremble uncontrollably. I lied to you, and that's my fault. Please forgive me. I promise I won't do it again. Besides, I gave myself to you. Maybe there's already your child in my belly. You can't just abandon us, mother and daughter. Thinking about how she hadn't taken any precautions lately, Bai Wenwen felt her face turn grim. If she really got pregnant, she wouldn't be able to hide it. Perhaps Wang Xiaoyi, the loud-mouthed woman, would suspect him, and then it would be impossible for Lin Wuan to marry him. The thought of her hope to return to the city being shattered made Zhou Zongwen want to strangle Bai Wenwen right then. He flashed a murderous look in his eyes, which Bai Wenwen caught precisely. She immediately felt a cold chill around her neck. For her own sake and for the baby in her belly, Bai Wenwen half threatened, Zhou Zongwen, if anything happens to me or the baby, I will die, but make sure you come with me. Zhou Zongwen pretended to be calm and said, Wenwen, you're talking nonsense. Besides you, I don't love anyone else. Soon we'll find a chance to get our marriage certificate at the commune. If you really get pregnant, it will be hard to explain if others see your belly growing. Bai Wenwen was easily soothed by his words, but then worried again about Lin Wuan asking her for 100 yuan. Thinking about her in-law status, she said, Brother Zhou, if it's really impossible, you can call your family and ask them to send some money. Also, tell them about us so they know I am their daughter-in-law. Maybe, once her in-laws found out she was pregnant, they would soften and bring her back to the city to rest and have the baby. No, Zhou Zhongwen refused decisively.
Why?
You're their son. If you're in trouble now, isn't it normal for them to help? They're counting on you to support them in the future, Bai Wenwen said curiously. No, it's not happening. As for the money, I'll find another way, Zhou Zhongwen continued. How much do you have left? Give it to me. I don't have any money left. I've spent it all. If you don't give it to me, we will both be in trouble. Zhongwen's attitude was so careless that Bai Wenwen had to take out her secret savings to give to him. She had just spent a little, so she still had 15 yuan. Bai Wenwen wanted to keep 2 yuan for herself, but Zhongwen quickly snatched it all away. In the afternoon, Lin Hongxiang was massaging Lin Wanwan's shoulders and legs when Lin Wanwan found lice in her hair. Seeing the lice crawling back and forth, Lin Wanwan felt so disgusted that she got goosebumps all over. Then, Lin Wanwan pulled Lin Hongmi, who was playing with mud in the yard, to check her hair. A quick peek showed the lice crawling and moving in her hair. Lin Wanwan couldn't stand it for a moment. She told her sister-in-law, Hongxiang, go inside and find some scissors. Big sister will cut your hair. Hongxiang shivered in fear. She thought she must have done something wrong and upset her little sister-in-law. She felt like she was being punished in a sneaky way. Her instinct to survive made her immediately apologize, even though she didn't know what she had done wrong. Seeing her niece misunderstand her, Lin Wanwan explained, "You and Hongni have a lot of lice in your hair. If you don't deal with them, they will bite you and you won't be able to sleep at night. I'll cut your hair so the lice won't bite you anymore." Did her little sister-in-law mean to be so kind? Hong Xiang scratched her head, feeling more itchy. She really did have lice. Her mother had helped her catch lice a few nights ago. Anyway, her hair would grow back after being cut short, so she wasn't upset about that. But she didn't listen to her sister-in-law, which made her upset. When her mother came back, she would definitely be scolded with a burning stick. To avoid getting hit, Hong Xiang went into her parents' room, found her mother's scissors used for making clothes, and brought them to her sister-in-law. Lice must be completely eradicated, or they will come back with the spring breeze, and new lice will hatch. Thinking of that scene, Lin Wanwan felt as if thousands of lice were crawling all over her body. Seeing the lice crawling on Hong Xiang's head, she decided to cut her hair to prevent future trouble. She said to her, "Little sister-in-law, I'll shave your head. When it gets cold, I'll ask Grandma to buy you a red hat. Is that okay?" Shaving her head looked so ugly. Hong Xiang, who loved beauty, wanted to refuse directly, but when she heard her sister-in-law say Grandma would buy her a red hat, she felt a little tempted. There are no children in the team. If she had a red hat, Xiaohua and the others would definitely envy her. She tentatively asked, "Little aunt, are you lying to me?" Lin Wan looked at her clever little niece and gently tapped her nose, smiling. Little aunt never lies. In the past, little aunt had lied to her many times, but yesterday she gave her some shrimp snacks and didn't complain to Grandma. She also didn't get scolded by Hongni. Has little aunt changed for the better? Maybe she should try to believe her this time? Although she thought this, Lin Hongxiang still had some worries. Grandma often calls me a troublemaker. What if she refuses to buy me things? Hearing the words, troublemaker, Lin Wan frowned. She disliked hearing those words the most. But she still answered seriously, "Grandma listens to me the most. If I ask her, she will definitely buy for you. If she doesn't, little aunt will use her own secret savings to buy it." Anyway, she was determined to settle this issue today. "Little aunt, then I'll listen to you. You can cut my hair." After getting full agreement from Lin Hongxiang, Lin Wan waved her scissors and started cutting her hair. Soon, she finished, and Lin Hongxiang became a little bald head. Lin Wan put away her scissors and said to Lin Hongxiang, "Go to the kitchen and boil some water. After I finish cutting Hongni's hair, I'll give you both a bath." Although it was summer, children's immune systems are weak. If they caught a cold from cold water, it would be bad. Nowadays, medical conditions and health care are not very good. Even a slight headache or fever can be dangerous. Lin Wan didn't dare take that risk. When Lin Hongxiang heard that her little aunt was going to give her and Hongni a bath, she was very surprised. Is this still her lazy little aunt? She looked more and more different. But honestly, she preferred her current little aunt, who didn't scold them and even gave them candies. Lin Hongxiang obediently ran to the kitchen to boil water. After she left, Lin Wan beckoned to Lin Hongni, who happily came into her arms. She looked so well-behaved. Then, Lin Wan also cut Lin Hongni's hair, just like Lin Hongying's a little bald head. Lin Wanwan's figure still looked the same as before, but she could feel her body was much lighter. The medicine given by the system must have worked. Taking advantage of the good sunlight in the yard, she went back to her room, brought out the bathing tub, and took out the soap that Wang Xiui bought for her. Nowadays, soap also required soap tickets to buy. Without tickets, the supply and marketing cooperative wouldn't sell it to you. Moreover, soap isn't edible and costs money. Few people in the countryside are willing to spend money to buy soap for use. But Wang Xiui cared for her daughter and raised her like a city girl. The city girl had things her daughter must have. So, only Lin Wanwan could use soap in the whole family. The others washed with soap nuts for bathing and hair. When Lin Hongxiang saw the soap in her little aunt's hand, she was so surprised her mouth couldn't close. She stammered, "Little aunt, this thing. Are you going to give it to us? Are you willing? It's very expensive. Little one, you talk quite a lot. Since I took out the soap, who else should I give it to if not you?" After speaking, Lin Wanwan wet her towel and started scrubbing her two nieces. She didn't know how many days it had been since they last bathed. The dirt on their bodies was so thick it could be rolled into balls. Lin Wanwan changed the water 3 times before she managed to wash the two nieces clean. Then she went back to their parents' rooms, found 2 clean patched-up clothes, and let them change. Feeling fresh and fragrant, Lin Hongxiang thought she was dreaming. She instinctively pinched her soft thigh. Ouch! It hurt. She wasn't dreaming. Little Aunt really got better. She liked this version of her little aunt. After finishing with her 2 nieces, Lin Wanwan was exhausted and sweaty. Her clothes stuck tightly to her, making her very uncomfortable. In her original memory, she had never entered the kitchen. Every time, her family prepared the meal and brought it to her. As a modern CEO of a listed company, she had never used a traditional stove. Lin Wanwan was afraid she might accidentally set the kitchen on fire, so she had to ask Lin Hongxiang to help boil some water for bathing. In the past few days since she arrived, she hadn't taken a proper bath. She probably smelled. Just as Lin Wanwan was about to untie her hair and wash it, she suddenly realized a serious problem. Lice can spread easily. She wondered if she also had lice on her head. Lin Wanwan brushed her hair and found a few lice tangled in the strands. Immediately, she felt sick and wanted to vomit. Lin Wanwan couldn't stand the lice on her head. She shouted to Lin Hongxiang, who was responsible for guarding the door, "Hongxiang, please bring the scissors for my little aunt." Hearing her request, Lin Hongxiang quickly ran back to her parents' room and handed the used scissors to her little aunt, who was taking a bath inside. While handing over the scissors, she accidentally caught a glimpse of her little aunt's plump, white belly. It was very white, just like the pig they slaughtered for the new year in the village. Speaking of pigs, Lin Hongxiang felt hungry again. Lin Wanwan's hair was thick and long, shiny and black, as if carefully styled. Such hair was rare these days, probably inherited from her mother before birth. Lin Wanwan decided to cut her hair into a neat, short style just above her ears. After cutting it, she felt a sudden lightness at the back of her head. Since there was no mirror, she could only guess and casually trim her hair a bit more. 2 hours later, Lin Wanwan finished her bath and came out of the room. At that moment, Wang Xiui and the others also returned from work, but they were shocked when they saw the hairstyles of the 3 women. Lu Yulan approached Lin Hongxiang, touched her bald forehead, and trembled, saying, and I. Where did your hair go? I had my little aunt cut it." Hearing that her daughter's hair was cut by her little aunt, Lu Yulan opened her mouth to speak, but then closed it again. Her little aunt was the favorite of her parents-in-law, and she couldn't afford to offend her. She only felt sorry for her daughter, whose beautiful hair had been cut off. Her already unattractive face looked even uglier now. Lin Wanwan noticed her sister-in-law's strange expression and explained, "Big sister-in-law, Hongxiang and Hongmi had a lot of lice on their heads. I was worried they might get bitten, so I asked my little aunt to cut their hair." Hongxiang and Hongmi agreed. Lin Hongxiang quickly added, "Mom, I asked my little aunt to cut it. She also used soap to wash us. She said that when it gets cooler, she will ask Grandma to buy us red hats from the supply store." Hearing this, Lu Yulan realized she had misunderstood her little aunt out of pettiness and felt very guilty. She was about to apologize to her sister-in-law when she saw her mother-in-law step in front of her, pointing at her daughter and scolding, "You ungrateful girl! That soap was bought for your younger sister. Such a precious item isn't for a lowly girl like you. I think you're just itching for a fight. Today, I won't hold back and will teach you a lesson." Lin Hongxiang was stunned by the scolding. As she saw the slap about to land on her, her mother, Lu Yulan, stepped in front of her. Unexpectedly, the slap didn't fall for a long time. When she opened her eyes, she saw her younger sister-in-law blocking her mother-in-law. Lin Wanyan hugged Wang Xiui's arm and pleaded, "Mother, Hongxiang and Hongying are my nieces.
That soap is for them.
If you want to hit someone, hit me instead. Don't hurt them." Not only was she willing to be hit, but even speaking loudly in front of her daughter was something Wang Xiui couldn't bear. She frowned and said to her 2 granddaughters, "You should thank your younger sister-in-law, Lin Hongxiang." "Thank you, younger sister-in-law." Lin Hongmi, "Thank you, younger sister-in-law." Wang Xiui's expression softened a little, but she still scolded her granddaughters. Your younger sister-in-law is so good to you. If you don't respect her in the future, you'll face consequences. Lin Wanyan thought to herself, I'm still young. I don't need to worry about that. Lin Hongxiang quickly said, Grandmother, don't worry. When I grow up, I will take good care of my younger sister-in-law, buy her meat, clothes, and everything she needs. Wang Xiui nodded. That's more like it. Although Lin Hongni didn't understand what respect meant, she knew her younger sister-in-law was kind to her. She wanted to be kind in return, and the words just came out naturally. Young sister-in-law, when you pass away, I will buy you the best coffin. As soon as she said this, the noisy courtyard suddenly fell silent. Lin Yuzhu looked at his outspoken daughter and felt his forehead twitch. Before his parents could get angry, he quickly covered his daughter's mouth with his hand and awkwardly smiled. Father, mother, Hongni didn't mean it. Wang Xiui was so angry, she almost exploded. Her daughter was clearly cursing her to die early. She couldn't bear it anymore. Second son, since you can't teach your daughter properly, I, as her mother, will do it today. Let her understand what she can say and what she can't. Mother, Hongni really didn't mean it. Please forgive her this time. Get out of the way. Today I must punish that wicked girl, that heartless thing who even dares to curse her little aunt. Why are they arguing again? Lin Wanwen watched the scene in front of her, feeling very troubled. She tugged on Wang Xiui's sleeve and said, Mom, I'm hungry. Hearing her daughter was hungry, Wang Xiui looked worried. She stopped scolding her granddaughter and turned to comfort her. Mom will go to the kitchen now and make you something to eat. How about noodles today? I'll add an egg for you. Talking about eggs, Wang Xiui felt sad about the old hen she killed yesterday. If she had known her daughter was so disappointed with that young man, she wouldn't have gone to such trouble, buying him chicken and pouring him wine. Zhou Zhongwen, that troublemaker, is really a bad person. Luckily, her daughter is smart and managed to get back all the money she spent on him. Once that young man returns the 100 yuan, she plans to go to the black market to exchange for some cloth tickets, buy her daughter new clothes, and cook a few pounds of meat for a red braised dish. Lin Wanwen saw her mother secretly preparing food for her again, and quickly stopped her. Mom, you and everyone else eat what I eat. No need to make things complicated. It's not complicated at all. It's just a few minutes' work. You go back to your room and sit. I'll cook noodles for you. As she spoke, Wang Xiui hurried into the kitchen to start cooking. Lu Yulan also quickly washed her hands and went to help her mother-in-law. At noon, Lin Wanwen ate egg hand-pulled noodles, while the others ate sweet potatoes and cornbread, taking sips of water when they choked. Seeing everyone holding their cornbread, Lin Wanwen felt uncomfortable inside, but one bowl of noodles wasn't enough for so many people. In the end, she went back to her room, found 2 clean bowls, and divided most of her noodles into them, giving some to Lin Shuisheng and Wang Xiui. As for the others, she would wait until Zhou Zhongwen paid back the money. Then she would send Lin Shuisheng to the county to buy some grain and slaughter a little meat to help the family. Look at how thin they are, full of bones, like they just escaped from a refugee camp. Lin Shuisheng and Wang Xiui didn't want to eat much, but seeing their stern and angry daughter, they bowed their heads and finished the small amount of white flour noodles in their bowls. Their son didn't get to enjoy any good fortune, but thanks to their daughter, he also ate noodles made from white flour. The next night, Zhou Zongwen shamelessly came to visit, carrying 2 pounds of peach pastries he bought at the supply store today. On the way, he couldn't resist stealing a piece. Lin Wanwan saw him coming and didn't waste words. She directly reached out, asking for money. Give me back the 100 yuan quickly. Once you pay me, we're no longer connected, no more ties. Especially after learning from the system that he was useless, she didn't want to have anything to do with such a good-for-nothing man. When Zhou Zhongwen saw Lin Wanwan asking for money so directly, his face darkened. But thinking about his purpose today, he tried to put on a loving look, blinking his flirtatious eyes at Lin Wanwan. Wanwan, you misunderstood me. I've always liked only you. It's my fault before. I made you angry. Please forgive me. If you're willing, I can marry you right now. He softened his tone, confident that this overweight woman would agree. He knew very well that this woman loved him so much she couldn't live without him. Once they got married, he would get the 300 yuan promised by Wang Xiui and a Phoenix brand bicycle. He would also get the recommended spot for the workers, peasants, and soldier students. After returning to the city, he planned to find an excuse to divorce Lin Wanwan and also leave Bai Wuwen, that shameless girl. Even if she was pregnant with his child, so what? As long as he didn't want it, she wouldn't give birth to that child. A useless woman like her only hindered his progress. Lin Wanwan felt like she was hearing a huge joke. She looked him up and down, finally stopping her gaze at his groin. TSK, if he can't perform there, what kind of man is he? He can't even give a woman the basic happiness. Honestly, she thought he should just be castrated and made into a eunuch, so he wouldn't bother other girls. Zhou Zhongwen felt a bit guilty under her gaze and instinctively clenched his legs. Wanwan, it was all that shameless woman Bai Wuwen who seduced me. I've told her clearly now. She won't bother me anymore. Please stop being angry with me. Lin Wanwan snorted coldly. Zhou Zhongwen, you don't have a mirror. Do you even have a bladder? What do you mean? Zhou Zhongwen was a bit confused. You should take a moment to look at yourself and your bad behavior. You're like a toad trying to kiss a frog, ugly and foolish. Why don't you go to heaven? Someone like you, a man born with flaws, even if all the men in the world died, I wouldn't marry you. Zhou Zhongwen was scolded harshly and felt so angry he trembled all over. He forced out a few words through clenched teeth. Lin Wanwan, don't be too much. Too much. Lin Wanwan sneered and continued. Zhou Zhongwen, when it comes to shamelessness, who can compare to you? You eat my food, drink my drink, write love poems for me, and at the same time kiss other girls in broad daylight. You're utterly shameless. If I were your parents, I would have already hit you against the wall and apologized to our ancestors for giving birth to such a shameless son. Zhou Zhongwen's face turned pale. Despite his anger, he was weighed down by the leverage Lin Wanwan held over him. His heart sank even further. Moreover, he had more important things to do today. Like Go Jian, who endured hardships to regain strength, he could do the same, so long as he could return to the city and do whatever was needed. He had truly had enough of this place. After calming his anger, Zhou Zhongwen softly said, Wanwan, I know you're upset with me. It's all my fault. If you can forgive me and let me do anything, whether to hit or scold, I will do it. I can even kneel to you. Anything? First, return my 100 yuan. Without money, even a hero is helpless. Lin Wanwan's mind was full of money. With money, she could buy meat and grains at the commune to improve her family's diet. Seeing how thin they all were, like sticks with hardly any flesh, she felt pity. She was the type who wouldn't neglect those around her. Since she had taken over this body, she had to be responsible for her family. The only condition was, don't cause trouble. Otherwise, don't blame her for turning her back on her relatives. She could even send her adopted son, whom she raised herself, to work in the mines in F country. She wouldn't even think about abandoning them. Seeing Lin Wanwan's expression soften slightly, Zhou Zhongwen's heart leapt with hope. If I return the money, will you forgive me? Lin Wanwan cursed. Stop whining like a man. Quit talking nonsense and pay back the money. Zhou Zhongwen painfully reached into his pocket for a handkerchief with the money, but before he could open it, Lin Wanwan snatched it away. Lin Wanwan threw the handkerchief she had taken and handed it to Wang Xiui behind her. Mother, count the money. Not a single cent less. If the money was short by even a cent, Zhou Zhongwen wouldn't be able to leave the Lin family's house. Wang Xiui beamed with happiness. She spat on her hand and started counting the money. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the money in Wang Xiui's hand. In their minds, it was the first time they had seen so much money. All the family's money was with Wang Xiui. Usually when they needed to buy things or use money, they would ask her. Of course, Wang Xiui was very stingy. Besides Lin Wanwan, most people couldn't get money from her. Soon, Wang Xiui finished counting the money. Exactly 100 yuan, not a penny less. Zhou Zhongwen took the opportunity to say, Wanwan, I've paid you back as you asked. Can you forgive me now? When will we get married? To hell with your marriage. Lin Wanwan cursed. Then she turned to her older brothers and said, "Brothers, throw this trash out. I don't want to see him." Lin Yuzhen and Lin Yuzhu listened to their sister. Seeing her give the order, they didn't hesitate and helped Zhou Zhongwen out. When they threw him out of the Lin house, Lin Yuzhen didn't forget to punch him a few times to teach him not to bully his sister. If it happens again, he would risk his life to beat him to death. Lin Yuzhu imitated his older brother, kicking Zhou Zhongwen fiercely. One kick hit him right where it hurt most. Zhou Zhongwen's face turned pale from the pain. He broke out in cold sweat, trembling as if he had just been pulled out of water. He covered his groin with his hands, looking both pitiful and helpless. At this time, peach crisps were considered a good treat. Wang Xiui asked her granddaughter to pick up the package of peach crisps brought by Zhou Zhongwen and give it to her. Lin Hongni swallowed hard, resisting the urge to eat it, and handed it over to her grandmother. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiui opened the package, pinched a round piece of peach crisp, and handed it to her daughter, Lin Wanwan, then put the rest away. Everyone waiting eagerly looked on, their faces showing disappointment. They had thought that, since the old lady was in a good mood, she might share some of the treats with them. Hungry Li Xiaodi simply couldn't resist. She pushed her daughter aside and went to her mother-in-law, trying to be polite. She said, "Mom, it's hot today. These peach cookies don't last long. Please share some with us. I haven't had any in a long time. The last time she ate some was a long time ago when she was pregnant with her son." She was very eager to eat, and her husband, caring for her, borrowed money from the supply store to buy half a pound of peach cookies. Her husband didn't want to eat the cookies himself, and in the end, they all went into her stomach. But after their son was born, her husband said he wouldn't buy her any more. He was so stingy. She really was blind to marry him back then. Wang Xiui glanced at Li Xiaodi and scolded, "You must be a mosquito, biting a weight. Such a big appetite. Can you even eat this peach cookie? Do you understand how to enjoy it? You do nothing all day but slack off. Our Lin family is really unlucky to have married someone like you." Li Xiaodi felt wronged and almost cried. She just wanted to eat a piece of peach cookie. Did her mother-in-law have to scold her like that? Moreover, her younger sister-in-law was lazier than her. She never cooked or went to the fields, yet she always got the best food at home. It was obvious that her mother-in-law, as the elder, was being unfair. Lin Wanfan saw her sister-in-law almost crying and quickly tugged at her mother's sleeve. "Mom, sister-in-law, brother, they've been working hard lately. Just share the peach cookies with everyone." "How can that be? These peach cookies are good. Giving them to others would be a waste." "Mom, I'll keep it for you. When you're hungry, you can go to my room and take some. After you finish, I'll ask Dad to buy more from the supply store. If Mom won't share with others, I won't eat it either." Lin Wanfan pouted and put the untouched peach cookie back into Wang Xiui's hand, showing she was firm. Wang Xiui saw her daughter upset and felt anxious. "Sweetheart, I'm doing this for your good. Mom, if you really care about me, just listen to me. Share the peach cookies with everyone so they can all try." "Well..." Wang Xiui still hesitated, but seeing Lin Wanfan cling to her and act cute, she finally softened and agreed. One piece of peach cookie for each person? That wouldn't be enough. Wang Xiui originally planned to break one cookie into several pieces to taste it. But Lin Wanfan saw through her plan and directly snatched the whole bag of peach cookies from her hands. The daughter, the father, the eldest brother, and the eldest sister-in-law all shared a big piece of peach pastry. In the end, everyone in the family had a large piece to eat. Li Xiaodi was already very eager, and as soon as she got her piece, she started munching happily. The older brother's family, however, looked worried. They glanced nervously at Wang Xiui, who had a stern face. Lin Yuzhen said, "Mom." Seeing the bag of peach pastry almost empty, Wang Xiui felt upset and scolded her eldest son angrily. "Your sister gave you this. Hurry and eat it. Why are you looking at me like I usually shortchange you on food?" Lin Yuzhen shook his head. "Mom, I didn't mean that." Many people in the team had stopped eating, some so hungry they ran to pick unripe wheat in the fields to eat. Later, the team leader caught them and scolded them harshly. Their family was lucky because their mother took care of everything. Without her, they might have starved to death. He didn't blame his mother at all, especially since the good food was always given to his sister first. He didn't hold any resentment. His sister was born prematurely and was weak from the start. Without good food, she might not have lived this long. He felt it was his fault for not earning enough money to buy food for his sister. Everyone was eating their peach pastry with one hand and catching the crumbs that fell with the other, savoring this rare treat. The first to finish was Li Xiaodi, who then turned her attention to her husband. But before she could speak, Lin Yuzhu had already finished his pastry. Li Xiaodi angrily hit him with her fist. "Are you a hungry ghost? Why are you eating so fast? Don't you want to leave some for me?" Lin Yuzhu honestly said. "Sister just gave you some. Who do you blame for eating so quickly?" Li Xiaodi was speechless. She wished she could talk to him, but this stubborn man always said things that made her angry. Hungry Li Xiaodi then looked at her daughter. She licked her lips and said, "Hongni, you're small. If you eat too much, you'll have a stomach ache at night. Give your peach pastry to mom. I'm an adult, and I'm not afraid of a stomach ache." Lin Wanfan looked annoyed. "Second sister-in-law, you're shameless. You're just trying to trick my daughter for some food." Lin Hongni looked at her mother and then at the unfinished pastry in her hand, feeling torn. But if she didn't give it to her mother wouldn't let her go to bed at night. Little girl Lin Hongni hesitated repeatedly, then handed over the unfinished peach pastry. Li Xiaodi happily reached out to take it, but before her hand touched the pastry, Wang Xiui slapped it away. "Mother, you're stealing your daughter's food. Aren't you afraid you'll choke?" Li Xiaodi blew on her sore hand and said unhappily, "Hongni is willing to give it to me. I didn't force her." Wang Xiui turned to look at her granddaughter with a stern face and asked, "Hongni, do you want to give it to her?" Lin Hongni, who was most afraid of her grandmother, was terrified when asked and quickly shook her head. Her mother always tried to take her food. The peach pastry was given to her by her aunt, and she didn't want to share it with her mother. Wang Xiui looked away with a look of disgust at her second daughter-in-law. "Did you hear what your girl said? She doesn't want to give it to you. If I see you trying to take Hongni's food again, I'll skin you." Li Xiaodi glared fiercely at her daughter, then reluctantly nodded. Although only 5 years old, Lin Hongni knew right from wrong. Seeing her grandmother favor her, she felt very happy. The little girl vowed that when her grandmother was gone, she would make the best coffin for her and put her inside. Wang Xiui received 100 yuan from Zhou Zhongwen and was very happy. While cooking, she deliberately added half a bowl of sorghum flour to the pot. Li Xiaodi, who was in charge of kneading the dough, was overjoyed and secretly planned that tonight they could eat 2 more bites of steamed bread. A pot of thin corn porridge that reflected the shape of a person, a freshly steamed batch of vegetable-filled steamed bread, and a small dish of salty pickles on the table made up the Lin family's dinner today. Lin Wanwan forced herself to swallow the difficult-to-chew food, bravely eating half of her steamed bread, and shared the remaining piece with her parents. In the Lin family, meals were served in fixed portions. Strong men like Lin Shuisheng, who worked for the family, were expected to eat more because they earned points to support everyone. The family's precious little girl, Lin Wanwan, was next, followed by the women of the house. Besides working, they also cooked and did chores, so they usually ate only until they were half full. Finally, the children in the family ate just enough to not go hungry. After dinner, while it was still not completely dark, everyone quickly tidied up and went back to bed. Lin Wanwan knocked on her parents' door and then pushed it open and went inside. Just as Wang Xiua was about to sleep, she saw her daughter come in. She quickly sat up on the bed and nudged Lin Shuisheng with her elbow. "Hurry up and put out your cigarette, so it doesn't smoke our girl." Lin Shuisheng chuckled and then put out the old cigarette in his hand. Lin Wan walked forward and asked, "Mom, I want to go to the commune tomorrow. Can you give me some money?" She had been here for several days, but hadn't gone out. Staying at home was making her feel restless. Since she had no plans for tomorrow, she wanted to go out, learn about the local situation, and maybe find a way to make some money. The Lin family was very poor. They didn't even dare to eat their hard, dry cornbread because it was so tough it could choke someone. Growing up in a comfortable environment, and after taking over the family business as an adult, Lin Wan had never experienced such hardships. I don't feel safe letting you go alone. Tomorrow, I want Hong Xiang to go with you to the commune, Wang Xiao said. She got off the bed, went to her hidden money stash, counted out some bills, and also handed her daughter some candies and pastry tickets. Go to the commune tomorrow and buy what you like to eat. Don't be stingy. Your father and I only have you. We just want you to be happy. Thank you, Mom, Lin Wan said, putting the money and colorful tickets into her pocket. Wang Xiao deliberately looked stern. I'm your mother. There's no need to thank me. If you keep thanking me, it will get awkward. Don't say it again. Mom, you're so kind to me. I will take care of you and Dad when you grow old, her daughter said. Hearing this, Wang Xiao felt very happy. But she had a son, so she didn't really need her daughter's support. That's enough, Wan. As long as you have this heart, she replied. We don't need you to support us. We have your brothers too. I raised them, helped them get married, and even helped raise their children. If they dare to neglect us, I will report them to the commune and the officials will come and take them away. When she mentioned arresting them, Lin Wan's heart skipped a beat. Mom, is that really necessary? She couldn't tell that the old lady was even more ruthless than she was. That's just talk. We're not really going to have the police take them away and punish them. Everyone has died. Your father and I are too old to keep going. In any case, your father and I only have you, our precious girl. You don't need to worry about taking care of us in our old age. You're not young anymore. After the summer harvest, I'll ask Madam Lee from the county to find you a good match. It's better to get you married early, so your father and I can rest easy. After the wedding, you and your husband should try to have children soon. While I'm still young and healthy, I can help take care of the kids and lighten your load, raising the children until they grow up. If I pass away someday, Wang Xiao suddenly choked up, then I can say I haven't lived my life in vain. Lin Wanwan said, spit it out. Talking about dying is bad luck. You're going to live a long, healthy life, so don't say such things anymore. Wang Xiao wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Listen to your mother. I won't say such gloomy words again. I still want to see you get married and have children. Every sentence was about marriage and children. Lin Wanwan was afraid that if she stayed longer, her mother would drag her to a matchmaking meeting. Thinking about matchmaking made her toes curl with embarrassment. If she met an odd man, she would explode. For example, stingy and calculating, already scheming about your property before even talking to you. Or just a few words, and he'd want to take you to a hotel to sleep. And constantly mentioning his mother, saying he can't live without her, like a mama's boy who can't survive without his mom.
And so on.
There are countless such examples, even more extreme, like those who aim to end the family line. Her modern subordinates are vivid examples of this.
Mom, it's late.
You and Dad should go to bed. Tomorrow you have to get up early for work. Lin Wanwan finished speaking and left, making sure to close the door behind her. Host, your mother is truly doing this for your own good. I think. Say one more word and I'll marry myself off to the second fool in the team. The system was tightly controlled. Threatened this way, it dared not speak out of turn again. It was afraid that the host might impulsively marry that second fool, who even the hens in his family wouldn't tolerate. The next day, Lin Wanwan ate the breakfast her family left for her and then walked to the commune with her two nieces. The trumpet flower team is about 6 or 7 kilometers from the commune. A few years ago, when things were better, they could even afford 2 cents to ride the team's ox cart. Now that's impossible. People are starving, so there's no food left to feed the oxen. Last year, some young members of the team were so hungry they couldn't take it anymore. They knocked out old Wang, who was guarding the ox shed, and slaughtered the ox to eat. Before they could eat it, the team leader Lin Shuain found out. That ox was the team's property. Everyone depended on it for spring planting and summer harvest. Now the ox was slaughtered and cooked. Not only the team leader, but all the team members were very angry. The young men who did it were beaten so badly they couldn't get out of bed for 10 days. Later, the team leader shared the cooked beef with the team members. The Lin family also got 2 bowls of beef, but Wang Xiao, who was very close to the bones, fed it to her daughter. The others in the Lin family only drank some soup. Thinking about this, Lin Wan felt her face get hot. She was embarrassed. Even though she didn't eat the meat, Her body was so weak that it was no wonder her second sister-in-law didn't like her. If she were the second sister-in-law, she would have argued with her sister-in-law right away. It's just that Wang Xiaoer's charm was too strong. Besides second sister-in-law Li Zhaodi causing some trouble, everyone else was like a silent gourd, so quiet that even a single sound would be hard to make. Little sister-in-law, how much longer until we get there? I can't walk anymore, Lin Hongni said, tired and sitting on the ground. It should be a little while longer. If you can't walk, I'll carry you, Lin Wan replied. Really? You're not lying to me? Really? I never lie, Lin Wan said. Then she squatted down, letting Lin Hongni climb onto her back. Lin Hongxiang was afraid she might fall, so she held tightly around Lin Wan's neck with her little black hands. The young girl was so light, she felt like she had no weight at all. Lin Wan carried her toward the commune. After walking for a minute or two, Lin Wan noticed Lin Hongxiang wasn't following. She quickly turned around. Hongxiang, hurry up. When we get to the commune, I'll buy you a meat bun to eat. Hearing about the meat bun, Lin Hongxiang snapped out of her shock. She looked at her sister-in-law carrying Hongni and, feeling like she was dreaming, pinched herself hard.
Ouch.
It hurt so much. She wasn't dreaming. Her lazy little aunt really was secretly giving Red and I some treats, but if Grandma found out, Red and I would definitely get scolded. Red and I was still so young and probably couldn't handle a punishment. The more Lin Hongxiang thought about it, the more scared she became. She said, Red and I, come down quickly. If Grandma sees, your bottom will be spanked again. Red and I was so frightened she kicked her little legs, trying to get down from her aunt's back. Lin Wanwan couldn't resist and gently put her down. Red and I crossed her arms behind her back, holding her little bottom, and said nervously, Auntie, I'm not tired anymore. I want to walk by myself. Okay, just tell me when you're tired, and I'll carry you again, her aunt replied. When playing with children, as long as they are not naughty or causing trouble, Lin Wanwan was very patient.
Red me nodded heavily.
But then she remembered her second sister saying Grandma would spank her until her bottom was red, so she quickly shook her head. She didn't want her aunt to carry her anymore. That way, Grandma wouldn't hit her bottom. Seeing her little niece nod and then shake her head with her tiny bald forehead, she looked so adorable that Lin Wanwan couldn't help but laugh. Let's go quickly so we can arrive at the commune early. I'll buy you some delicious food later. Is there anything you want to eat? Tell me, I'll buy it for you. It would be best to buy some pig fat, as the household's pig fat jar was already empty. Pig fat could be used to make oil, and the leftover pork scraps were tasty too. Pork scraps are fragrant and delicious, whether in buns or eaten plain. Nowadays, people generally lacked oil and water in their diets, so eating pork fat didn't mean high cholesterol. Red and I shyly said, Auntie, I want to eat candy. Before leaving, Wang Xiaoi had given her some colorful tickets, which included candy tickets. She planned to buy half a gene at the supply and marketing cooperative to share with her family. Then she looked at Lin Hongxiang and asked, Hongxiang, what do you want to eat? Lin Hongxiang shook her head. I don't really want anything, but she wanted a lot: peach canned fruit, meat, candy. She wanted to try all the delicious things in the world. But if Grandma found out her aunt was spending money to buy her food, she would definitely punish her severely. So, she couldn't spend her little aunt's money. The young girl clearly wanted to eat but didn't say anything. Lin Wanwan felt sorry for her innocence and decided that when they reached the commune, she would see if there was anything she liked and buy it for her. It was her reward for working hard. The journey was about 6 or 7 kilometers, and it took the three of them an hour and a half to reach the commune. Lin Wanwan looked around at the environment and felt a little disappointed. There were low houses, bumpy dirt roads, and men and women walking with swollen faces on the main street. Using her memory, Lin Wanwan headed toward the supply and marketing cooperative. Inside, it looked a bit better than outside. Lin Wanwan and her two nieces stepped over the tall wooden threshold and saw a row of tall counters. The counters were made of mud bricks with wooden tops and had glass panels on the outside, also called glass cabinets. Inside the glass cabinets, there were snacks, cigarettes, alcohol, needles, threads, and other daily necessities. Most of what people needed could be bought here. Of course, these items required ration tickets. Without tickets, the shopkeeper wouldn't sell them. On the wall behind the shopkeeper, there were various fabrics, mostly in dull colors. Lin Wanwan glanced at the fabrics but didn't see anything she liked. She planned to wait a few days until her mother took her to the county to buy some plain cotton cloth to make 2 sets of clothes. The short-sleeved shirt she was wearing was made of synthetic fabric, which was uncomfortable, not breathable, and itchy. Clothes made from plain cotton felt much more comfortable. The supply and marketing cooperative had a limited selection, only selling 2 types of candy. One was wrapped in colorful paper, a bit more expensive, 1 penny for a piece. The other was unwrapped orange-flavored candy, costing 2 for a penny. In this era, when a penny was hard to come by, Lin Wanwan didn't fuss too much. She asked the shopkeeper to count out a dime's worth of orange candy. Since 2 for a penny, 20 pieces in total. This cheapest fruit candy didn't require ration tickets. The shopkeeper quickly counted out 20 pieces of orange candy for Lin Wanwan. She handed a dime to the shopkeeper, then turned around and divided the candies equally between her 2 nieces. "Thank you, little aunt," Lin Hongni said happily as she took the candies from her aunt's hand, then shared some with her. "Little aunt, you eat first." "Thank you, Hongni." Cheap orange candies tasted like industrial sweeteners, and Lin Wanwan, who doesn't like sweets, really couldn't enjoy them. To avoid wasting, she quickly chewed a few bites and swallowed the candy. Lin Hongxiang took the candy from her younger sister-in-law and, mimicking her, fed some to her. Lin Wanwan waved her hand. "Little sister-in-law doesn't like sweets. You can have it." Since the candy was so tasty, how could anyone dislike it? She must be lying. Lin Hongxiang hesitantly withdrew her hand and simply ate the candy herself. This candy was really sweet. Such sweet candy, her parents and older sister would surely like it too. Lin Hongxiang didn't want to eat too much, so she stuffed all the candies into her pocket to take home for her parents and sister. The sales clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative, Lu Zhen, knew Lin Wanwan. The reason was simple. No one in 10 or 20 villages could find a girl as chubby as her. Not to mention, Lin Wanwan also had a mother who liked to show her off and often visited the cooperative, making her easy to recognize. Seeing Lin Wanwan sharing her candies with 2 little girls and noticing the money she held, Lu Zhen's mind started to think. Her own foolish younger brother, who had some mental issues, had never married but was healthy and well-fed. If this girl agreed to marry her brother, her parents wouldn't have to worry about this anymore. Wang Xiui was a caring mother who came from a well-off family, which Lu Zhen could tell from how often she visited the cooperative. Once the young couple married, Wang Xiui would surely love her daughter-in-law dearly. Although Wang Xiui was eager to marry her daughter to someone in the city folks weren't fools. They wouldn't marry a rural woman without a job. The problem was this woman was both ugly and fat, and she looked like she ate a lot. Only their Li family didn't mind and was willing to marry her into the family. The more Lu Zhen thought about it, the more she believed this plan could work. She wished she could ride her bike back to her mother's house right now and ask her to find a matchmaker to visit the Lin family for a marriage proposal. "Host, this woman has her eyes on you. She wants to marry her foolish younger brother to you. You must not agree. If you really marry her, your life will be ruined. This man is ugly, short, and drools when he sees women. He's been with many widows." Hearing the system's reminder, Lin Wanwan couldn't help but smile wryly. Is she seen as a very simple or naive person? Why does everyone keep having ideas about her? Or is it that she looks easy to bully, so others want to pick on her? Lin Wanwan composed herself and said, "Don't worry, I understand. That kind of fool isn't even worth tying my shoelaces, and you want me to marry him? That's just an old lady dreaming in her sleep, making me laugh." The system felt relieved. As long as the host doesn't insist on marrying the fool, everything is fine. That's all it asks for now. Otherwise, if pushed too far, she might do anything. Lin Wanwan took out a nearly expired snack coupon and bought a pound of walnuts. There was no more salt at home, so she bought a bag of salt while she was at it and bought a little of each other item she saw. She spent a total of 3 yuan and 60 cents. When paying, Lu Zhen was very enthusiastic, holding Lin Wanwan's hand and calling her sister in a very friendly way. To Lin Wanwan, it seemed like a sneaky fox giving a greeting with bad intentions. She wanted her to marry her foolish younger brother, dreaming openly about becoming his father. Lu Zhan said, "Sister Lin, I like you very much every time I see you. When you have free time, come visit me at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, or tell me what you want. I'll keep it for you privately. Our Supply and Marketing Cooperative recently received some defective goods meant for internal use. Because I like you so much, do you want to come in and take a look? See if anything catches your eye. These don't require coupons. Also, this metal water bottle. When you take it home, ask your family to reinforce the outer layer of metal. It won't affect the insulation at all. The water poured in at night stays warm during the day. Our Supply and Marketing Cooperative managed to get 2 of these metal water bottles this time. My colleague took one, and I kept the other. If you like it, sister-in-law is willing to give it to you, even if it means parting with it because she likes you." Then Lu Zhen pulled Lin Wannan toward a pile of defective cloth. This was rejected by the factory because of uneven dyeing, but we folks in the countryside don't mind those things. The most important thing is that it's cheap and doesn't require a ticket. If you want, sister-in-law can cut some for you later. You could make a shirt or pants, and it would be more comfortable. Although they say the dyeing was uneven, it's hard to notice unless you look closely. Clothes made from it are better than patched-up ones. The main point is, it doesn't require a ticket. Seizing this rare opportunity, Lin Wannan asked Lu Zhen to cut 10 feet of fabric for her. 1 foot of fabric costs 4 Mao 6, so 10 feet cost 4 Yuan 60. Lu Zhen was amazed by Lin Wannan's generous gesture, then felt happy. After work at noon, she planned to ask the supervisor for leave to visit her family and have her mother find a matchmaker to propose marriage for her younger brother. She wanted to prevent others from taking advantage and settling the matter early. The Lin family didn't have the habit of drinking boiled water. They drank straight from the water jar when thirsty. Raw water contains bacteria, which is bad for health, especially for the old and young at home with weak resistance. Lin Wannan carefully examined the metal water bottle in her hand. After confirming it was in good condition, she asked Lu Zhen to wrap it up for her. The metal water bottle cost 5 Yuan 50. She also bought a porcelain basin with a chip, costing her 2 Yuan 42. All in all, Lin Wannan spent a total of 16 Yuan 1 Mao 2 at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative today. The money Wang Xiui gave her before was almost gone, and she had been careful with her spending. Looking at the small amount of money in her hand, Lin Wannan sighed. The hard life made her feel like crying, even over a single penny. In her modern life, money was never a problem. Just the money in her bank account was enough to support her for 10 lifetimes. Now, it's just a memory, because she is gone. I don't know what happened to her after she died. Mama Wang has been taking care of her since she was little. To her, Mama Wang is like a mother. Before she died, she left her rare treasures from major jewelry auctions and the old Lin family house to Mama Wang, hoping that Mama Wang would have support in her later years. She hopes everything will go as planned. Lin Hongni tugged at her little aunt's sleeve and blinked her big eyes, asking, "Little aunt, why are you sighing?" "Little aunt is thinking about when she can become rich," Lin Wanwan said, pinching her little niece's cheek. She was so thin it was a bit uncomfortable to touch. "When I grow up and can earn money, I will give all my earnings to you, little aunt, so you will have money. Are you willing to give all your money to little aunt?" Lin Wanwan bent down and hugged Lin Hongni, teasing her nose with her finger. "This little girl is so adorable. Little aunt treats Hongni well, and Hongni will also treat little aunt well. Hongni is willing to give her money to little aunt. Little aunt is the best to her, even better than her parents. Her mother and brother would fight over her food, but little aunt wouldn't. Little aunt would give her big shrimp crackers and buy her candies." Lin Hongni touched the candy in her pocket, smiling happily. Lin Wenxiang wasn't to be outdone and followed closely. "Little aunt, if no one marries you in the future, I will take care of you for life." Some women in the team often gossip behind her back, saying little aunt has no one to marry and that she won't find a husband, so she'll stay at home as an old maid forever. In the past, she didn't care about these rumors. After all, little aunt often pinched and scolded her. But now, everything is different. Since she fell into the water, she's like a different person. She bathes her and Hongni, and takes them to the supply store to buy candies. Little Aunt has changed for the better. She likes this version of her, so she wants to take care of her and support her for life. When she gets married in the future, she and her husband will take care of Little Aunt together. Lin Wanwan. That Luzhen. What are you saying, little girl? No niece should curse her little aunt that she won't get married. At such a young age, you're already so mean-spirited. If you grow up like this, who knows what you'll be like? Lin Wanwan frowned as she listened. Of course, she knew Hongxiang didn't mean any harm. She quickly protected her crying niece, Lin Hongxiang, behind her. Sister-in-law, this is just a family matter between our niece and me. I'm not angry. Why are you getting upset over an outsider? Lu Jin saw Lin Wanwan getting angry at her and felt annoyed. I'm just speaking up for you. Why are you so ungrateful? Who do you think you are? Do I need you to speak for me? You. Apologize to Hongxiang now. If you don't, I'll go find the director and ask him to judge this. Seeing more and more people gathering to watch, Lu Jin felt both embarrassed and angry. She was also afraid that Lin Wanwan would really call the director to settle this, so she reluctantly said sorry to Hongxiang. Only then did Lin Wanwan pull her two nieces away, still holding the things she bought from the supply store. When they left the store, Lin Hongxiang said, "Little sister-in-law, I really didn't curse you. It was the older women in the team who said no one wanted you, so I said I would raise you. Of course, little sister-in-law, Hongxiang truly wants to take care of you. I'm happy about that, but you don't need us to support you. Why not, little sister-in-law? Because I can take care of myself. I have hands and feet, and I can live well without anyone's help." At that moment, Lin Hongxiang felt like her little sister-in-law was shining. Lin Wanwan went to the grocery store and bought a piece of pork fat. It was just in time. If she had gone a little earlier or later, she wouldn't have gotten it. Pork fat was hard to find these days. After buying it, Lin Wanwan had no money left, not even enough to eat at the state-run restaurant. She pulled her two nieces and headed home. When they arrived, her sister-in-law Lu Yulan had just finished cooking. There was a bowl of noodles mixed with wild vegetables and a pot of vegetable soup. The wild vegetables were picked from the mountain by Lin Hongying and others who went far to gather them. Inside, Wang Xiui, who was napping, heard the noise outside and hurriedly came out with her old legs. When she saw the things her daughter was carrying, she quickly took them. "Why did you bring back so many things today?" "Today, I was lucky and happened to come across some defective goods handled by the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I didn't see any serious problems, so I bought them all without asking for a receipt. My daughter is lucky too. I've never had such good luck without a receipt." Wang Xiui happily looked at the things her daughter brought back. Soon, she made some plans. "Take this tin water bottle and the porcelain wash basin. Use them. The wash basin in your room is old, and this fabric. Your sister-in-law is good at sewing. After the summer harvest, I'll ask her to make you a new dress." Lin Wanwan saw her mother getting more excited and quickly interrupted her. "Mom, this tin water bottle is for our family. Drinking raw water can cause stomach aches. From now on, we only drink boiled water." Wang Xiui waved her hand dismissively. "We folks in the countryside don't care about such fancy things. Hot water is uncomfortable and wastes firewood. Girl, you can drink it."
We won't join in.
"I've been drinking raw water most of my life and never had a problem. Mom, if you don't listen to me, I'll be angry." Wang Xiui was afraid her daughter would ignore her, and sure enough, she was worried for nothing. "Daughter, I'll listen to you. But you can't ignore your mother. You're the only treasure I have. If you ignore me, I don't want to live anymore." Ba, ba, ba. "Don't say such unlucky things," Lin Wanwan continued. "Take this fabric and give it to your father and me to make clothes. We have clothes to wear. Making new ones is a waste. As long as you and Dad can wear them, it's not a waste. Just do as I say." Lin Wanwan firmly decided on the fabric. At this moment, Li Xiaodi also came over, looking at the pile of things her sister-in-law bought from the commune, her eyes shining. Especially the bag of dried fruit on the table. She eagerly swallowed her saliva. Li Xiaodi shyly said, "Mom, I haven't eaten these dried fruits in a long time. Just give me a piece to taste." Wang Xiui scolded. "Eat, eat. All you do all day is eat. What else can you do?" I think our old Lin family is cursed to marry you. Mom, you're wrong about me. I was working very seriously this morning. If you don't believe me, ask the team leader. He can testify. When Wang Xiaoyi wanted to scold someone further, Lin Wanwan stopped her. Mother, second sister-in-law has worked hard today. I bought some more oil cakes for everyone. Please share them with the family. Li Xiaodi looked at her younger sister-in-law in surprise, unable to believe those words came from her mouth. Has it started raining red rain from the sky? Or is there something wrong with my ears? Never mind. As long as she can eat the oil cakes and call her younger sister-in-law her real mother, she is happy. Wang Xiaoyi, who was being watched closely by her daughter's eyes, could only agree and accept. 1 gene of oil cakes wasn't much. After sharing with the family, Wang Xiaoyi was left with only 2 pieces. She kept these 2 pieces for her daughter, refusing to share anymore. Lin Yuzhen received some oil cakes but didn't want to eat them. He secretly hid them, planning to give them to his 2 daughters and wife. On the other hand, second brother Lin Youju's family each ate their own. The small piece of oil cake was finished in 1 bite. Its rich, sweet, oily flavor made people want more. But seeing her mother-in-law's protective attitude, Li Xiaodi knew she wouldn't get another piece. She could only lick her lips and savor the taste. After everyone finished eating, they went back to work. In a few days, it would be summer harvest. They looked at the golden wheat in the fields, full of energy. The fields hadn't yielded much in the past 2 or 3 years. Luckily, the weather had blessed them 2 months ago with heavy rain. Otherwise, this year's wheat would have dried up like last year. Soon after starting work, Li Xiaodi felt lazy again and squatted down to slack off. The team's loudspeaker, Niu Yuxia, came over and started chatting with her. Xiaodi, when is your younger sister-in-law getting married? It would be good to prepare early and share some good luck. Wang Xiaoyi is very caring about her daughter. When she gets her married, she will definitely hold a grand celebration with plenty of food and drink. Even if there's no meat, there will be steamed buns. She plans to go hungry and eat more at the celebration. Li Xiaodi looked confused. Getting married? Who is she marrying? I don't even know about this. Seeing Li Xiaodi trying to dodge the question, Niu Yuxia rolled her eyes. Besides Zhou Jiqing at the youth training station, who else could it be? Our team's news is spreading everywhere. You can't hide it from me. You think your sister-in-law's life is really good. Before she got married, her parents and brothers protected her, and she never had to work in the fields. Now that she's of marriage age, she chose a young man from Shanghai who came to the countryside as a youth. Zhou Jiqing is famous in our team for being good-looking and having a kind temper. Among the women in our team, everyone hopes their daughters will marry Zhou Jiqing. Who would have thought your sister-in-law would take him instead? This time, Li Xiaodi understood clearly. She immediately left Niuxia and hurried to find her mother-in-law. That scoundrel Zhou Zhongwen, who relies on his looks to cheat and steal, has taken many good things from her sister-in-law. Fortunately, her sister-in-law saw through him and got back what he had stolen. They had cut ties completely, so why are they involved again? Just thinking about her sister-in-law marrying Zhou Zhongwen's bad-tempered father makes Li Xiaodi feel upset inside. It's not because she cares too much about her sister-in-law, but because she worries about their family's money and food. Her mother-in-law, who loves her daughter very much, will surely support her sister-in-law and her husband after marriage. Maybe she will even take everything from the family. Li Xiaodi doesn't agree. Wang Xiaoyi, who is busy working, was pulled aside hurriedly by her second daughter-in-law to talk. Mother, I don't agree with my sister marrying Zhou Jiqing. Who's marrying whom? Say that again? My sister is going to marry Zhou Zhongwen's scoundrel father.
Everyone in our team knows about it.
Just now, the loudspeaker told me. Forget his nonsense. With his sharp mouth, monkey face, and dead fish eyes, anyone who marries him will be unlucky. My daughter would never be so foolish as to marry him. Mother, are you saying this marriage doesn't count? What do you mean it doesn't count? Your sister's reputation has been ruined. And you, as her sister-in-law, are still smiling? Is this how a sister-in-law should behave? Everyone is bullying your sister. Li Xiaodi, after being scolded, didn't get angry. Instead, She stood with her mother-in-law, sharing the same strong feeling. Mother, calm down. After work, I will find those who are spreading rumors behind her back and get revenge for my sister. Wang Xiui rolled her eyes at her. What are you waiting for?
Go now.
I want to see that shameless gossiping woman dare to ruin my daughter's reputation behind her back. I caught her, and I will tear her mouth apart. After hearing my mother-in-law's words, Li Xiaodi stopped working and hurriedly went to Niu Yuxia. Niu Suizue, where did you hear that my sister is getting married? Niu Yuxia looked at Li Xiaodi with a serious face, feeling a bit nervous. What's wrong? Could it be false? Li Xiaodi spat on the ground. Of course it's false. My sister is kind, good-looking, and hardworking. She wouldn't marry that little white face who only tricks women. Is Lin Wanwan good-looking? Kind? Hardworking? Only the Lin family would believe that. Everyone in the Lava Flower team knows Lin Wanwan is famously lazy. She sleeps until late morning and needs her sister-in-law to feed her at mealtime. She's chubby, with big ears, and has a terrible temper. If anyone annoys her, she acts like a mad dog and doesn't let go. Niu Yuxia looked at Li Xiaodi, feeling surprised. Today, it's like the sun is rising from the west. Usually, Li Xiaodi wouldn't say such things about her sister-in-law. Now she suddenly changed her attitude and spoke well of her.
It was truly surprising.
Li Xiaodi, what kind of spell did your mother-in-law and sister-in-law cast on you?
Why are you saying this?
Li Xiaodi, hiding something in her heart, looked at the nagging Niu Yuxia with displeasure. Stop talking so much. Just tell me where you heard this from.
I'm Buse.
Old Lady Sue from the team, Niu Yuxia replied, revealing the source. Actually, it wasn't really a lie. It was just the truth. So it turns out that this old woman was spreading rumors behind my sister's back. I'll tear her apart. Li Xiaodi finished speaking and hurried off to scold Old Lady Sue. Niu Yuxia, feeling there was some excitement to see, dropped her work and ran after her. Old Lady Sue, slapped in the face, was stunned. When she recovered, she felt angry and wanted to vent. Li Xiaodi, why did you hit me for no reason? I hit you because of your foul mouth that's ruining my sister's reputation. Lin Wanwan is just a girl. Do you think she has a reputation? You're probably joking. Old Lady Sue looked like she heard the biggest joke and covered her mouth to laugh. She laughed so happily that she accidentally hurt the corner of her mouth, making her grimace in pain. My sister's fine. I told you not to ruin her reputation. Suddenly, Li Xiaodi pushed Aunt Sue to the ground and straddled her, hitting her from both sides. Wang Xiui, who was chasing after her, saw this scene. Instead of stopping her, she encouraged Li Xiaodi. Xiaodi, hit this old woman hard. If you do, my mother will make you some meat tomorrow. Hearing about the meat, Li Xiaodi became even more aggressive. Poor Aunt Sue was beaten so badly, she cried out for help. The team leader also arrived and saw what was happening. His face turned pale. He turned to the team members who were just watching and shouted loudly, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and stop this. Can't you see what's happening?" Everyone quickly stepped in to break up the fight. Aunt Sue, who was rescued, saw the team leader and clung to his leg, crying loudly. Team leader, the Lin family is really too mean. Please, you have to help me. At that moment, the team leader was too upset to listen. He felt embarrassed and angry. He had lived honestly all his life, and now, in old age, he felt like he had lost his dignity. He said sternly, "Aunt Sue, say what you need to, but let go of my leg. Otherwise, we'll both get taken away." Aunt Sue quickly let go, and the team leader sighed in relief. Then he looked at everyone. "What's going on? You all aren't working, but instead are fighting. I think you don't want to share the grain." Li Xiaodi, who had been so brave earlier, suddenly became very obedient in front of the team leader. She trembled and hid behind her mother-in-law, not daring to speak. Oh dear, besides her mother-in-law, her biggest fear was her uncle, the team leader. He was strict and didn't show any mercy when scolding people. He could make someone feel like a child. Wang Xiui, however, was not afraid. She crossed her arms and scolded, "Aunt Sue, this old woman is spreading rumors behind my back about my daughter. Beating her is too light. In these days, a girl's reputation is more important than her life. When the team leader heard Wang Xiui say this, he looked back at Aunt Sue. Aunt Sue, is this true? Mrs. Sue shook her head like a rattle drum. No, no way. Even if I were more forgetful, I would never do such a wicked thing. Seeing that she still wouldn't admit it, Wang Xiui scolded. Did you tell Niu Yuxia that my daughter is going to marry that little scoundrel Zhou Zhongwen? I did say that, but it was Zhou Jiqing who told me. He said he would marry Lin Wanwan soon. Nonsense. My daughter said she would never marry him, no matter what. The others present couldn't help but twitch their mouths when they heard Wang Xiui. This Wang Xiui was shameless, lying openly without shame. Everyone in the Laba Flower Brigade knew that Lin Wanwan was always following Zhou Jiqing around like a little shadow, unable to shake him off. Saying she would never marry Zhou Jiqing, no one would believe that. The squad leader frowned and sent someone to call Zhou Jiqing over. Zhou Jiqing was surprised to hear his name, but put down his work and followed. When he saw the stern-faced Wang Xiui and Li Xiaodi glaring at him like they wanted to eat him, his heart pounded wildly. A strange fear swept over him. Could they have found out that he was the one spreading the rumors? No, that couldn't be. He was sure he had kept it very secret. Suddenly, he accidentally saw Mrs. Su standing behind the squad leader, and he was so scared he widened his eyes. The clever, bald squad leader saw Zhou Jiqing's guilty look and immediately understood that he was involved. His face darkened instantly. Besides his role as squad leader, he was also Lin Wanwan's real uncle. He had to stand up for her, both publicly and privately. Zhou Jiqing, what's going on? You're from the city and went to high school. You should know that damaging a girl's reputation is wrong. Squad leader, this has nothing to do with me. I didn't do anything. Zhou Jiqing instinctively tried to defend himself under everyone's watchful eyes. After saying that, he regretted it. He should have taken this chance to confirm his marriage with Lin Wanwan once and for all. Then Lin Wanwan, whose reputation was already ruined, would have no choice but to marry him. Wang Xiui, as her mother, would have to accept him as her son-in-law, biting her lip. Later, the 300 yuan, the Phoenix bicycle, and the recommended spots for workers, peasants, and soldiers would still belong to him. Unfortunately, I spoke the wrong words just now. Now, I can only grit my teeth and keep going, refusing to admit that those words came from me. The team leader frowned and said, Mother Sue says you told her about this. Mother Sue is lying. Seeing Zhou Zhongwen blatantly lying, Mother Sue was stunned. You idiot, it was clearly you who told me. You said not long ago that you and Lin Wanwan would get a marriage certificate at the commune. If you hadn't told me, how would I know? And I wouldn't tell others. Zhou Zhongwen said, Mother Sue, I know you don't like the Lin family, but you can't falsely accuse me. Mother Sue, who had been clever all her life, was now caught off guard and felt like a bird pecked her eye. She was so angry she wanted to curse her father. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She turned to Wang Xiua and said, Andy, you know who I am. I swear that those words came from this brat's mouth. If I tell one lie today, I won't have a good life. When she said this, everyone gasped. Mother Sue was too harsh on herself. Could it really be that those words came from Zhou Jiqing? But what was he trying to do? Everyone looked at Zhou Zhongwen with puzzled eyes. Zhou Zhongwen was panicking inside. He forced himself to stay calm, so he wouldn't be exposed. Otherwise, Wang Xiua, that wicked woman, would tear him apart. He didn't want to become the second Mother Sue. Especially after being beaten a few days ago, the shadow still haunted him. Based on her many years of understanding, Wang Xiua was 100% sure that those words came from Zhou Zhongwen. Since he dared to ruin her daughter's reputation, she wouldn't hold back. She decided to expose his shameful secret completely. My daughter is too innocent. She can't tell good from bad. Zhou Zhongwen, this bastard, took advantage of my daughter's kindness and tricked her out of food and money. If he truly cared for my daughter, I wouldn't say anything. But he looks like a decent person, yet he does things that aren't right. While comforting my daughter, I was also hugging and kissing by Wenwen from the youth team station. Fortunately, my daughter saw it, or else I might have been kept in the dark forever, fooled into thinking everything was normal. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of shock spread through everyone. They all stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they saw in front of them. I never expected that the usually proud youth from the station would behave so openly and shamelessly. They were kissing in broad daylight. And Bai Wenwen from the youth station was also a shameless girl. How could a proper girl do such things? It was especially sad for Lin's little girl. She wasn't pretty, and she was tricked into giving her feelings and money. If she were the kind to give up easily, she might have already taken her own life. No wonder Wang Xiui was so angry. My mind was exploding with shock, and I felt like I might collapse at any moment. I was finished. I could never go back to the city. My life was ruined by Wang Xiui. I hated her so much. Bai Wenwen, hiding behind the team members, was so scared by the scene that her face turned pale. Not wanting to be sent to reform through labor, she forced herself to stand up and approach Zhou Zhongwen. Team leader, my relationship with Zhou from the youth team is known to everyone here. We're about to get our marriage certificate at the commune, so it's not considered a scandal. Zhou Zhongwen seemed to realize something and quickly said, yes, yes, yes. We're just dating, not having an affair.
Please don't punish me.
The team leader called for the youth team members to be brought in. The youth team members were confused at first, but after hearing the full story, they started to support Zhou Zhongwen and Bai Wenwen, saying they were just dating. They also said Zhou Zhongwen and Lin Wanfan were just friends having normal interactions. If they didn't say this, it might ruin the reputation of their youth team, and no one would want to associate with them in the future. The team leader verbally scolded Zhou Zhongwen and Bai Wenwen, then ordered Zhou to apologize to Wang Xiui. After that, the matter was considered settled. However, Granny Su, who had been beaten and had suffered losses, was not willing to accept it. After the team leader left, she ordered her two sons to beat Zhou Zhongwen up, finally feeling some relief. During dinner today, Wang Xiua, who usually distributes food, unusually gave Li Zhaodi a whole steamed bun. Previously, she only received half a bun. Zhaodi, you did very well today. This is a reward for you. Li Zhaodi held the bun excitedly, as if she had been energized. She patted her chest and promised her mother-in-law, "Mother, don't worry. From now on, I will stand up for my sister. Anyone who bullies her, I will deal with them. That's my girl." "I knew I didn't see wrong," Wang Xiua said. Then she added half a bowl of porridge to her second daughter-in-law's bowl. Li Zhaodi felt even more motivated, full of energy. This afternoon, Lin Wuan stayed at home sleeping and didn't go outside, so she didn't know what was happening outside. Seeing her mother and second sister-in-law talking in riddles, she became curious and asked, "Mother, what are you talking about? I can't understand." In a good mood, Li Zhaodi looked at her younger sister-in-law as if she saw a money tree, her eyes shining brightly. She then told her younger sister-in-law everything that happened this afternoon. At the end, she added, "Sister, from now on, if anyone bullies you, your sister-in-law will go and scratch their face so they can't show it to others." Lin Wuan didn't expect things to develop this way, nor did she expect Bai Wenwen to admit openly to dating Zhou Zhongwen in front of everyone. But this was also good, bad people locking each other out and fighting. Remember, Bai Wenwen wasn't a good person either. The original owner had seen her talking badly about her more than once. And during the time the original owner almost jumped into the river, Bai Wenwen also said many mocking and sarcastic things about her. With a delicate, weak-looking face, Bai Wenwen often did things that weren't very nice in private. She was like a hypocrite and a scheming girl, and the modern world had seen many like her. Living with Zhou Zhongwen, who was selfish and only cared about himself, their life was definitely chaotic. Lin Wuan was happy to see them fight like dogs. Meanwhile, the news that Zhou Zhongwen and Bai Wenwen were dating spread quickly through the team, and soon everyone knew. From the 80-year-old grandmother with no teeth to the 5 or 6-year-old mischievous kid running around the team. When the team leader's youngest son, Lin Youqiang, heard the news, he was completely stunned. A few days ago, Bai Jiqing had just confided in him, saying she wanted to be his girlfriend. But in the blink of an eye, she was already involved with Zhou Zhongwen, the guy at the youth station. Isn't Zhou Zhongwen the man her cousin likes? Lin Yuqiang, feeling confused and overwhelmed, immediately put down his chopsticks and hurriedly ran toward the youth station.
He needs an answer now.
If Bai Jiqing is with Zhou Zhongwen, what does that make him? Is he just a casual friend? But he hasn't even touched Bai Jiqing's hand. Could it be that Bai Jiqing is just playing him for fun? On the way to the youth station, Lin Yuqiang carefully recalled the sweet moments he shared with Bai Wenwen. Growing up in the city, the delicate girl with big, moist eyes complained that life was too tiring. Without hesitation, he asked his father to arrange a simple job for her. Even then, the girl was so exhausted she started crying. He couldn't stand to see her cry, so after finishing his work, he would go help her with hers. He worked tirelessly like an old ox. To protect her reputation, he would secretly help her, afraid the other women in the team would tease her. The city girl was different from them, shy and delicate, unable to handle teasing. And those women often talked nonsense about men and relationships. He also saved his own ration to share with her. The sweet memories flashed through Lin Yuqiang's mind. Soon, he arrived at the youth station. At this moment, the youth station had just finished preparing the meal, and the young people were gathered around the stone table eating. Seeing the young son of the team leader rush over in a hurry, everyone's eyebrows furrowed. Wang Yonghao stepped forward and asked Comrade Yuqiang, "Why are you here so late? Is something wrong? Where is Bai Jiqing?" "I need to find her," Lin Yuqiang said, biting his lower lip tightly, trying to stay calm inside. He wasn't here to fight. He just wanted to understand whether the girl he cared about truly liked him. If she did, then why was she involved with Zhou Zhongwen? Or perhaps Zhou Zhongwen used some mean tricks to force her. This thought quickly took root in her mind, and Lin Yuqiang's anxious feelings eased a little. When they learned that Lin Yuqiang came to find Bai Wenwen, everyone at the youth station looked at each other in surprise. A man coming to see a woman late at night, besides love, there seemed to be no other reason. First, it was Zhou Zhongwen, who shared their roof, and then it was the young son of the team leader's family. What kind of trouble has Bai Wenwen caused behind their backs? She seems obedient, but secretly she does all sorts of flirtatious, shameless things, causing trouble for them at the youth station. Thinking about how their peaceful life might be disrupted, the youth members started to blame Bai Wenwen, who was always restless. "Are you all mute? I'm asking you questions. Where is Bai Wenwen? I need to see her." Wang Cancan stepped forward. "Bai Wenwen is resting inside. I'll go call her." After saying that, Wang Cancan ran back to the room. She looked at Bai Wenwen, who was curled up on the bed, with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. "Bai Wenwen, the young son of the team leader wants to see you. Tell him to get lost." Bai Wenwen's temper was a bit fiery. Just thinking about what happened this afternoon made her want to cry uncontrollably. Her reputation was ruined, all because of Wang Xiaoa, that old woman, spreading rumors, which made her afraid to even leave the house. Even if she went to the commune with Zhou Zhongwen to get their marriage certificate, the gossipers in the team would still call her an unruly, flirtatious woman behind her back. Such filthy words were enough to make her collapse just thinking about them. "The person looking for you is Lin Yuqiang, the young son of the team leader. It was you who told him to get lost. If anything happens later, don't blame me." Before Wang Cancan finished speaking, Bai Wenwen had already climbed out of bed. She stood in front of the mirror, combing her hair and applying powder to her face. After fussing for a while, she finally left the room with her eyes swollen from crying. When Lin Yuqiang saw Bai Wenwen come out and willing to see him, he was happy and even forgot why he came. But when Bai Wenwen saw the gaze of everyone shifting between her and Lin Yuqiang, her heart suddenly clenched. She must not let anyone find out about her and Lin Yuqiang's relationship. "Comrade Lin, weren't you looking for me? Let's go outside to talk." "Okay, I follow you." The two of them left the youth commune one after the other. Some nosy people, eager for gossip, ran back into the house to wake up Zhou Zhongwen, who was sleeping with his head down. "Zhou Zhongwen, Bai Wenwen's boyfriend, is here to see her." "White youth, I just want to know what your relationship is with Zhou Zhongwen from your youth commune. Why is everyone in the whole team talking about you two being a couple, even about getting married?" Bai Wenwen knows she can't hide the truth. Even if she doesn't say anything, Lin Yoqiang, the fool, will find out from others. Instead of that, she might as well act pitiful now to gain the man's sympathy. After all, this fool in front of her is the team leader's youngest son, who is loved by the team leader and his wife. Having tasted the benefits, she really doesn't want to give up. At least before returning to the city, she plans to keep this silly man interested, making him willingly do things for her. Bai Wenwen is confident she can do that. In an instant, tears that she couldn't hold back welled up in her eyes, and her delicate, aggrieved voice sounded. Comrade Lin, all of this is my fault. Even if you hate me, I understand. Honestly, I also hate myself quite a bit. Being with a man I don't love is worse than death. Every day feels like torture, but I dare not die. I'm afraid I won't see you again if I do. After all, the person I like is. Forget it. No use saying more now. Some things once missed are truly gone. Lin Yoqiang looked at the girl he loved crying in front of him. His impulse overwhelmed his reason, and he hugged Bai Wenwen into his arms. Bai Wenwen was stunned. They were only a few steps from the youth commune. If someone saw them by accident, her life would be ruined. She mustered all her strength and pushed him away with her arms. But it was no use at all. Wenwen, tell me, was that beast Zhou Zhongwen forcing you to be with him? Comrade Lin, there's no point in talking about this now. I owe you an apology. If there's a next life, I will definitely make it up to you. I knew I wasn't wrong. I knew you still had feelings for me. The words you said before about liking me weren't fake. Brother Chong, you know I've always liked you. If anyone's to blame, it's just that we are destined to be apart. With a snap, Zhou Zhongwen accidentally stepped on a branch hidden in the dark. Lin Yoqiang and Bai Wenwen, who were hugging, quickly separated in fear. As they turned around, they saw Zhou Zhongwen. Instantly, Bai Wenwen's face turned very pale with fear. You! What are you doing here? When did you arrive? You shameless woman, daring to betray me and wear a green hat. If I hadn't come out today, would you have fooled me forever? And you're even helping to raise someone else's child. After saying this, Zhou Zhongwen angrily slapped Bai Wenwen. Caught off guard, Bai Wenwen was knocked to the ground by the slap. She was about to explain when a sharp pain hit her lower abdomen. The pain made it hard for her to breathe. Seeing his beloved woman being hit, Lin Yoqiang was furious. He rushed forward and started fighting Zhou Zhongwen. Hearing the noise, the local youths who came to see what was happening were shocked. They quickly ran to call others for help. In just a short while, half the team came to the youth station to watch the scene. Among them was Lin Wanwan's whole family. Lin Wanwan and her family arrived late and didn't get a good spot, but Lin Wanwan's mother was unreasonable. Without even speaking, the person blocking her moved aside as soon as they saw Wang Xiui behind her, afraid of being falsely accused. So, Lin Wanwan easily found a good spot to watch the fight. Under the bright moonlight, Lin Wanwan finally saw clearly who the man fighting Zhou Zhongwen was. It was her cousin Lin Yoqiang, who was her age, just 2 months older than her. But what puzzled Lin Wanwan was that her usually honest cousin was fighting with Zhou Zhongwen, who was quite a coward. Could it be for her? This idea just started to form, but Lin Wanwan quickly dismissed it. Her body usually didn't get along with her cousins and sisters, and their relationship wasn't close enough for her cousin to fight for her. Then why? Host, Bai Wenwen's child cannot be saved. Lin Wanwan's system alert reminded her that there was a person lying on the ground nearby. Who is Bai Wenjin pregnant with? It's with Zhou Zhongwen's child. Bai Wenjin is carrying Zhou Zhongwen's only bloodline. Now that the pregnancy has been lost, Zhou Zhongwen has no descendants. Hearing the phrase, no descendants, a pleased smile appeared on Lin Wanwan's face. She quite liked this kind of revenge. At this moment, the onlookers also noticed Bai Wenjin lying on the ground. Old Lady Yang, who had experienced similar situations, saw the large wet patch beneath her and her eyelids twitched constantly. She quickly waved to her daughter-in-law nearby. Xiao Qin, come here and help. Bai Jiqing seems to have had a miscarriage. This news was like a thunderclap, causing an immediate uproar. How could such a lovely young girl have a miscarriage?
Could it be?
The team members instinctively looked at Zhou Zhongwen. After all, earlier this afternoon, in broad daylight, Bai Wenjin had openly told many people that she and Zhou Zhongwen had been a couple for a long time. If not for today's incident, Zhou Zhongwen would probably be worried to hear about the miscarriage. But now, he only wanted to strangle Bai Wenjin, this unfaithful woman. He suspected she was secretly with other men, perhaps in places he couldn't see, and that the adulterous couple had long been together. Just thinking about having slept with someone else's woman made his stomach turn. As for Lin Youqiang, he couldn't accept that Bai Wenjin, who was pure and innocent in his heart, had slept with another man and gotten pregnant. He looked dazed, crouching on the ground, crying and laughing at the same time. But saving her was the priority now. Even the biggest problem could wait until she was rescued. Bai Wenjin's condition was urgent. She needed to go to the hospital. The team leader ordered someone to bring the stretcher used by the troops years ago from the headquarters, and 2 women from the team helped lift Bai Wenjin onto the stretcher. 2 strong young men hurriedly carried her to the commune health clinic. The team members, seeing the excitement die down, all went home, discussing what had happened today with sighs. After everyone left, Wang Xiui kicked Lin Youqiang in disgust. "You little guy, you seem honest, but you actually caused your parents to lose their lives. I really underestimated you before." She was not like those foolish women in the team who don't think with their heads. In her view, the child in Bai Wuwen's belly must be related to Lin Youqiang, this simple-minded guy. Otherwise, Zhou Zhongwen, who just confirmed his relationship with Bai Wuwen, wouldn't be hitting him while ignoring all the other men in the team. Isn't that obvious? She just didn't know when Lin Youqiang and Bai Wuwen got together. If her competitive sister-in-law found out her son did such a thing, she would be furious. "White Wuwen's baby isn't mine," Lin Youqiang said. Although he liked Bai Wuwen, he wouldn't wear a green hat for no reason. He knew that wearing the hat was easy, but taking it off was very hard. "Then whose is it?" "I don't know. Anyway, it's not mine." "I haven't even touched Bai Wuwen." Seeing Lin Wanwan upset, she quickly grabbed Wang Xiui to ask, "Mom, I believe my cousin isn't that kind of person. Please stop talking. Just believing isn't enough. Words come from others, and you can't stop them from saying what they want." Hearing this, Lin Youqiang, annoyed, tugged at his hair. "What should I do? She didn't even touch my hand. How could she be pregnant with my child?" "Go ask your dad. He's the team leader. Ask him to help you. I'm afraid my dad will hit me." "You're afraid now? Why didn't you do it earlier?" Stop making excuses. Hurry and ask your dad. If Bai Wuwen wakes up and says her belly is your child, you'll never clear your name, even if you jump into the Yellow River. She had experience and thought long-term, especially about such matters, which had happened before. The little son of the secretary of the neighboring team was involved with a young woman who was 4 months pregnant. It caused a big fuss, and everyone in the commune knew about it. In front of the entire team, the young woman told everyone that the child in her belly was the son of the party secretary's youngest son. People in the team often saw them talking and chatting together. In this situation, even if you had 10 mouths, you couldn't explain clearly. Even if the baby in her belly wasn't yours, you would have to swallow your pride and accept this illegitimate child. To prevent the youngest son from being sent away for re-education, the party secretary's family had no choice but to marry the young woman into their family, biting their lips in frustration. But the young woman wasn't interested in marriage. She was aiming for the recommended spot for workers, peasants, and soldiers to study in the city this year. The spots for these students had been decided long ago, one for the second son of the team leader's family and the other for the daughter of the party secretary's family. By this point, everyone was no fool. They realized that the young woman from the city had tricked the party secretary's youngest son, and they felt sympathy for him. However, no one expected that the party secretary's youngest son was a caring brother who loved his sister. To help his sister go to school in the city, he boldly pulled down his pants in front of everyone. His manhood, a symbol of being a man, was so small it was almost invisible, what villagers often called a castrated man. People believed that someone like that couldn't make a woman pregnant. It was obvious that what the young woman said was a lie. In the end, her plan failed completely. Not only could she not return to the city, but the party secretary also sent her to a nearby farm for re-education because of her conduct. As for the party secretary's youngest son, everyone in the area knew about his condition, and even now, no matchmaker had come to introduce him to a girl. As for Bai Wenwen's baby, whether it was saved or not, the father would still rely on her words to determine the outcome. Lin Youqiang, upon hearing Wang Xiu's reminder, broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. His legs refused to obey him, and he suddenly knelt down in front of Wang Xiu. "Auntie, please help me. I really can't marry Bai Wenwen, that wicked woman. If I marry her, my life will be over." Wang Xiu disdainfully kicked him and cursed him like venom. "If you don't marry her, your life will be over too. I really don't understand how two smart people like your older brother and sister-in-law could have given birth to such a fool. It's embarrassing for our Lin family." After a wild outburst, Lin Youqiang burst into tears, crying and sniffling. Lin Wanwan looked at her little cousin, who was crying and sniffling with tears and mucus all over his face. Her eyes showed clear disgust. He was a grown man crying more pitifully than a child. But Wang Xiu was right. If Bai Wenjin blamed everything on her little cousin, it would shame the Lin family. She might even lose her position as squad leader. Many people in the squad were eager to take her uncle's place and had long wanted to replace him, hoping to climb up by stepping on him. As squad leader, her uncle's position was also beneficial to their family. Originally, Lin Wanwan thought it was better to stay out of trouble, but now she changed her mind. She wanted to help her little cousin. "Little cousin, tell me what happened today. Let me see if I can help you." Seeing her unfamiliar younger sister, Lin Youqiang suddenly felt like he had someone to rely on. He told her everything about Bai Wenjin and him, including how Zhou Zhongwen slapped Bai Wenjin and made her fall to the ground. "Little cousin, you said Bai Wenjin likes you. Does she like you because you're ugly? Or because you're uneducated, don't wash, and talk nonsense?" Lin Wanwan looked at her simple-minded little cousin with complicated feelings. He really should have some self-awareness so he wouldn't be fooled and still smile foolishly inside. Lin Youqiang hesitated for a long time but couldn't explain why. Meanwhile, Wang Xiu didn't hold back and scolded mercilessly. "You're so stupid, all because you're easy to fool. That sly fox just winks and tricks you around. I really wonder if your mother forgot to give you a brain when she gave birth to you." Scolded, Lin Youqiang opened his mouth but then closed it again, unable to say a word. His aunt was right. He was indeed foolish, completely played by Bai Wenjin. Lin Wanwan interrupted Wang Xiu. "Mom, wait until we solve this, then you can scold." "Fine, I'll listen to you." Wang Xiu immediately quieted down. When Lin Wanwan, Wang Xiu, and Lin Youqiang arrived at the clinic, Bai Wenjin had already come out of the operating room. Her small face was pale, with tears still fresh on her cheeks, clearly having cried heavily just now. "Wanwan, why did you come?" The squad leader looked at his niece at the door, surprised. "I came to see what the doctor said," Lin Wanwan said. She already knew from the system that Bai Wenjin's pregnancy couldn't be saved, but she asked again to avoid suspicion. The doctor said the baby couldn't be saved. But what? It's nothing. I'm here to watch over it. You should go back now so your mother doesn't worry. He didn't want to admit that his son caused this trouble. Wang Xiu suddenly appeared behind Lin Wanwan, impatiently saying, "Brother, we're all family. There's nothing we can't talk about. If it weren't for her daughter, she wouldn't bother with this fuss, especially not late at night rushing to the hospital." How did you also come here?" the squad leader asked in surprise. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiu grabbed Lin Youqiang, who was hiding behind, and said, "Not just me. Your foolish son is here too." Seeing his younger son, the squad leader's anger flared up. He took off his cloth shoes and threw them at his son. "I'll beat you to death, you worthless brat. I've taught you everything I know, and you still do such shameless things." Lin Youqiang looked at his angry father and didn't dare to dodge. He just stood there blankly. He was about to be beaten. His face was already marked with blood from the squad leader's fists. Just as he was about to be beaten to death, Lin Wanwan stepped forward to stop her uncle. "Uncle, let's talk nicely. Don't hurt him." The squad leader finally stopped and turned to slap himself. It's all my fault. I didn't teach my son properly, and now he's done such shameful things. Lin Wanwan asked, Uncle, what shameful thing did our cousin do? This fool got a girl pregnant, and now the child is gone. What do you call that? Lin Yoqiang, who was falsely accused, exploded. Dad, it's not me. I didn't do it. You have to believe me. But if not you, then who? Bai Jiqing admitted it herself. She said you forced her to sleep with you. Soon everyone in the squad would know about this. The proud squad leader, who had always been strong, was now being taught a lesson by his own son. He felt utterly humiliated. If anyone was to blame, it was himself for not teaching his son properly. Lin Yoqiang was very angry inside. He was furious that Bai Wenjin falsely accused him and upset with himself for falling in love with her, despite her being a troublemaker. He knew for sure that the baby in her belly was not his. Bai Wenjin, lying on the hospital bed, no longer pretended to be weak. She sobbed and said, Captain, don't blame Brother Yoqiang. It's all my choice. I didn't protect the baby in my belly well. I'm sorry to Brother Yoqiang. If you want to hit or scold someone, please hit me, not him. The more Bai Wenjin said this, the more uncomfortable Captain felt. He looked at her with guilt on his face. Don't worry, our Lin family will give you a clear explanation today, he promised. Bai Wenjin was happy inside. She had originally planned to marry Zhou Zhongwen, have a child, and then use her family's connections to return to the city. But everything was ruined by the foolish Lin Yoqiang. When Zhou Zhongwen saw her hugging Lin Yoqiang, he would definitely not want her anymore, and she would lose her chance to have his child. So, she decided to take this opportunity to get close to Lin Yoqiang. It was her best choice at the moment. Lin Yoqiang's father was the team leader. If she married into his family, she could cry, make a fuss, and even threaten to hang herself to get the recommended spot for next year's workers, peasants, and soldier students, then go back to the city to study. Once in the city, she would find a chance to divorce Lin Yoqiang without affecting her chances of finding another partner. But poor Lin Yoqiang, the fool, was being played around by her. However, no one acts against themselves without consequences. Her actions were not wrong at all. Bai Wenjin thought she had hidden her plans well, but Lin Wanwan, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, saw everything clearly. A mocking smile appeared on her lips. Uncle, you can't believe everything you hear. Don't just listen to rumors. You need proof. Wanwan, are you saying? The captain's brow twitched. He instinctively looked at his son, who was hiding in the corner. Uncle, my little cousin and I have been friends since childhood. I trust his character. The baby in Bai Jiqing's belly has nothing to do with him, Wanwan said confidently. Seeing Lin Wanwan suddenly interrupt, Bai Wenjin was furious and started to curse. What are you? This is between me and Lin Yoqiang. Before she finished, Wang Xiui, who was protecting her, slapped her twice. You shameless little troublemaker, secretly seducing men, sleeping with others, and after causing a tragedy, still trying to blame others. You're truly without shame. If I were your mother, I would have been so angry I would have already scolded you to death for being such a disgraceful person. White Wuan covered her swollen face from the slap and tried to explain, I didn't do anything. You're framing me. I only have Brother Chong as my man. Lin Wanwan chuckled softly. Really? But last time, I clearly saw you and Zhou Zhongwen kissing passionately at the youth station. White Wuan hesitated for a long time but couldn't explain. Because her kissing Zhou Zhongwen at the youth station was spread everywhere by Wang Xiui, who has a big mouth. If she had known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have admitted to being Zhou Zhongwen's girlfriend. It's really unlucky. But Lin Wanwan didn't let her go. She continued, let me guess, the baby in your belly must be Zhou Zhongwen's. You two used to fool around outside the firewood pile at the youth station. He took off your pants, you took off his shirt, and neither of you took precautions. It's no surprise that something serious happened. White Wuan's pupils shrank as she was hit with the truth. She blurted out, how? How do you know about that? Seeing that she had achieved her goal, Lin Wanwan turned to her uncle. Uncle, now you can believe that my little cousin was wrongfully accused. As for how she knew, of course, it was the all-powerful system that told her. But what she didn't expect was that White Wuan was suffering so much in matters of love. What can 5 minutes do? Taking off and putting on clothes takes about 2 minutes. If she dares to dawdle, the other 3 minutes will pass quickly. It's clear what kind of hard life White Woo-win is living. If it were her, she wouldn't be able to endure even a moment. She would just kick the man out and find someone better. After all, she can't stand any hardship in that place. White youth, I really misjudged you, said the team leader, dropping everything and leaving the hospital angrily. White Woo-win's slow brain finally reacted to what she had just said, and she was furious. She looked at Lin Wanwan, the troublemaker in front of her, and angrily threw a pillow at her. Lin Wanwan calmly took the pillow and fought back. Bai Woo-win yelled loudly, insulting her with all kinds of words. Without a doubt, Wang Xiui, who was protective of her own, slapped her a few times. Lin Wanwan left with Wang Xiui. Lin Youqiang silently followed behind until they reached the hospital gate. He suddenly knelt down with a thud and bowed his head several times, panting. Cousin, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I might have been ruined by Bai Woo-win. Little cousin, remember this in the future. The older generation, like our uncle, is getting on in years. Don't make him worry about you. Lin Youqiang nodded heavily. After a long night of fussing, Lin Wanwan was truly exhausted, her legs barely able to move. What normally took an hour and a half, she rushed home in just 40 minutes. When she arrived, she found her family was already awake, sitting in the yard waiting for her and Wang Xiui. Only after Wang Xiui spoke did everyone yawn and go back inside to sleep. Seeing this scene touched a sweet feeling in Lin Wanwan's heart. She couldn't remember the last time her family waited for her at home, probably before her parents passed away. The next morning, Lin Wanwan was awakened by the sounds in the yard. She listened carefully and finally understood what was happening outside. It turned out that her second sister-in-law suddenly got her period this morning, and she was arguing with her second brother in the yard. Her second sister-in-law, because she hadn't had her period for 2 months, kept insisting she was pregnant. Her second brother, for the sake of the baby in his wife's belly, was giving her food from his own mouth every day. But instead, a big misunderstanding happened. The much-anticipated baby was gone, and her second brother was angry. He argued with his wife, and she was not willing to back down. They started arguing more and more fiercely. Stop arguing. If anyone dares to wake up my daughter, I'll skin them alive. Wang Xiui saw these two fools and felt angry. They were arguing early in the morning, just looking for trouble and troublemaking for no reason. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and kicked Li Xiaodi and Lin Yuzhu. Li Xiaodi covered her sore bottom, which was kicked, and shouted, Mom, I was just saying a few words. Why did you kick me? My hand is just for hitting you. If you're unhappy, go back to your parents' house. As soon as she said this, Li Xiaodi fell silent. She definitely didn't want to go back. At her parents' place, she often went hungry for days. Her husband's family wasn't perfect, but she could at least eat enough at each meal, sometimes even get a little help from her sister-in-law to enjoy a meal with some oil and flavor. After so many years married into her husband's family, she had figured things out. In front of her in-laws, her son and grandson were not the focus. Her sister-in-law was the favorite of the old couple. As long as she took good care of her sister-in-law, her own good days would come. For example, yesterday afternoon, she helped her sister-in-law scold someone. Her mother-in-law not only praised her at the dinner table, but also added a little more porridge to her bowl. But she wasn't sure if her mother-in-law's promise to give her meat was still valid. Li Xiaodi, feeling hungry, blurted out her thoughts. Mom, you said yesterday you would cook meat for me, you. Wang Xiui crossed her arms and scolded. What are you talking about? I never said that.
Look at the time now.
We can barely eat enough of these coarse grains, and you're still dreaming of meat. How lazy can you be? She realized she shouldn't have trusted her mother-in-law's words. She didn't get the meat and only received a scolding. Li Xiaodi's face was as sour as it could be. Lin Wanwan, who had been awakened, couldn't fall back asleep. She decided to get up and get dressed. At this moment, the others in the Lin family had finished breakfast and were preparing to go to work. Wang Xiui, the mother, saw her daughter wake up and hurried over. Daughter, Why are you not sleeping a little longer today? Did your second brother and sister-in-law wake you up arguing this morning? After saying that, she turned away and shot a quick glance at her second son and daughter-in-law. Lin Yuzhu and Li Zhaodi instinctively shivered, afraid they would be scolded again if they stayed. In the main house, Lin Yuzhen and Lu Yulan had never seen their second brother and sister-in-law so eager to work in the fields. They found it very strange. Is this really the same second brother and sister-in-law they knew? They wondered if they were dreaming. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan was worried her second brother and sister-in-law would be scolded again by her mother, so she quickly shook her head. Mom, it's nothing to do with second brother and sister-in-law. I just didn't want to sleep anymore. I don't want to sleep, so I won't. Later, I'll wash my face and go to the kitchen to eat. Mom will go to work first. Mom will come back at noon to make noodles for you. After finishing her chores, Wang Xiui turned to tell her granddaughter Lin Hongxiang to take good care of her younger sister-in-law. Then she grabbed her hoe and hurried off to work in the fields. 10-year-old Lin Hongxiang can do any kind of work. Today, she cooked lunch. It was wild vegetable porridge with corn cakes. In these days when people care about filling their stomachs, everyone finished their meals quickly and went back to work. The workers, under the hot sun, sweat as they worked in the fields to earn work points. They looked at the wheat about to be ripe and smiled happily. Tired from a whole day of work, the Lin family hurried to eat before it got dark. Just after finishing their rice, the team leader and his family came to visit. The team leader's wife, Li Chuiying, took her sister-in-law's hand and said gratefully, "Xiui, my husband told me that Chang's situation is thanks to Wanwan. Without Wanwan's help, we would have had to accept that terrible Bai Wuan into our family. Recently, she had been staying in the county town to take care of her daughter after childbirth. As the summer harvest approached and her daughter had recovered, she packed her things and had her son-in-law ride his bike to bring her back. But as soon as she arrived home, she learned about this from her father-in-law. Although she had been a sister-in-law for many years and didn't like the quarrelsome Wang Xiui or the lazy Lin Wanwan, this time, her mother and daughter truly helped her family. Now, feeling better, she quickly took her things and went to thank her father-in-law and son. Seeing her sister-in-law's good manners, Wang Xiui, who had been scowling, immediately brightened her face and took the things from her. Bai Wuan is a troublemaker, always flirting with Chang and also fooling around with Zhou Zhongwen, the little pretty boy. She's even pregnant. Chang is lucky to have my daughter. If it weren't for my daughter, you would have to marry her even if you bit your tongue. Then, Chang would be wearing one green hat after another, more than the hats in the county supply store. Hearing this, Li Chuiying felt scared but also wanted to rush to the youth camp and tear Bai Wuan apart. That troublemaker is really a big problem. Her beloved youngest son almost got ruined because of her. Just wait, I won't let that troublemaker get away with it. Calming down, Li Chuiying turned to look at her niece, Lin Wuan. This time, her eyes showed a hint of admiration. Wuan, you really have changed a lot. You look so much better now. I almost didn't recognize you. Hearing her name, Lin Wuan gave a distant smile. Thank you, Aunt. It seems the medicine given by the system is working. I believe soon she will be able to shed this extra weight. Li Chuiying was once again shocked by Wuan's words of thanks. She had only been gone for a month. During her absence, what exactly happened? Her niece, who used to curse and be disliked by everyone, has changed so much that she even said thank you? Is the sun rising from the west? Or is there red rain falling from the sky? She knew her niece often called her an old hag, and over time, she couldn't really like her. But now, her niece doesn't seem as annoying as before. After Li Chuiying's reminder, others also noticed that Lin Wuan had indeed lost a lot of weight compared to before. Her chin was more defined. Her eyes looked bigger.
She even had a nose now.
Her appearance seemed much more attractive than before. While everyone was amazed at Wuan's new, slimmer look, Wang Xiui, who cared for her daughter, suddenly rushed over. Daughter, it's all my fault. I made you starve. Look at you, so thin, with hardly any flesh on you. Tomorrow, I'll ask your father to buy 2 pounds of pork from the county so you can recover. Wuan? Hardly any flesh on her? Everyone looked at Wuan, whose arms were thicker than their thighs, and started to question their own eyes. Is there something wrong with their eyesight? Or is Wang Xiu's mind not right? No matter how they looked, front, side, or lying down, Wan even now was still the fattest person in the area. When Lin Wanwan heard that Wang Xiui wanted to prepare a special meal just for her to improve her health, she felt terrible. Without hesitation, she immediately refused. Mother, I finally lost some weight. I can't eat anymore. She ate delicious food every day, and her older brother and sister-in-law must be thinking something about it. Even if they didn't say it out loud, over time, they would start to feel resentful. In the end, her mother and father would be the ones affected. Why lose weight? Our family has the means. With me, your father, and your siblings, we can make sure you stay healthy and chubby. Li Xiaodi almost fainted when she heard her mother-in-law say this. She had seen how much her daughter loved her, but she had never seen her daughter suffer from the whole family's greed. Her sister-in-law was taking more than her share, and her mother-in-law had the nerve to say such things. She even wanted her father to go to the county to buy 2 pounds of pork to help her sister-in-law recover. Oh, heavens! Open your eyes and see. She was the one who needed to eat meat to regain strength. That night, she was so hungry she couldn't even do her chores and just wanted to bite someone. The air in the yard grew quiet. Finally, the team leader noticed his niece was feeling embarrassed and stepped forward to scold Wang Xiui. I know you love your daughter, but even love has its limits. Look at what you've done to Wanwan. She's so fat she can hardly walk. Do you know what people in the team are saying about her? They're just jealous. Jealous that my daughter eats better than them, Wang Xiui said angrily. The team leader looked at Wang Xiui, who refused to listen, and his blood pressure rose sharply. Jealous? If you keep doing this, Wanwan's future and her husband's family will be ruined. You're destroying her life, and she will end up resenting you. Hearing that her daughter might hate her, Wang Xiui started to cry nervously. The team leader knew he had spoken harshly, but he couldn't avoid the main issue. Wang Xiui wouldn't change. He honestly thought that the thinner Wanwan was now, the better she looked, and her temper had improved a lot. Her overall aura had changed too. She no longer looked like a country girl, but more like someone from a big city. Lin Wanwan took out a handkerchief to wipe Wang Xiui's tears. Mother, I know you care about me, but I really don't want to get fat again. Being fat makes everything inconvenient. Even walking hurts my legs. If you truly care about me, just listen to me, okay? Wang Xiui didn't want her daughter to resent her, so she quickly nodded in agreement. Lin Wanwan finally let out a small sigh of relief in her heart. The busy summer harvest had begun. Besides the elderly person who was bedridden and couldn't move, all the other team members went to work in the fields. Even the little children who had just learned to walk carried cloth bags and followed the adults, picking up fallen wheat grains from the ground. Lin Hongxiang and Lin Hongni also carried cloth bags to gather the fallen wheat, earning 3 work points for a day's effort. As a casual member of the team, Lin Wanwan also wanted to help in the fields, but she was persuaded to stay home by her caring mother, Wang Xiui. After all, summer harvest was tiring and hot. It was hard work, and Lin Wanwan, who had been pampered since childhood and had never even used a broom, couldn't handle such labor. Moreover, there were many people at home, so her work points weren't essential. Obediently, Lin Wanwan stayed at home, but staying alone for a long time made her feel bored. That morning, after her family went to work in the fields, Lin Wanwan took her father Lin Shuixing's homemade basket and went up the mountain. The mountain was called Tama Mountain, about 2 kilometers from the trumpet flower team. It wasn't very steep, but reaching the top still took some effort. Usually, team members would go together to find wild vegetables to eat or gather firewood to bring home for cooking. Recently, because everyone was busy with the summer harvest, no one had gone up the mountain. So, on her way up, Lin Wanwan didn't meet anyone from the team. She felt relaxed and free. At the foot of the mountain, the land was bare, with no wild vegetables in sight. Not wanting to return empty-handed, Lin Wanwan decided to go deeper into the mountain. After about an hour of walking, she arrived in a dense forest. Perhaps because of the environment, she found a large patch of colorful mushrooms growing at her feet. Seeing the healthy mushrooms, Lin Wanwan suddenly remembered when she went to Yin province to discuss a project. The local leader there invited her to a mushroom hot pot. The hot pot, made with wild mushrooms, was very tasty, an unforgettable flavor once tasted. However, the local leader warned her that eating wild mushrooms was tricky. If she accidentally ate poisonous wild mushrooms, she might end up in the hospital. There was also a folk song passed around locally. What was it called again? Lin Wanwan thought hard and finally remembered. Red umbrella, white pole. After eating, we lie down together. We lie down and bury the mountain. Friends and family all come to eat. Lin Wanwan looked at the wild mushrooms in front of her, which were growing well, but she couldn't tell which ones were safe to eat and which were poisonous. As soon as this thought appeared, she heard the voice of the dog system. Host, I can tell which mushrooms are edible and which are not. You're somewhat useful. With the help of the system, Lin Wanwan picked more than half a basket of mushrooms before stopping. After collecting the mushrooms, she continued walking inside. Suddenly, a plump wild chicken jumped out of the bushes and stopped not far in front of her. Host, there's a wild chicken. Be quiet. Lin Wanwan held her breath and quietly approached the chicken. Yes, now is the time. While the chicken was unprepared, Lin Wanwan lunged at it. But her aim was off, and the chicken ran away. As it ran, it also left a fresh pile of chicken droppings on Lin Wanwan's little chubby hand. The wild chicken's provocation made Lin Wanwan angry. She vowed to catch that chicken and cook it for a delicious stew. So, over the next hour, Lin Wanwan wandered through the mountains, starting her chicken-catching mission. Finally, her efforts paid off, and she caught the chicken that had challenged her. To prevent it from escaping, she twisted its neck and threw it into her basket. Poor chicken, it didn't even realize it was dead. Lin Wanwan also found a nest of wild eggs in the mountains and took all of them. Seeing that it was getting late, she was worried her family might worry, so she quickly carried her basket down the mountain. She was home in less than half an hour when Wang Xiaoyi and the others returned from work. Lin Wanwan showed Wang Xiaoyi her harvest from the mountain, including the chicken with its broken neck. But to her surprise, Wang Xiaoyi wasn't as happy as she expected. Instead, she looked serious and said, "Girl, tell me the truth. Did you go to the back mountain behind my back?" Seeing her mother angry, Lin Wanwan quickly explained, "I just walked around the edge of the mountain. I didn't go inside. Girl, your mother isn't stupid." After speaking, Wang Xiaoyi silently went back into the house. The atmosphere immediately became tense, and others looked at Lin Wanwan with concern. Lin Wanwan's face also looked worried. She knew her mother was angry with her. She stayed inside until dinner, and Wang Xiaoyi didn't come out. Thinking about her mother's kindness, Lin Wanwan, who never liked to admit defeat, carried the big sister's meal into the house. As soon as she entered, she saw her mother sitting on the bed, crying, with her eyes swollen from tears. Lin Wanwan's heart hurt suddenly, and she quickly went over to comfort her.
Mum, I'm sorry.
You can scold or hit me as you like. Please don't be mad at me. The last time her daughter was so close was when she was little. So many years had passed, and that thin girl, who looked like a little puppy, had been raised by her milk drop by milk drop until she grew up. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyi no longer cared about being upset. She held her daughter in her arms, tears falling down her face. "Darling, I'm not angry with you. I'm just worried something might happen to you. Think about it, if something happened to you, how could your father and I live?" She saw the wild chicken in her daughter's hand and the mushrooms in the basket, and guessed that her daughter had secretly gone to the back mountain. The vegetables near the foot of the mountain had already been dug up by the team, so to catch wild chickens and mushrooms, she had to go deeper into the mountains. The deep mountains were very dangerous. Not only her daughter, but even experienced hunters in the team wouldn't dare go inside. It was said that there were wild beasts in the mountains that could eat people. Last year, the crops in the fields failed, and everyone in the team had run out of food. To fill their stomachs, Wang Dafa from the team went hunting in the mountains with a few others. Only Wang Dafa came back alive, but he had lost a leg and was acting crazy. To this day, he still hadn't recovered. The local health clinic said Wang Dafa had become insane from being frightened. Since then, no one dared to go into the deep mountains. Losing their lives just for food was not worth it. Because of this, Wang Xiui was so upset when she saw what her daughter was holding. She was truly afraid something might happen to her. "Mom, I won't let anything happen to myself. You can rest assured," Lin Wanwan said. After living again, she valued her life more than anyone. Especially because of the regrets from her past life, she still hadn't made up for them. Wang Xiui saw her daughter so determined to go to the back mountain and kindly advised, "Girl, just listen to your mother.
Don't go to the back mountain.
I won't hurt you. I know my mother wouldn't hurt me. She's the best person in the world to me," Lin Wanwan said confidently, flattering her. In the past, Wang Xiui would have been very happy to hear her daughter say that. Now her face, thin and showing her cheekbones, was full of worry. Mother, if you don't believe me, I can show you how strong I am right now." Wang Xiui suddenly remembered the last time her daughter held an axe and easily cut through a thick branch. Her eyelids twitched repeatedly. "Daughter, that big locust tree in our yard, could it be that you—" "It's me. I just lightly tap, and it breaks," Lin Wanwan replied. Wang Xiui, realizing her guess was correct, swallowed hard and couldn't say a word for a while. Her daughter was truly like a fairy from heaven, so powerful with just one move. Seeing her mother's face look a little better, Lin Wanwan continued, "I'll just go outside for a walk. If I encounter danger, I'll run immediately and won't let myself get hurt." Last night before sleeping, the dog system said there were many good things in the mountains, including some aged ginseng. Wang Xiui had several children and, due to not resting properly after giving birth when she was young, her body was drained. She needed nutritious food to recover. She had to get that ginseng and also make some small money. In the future, when the market environment was more relaxed, she planned to use that money as startup capital to start a business, build factories, develop real estate, and create a new business empire. Then she would bring Wang Xiui and Lin Shuixing to live with her in old age. "Girl, go close the door," she said. Although Lin Wanwan didn't know what her mother Wang Xiui was planning, she obediently closed the door. Wang Xiui got off the bed and crawled under it to rummage through a mouse hole. After 2 minutes, she came out holding a small cloth bag. Following Wang Xiui's signal, Lin Wanwan opened the bag on the table. When she looked closer, the 3 large gold ingots almost dazzled her eyes, not to mention the pair of high-quality jade bangles. She had previously bought a similar jade bracelet at Lida Auction House for 3 million yuan. However, the jade bracelet she bought was just one. The one in front of her was a pair. Is her family really that wealthy? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard her mother, Wang Xiui's voice. "These matching jade bracelets were given to me by my mother when I got married. It's said that a noble lady in the palace gifted them. When you get married in the future, I will pass these bracelets to you. As for the gold ingot, it's also related to you." "Related to me?" Lin Wanwan was a bit confused. In the original owner's memory, there was no mention of this gold ingot at all. Otherwise, given her feelings for Zhou Zhongwen, she would have eagerly shown this gold ingot to that untrustworthy man long ago. Wang Xiui nodded. "On the day you were born, your father found these while gathering firewood in the mountains. There were originally 5 gold ingots, but years ago, our family was having a hard time. We built a new house, and your mother asked your father to exchange some of the ingots for money at the county. We spent most of the money, leaving just over 500 yuan. When you get married, our family will keep 100 yuan for you, and the rest will be used as your dowry to take to your husband's house." "Mom, isn't that a bit too much?" Lin Wanwan knew her mother was very caring, but she didn't expect her to be so biased. And there was her 3rd brother, who was still unmarried, and her older brother's families, who were all thin and hungry. Even in modern times, few parents could love their daughters this much. Faced with this heavy love, Lin Wanwan felt a mix of emotions in her heart. "You are my daughter, and no matter how much I give, it's never too much. Honestly, it's our fault as parents. We didn't manage to save more dowry for you to take to your future family." Lin Wanwan quickly covered her mother's mouth and praised, "Mom, you and Dad have raised me so well. That's already amazing." Contrasting sharply with her usual sharp tongue, Wang Xiu's face was now full of maternal kindness. The reason I tell you all this is to let you know that our family isn't short of money. You shouldn't take risks by going into the mountains. If there's anything you want to eat, just tell Mom. I'll ask your dad to buy it for you in town. Under Wang Xiu's watchful eyes, Lin Wanwan nodded in agreement. I'll do as you say. Wang Xiu looked at her obedient and sensible daughter, feeling quite pleased. Thinking about her family, her thin, yellow-skinned brother-in-law and niece, who could easily collapse in the wind, she took advantage of her good mood and shared her thoughts. Mom, we eat wild vegetable porridge every day. Look at my older brothers, they're so thin they have no strength to work. I want to save some money from here and send my dad to the commune to buy some grain, so everyone can eat enough before working. She had always thought her family didn't have much money, so she didn't dare speak up earlier. But now, things were different. Aside from the 3 shiny gold ingots, there was over 500 yuan in cash on the table. Plus, she had squeezed out 100 yuan from Zhou Zhongwen, so the family had more than 600 yuan in cash. Money was very powerful these days. Corn flour cost 9 cents a jean, and red dates were 39 cents a jean. With a little money, the whole family could eat well. Buying grain is a waste of money. It's better to save it to buy meat and new clothes. Wang Xiu, who only cared about her daughter, disagreed. Lin Wanwan said, if we get hungry and develop stomach problems, we'll have to spend more on hospital bills. Everyone's just a bunch of fools. Who cares about their lives? They don't deserve to go to the hospital. I think they just want to take my old life. Lin Wanwan. Seeing her soft approach was useless, she knew she had to be firm for the sake of her family's health. Mom, if the family doesn't eat enough, I will join everyone in starving. Daughter, if I accidentally starve to death, you can cry at my grave, she said stubbornly.
Bah, bah, bah.
What death? Fine, I promise you. Wang Xiu finally agreed. Summer was hot and things spoiled easily. Lin Wanwan looked at the dead wild chicken on the ground, forcing herself to suppress her stomach discomfort as she cleaned it. She found a whetstone and sharpened the rusty knife in the house until it gleamed, then chopped the chicken quickly and evenly. After 2 minutes, the obsessive-compulsive Lin Wanwan had cut the chicken into uniform pieces. 5-year-old Lin Hongni was called over to start the fire. Lin Wanwan melted a spoonful of lard and fried the chicken with it, then added the wild mushrooms she picked from the mountain today. Wang Xiu found a small handful of sweet potato noodles hidden in a corner and threw them into the pot to cook. Her motto is to use whatever is available at home. With so many mouths to feed, just eating meat wouldn't be enough. It's best to steam some cornbread or cornmeal pancakes to eat together. Lin Wanwan looked at the bag of cornmeal in the cupboard and felt unsure. The original owner never cooked before, and she only knew how to make a few simple dishes from modern cooking. As for steamed bread or pancakes, they were all handmade by Aunt Wang. She didn't know how to do it. Waiting for her older sister-in-law and others to come back from work would be too late. Recently, the team was busy with summer harvest. To get the grain back to the granary early, everyone, men, women, and children, worked overtime. They came back when it was already very dark. While Lin Wanwan was worried about what to prepare for tonight's main meal, 5-year-old Lin Hongni stepped forward. Auntie, I can stick the pancakes, and I can also steam the steamed bread. Lin Wanwan looked at Lin Hongni, who was as tall as the stove, and showed a hint of surprise. Hongni, who taught you that? My mom did. Considering many factors, Lin Wanwan didn't dare let Hongni do it herself. Instead, she had Hongni stand aside and give instructions. She would handle sticking the pancakes. Although the process was difficult, the result was worth it. A golden, crispy corn pancake that looked very appetizing. At noon, Lin Hongni had only eaten half a piece of steamed bread. Now, smelling the delicious aroma from the pot, her stomach was growling loudly. When she noticed her little aunt looking at her, she quickly buried her face in her clothes, feeling shy and embarrassed. Lin Wanwan was so charmed by her cute little appearance that she quickly picked up a piece of chicken with chopsticks, wrapped it in a golden corn pancake, and handed it to her. Auntie gave this to me. You're hungry, right? Just eat a little to fill your stomach. When your mom and the others come back from work, we can eat together. Annie, you're so kind to me. When you die, I will buy you the best coffin, Lin Hongni said as she took the pancake from her little aunt and started eating eagerly. Fortunately, her mother wasn't home, or she would have been scolded for her fiery temper. But she kept wondering why this little girl kept talking about buying her a coffin every day. Lin Wanwan, as her aunt, felt quite worried. After a busy day, the team members finally finished their work. Li Xiaodi, who lived far from home, suddenly smelled a strong aroma of meat, and the delicious smell made her drool. Damn it, they don't know to close the windows when cooking meat. Don't they realize she hasn't eaten meat in a long time? Li Xiaodi clearly forgot that she had just eaten chicken buttocks not long ago. Chicken buttocks are part of the chicken and rounded up, they are still meat. Lin Yuzhu saw Li Xiaodi staring into space, so he nudged her with his elbow. Woman, hurry home to cook. Be careful or your mother will scold you if you're late. Cooking at home is done in turns. In the afternoon, it's her turn to cook. Li Xiaodi scolded. Hurry up, all you do is nag. You're my man, can't you help me cook a meal? Lin Yuzhu pouted. Cooking is a woman's job. I can't do it. If I do, what will people say about me? You have a face, then don't eat food made by women. That's not possible. People need food. I get hungry if I don't eat. If I don't eat, I might faint. And at night, if I don't eat, I won't have the strength to have children with her. Li Xiaodi was so angry at her stubborn husband, she almost exploded. She once again regretted marrying him blindly all those years ago. She regretted it so much, she felt like her insides were twisting. When they reached the door, Li Xiaodi finally realized the smell was coming from her own house. She suddenly remembered there was meat to eat today and hurriedly ran to the kitchen. As soon as she stood firm, she saw her sister-in-law busy at the stove. Thinking her eyes were playing tricks on her, Li Xiaodi rubbed her eyes hard. But what she saw was still her sister-in-law working at the stove. Her eyes were fine. It was because the sky was raining red, and her delicate sister-in-law, who never touched spring water with her fingers, was cooking. This was truly the most surprising thing she had ever seen. It was 100 times more surprising than discovering that Erlai and the captain's chicken had something going on. Lin Wanwan was amused by her sister-in-law's antics. Second sister-in-law, wash your hands quickly and come eat. Today we're having meat. Hearing the word meat, Li Xiaodi felt a surge of energy. She quickly went outside to wash her hands and then helped in the kitchen. She moved so fast and worked so eagerly. Meanwhile, the rest of the Lin family also started coming back one after another. Li Xiaodi, you greedy and foolish girl, our Lin family has really been cursed to marry you. A flood of insults immediately left Li Xiaodi stunned. She stood there blankly, eyes wide as she looked at her mother-in-law, not daring to speak even as spit splattered on her face. Her passionate mother was shouting loudly, while her second sister-in-law stood frozen like a statue. Seeing this scene, Lin Wanwan sighed and stepped in front of her second sister-in-law, accepting the situation. Mother, yelling isn't good for your health. Let's talk calmly. Nonsense. Soon, I'll have the second son take her back to her family. We can't afford to keep this big fuss. When she heard her mother-in-law wanted to send her back home, Li Xiaodi became anxious. Mother, I can't go back. Changfu and Hongni need me. I am their mother. And if I go back, my parents will be very angry with me. Seeing her second sister-in-law almost crying, Lin Wanwan also tried to persuade her. Mother, did I do something wrong? Did I make you angry? If I did, just tell me and I will change. Changfu and Hongni are still so young. They can't be without their mother. Li Xiaodi looked at her little sister-in-law who was defending her, and she was so touched she almost cried. She vowed never to speak badly about her sister-in-law behind her back again. If she broke her promise, she would never eat meat in her life. The rest of the Lin family also gathered around. The two children from the second household saw their grandmother wanting to send their mother away and cried loudly. They didn't want to be children without a mother. The fields were yellow with rapeseed, and without their biological mother, they had a stepmother. Yaden's father had married her a stepmother, and Yaden was beaten every day, with bruises all over her body, looking frightening. At this moment, Lin Shuaisheng, who usually spoke little at home, also frowned and said, Old lady, What did the second family do this time? Why are you so upset? Wang Xiao spat on the ground and said, "My daughter caught a wild chicken from the mountain. I planned to keep it for her to eat tomorrow, but this greedy Li Xiaodi cooked it and ate it. Heartless girl, only thinking of herself, not afraid of lightning striking her." Wait. Lin Wanwan suddenly realized something was wrong. She was the one who killed the chicken. The cooked chicken was still warm in the pot. What did this have to do with her second sister-in-law? Her sister-in-law didn't even eat a piece of chicken. With so many eyes watching her, Li Xiaodi finally realized what was happening. She sounded very upset as she said, "Mother, I didn't kill that wild chicken." Lin Wanwan responded, "Mother, I killed that wild chicken." Li Xiaodi continued, "I didn't secretly eat meat behind your back." Lin Wanwan added, "I can prove for second sister-in-law that the chicken is still cooking in the pot." It turned out to be a big misunderstanding. Unfortunately, Li Xiaodi was scolded harshly by Wang Xiaoyi. Knowing that today her daughter-in-law was feeling wronged, Lin Shuixing apologized on behalf of his wife. "Xiaodi, today this was your mother's mistake. I apologize to you. It's okay. I'm used to it. As long as my mother-in-law doesn't send me back to my parents' house," Li Xiaodi said with a tearful voice. Almost, she was about to be falsely accused by her mother-in-law, an old woman. Luckily, her younger sister-in-law spoke up for her. Wang Xiaoyi's face slightly improved when she heard the chicken wasn't stolen and eaten, but when she looked at her daughter, her eyes showed a hint of fear. "Daughter, did the cooking hurt you today?" "No. Next time, don't cause trouble. You've been spoiled since you were little, and you've never even been in the kitchen, let alone stewed chicken. If you hurt yourself, your father and I will feel bad. Red and I is helping me light the fire, but that's not allowed either. From now on, my wife and your sister-in-law will do the cooking after work." "Okay, I'll listen to you." The kitchen was smoky and hot, without an exhaust fan. The space was small, and in summer it was even hotter. Standing around the stove made people dizzy from the heat. Such a hard life was something Miss Lin, who was from a wealthy family, had never experienced. In the modern world, her hardest life was just drinking coffee. So, she really couldn't cook in the summer heat. She didn't force herself because it would only make her mother and two sisters-in-law suffer. But she promised to make it up to them in other ways. The small incident quickly passed. Everyone looked at the table filled with a big bowl of stewed wild chicken and mushrooms, salivating but not daring to eat. They sat obediently on their stools, waiting for Wang Xiaoyi to serve the food. Unexpectedly, after she served Lin Wanwan a chicken leg, Wang Xiaoyi also gave the remaining chicken leg from the bowl to Li Xiaodi. Li Xiaodi looked at the big chicken leg in the bowl with disbelief and asked tremblingly, "Mother, is this for me? If you don't want it, give it back to me." Wang Xiaoyi reached out to take it, but Li Xiaodi, who was protecting her food, dodged away. She quickly stuffed the chicken leg into her mouth and ate eagerly, afraid someone would take it away. With her mouth full of chicken meat, she mumbled, "Thank you, Mother. You're so kind to me." In the past, this was usually eaten by her younger brother or her sister-in-law from her mother's family. She only watched. Now, she had never even tasted a chicken leg before. Today, after a few scoldings from her mother-in-law, she finally got to eat a chicken leg. Life felt so good. If she could eat big chicken legs every day, she would be willing to be scolded every day. As for her feelings of resentment and anger when her mother-in-law accused her unfairly, they disappeared the moment her mother-in-law shared the chicken leg with her. This big chicken leg was really delicious. Li Xiaodi even didn't leave a single chicken bone. Wang Xiaoyi withdrew her disdainful look and continued to serve meat to the others in the family. Everyone's bowls were filled with plenty of meat, except Wang Xiaoyi's, which was full of mushrooms and vermicelli. They were eating wild chicken stewed with mushrooms, holding shiny corn cakes in their hands. One bite of meat, one bite of cake. Such days felt like paradise. Even a fairy wouldn't trade them. However, during the meal, Wang Xiaoyi didn't forget to scold her family members. "Yan Yan cares about you all. She begged me to use the money I earned from selling meat to buy grain so that you can all have enough to eat in every meal." Hearing this, everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks, looking gratefully at Lin Yan, who was chewing on meat. Elder brother Lin Yuzhen said, "Sister, for us to eat enough, you've really suffered." Big brother will work harder to earn more points and buy you meat. Second brother Lin Yuzhu said, Sister, I will also work hard. When the points are settled at the end of the year, I will take you to the county to buy clothes. Lin Hongxiang said, Little sister-in-law, when I grow up, I will earn money to support you. Everyone chattered on, and Lin Yanyan's face turned red. She had only said a few words, but the real decision was made by her mother, and the money was from her mother. Instead of thanking her mother, everyone was grateful to her, which made her feel guilty. All she could say was that Wang Xiui had successfully brainwashed them. Wang Xiui was quite pleased with everyone's performance, but she still wanted to give them a little warning. Remember to treat Wanwan well. She has done so much for you. If you dare to treat her badly in the future, you will face serious consequences. Everyone quickly nodded in agreement. The intense summer harvest that lasted nearly a month finally ended, and the team members were very exhausted. Their faces were dark from the sun, and even their backs had peeled from sunburn. In this situation, the team leader gave everyone 3 days to rest and recover. After 3 days, work officially resumed. On the first day of rest, Lin Wanwan learned from her second sister-in-law that Zhou Zongwen and Bai Wenwen had gone to the commune to get their marriage certificate. The city folks are so stingy. They got married without even a proper celebration, just moved in together. You're lucky you have good taste and didn't end up with Zhou Zongwen, that little pretty boy. Otherwise, you'd be crying back home. That little pretty boy is all looks and no strength. He looks good, but looks can't fill your stomach. Marrying someone like him means you'll be drinking plain water for the rest of your life. Perhaps because her younger sister-in-law had recently become more cheerful, Li Zhaodi dared to chat about family matters in front of her, sharing interesting stories from the team. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to do this, even if she had 1,000 times more courage. Lin Wanwan nodded in agreement. Second sister-in-law is right. Marrying a man like Zhou Zhongwen is bad luck. Just as she finished speaking, a middle-aged woman with a large mole above her lip entered the yard. Li Zhaodi recognized her immediately as the famous matchmaker Yang, known in the area. She hurried to greet her. Aunt Yang, you're a rare guest today. What wind blew you here? Of course, I'm here to matchmake. Someone has taken a liking to your younger sister-in-law, and I came to help set them up. Hearing it was about her younger sister-in-law, Li Zhaodi didn't dare to joke around. She quickly sent her son, who was playing with mud, to invite the woman from the big team office to come and decide. Li Zhaodi, the eldest sister-in-law, went inside to pour a bowl of water for Aunt Yang. The bowl also contained dried wild chrysanthemum flowers that her younger sister-in-law had picked and dried on the back mountain a few days ago. Her sister-in-law said wild chrysanthemums are good for calming the mind and relieving fire. Recently, the weather has been very dry and hot, so our family has been drinking chrysanthemum tea. Yang, the matchmaker, has been working as a matchmaker for many years. No matter whose house she visits, they always serve her sweet red sugar water. Only the Lin family does something different. They pick a flower from nowhere and put it in a bowl to pretend it's a real flower. It's so stingy. Her eyes show a hint of dislike, but when she thinks about the benefits Lu promised her, she smiles happily. Lu said that once the match is made, he will give her 10 yuan and 20 eggs. She can only get this reward after arranging several matches. It's clear that Lu is really trying hard so his son can get married. But she also remembers the Lin girl she saw before. She's fat like an old sow, and she has a very bad temper. Now she's still single, and no man wants her. It's almost a joke in the neighborhood. A fool and a joke. They are a perfect match. She is confident she can make this match happen and get the thank you gift Lu promised. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan, sitting nearby, clearly notices the dislike in the other's eyes. Her face immediately turns cold. Just as she's about to speak and send the matchmaker away, Wang Xiui rushes in with her sewing basket, busy and lively. This Yang is a famous person in the area. Any couple she helps to match up usually lives happily. Wang Xiui had asked Yang to help find a match for her daughter before, but it didn't work out. Now that Yang has come to her house voluntarily, she must have someone suitable in mind for her daughter. The more she thought about it, the happier she felt. She told Yang to sit down first, then went to her room to make a bowl of red sugar water. The red sugar water is very sweet. It's obvious she put a lot of sugar in it. After drinking the bowl, Yang's attitude warmed up a lot. She held Wang Xiui's hand and tried to get close, calling her big sister and little sister affectionately. Half an hour later, she finally got to the main point. Big sister, I want to tell you, the young man I have in mind is about 1.7 meters tall. Host, she's lying. That man is only 1.6 meters, but he can jump to 1.7 meters. His family is okay. He has two sisters. One works at the supply and marketing cooperative, and the other married a butcher from the pork factory. Host, she's lying again. His family is fine, but the boy is a fool. He's just an ordinary-looking guy, but when it comes to living together, looks don't matter much, as long as they get along. The host was still lying. That man was extremely ugly, pockmarked face, broomstick eyebrows, fire pit mouth, thick lips, large teeth. Looking at him would make you lose your appetite. Sure enough, the matchmaker's words were full of lies. Lin Wanwan looked at the matchmaker in front of her, and suddenly her palms itched. What should she do? She really wanted to hit someone now. Meanwhile, Wang Xiui, upon hearing that the groom's eldest sister worked at the supply store and that her second sister married a butcher from the meat factory, felt a bit excited. These conditions sounded like they came from the city. If her daughter married into that family, she would be a city girl. She would get food supplies and live in a small apartment. She would enjoy a good life. The more she thought about it, the more she believed this marriage was possible. She almost wanted to agree right then and there. But marriage was a matter for two young people. Her agreement alone wasn't enough. She also needed her daughter's opinion. If her daughter didn't agree, then no matter how good the man was, it wouldn't work. Wang Xiui waved her hand toward her daughter nearby. Daughter, what do you think? Maybe we can ask Yang the matchmaker to arrange a meeting for you two to talk. This man isn't very good, Lin Wanwan said as she walked over. Old sister, the matchmaker was a bit confused. Wasn't it said that Wang Xiui only had one daughter? But where did this daughter come from? She had a full chest and hips, a curvy figure. She was also pretty. White, oval face, big almond-shaped eyes, a nice nose and mouth. Such a beautiful girl was rare to see in the countryside. Wang Xiui proudly introduced her. This is my daughter, Lin Wanwan. The matchmaker still looked doubtful. I remember your daughter didn't look like this. That was before. Now she does. Just tell me, how does my daughter look? Isn't she very pretty? Yes, she was very pretty, so much so that she didn't want to marry Lu's foolish son. But thinking about the 10 yuan she was promised and 20 eggs, some things she could do even if it meant going against her conscience. A fake smile appeared on her face. Old sister, you raised your daughter very well. The groom's family will surely like her. I think we should quickly settle this matter in the next couple of days, so it doesn't drag on. Wang Xiui frowned. Why so urgent? My daughter and him haven't even met. Isn't it because the groom's family is well off and popular? He's just a fool. What would anyone want to fight over? When these words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly cooled, and everyone looked sharply at Lin Wanwan. Wang Xiui looked very upset. Girl, are you telling the truth? Is that man really a fool? Yes, he's really a fool. He's about 1.6 meters, with a pancake face and broomstick eyebrows. Mother, if you saw him, you'd feel sick and lose your appetite. Young matchmaker listened, her face turning pale with fear. She didn't know about Lu's fool. She hadn't said anything. But after many years of matchmaking, she had seen all kinds of situations. Quickly, she steadied herself and said calmly, there must be some misunderstanding. The Lu family's boy can eat and drink normally, completely not a fool. Wang Xiui cut her off sharply. Young matchmaker, I'm talking to my daughter. Why are you interrupting? Don't tell me you don't trust your own daughter and believe an outsider. You're probably just talking nonsense. Young matchmaker's face darkened instantly. After so many years of matchmaking, everyone trusted her and relied on her. But with the Lin family, she was scolded harshly. If this got out, where would she put her face? She retorted, a poor family like yours, if the Lu family is interested in your daughter, that's their good fortune. Lin Wanwan sneered, if it's a blessing, then why don't you want it? I do want it, Young matchmaker continued. Lu's family also said that if you agree to marry your daughter to Lu's family, they will give you 50 yuan as a bride price. That's a lot of money. Li Zhaodi, who had married once, was tempted. She turned to her mother-in-law. Mother, I think Lu's family is sincere about marrying the younger sister. Otherwise, Wang Xiui crossed her arms and scolded, heartless thing. 50 yuan to buy your sister's whole life? Looks like you're just after the money. If you want that money, I'll decide to let the second son divorce you, and you can marry that fool. That's impossible. I'm smart and capable. Marrying a fool would ruin my life, Li Zhaodi opposed, still boasting about herself. While she was feeling proud, Wang Xiui kicked her a few times.
Li Zhaodi, klachin her sore but, holet lude.
Watching nearby, Lin Wanwan thought to herself that her second sister-in-law deserved every kick she got. After tidying up her daughter-in-law, Wang Xiui turned around and drove the matchmaker Yang out of the house. No matter how poor she was, she would never sell her daughter. Especially since her daughter was her favorite, it was even less likely she would marry that fool. If the matchmaker wanted to marry her daughter, she could forget it. Yang, the matchmaker, refused to leave and shamelessly approached Wang Xiui. Marrying a man, dressing, eating, women marry for food and warmth. Liujia's conditions are really good. If your daughter marries into that family, she'll have a good life, never hungry. Besides, it's not bad if a man is a bit simple. At least he won't go outside chasing other women or fooling around. Your daughter, an old girl who can't find a husband, now has a man interested. That's already a blessing. Don't be so picky. Suddenly, a loud slap sounded. Yang covered her swollen right cheek, eyes wide with shock, staring at Wang Xiui who had slapped her.
Punto Wang Xiui.
How dare you hit me? I hit you myself. You, with your wicked heart and bad intentions, trying to trap my daughter into trouble, you deserve a good lesson. You dare to scold me? I'll fight you. With that, Yang lunged at Wang Xiui. They immediately started fighting, pulling hair and biting ears. Lu Yulan and Li Zhaodi saw their mother-in-law being bullied and rushed over to help. Lin Wanwen also stepped in, grabbing at sensitive spots. What started as a one-on-one turned into a group fight. As for the outcome, of course, the Lin family won. Yang lost 2 front teeth in the fight. A crowd gathered outside the yard, some recognizing that the person beaten the most was the commune's matchmaker, Yang. Some curious onlookers asked, Yang, why did you suddenly start fighting? Yang, seeing more people coming, sat on the ground and called for justice. Someone asked me to help find a match for their daughter. I was doing fine, and then they started hitting me. They're really bullying me. They're trying to beat me to death. When she said this, everyone looked at Wang Xiui's family with displeasure. Nowadays, every family has daughters and sons, and marriage often relies on matchmakers to connect people. Especially someone as famous as Yang, the matchmaker in 10 miles around. If they offend people too much, how will the young men in the team find wives, and how will the girls get married in the future? The Wang Xiui family really is a troublemaker in the team. Auntie, Madame Yang is just trying to help. Why did you hit her? You should apologize to her so that your family doesn't cause trouble for our team. Wang Xiui spat at Ma Daniu and said, You heartless, mean-spirited thing. I hit her, and if you don't like it, I'll hit you too. Ma Daniu was so disgusted, she quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her face. She took a few steps back, staying far away. You can't fight her, so you better avoid her. Lin Wanwan was worried her mother would get sick from anger, so she hurried to comfort her, saying, Mom, it's not worth getting upset over someone like her. Listen to your daughter, Mom. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lin Wanwan, filled with surprise and doubt. Meanwhile, Madame Yang, sitting on the ground, was ignored by everyone. When did the Lin family have a daughter? They didn't know about her. Most importantly, this girl was pretty, more beautiful than Bai Wuwen from the city. She was a little chubbier than Lin Wanwan, but not as much as her. Niu Yuxia, unable to keep her curiosity, asked cautiously, Auntie Xiua, who is this girl? This is my daughter, Wanwan, Wang Xiui proudly said. Hearing this, everyone gasped in disbelief, as if they couldn't believe the girl in front of them was Lin Wanwan. They all knew Lin Wanwan. She was fat like a pig and walked with trembling steps. She looked nothing like the girl in front of them. She really didn't resemble her at all. Neo Yuxia tentatively asked, "Girl, are you really Lin Wanwan?" "Annie, I am indeed Lin Wanwan. Not long ago, I fell into the water, and you came to call someone to save me." During the summer harvest, Lin Wanwan had mostly stayed at home or gone up the mountain. She had suddenly lost weight, so it was normal that they didn't recognize her. "Then how? How did you change your appearance? Auntie can't recognize you anymore." "I've been dieting recently and lost some weight. It's not just a little, it's a lot. Now you look healthier and more beautiful." After saying this, Neo Yuxia suddenly realized that not only was Lin Wanwan more attractive, but her sharp, unreasonable temper had also improved a lot. She kept marveling to herself. The ignored matchmaker Yang saw that everyone's attention was taken by Lin Wanwan and became angry. "You're bullying me. The people from the Trumpet Flower team are teaming up to bully this old lady. I'm not going to live anymore. Matchmaker Yang, you can eat your food carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. If someone hit you, go find them." "It has nothing to do with us," said team member Wang Sanding. "I don't care. You're all in this together. You use your numbers to bully this outsider old lady." Another team member spoke up. "Matchmaker Yang, you're being unreasonable." Yang didn't reply, only crying. Lin Wanwan was annoyed by her crying and went up to slap her twice. "Crying, crying, all you do is cry. You're old enough to lose your face, and you want to marry me off to a fool. I don't know what evil scheme this wicked old lady has." Everyone's eyes focused again on Yang. Wang Xiaoa, who loved her daughter dearly, was known throughout the team. Yang must have been incredibly bold to say Lin Wanwan was for a fool. Not just Wang Xiaoa, but even those of us with daughters wouldn't agree. Marrying a daughter to a fool? That's just asking to be looked down on. So, Yang's being beaten was not unfair at all. Yang saw the situation was turning bad and quickly shifted her gaze. "You're an old girl who can't get married. It's good enough if a man wants you. Stop picking and choosing. Do you think you're still a young flower at 17 or 18, and others are fighting to marry you? Dream on. Who are you calling an old girl who can't get married?" Wang Xiaoa pounced and scratched her fiercely. "I'll beat the crap out of you, you foul-mouthed dog. How dare you insult my daughter?" The scene quickly descended into chaos. In the end, some team members, fearing it might turn deadly, hurried to call the team leader. Finally, the commotion ended. Yang, limping, went to the team leader and said, "Look at how she beat me. She must pay."
Pay me 10 yuan.
"No, 20 yuan. Pfft." Wang Xiaoa spat at her. "With your dried-up old face, 10 yuan is too much for you." The team leader looked at Wang Xiaoa, who was acting so arrogantly, with a hint of helplessness, then turned to Lin Wanwan beside her. "Wanwan, come and tell me what just happened." Startled by the sudden call, Lin Wanwan quickly explained everything, including how Aunt Yang wanted to marry her off to a fool. The team leader was very angry listening to this. Although he didn't like his niece before, since she almost drowned last time, she changed completely. Her personality improved, and she even helped his family. Marrying such a good niece to a fool would be a terrible mistake. He, as her uncle, was still alive and responsible. His face darkened as he said, "Aunt Yang, this is your fault. If you're unhappy, we can go to the commune and ask the secretary to judge." Hearing this, Aunt Yang immediately lost her confidence. Marrying off a fool was already a guilty act. If it got to the commune, her reputation, which she had worked hard to build, would be ruined. Maybe no one would come to her for matchmaking again. She glared angrily at Wang Xiaoyi and the others, forcing herself to swallow her anger. "Team leader, I only didn't argue with them because of your face. If it were someone else, even the secretary wouldn't help." After saying this, she didn't wait for the team leader to reply. Embarrassed and ashamed, she hobbled away. The team members, seeing there was no more entertainment, also dispersed. The team leader looked at his changed and grown-up niece and comforted her. "Don't take Aunt Yang's words to heart. You're still young and there's no rush to get married. When your older cousin comes home, I'll talk to her and ask her to find you a match in the city." Wang Xiaoyi, eager, asked happily, "Brother, is what you said true? Will Enan help Wanwan find a city boy?" Enin was the team leader's daughter. She had worked at a textile factory in the county for 2 years and later married Wang Tao from the steel factory through an introduction. If Enin helped, her daughter could marry into a good family. And her daughter would also be someone who could support the family. The team leader nodded. When Enin comes back, I'll talk to her. Wanwan is her cousin, so she should agree. Brother, once everything is settled, I'll send someone to the commune to buy some meat. I'll show you my skills. No need to eat now. If you have time, try to change that competitive and stubborn personality of yours. Don't cause me more trouble. If it had been before, Wang Xiui would have argued back confidently. But now, she was full of happiness about her daughter marrying into the city, so she nodded quickly. Big brother, don't worry. I will change. I won't cause you any trouble. Meanwhile, Yang the matchmaker was getting angrier and finally went directly to Lu's house. I can't do this match. You should find someone else. Lu Zhen frowned.
Why?
You promised us confidently that you could make this match happen. We only looked for you because of your word. Now you're suddenly backing out. What are we supposed to do? What to do? Just forget it, Yang the matchmaker said, pointing to the injury on her face. Look at what those women from the Lin family did to me. They even knocked out 2 of my teeth. You have hands, don't you? If they hit you, can't you hit them back? Lu Zhen looked annoyed. Hearing the complaint, Yang the matchmaker's anger boiled over. You're just talking easily. I'm an old woman. How can I fight 4 of them? Anyway, I don't care. The injury on my face was caused by you. You need to pay for my medical expenses. Lu Zhen got anxious. She hasn't even succeeded in the match, and now she wants money for medicine? Why don't you go and snatch it yourself? If you don't give it, tomorrow everyone in the commune will know your family has bad intentions. Then see how you go out to meet people. You. Lu Zhen was scared and reluctantly gave Yang 5 yuan. After Yang left, Lu Zhen's mother, trembling with fear, said, Daughter, I think we should just forget about this. Those people are too fierce. If they really bring someone into the family, your father, and I won't be able to handle it. Lu Zhen was angry just thinking about the 5 yuan she had just given away. She pouted and said unhappily, Fine, we'll do as you say. From now on, your brother's matters are your problem. I, the daughter who married out, won't get involved. After saying that, she pedaled her bicycle back to the supply and marketing cooperative to work. Host, your body is too weak. Take this pill. It will be good for your health. Lin Wanwan trusted it and swallowed the pill without hesitation. In a place invisible to everyone, Lin Wanwan emitted a gentle white glow. Only the system could see the changes in Lin Wanwan. If the system had a face, it would be smiling with satisfaction. On the other side, at the South Island Military Hospital, a crowd gathered outside the operating room. Fu's parents, who had just learned their son was badly injured, also arrived. Fu's father looked at Jiang Chuan and asked, Little Jiang, what's the situation inside? Report to the commander. Fu Zheng. He's still being saved inside. The doctor said. Jiang Chuan choked up. The rest of the words seemed stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken. Fu's father's heart sank suddenly. His eyes turned red, and he staggered back a few steps, leaning against the wall to avoid falling. His proud son, could it be that he's about to lose him? Fu's mother, overwhelmed with emotion, grabbed Jiang Chuan's hand and asked, What did the doctor say? Fu auntie, the doctor said. We should prepare ourselves mentally. Fu Zheng might be in danger. Hearing this terrible news, Fu's mother burst into tears. She swung her fists at her husband, shouting, Fu Rong, if you hadn't insisted on sending our son to the army, he wouldn't be hurt now. It's all your fault. It's your mistake. Bring me my son back. Seeing Fu's mother break down emotionally, everyone quickly pulled her aside. Fu's father, unable to bear the shock, looked much older, more than 10 years older, and even his normally straight back was slightly hunched. He said, joining the army was Fu Zheng's choice. Hearing this, Fu's mother covered her face and sobbed loudly. She knew this was her son's decision, but she just didn't want him to get hurt. He was the son she carried for 10 months and the only child of the Fu family. Fu Zheng had been in surgery for a whole day and night, and only in the morning was he taken out of the operating room. His life was saved, but he was injured in a way that made future children impossible. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Fu Zheng, lying on the hospital bed, kept his lips pressed tightly and said nothing. Fu's mother sat at the bedside, tears streaming down her face. Fu's father, trying to hold back his sadness, comforted her. No matter what, at least his life is safe. That's the greatest luck in this misfortune. But what will happen to him in the future? The injury was serious.
Who would want to marry him now?
His poor son. What will happen next? Fu's father looked serious. The future can wait. First, let's focus on healing his body. The doctor said that if the bullet had shifted just a little more towards the heart, his son would have died. Surviving was already a blessing from the ancestors. Fu's mother felt upset. Just as she was about to comfort her son, tears started to fall first. Fu Zheng frowned and tried to reassure her. Mom, I never planned to get married. Don't cry, but no buts, Fu Zheng said coldly. No one could guess what he was really thinking. Grandpa Fu and Grandma Fu, upon hearing about their grandson's injury, ignored their old age and drove for a week to reach Guang province, then took a ferry to the southern island. When they learned that their grandson might not be able to have children in the future, they fainted from the shock. The Fu family has only one male heir in 9 generations, Fu Zheng. They never expected that it would end here. Meanwhile, news about Fu Zheng's injury and his inability to have children spread quickly in the family compound. The girls who liked Fu Zheng all hesitated after hearing the bad news. Some stopped pursuing him. Others focused on finding a partner or going on matchmaking dates. No one wanted to marry young and end up as a lonely widow. Song Yuning, the leader of the art troupe, was still torn. Fu Zheng was the most outstanding and handsome person she had ever met, and he had become the troop leader at such a young age. Fu's father was a division commander, and his mother was the troop leader. His grandfather was even more impressive. Her friend Jiang Chuan said he was among the earliest. If Fu Zheng hadn't been injured, he would be like a favored son of heaven. No wonder she had waited for him all these years.
But now,
knowing about his injury, she wondered if she should still like him. Li Sini, who was also in the same art troupe and a good friend of Song Yuning, noticed her recent worried expression. After training, they walked side by side. Yuning, are you worried about Captain Fu? How do you know? Song Yuning always thought she hid her feelings well, but she was surprised that Li Sini saw through her. She blushed. It's written all over your face, Li Sini said with a glance. Everyone in the military district knows about Captain Fu's injury. Are you still thinking of marrying him? I don't know. Song Yuning's mind was very confused, torn between reason and emotion. You'll just end up widowed and become a joke in our entire military district, Song Yuning. Please don't be so foolish, someone said. Li Sini was angry and said, You're a beautiful girl in our cultural troupe, and many people pursue you. Any one of them is better than Captain Fu. Wang battalion commander, who asked you out to see a movie a few days ago, is pretty good. His father is a political officer, his mother is a doctor at our military hospital, and he looks okay. Most importantly, he likes you, but I don't like him, Song Yuning said with a hint of sadness. For her, being with a man she didn't love would be very painful. Li Sini was about to explode with anger. She argued for a long time, but Song Yuning, who is love-struck and clueless, didn't listen at all. If it weren't for their long friendship, she wouldn't care about Song Yuning at all. She held back her urge to scold her and said, If you like Captain Fu, then marry him. But after marriage, you won't have a married life or children, and you'll be laughed at by the women in the team. No, I can't. Song Yuning cared a lot about her reputation. Just thinking about people talking behind her back made her feel uncomfortable, like ants crawling all over her. If that's the case, then get to know Battalion Commander Wang first. Feelings can be built over time. I heard that his mother has been busy finding him a partner lately. If he falls for some girl, you'll have no place to cry. Song Yuning said, Li Sini said, marry Battalion Commander Wang, and you'll be the political officer's daughter-in-law. No one in our cultural troupe will dare to bully you. That's much better than marrying Captain Fu and ending up widowed. After a moment of hesitation, Song Yuning nodded. Within a couple of days, news spread in the compound that she was dating Battalion Commander Wang. Captain Fu's mother found out and was very sad for a long time. She had always wanted to match Song Yuning with her son. But now it seemed that was no longer possible. After all, her son had been injured, and she couldn't just ignore that and pursue her own plans. Someone lost interest, and someone else developed new ideas. 2 years ago, Gua Kaisen, the sister-in-law of Deputy Battalion Commander Liu, lost her husband. After the funeral, she came to live with her sister and brought her young son with her. After hearing that Fu Zheng was injured, she thought her chance had come. While her sister and brother-in-law were at work and not at home, she used her secret savings to buy 2 fish and cooked a milky fish soup. She carried the fish soup in one hand and took her 5-year-old son to the hospital with the other. She precisely found the ward where Fu Zheng was. Gua Kaisen was dazzled by the man lying on the hospital bed. This man is very handsome. He is the most handsome man she has ever seen. She placed the fish soup on the bedside table, then looked at her son and said, "Go Dan, kneel down for Captain Fu. From now on, he is your dad. When you grow up, you should respect him." Not wanting to be scolded for not having a father, Go Dan knelt down with a thud. Gua Kaisen's actions shocked everyone in the room. Fu's mother said, "Comrade Gua, what are you doing? Please get the child up. Mom, I don't dislike Captain Fu. I want to marry him. I want to be his wife, and my son Go Dan will be his real son in the future. Get out." Fu Zheng casually grabbed a pillow behind him and threw it to the ground. Gua Kaisen was not angry. "Captain Fu, everyone in the yard now knows you're not well, but I don't dislike you. You, get out." Fu Zheng's face was terribly grim. Fu's mother was worried her son might get worse from anger, so she hurriedly drove Gua Kaisen and her son out. Fu Zheng's partner, Jiang Chuan, after learning about Gua Kaisen's good deed, sternly warned Deputy Commander Liu. The next day, Deputy Commander Liu sent Gua Kaisen and her son back home. That night, Fu's mother looked at her sleeping husband and said, "Our son is injured somewhere. Maybe no young girl will want to marry him now. Should we ask a matchmaker to introduce some divorced women or widows? Although it's not ideal, it's better than him being alone forever. Let's talk about this later." Fu's father couldn't accept it. As the weather gradually cooled, it was October. The Bellflower Brigade received another group of educated youths. The already small youth station became even more crowded. To accommodate these new arrivals, the brigade distributed food and arranged for them to stay with the local members. Lin Wuan's house was large and the most spacious. The brigade leader initially wanted to assign 2 young women to stay there, but Lin Wuan refused. She didn't like sleeping in the same bed with strangers. While the family was at work, Lin Wanwan carried a basket and went to the back mountain. The deeper she went, the more she collected. She caught a rabbit and a wild chicken and also found a chestnut tree. October is the season for chestnuts, but the tree was too far inside, so only Lin Wanwan had discovered it for now. Looking at the ripe chestnuts on the tree, Lin Wanwan estimated there were about 500 to 600 gen of chestnuts. She knew she couldn't harvest all of them alone. Her family needed to come help pick the chestnuts. So, she carried the wild chicken and rabbit down the mountain. When Wang Xiui, who had just finished work, saw the wild chicken and rabbit in the yard, she knew her daughter had gone to the back mountain again today. She felt both worried and proud. Worried because something might happen to her daughter, and proud because her daughter was more capable than the hunters in their team. She glanced at the others in the family and scolded, "It's all your fault, brothers and sisters-in-law. Because you're not capable, your sister had to go up the mountain to find meat for you." Hearing this, Lin Yuzhen and the others looked guilty. Wang Xiui said, "Your sister is so good to you. If in the future you dare to treat her badly, you'll be ungrateful animals." Li Zhaodi looked at the rabbit and wild chicken on the ground, drooling with hunger. She immediately patted her chest and promised her mother-in-law, "Mom, my sister is my real sister. If anyone dares to bully her, I won't agree. Just remember what you said, or I'll take you with me when I die." Li Zhaodi was scared by her words. She only said that casually, but her mother-in-law took it seriously. If she had known, she wouldn't have said anything. The chicken was to be made into preserved meat, and the remaining rabbit was to be slaughtered for tonight's stir-fried rabbit. With Lin Wanwan watching from the stove, Wang Xiui was generous with the oil. When she put the chopped rabbit into the pot and started stir-frying, the whole kitchen was filled with the aroma of meat. Although the Lin family had no neighbors nearby, they still wanted to be cautious in case someone came looking for them, which would be hard to explain. While stir-frying the rabbit, Wang Xiui told the eldest daughter-in-law to close the doors and windows tightly. An hour later, the Lin family sat down to eat. Thanks to Lin Wanwan, everyone in the family could have a full meal. Steaming buns and noodles, paired with Wang Xiui's spicy stir-fried rabbit. Everyone was eating happily, their mouths full of sauce. Lin Wanwan also ate a lot. After finishing their meal, Lin Wanwan told her family about discovering the chestnut tree on the back mountain. Wang Xiui was very excited to hear this. Chestnuts are a good thing. They can be eaten or sold on the black market for money. Her daughter truly was a lucky star in the family. Everyone else was also very excited. Li Xiaodi kept thinking about boiling chestnuts, roasting chestnuts, and making chestnut cakes. In earlier years, her mother-in-law made chestnut cakes for her younger sister-in-law. She was lucky enough to taste one, and she still remembers the flavor clearly. It was really delicious. To avoid unnecessary trouble later, Wang Xiui took her family to the back mountain under the cover of darkness. 10-year-old Lin Hongxiang and 5-year-old Lin Hongni stayed at home to watch over the house. Fortunately, Lin Wanwan had marked the tree, or else it would have been hard to find among all the twists and turns. Everyone looked at the tall chestnut tree in front of them, smiling happily. Wang Xiui looked at Lin Yuzhen and said, "Big sister, take second sister up the tree to pick chestnuts. We'll gather them from the ground." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yuzhen and Lin Yuzhu quickly climbed up the tree. It was like a rain of chestnuts falling, countless nuts tumbling down to the ground. Lin Wanwan and the others picked chestnuts under the tree, working until around 2 or 3 in the morning. It was so late that the team members were all sleeping at home, which made it easier for the Lin family to carry the chestnuts back. With everyone working together, they made 2 trips and brought all the chestnuts from the mountain home. Lin Wanwan asked, "Mom, what do you plan to do with so many chestnuts?" Wang Xiui thought for a moment and said, "We can't eat that many. Keeping 70 or 80 jin is enough. The rest, your dad can take to the black market to sell. It should bring in a few dozen yuan. Just selling chestnuts won't make much money. Why not make chestnut cakes? Your dad and big brother can take them to the black market to sell. That way, they might get a better price." In recent years, the black market wasn't as strict as before because of natural disasters. As long as there wasn't too much noise, the authorities would turn a blind eye. That's why Lin Wanwan considered using the black market. Most importantly, Wang Xiui was skilled at making pastries. In her memory, her mother-in-law's chestnut cakes were incredibly delicious. She liked to maximize the value of her products, especially since she was used to doing business. Li Xiaodi's eyes darted around. "Mom, I agree with my younger sister's idea. Let's stop selling chestnuts and make chestnut cakes instead. Chestnut cakes are much tastier than plain chestnuts." When her mother made chestnut cakes, she would often sneak a few bites while working. Wang Xiui was pleased when she heard her daughter's suggestion. The recipe for the chestnut cake was a family heirloom from her mother's side, passed down only to daughters. She had heard it was once praised by someone in the palace. The chestnut cakes she made were fragrant, sweet, and soft, better than the ones sold at the supply store. If she sold the cakes secretly on the black market, she could make a little extra money. The money could be used to buy her daughter a dowry. Her biggest wish was to see her daughter marry well and to prove the gossiping women in the village wrong, who said her daughter would never find a husband. Wang Xiui made up her mind. "Since my daughter says so, I'll give it a try. If it works, great. If not, no harm." "Mom, with you in charge, it will definitely work," Lin Wanwan said eagerly, flattering her. Wang Xiui was so happy to hear her daughter praise her that she smiled brightly. She was eager to rush to the kitchen right now and turn all the 500 or 600 jin of chestnuts into cakes to sell on the black market. The rest of the family also prepared to work hard, but Lin Wanwan stopped them, saying they needed to save energy for tomorrow's work. Everyone in the Lin family understood the idea of quietly making money, especially those jealous villagers who looked down on them. If they noticed what they were doing, their peaceful life would be over. The next day, the Lin family went to work in the fields as usual. Only Lin Wanwan and Lin Hongni went to the commune to buy ingredients for the chestnut cakes. To save costs, Lin Wanwan chose the cheapest sweetener, artificial sweetener tablets, over sugar. The tablets are made by compressing artificial sweetener and sugar powder into small sheets. They taste very sweet, but too many can taste bitter and have no nutritional value. One tablet is said to be as sweet as half a liang of sugar. A few years ago, these tablets had to be bought with ration tickets, but after 1963, that rule was lifted. This made it easier for Lin Wanwan. She and Lin Hongni went to the supply store, where they were served by another female clerk named Wang Xiaoling. A single sweetener tablet costs 2 cents. Lin Wanwan thought about the hundreds of genes of chestnuts at home and asked the shop assistant to count out 50 tablets. It cost her 1 yuan. Wang Xiaoling saw her spending so much and kindly advised, "Comrade, eating too much of this isn't good for your health. If you're craving sweets, we have fruit candies that cost 1 cent each, no ticket needed." Lin Wanwan replied, "Thank you for your concern. Please help me find some that cost 1 yuan. Seeing she couldn't persuade her, Wang Xiaoling had to lower her head and count the items. After paying, Lin Wanwan also bought some fruit candies for Lin Hongni, costing 10 cents, so she could share them with her sisters at home. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, Lin Wanwan took Lin Hongni to the neighboring shop to buy pork fat. Today was really unlucky. She arrived too late. The pork fat had already been bought. But the key to the crispy crust of chestnut cake is pork fat. Without it, it just wouldn't work. So, Lin Wanwan decided to look for it on the black market. After wandering around, she was led to the black market. The goods there were even more complete than at the supply store, and they didn't require tickets, but the prices were much higher. The supply store sold pork fat for 1.18 yuan per gene with a ticket, but on the black market, the price doubled. Pork fat was 2.36 yuan per gene, and Lin Wanwan bought 10 gene without hesitation. The small seller, Xiao Zhang, rarely saw such a big customer. He reluctantly accepted her 23 yuan. He didn't want the change of 60 cents. Lin Wanwan's mouth twitched a few times, genuinely moved by his generosity, and politely thanked him. After buying the pork fat, Lin Wanwan took Lin Hongni home. The living room was cleared out to store the chestnuts. Lin Wanwan put the things she bought today in the kitchen and then came to the living room to peel the chestnuts. Wild chestnuts are hard to shell. After trying 7 or 8 methods, she chose the easiest and most convenient one. She cut off the bottom of the chestnut with a knife, boiled it for 2 or 3 minutes, then took it out and peeled the shell while hot. This way, she easily got a whole chestnut kernel. Little Lin Hongni also rolled up her sleeves and helped peel the chestnuts. Although she was slow, she was very careful and serious about her work. After nearly 2 hours of effort, they peeled about 4 gene of chestnut kernels. At this time, Wang Xiaoyi and the others also finished work and returned home. Seeing her daughter working, Wang Xiaoyi felt so sad that she started to cry. Lin Wanwan comforted her, saying, "Mom, I'm not tired." Wang Xiaoyi wiped her tears and said, "My daughter, it's all my fault. Our family has been a burden to you. If you had been born in the city, you wouldn't have to do such hard work." Lin Wanwan was silent. Sometimes her mother's way of thinking was too quick, and she, as the daughter, couldn't keep up. Compared to working in the fields, peeling chestnuts at home was the easiest thing for her. She didn't find it hard. Wang Xiaoyi, after feeling sorry for her daughter, turned to teach her son and daughter-in-law. "It's all your fault, brothers and sisters-in-law. You are so incapable that one has to help earn money for the family at such a young age." Lin Yuzhen and the others looked guilty. Only Li Zhaodi curled her lips. Her sister-in-law was so worried about peeling a chestnut, but when she was 9 months pregnant with Hongni, she was still working in the fields. She didn't see her mother-in-law worry about her at all. It's truly different fates for different people. If she had a choice, she also wished for a mother-in-law like her. Wang Xiui went to the kitchen to cook, while the others in the hall peeled chestnuts. After finishing the meal, they continued peeling chestnuts. When the bell for starting work rang, Wang Xiui took her son, daughter-in-law, and eldest granddaughter to the fields. Lin Hongxiang went to cut pig grass to earn work points. Lin Wanwan and Lin Hongni stayed at home peeling chestnuts. At night, everyone gathered together to continue peeling chestnuts. Wang Xiui took Lu Yulan to the kitchen to make lard and chestnut cakes. Li Zhaodi also wanted to help in the kitchen but was chased out by Wang Xiui, who disliked her. Li Zhaodi said, "My plan to sneak food failed." They worked until 3 o'clock and finally, the first batch of chestnuts was ready. Wang Xiui held the freshly cooked chestnuts and brought them to her daughter. "Try my cooking, see if it's good." Outside, the skin was crispy and flaky and the filling inside was soft, sticky, and sweet. Lin Wanwan finished the piece of chestnut cake in her hand and gave a thumbs up. "Mom, it's delicious. If I took this to sell on the black market, it would definitely be popular." Hearing her daughter's praise, Wang Xiui finally felt relieved. Li Zhaodi, craving the chestnut cake, shamelessly said, "Mom, I've been peeling chestnut shells all night and I'm so hungry." Wang Xiui glanced sideways and was about to scold her for being lazy, but she caught her daughter's meaningful look. Reluctantly, she swallowed her words that were almost at her tongue. "1 piece each, no more. The chestnut cake needs to be saved to sell." Everyone cheered and hurried to the kitchen to eat the chestnut cake. Freshly made chestnut cake is very tasty. They gobbled up the cake in their hands, even the tiny crumbs they dropped. They didn't want to waste, so they ate them all. Really, such a small piece of cake isn't enough to fill a gap between the teeth. Li Zhaodi, taking advantage of her mother-in-law's distraction, secretly reached into the basket holding the chestnut cake. But just as her hand touched the cake, Wang Xiui grabbed her by the ear and pulled her away. Wang Xiui scolded, "You greedy little glutton. If I catch you stealing again, I'll make Erji divorce you." Li Zhaodi covered her ears and begged, "It hurts, it hurts.
Mom,
Please let go. I won't do it again." Wang Xiui snorted coldly and finally released her hand from Li Zhaodi's ear. After tidying up the kitchen, everyone went back to their rooms to sleep. Under the moonlight, Lu Yulan whispered, "I think our sister is getting more and more beautiful, just like a fairy from the sky." Such words shouldn't be said in the future. If someone hears, our family will be in big trouble, Lin Yuzhen said nervously, trying to cover her mouth. She pouted and said, "I'm not stupid. I just said it in front of you. That's good. Since she was rescued from drowning last time, our sister has changed a lot. She's become thinner and more beautiful. Not long ago, Hongxiang told me her sister-in-law bought her some candy." As she spoke, Lu Yulan's eyes welled with tears. It felt like a bitter ending turning into sweetness. Before, her sister-in-law looked down on their family and often scolded and hit them. But now, when she sees her, she calls her big sister-in-law and even says thank you. Sometimes, she fears it's all just a dream. When she wakes up, her sister-in-law will go back to her old ways. Noticing his wife's sadness, Lin Yuzhen reached out and embraced her in his arms. "My younger sister is still young and inexperienced. As older siblings, we should be more patient with her. Now she's improving, and our family's good days are still ahead." "I agree with you." The next day, the peach cookies from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative cost 70 cents per jean, half a kilogram, and you need to use some snack tickets. They used chestnuts from the mountain to make chestnut cake, and it was free. But it takes effort, carrying the chestnuts down from the mountain, peeling them. The whole family, young and old, only managed to peel 40 jean of chestnuts in one night. And that's not counting the ingredients for the cake, like cornmeal, pork fat, and sweetener tablets. Lin Wanwan listed all these on paper and set the price of each chestnut cake at 2 cents. It sounds a bit expensive, but there's no market for it. Ms. Wang Xiui's skill in making chestnut cake is so good that even Lin Wanwan, who has tasted many delicacies in modern times, considers it exceptional. And in these poor times, just tasting Ms. Wang Xiui's chestnut cake would make anyone like it. Plus, their target customers are people in the town. They are workers who get paid every month. Spending 2 cents on a piece of chestnut cake is easy for them. Most importantly, they don't need snack tickets. Daughter, do you think selling such a small piece of chestnut cake for 2 cents will work? Wang Xiui was a bit worried. Lin Wanwan said, your skills are good, and I believe it will sell. You have to trust your daughter. Wang Xiui wanted to say more but was afraid of discouraging her daughter, so she said nothing. At dawn, Lin Yuzhen and Lin Yuzhu, brothers who had taken leave from the team, carried baskets full of chestnut cakes and headed to the town. The others went to work in the fields as usual. But during work, everyone was distracted, thinking about whether anyone would buy the chestnut cakes today. If no one buys, it would be a loss for them. They spent money on pork fat and sweetener tablets. Only Lin Wanwan seemed calmer. She stayed at home peeling chestnuts. Around 4 p.m., Lin Yuzhen and Lin Yuzhu returned from the town. Only Lin Wanwan and Lin Hongni were at home. The others were still working in the fields and hadn't come back. Big brother, second brother, how did the sales go? This was her first business since crossing over, and Lin Wanwan cared a lot about it. She saw Lin Yuzhu close the door, while Lin Yuzhen sneakily took something out of his pocket. Girl, everything is sold out. All the money from selling chestnut cakes is here. Count it. Seeing her excited brothers, Lin Wanwan also felt excited. She sat at the table counting the money. It totaled 32 yuan. This means the 160 yuan worth of chestnut cakes her brothers took out are all sold, with no loss. So, what did they eat for lunch? As far as she knew, when her brothers left, her mother didn't give them a single coin. By the time she found out, her brothers had already gone far, and she couldn't catch up. She thought they would eat some chestnut cakes to fill their stomachs, but unexpectedly, they were honest and brought back all the money. For a moment, Lin Wanwan felt a pang of heartache. Lin Yuzhen saw his sister staring at him and asked, Sister, what's wrong? Lin Wanwan said, You guys rest inside. I'll go to the kitchen and cook some noodles for you. Hearing that she wanted to cook noodles, Lin Yuzhen and his brother were so scared they quickly refused. If their mother saw, she would definitely scold them to death. Maybe she would even kick them out of the house. Besides, as brothers, they didn't want to trouble their sister to cook for them. Lin Wanwan said, There are also some wild vegetable pancakes baked by the eldest sister-in-law this noon. I'll warm them up for you. Just eat a little now, and when mother finishes work, you can have something better. Lin Yuzhen said, We can do it ourselves. Since it was October, it wasn't very cold. The brothers ate 2 cold pancakes each to save trouble. When the bell rang signaling the end of work, Wang Xiui hurried home in a rush. Seeing her 2 sons peeling chestnuts in the main hall, her left eyelid twitched wildly. She tried to hold back her excitement and asked, How is it? Did you sell everything? Lin Wanwan answered her. Big brother and second brother are very capable. They sold all the chestnut cakes. Wang Xiui was extremely happy. Holding the 32 yuan earned from selling chestnut cakes today, she rarely praised her brothers. The 2 brothers' eyes instantly turned red with happiness when they received their mother's praise for the first time. When the others in the family learned that the chestnut cakes sold for 32 yuan, they all became very excited. They were full of energy and motivation. After more than a week of working hard, all the chestnuts in the Lin family's main hall were used up. Including the first sale of 160 pieces of chestnut cake, the Lin family sold a total of 2,200 pieces during this time. Each piece of cake cost 2 mao, 0.2 yuan, totaling 440 yuan. After deducting 23 yuan for pig fat and 1 yuan for sweetener tablets, they had about 416 yuan left. It's important to note that workers in the city earn only about 30 yuan a month. Everyone looked at the money in Lin Wanwan's hands and swallowed nervously. Such a large amount of money. As for Lin Wanwan, she was generally happy with the earnings. The only thing she was unhappy about was that their family was missing a bicycle. Recently, her older brother and second brother had been walking early in the morning and late at night to the county town, even developing blisters on their feet. Not having a bike was really inconvenient. So, she looked at her mother. Mom, I want to buy a bicycle. Everyone gasped in shock and looked at Wang Xiui. A bicycle costs 150 yuan, and they also need to buy a bicycle ticket. Such an expensive item, and the entire team couldn't find even one. Could their mother agree? If she agreed, it would mean their family would have a bicycle and they could ride anywhere in the future. They would envy everyone in the team. Wang Xiui looked into her daughter's big, wet eyes and found it hard to refuse. Soft-hearted, she agreed. Tomorrow, I'll ask your uncle for leave and take you to the county to buy a bicycle. Lin Wanwan smiled happily. Mom, you're so kind. For a moment, Wang Xiui was dazzled by her daughter's bright smile. When did her daughter become so beautiful? She looked like a fairy from a painting. She was so captivating that no one could look away. That night, Wang Xiui lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, her mind full of her daughter's lovely face. Lying next to her was Lin Shuisheng. Do you have lice? Why are you not sleeping so late? Wang Xiui gave him a sharp look and said, If you can't speak properly, just stay quiet. No one is forcing you to be mute. Lin Shuisheng obediently closed his mouth. Soon after, his steady snoring could be heard. Suddenly, a slap woke Lin Shuisheng, who had just fallen asleep. Old man, have you noticed that our daughter is getting more and more beautiful? She looks like a fairy. Still half asleep, Lin Shuisheng instinctively replied, Our daughter looks like you. She's been a beauty since she was little. Wang Xiui, who was over 50, glared at him playfully. What do you mean I look good? I'm already old. You look good everywhere, he said. Just as Wang Xiui was about to speak, their eyes met. After a long time without intimacy, the two suddenly embraced passionately. This made Lin Wanwan, who was sleeping in the next room, very uncomfortable. She stayed awake late at night, secretly listening to her parents. It's all because the room isn't soundproof. She was lying in bed, not doing anything, but the sounds from next door kept reaching her ears. She quickly grabbed a ball of cotton and stuffed her ears to block out the noise. It was better than nothing. About 20 minutes later, Lin Wanwan's world finally became quiet. Host, your father's health isn't very good. It ended so quickly because of that. But don't worry, I will find you a strong, energetic man so you won't be at a disadvantage in that area. Are you still expecting me to praise you? Lin Wanwan said with a hint of anger. For your own good, it's our duty as a system. 7 times in one night is the basic standard. If the system had a tail, it would be proudly flicking it high. See how considerate it is for the host. It's truly a thoughtful system.
Get lost.
This dog system doesn't want to die. She still wants to live. So many times in one night. It might be deadly. System. The next day, after Wang Xiui asked the team leader for leave, she took Lin Wanwan and headed to the county town on foot. The team was too far from the county, and since mother and daughter walked slowly, they arrived at the town only around noon. Wang Xiui, Girl, let's go to the state-run restaurant first to eat a bowl of noodles, then we can go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy you a bicycle. Is that okay? Yes, Mom. After walking for 3 or 4 hours, the little food Lin Wanwan ate in the morning was long gone, and she was starting to feel hungry. Mother and daughter went together to the state-run restaurant for a meal.
It was mealtime now.
A few scattered tables were occupied in the restaurant. Lin Wanwan spotted a table near the wall and chose it. It was quiet there. She took her mother to sit at that table. As soon as they sat down, they attracted everyone's attention. People who were eating looked over at them. What a beautiful girl. I wonder if she has a boyfriend? Single men present looked at Lin Wanwan's pretty face and started to have thoughts. Lin Wanwan was unaware of everything around her. She was just ordering food. She glanced at the notice board on the wall, which listed today's menu. Without hesitation, she ordered 2 bowls of vegetarian noodles. 3 yuan 20 cents, plus 4 ounces of grain tickets. When Wang Xiui saw her daughter reaching for her money, she quickly stopped her. Girl, that's enough. 1 bowl of noodles is fine. I'm not hungry. Lin Wanwan looked serious and said, Mom, if you're not eating, I won't either. Seeing her daughter upset, Wang Xiui didn't dare to say more. She just felt a bit sorry about the money and grain tickets. If she had known, she would have brought some dry food with her, so she wouldn't have to spend this unnecessary money. The food was served quickly, and soon it was their turn. Girl, sit here. I'll go get the noodles. Before Lin Wanwan could speak, Wang Xiui got up to pick up the noodles from the kitchen. Although it was vegetarian noodles, they were made with white flour. A big bowl of noodles, with no skimping. The most important thing was that the hand-pulled noodles were very chewy. Lin Wanwan couldn't finish such a large bowl, so she picked out a few bites for Wang Xiui and focused on eating her own. Wang Xiui no longer minded the money and grain tickets. She was eating her noodles happily. Halfway through their meal, a young man wearing glasses with a gold frame, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, and with a pen clipped to his chest sat down beside them. Lin Wanwan raised an eyebrow and looked at him with confusion, then continued eating her noodles. Close contact, the young man was so dazzled by the beautiful face in front of him that his cheeks turned a little red. He clenched his fists and began to introduce himself. Comrade, I am an engineer at our steel factory. My name is Wang Mingnian. I am 25 years old, and my monthly salary is 45. I am an only child. My father is a director at the steel factory, and my mother works at the local supply and marketing cooperative. Can we get to know each other? He actually wanted to ask if they could be more than friends, but he was afraid it might be too sudden and upset the girl in front of him. If that happened, they might not even stay friends.
So he decided to take it step by step.
However, he sincerely hoped to date her and marry her. Wang Xiua's eyes lit up when she heard this. This kind of man was exactly the son-in-law she was looking for, good-looking, with a decent family background, and both parents earning a salary. If her daughter married him, she would be very happy. She wished she could agree on the spot. But then, in the next second, she heard a heartbreaking voice. Sorry, I don't want to make friends with strangers. Lin Wanwan quickly and firmly refused the man in front of her. At the same time, the system was also working hard. Name: Wang Mingnian. Gender: male. Age: 25. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 105 kilograms. Intelligence: 50. Appearance: 35. Body: 20. Ability: 30. Not qualified. Fertility: 60. Barely acceptable. When Lin Wanwan saw the second-to-last line, a trace of sympathy appeared on her face, but it quickly disappeared. System: Host, his abilities are not enough to give you happiness. You can't marry him. Lin Wanwan, didn't you hear what I just said? System. Wang Mingnian's face stiffened when he was rejected for the first time. He looked at the girl in front of him in disbelief. Comrade, I think there's a misunderstanding. I'm not a troublemaker. I just want to be friends with you, Lin Wanwan. I don't want to. At this moment, everyone's eyes focused on Wang Mingnian, who had been rejected repeatedly. Some looked on with schadenfreude, others with sympathy. But no matter what, Wang Mingnian, who was always proud and confident, couldn't accept it. He angrily waved goodbye in embarrassment. As for those eager people, after experiencing Wang Mingnian's situation, they all lost interest. Beautiful women are like thorns. They are best admired from afar and not taken home to live with. Wang Xiua was anxious when her ideal suitor left just like that. Girl, that young man is really good. Why did you refuse him? Even if you try dating him first and it doesn't work out, you can refuse later. Lin Wanwan beckoned her mother with a finger. Mom, come here. I have something to tell you. Although Wang Xiua was upset, she obediently leaned in to listen. He's not suitable. Wang Xiua froze instantly, trembling. Girl, how do you know that? I won't tell you how I know, but I promise everything I say is true. You have to believe me. Her daughter's words made her trust her completely. It's a pity, though, that such a good man isn't successful. She didn't want her daughter to marry him and end up a young widow. Thinking this through, Wang Xiua's slight resentment disappeared. She comforted her daughter. Don't worry, girl. I will find a man who is good in every way. Lin Wanwan sighed. My face is all swollen. Hearing that, Wang Xiua's attention was pulled back, and she focused on eating her noodles. After finishing their meal, mother and daughter headed to the supply and marketing cooperative. They went straight to the bicycle sales counter. Lin Wanwan quickly chose a Phoenix brand bicycle from several options. Mom, I want that one, she said. Wang Xiua nodded. Buy it. The bicycle ticket was bought earlier when Lin Shuisheng sold gold at the black market. The buyer didn't have enough money, so he paid with a bicycle ticket. Now, it was just the right time to use it. It also saved Wang Xiao from risking going to the black market to find someone to exchange the bicycle ticket. Wang Xiao counted out 160 yuan from her bag and handed over the bicycle ticket. After the clerk issued the receipt, Lin Wanwan happily received her Phoenix bicycle. As she pushed the bike out of the supply and marketing cooperative, both she and her bicycle drew everyone's attention. Wow, this girl is so pretty. I haven't seen her before. I haven't seen it either, and I don't know if she has a boyfriend. My son is still single. Your son's big face, garlic nose, sausage mouth, he's so ugly. He shouldn't bother any girl. How can you talk like that?
Do you know how to speak?
If you can't speak nicely, just shut your mouth, mother. I didn't hear the arguing voices behind me. Right now, I was awkwardly riding my bike. Wang Xiao was worried I might fall, so she was holding on from behind. Luckily, I adapt quickly to new things, and I got the hang of riding the bike fast. I held the brake and turned to say, "Mom, get on. I'll take you home." Okay. Wang Xiao happily sat on the back, holding tightly to my clothes, afraid she might fall off. An hour and a half later, I rode the bike with Wang Xiao to the trumpet flower team. When we passed the team office, it immediately caught the attention of the old ladies who were making shoes. Seeing Wang Xiao sitting behind me, the older men and women hurriedly limped over. "Xiao, where did you get this bike? It wasn't bought. Could it be stolen or snatched?" Wang Xiao said, giving them a sharp look. She didn't have a good opinion of these old women and men. Back in the day, they often talked behind her daughter's back, saying she was an old girl who couldn't get married. Now let them envy her. Her daughter would marry into the city and live a good life. Uncle Ding said with a sour tone, "This bike isn't cheap. Xiao, your family must be getting rich." Wang Xiao rolled her eyes. "Getting rich has nothing to do with you. Instead of worrying about others' families, you should worry about your own. I heard your youngest son is seeing the widow Lu from the neighboring team. Soon, you'll be a grandmother." Uncle Ding's face turned red with anger. He wanted to argue, but Wang Xiao was telling the truth. In the end, he could only swallow his words and glare at her fiercely. Wang Xiao looked at the hands on the bike and found them more and more annoying. She crossed her arms and said, "What are you touching? If you ruin my bike, can you afford to pay for it? A bicycle costs at least 100 yuan, so they can't afford to replace it." They quickly moved their hands away. Wang Xiao, who was in a hurry to go home to pee, sat on the back of the bicycle and said to her daughter, "Daughter, let's go home." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Wanwan pedaled the bicycle and left. After everyone had gone out of sight, they realized that the person sitting in front was Lin Wanwan. Could this Lin family girl really be a fairy? She keeps changing, and each time she looks better. Old man Ding, you better stop talking. If people hear you spreading superstitions, you'll get into trouble. Old man Ding only then realized what he had just said and looked scared, his face turning pale. He slapped himself twice on the ears. Someone else said, "Could it be that Lin Wanwan is a phoenix in a henhouse caught by Wang Xiao? She looks even prettier than city girls." Which man wouldn't like her? A critic responded, "I don't like her. She looks sly and untrustworthy. Any man who marries her will probably end up with a broken heart." News about the Lin family's purchase of a bicycle spread quickly through the village. Lin Yuzhen and others hurried home after work. When they saw the brand new Phoenix bicycle in the yard, they grinned happily. Lin Shuisheng, unable to believe it, pinched his thigh and said, "Wife, is this bicycle really ours?" "Of course, it's ours. It cost me 160 yuan, Wang Xiao said, feeling distressed about the money. But thinking of her daughter, she felt it was worth spending. Second son Lin Yuzhu was eager to try. "Mom, can I ride it?" "Don't even think about it. With your terrible riding skills, you might damage the bike." "This bike is for your sister's dowry," she replied. Lin Yuzhu looked a bit disappointed. Because of Lin Yuzhu's failed attempt, others didn't dare to ask again. However, seeing their disappointed faces, Lin Wanwan, who had been watching, pestered her mother to give them a chance to ride the bike. The eldest, Lin Yuzhen, was the quickest to learn and the first to master riding. Next were Li Xiaodi, Lin Hongying, and Lu Yulan. Just as the family was enjoying a peaceful, happy moment, Lin Wanwan's third brother, who had been away for a long time, returned home. "Dad, I'm back. Where's my little sister? I haven't seen her." As soon as Lin Yud arrived home, he started looking everywhere for his sister. Before he could feel happy for long, Wang Xiui slapped him twice on the shoulder. He felt a bit wronged. "Mom, why did you hit me?" "It hurts." Wang Xiui crossed her arms and scolded. "You little rascal. You haven't been home for 2 or 3 months. Where did you go? Don't you know your sister worries about you and can't sleep well at night?" Lin Wanwan, who was suddenly called out, was silent. Her mother was again telling lies seriously to deceive her older brother. During this time, she had been sleeping very well. She had enough energy, her face was pink and healthy-looking, giving a very lively impression. When Lin Yud heard that his little sister was worried about him and couldn't sleep well, a trace of guilt appeared on his face. Then, unexpectedly, he waved his hand and slapped himself twice on the ears. "I'm such a fool. I won't dare to do that again." Everyone was used to Lin Yud's behavior, but only Lin Wanwan slightly frowned. Her third brother didn't seem very
sharp.
This was strange. He was hitting himself. She had just noticed that his strength was quite heavy, and there were 2 clear slap marks on his not-so-dark face. It looked painful. Wang Xiui looked at her third son and said happily, "It's no wonder your little sister worries about you. When she gets married in the future and is bullied by her in-laws, she will look to you, her brother, for help. You must help her." Lin Yud pounded his chest and promised, "Mom, don't worry. If anyone bullies my little sister, I'll hit them with a brick." Second son Lin Yoshua was not willing to fall behind. "Mom, I will too. If anyone bullies my sister, I will fight them." The honest eldest Lin Yuzhen, under his mother's watchful eye, pursed his lips. "I'll cut them with a knife." 5-year-old Lin Hongni said, "If they dare to bully my little sister, I will bite them with my teeth." This is crazy. Crazy. The Lin family is crazy. For a girl, they are risking their lives. Li Xiaodi thought they were all crazy. No woman married into a family without being bullied. Take her, for example. Her mother-in-law disliked her, always finding faults and scolding her every day. She also didn't see her 2 younger brothers from her maternal family come to threaten the Lin family. As for Lin Wuan, seeing her family members who are so eager to protect her, her chest felt like it was filled with something, making her feel tight. Although their way of doing things was clumsy, their love for this body was much greater than she had imagined. Especially her third brother. Lin Yud was anxious to see his sister and hurriedly asked, "Mother, you haven't told me where my little sister is." This time, he had returned from the south and brought many good things for his sister, things they couldn't buy here. If his sister saw them, she would definitely like them. Wang Xiui pointed behind him with her finger. "You little rascal, you've been gone a few days and you can't even recognize your own sister. How can you be such a good brother?" Lin Yud obediently turned around. When he saw the woman behind him, a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes, but he quickly looked displeased. This woman looked ordinary. Not at all as pretty as his little sister. No, she wasn't even worth tying his little sister's shoes. He turned back to his mother and asked, "Mother, stop teasing me. Just tell me where my sister is. I'll go find her. I have good things for her." Wang Xiui said, "She is Wuan, your real sister." Lin Wuan quickly stepped forward and said to him, "Third brother, I'm just a bit thinner. How come you can't recognize me?" That voice was his little sister's voice. Lin Yud looked at the completely unfamiliar face, unfamiliar figure, and his voice trembled a little. "Are you really Wuan? My little sister, third brother? Do you remember when you carried me to the back mountain to find food when we were kids and got bitten on the butt by a poisonous snake? I cried and ran home to call the eldest brother to suck out the poison." Hearing this childhood embarrassing story, Lin Yud's face turned red. But after feeling shy, he was shocked. "Little sister, why have you become so thin? Did the family not give you enough food while I was away?" After saying that, he turned his head and looked at his mother with a sad expression. "Mother, I'm not criticizing you, but how much food can a girl like her eat? Why? Before he finished speaking, Wang Xiui gave him a sharp slap. Your mother doesn't need you to tell her how to do things. If Wuan doesn't eat, what can I do? Look at how thin her daughter has become now. The wind could knock her over. She wishes she could cut off some of her daughter's flesh to cook and eat. Lin Wanwan quickly explained, third brother, it's not because of mom. I think I look better when I'm not too fat, so I wanted to lose weight. She only took a shortcut to lose weight. She didn't diet or exercise, just relied on a black pill given by her system. But I must say, the body she is now looks exactly like her modern appearance. In fact, she looks even more beautiful than her modern self. Lin Yud frowned. You're way too thin. Lin Wanwan asked, third brother, do I look better when I'm thin or when I was fat? Lin Yud replied, both look good. Lin Wanwan thought, I shouldn't have asked that just now. In her brother's eyes, even her fart smells nice. Anyway, Lin Yud finally accepted how she looks now that she's lost weight. After dinner, everyone else in the Lin family went to bed. In the main hall, Lin Wanwan, Lin Yud, and Wang Xiui sat together. Lin Yud took out something he brought from the south from his bag. Little sister, this wool coat is specially bought for you from the south. It's the latest fashion this year. But now that you've lost weight, it might not fit you anymore. Don't be sad. Next time I go south, I'll bring back an identical one for you. Lin Wanwan touched the fabric. It felt solid and well-made, with a perfect cut. She knew her third brother didn't spend little money on this. So, with genuine feelings, she would also treat her third brother's family well in the future. She just didn't know where her third sister-in-law was hiding right now. Her third brother was at an age where he should be married soon, or his chances would slip away. Wang Xiui held the clothes and compared them on Lin Wanwan, looking more satisfied. You're thoughtful. You even think about your little sister when you go out. Lin Yud said, Mom, what are you talking about? Little sister is my real sister. As her older brother, of course I care about her. Wang Xiui smiled. All right. You're already out of breath from saying that. I'll give this to your eldest sister-in-law tomorrow. She's good at sewing. Let her make some adjustments so you can wear it when it gets colder. By then, with her daughter's looks, she would surely attract a lot of admirers outside. Let the unfaithful man Zhou Zhongwen regret his actions. Next, Lin Yud took out a delicate lady's plum blossom watch from his bag. Little sister, I bought this for you. Hurry, and wear it so we can see how it looks. No. With her looks, she would be beautiful even in a sack. Wang Xiui was also very excited when she saw the watch. She urged her daughter to put it on. Lin Wanfan's wrist was thin and white, and her overall elegance made the plum blossom watch on her wrist look even more luxurious. Not having a watch is very inconvenient. Since she came here, Lin Wanfan wanted one, but the watch was too expensive. She didn't dare to ask for it. Unexpectedly, her third brother gave her such a big surprise. Lin Wanfan smiled and said, Thank you, third brother. I really like this watch. Lin Yud was dazzled by her smile. He thought to himself, my little sister is so pretty. She's really lucky to have such a good brother. He then said, as long as you like it, next time we meet someone selling radios, I'll buy you a radio. After that, Lin Yud took out a big bag of white rabbit candies, 2 cans of malted milk, dried shrimp, dried bananas, and more. All these were for Lin Wanfan. Wang Xiui peeled a piece of white rabbit candy and put it in her daughter's mouth. She kept the rest to herself. She didn't want the debt collectors at home to see and take everything. Finally, Lin Yud took out 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Wang Xiui. Mom, this money is for you. In the future, if little sister wants anything to eat, you can buy it for her. If it's not enough, tell me. Wang Xiui looked at the stack of money in front of her, and her right eyelid twitched repeatedly. Third brother, you bought a watch, clothes, and now this money. Where did you get it? Be honest with Mom. You didn't do anything bad, right? Lin Wanfan also looked at him with worry. Her third brother was so good to her. She really didn't want him to get into trouble. Lin Yud saw the worried eyes of his mother and little sister and felt a sudden softening in his heart. Mom, little sister, don't worry. I didn't steal or rob. I earned this money honestly. How did you earn it? Obviously, Wang Xiui wanted to get to the bottom of it. Lin Wanfan was also very curious. Lin Yud felt he had no choice but to speak slowly and carefully. My friends and I stole a train to the south, bringing back goods to sell here. In just a short time, we made some money. If it weren't for the recent strict checks, I'd try to earn more before the new year to buy a bride price for my little sister. After speaking, he looked at Lin Wanwan with guilt. Little sister, it's all because of my lack of ability. But don't worry, I will make sure you marry Zhou Zhongwen in a grand way. If Zhou Zhongwen refused to marry his sister, he would fight him until he agreed. As long as his sister was happy, he was willing to go through fire and water to help her. When Lin Wanwan heard Zhou Zhongwen's name, she frowned with disgust. Third brother, I've already stopped liking him. I don't want to marry him. Really? Lin Yud was overjoyed. He didn't like that handsome but lazy man who looked like a sour chicken and was good for nothing. His sister was just fooled by his looks and was determined to marry him. Lin Wanwan shrugged. It's really over. He already married Bai Wenjin, so why would I still like him? I'm not stupid. That scoundrel truly deserved to be hated, but don't worry, third brother would teach him a lesson. It was getting late, and the three of them went back to their rooms to sleep. In a place where Wang Xiaoyi couldn't see, Lin Yud quietly slipped a stack of money and colorful receipts to Lin Wanwan. Lin Yud whispered, "Don't tell Mom. Keep this money for yourself. When it's gone, come back and ask me for more." Lin Wanwan's nose felt a little sore. "Thank you, third brother." Lin Yud patted her head. "I love you the most. If you ever feel wronged, don't keep it inside. Tell me, and I'll help you get revenge." She was his only little sister, and he would spoil her and protect her from being bullied. That Zhou Zhongwen was so bold as to hurt his sister's feelings. He would teach Zhou Zhongwen a lesson. Lin Wanwan counted the money in her room. About 60 yuan. That was a lot of money to spend these days. A family working hard all year in the fields couldn't earn that much. "Host, your third brother really cares about you." "I know." That night, when Zhou Zhongwen got up to go to the outdoor toilet, someone suddenly put a bag over his head and beat him badly. He cried out in pain. As a result, the person hitting him became even more aggressive. It wasn't until Zhou Zhongwen was almost knocked out that the attacker stopped. The next day, Lin Wanwan heard from Wang Xiaoyi that Zhou Zhongwen was beaten up last night, and now the whole team was looking for the culprit. She instinctively looked at Lin Yud across from her. "Third brother, was it you?" Lin Yud nodded. "That brat bullied you, so I gave him a good beating." "It was nothing." Lin Wanwan asked, "Did anyone see?" Lin Yud shook his head. "I hit him with a sack over his head, so he didn't know who I was." If he found out, how could he keep beating him to vent his anger for his sister? 2 months passed quickly. After winter, the Trumpet Flower team was much quieter than before. Lin Yuzhen and Lin Yuzhu volunteered to repair the riverbank. They got food and money, but the work was tiring and hard. But rural men have plenty of strength, and they are not afraid of hard work. When they left, the house suddenly felt emptier. Lin Wanwan often learned to make clothes with her sister-in-law. She was quick to learn and picked it up fast. She went to the county and bought some cotton fabric to make a few small vests for herself. She wasn't sure if it was just her feeling, but she thought the place seemed fuller than before. The only one who knew the truth was the system, which smiled happily and said nothing. Of course, it was all thanks to the system. Meanwhile, at the Southern Island Military District, Fu Zheng, whose body had fully recovered, silently received the mission to go to the provincial area from the division commander. Division Commander Wang Bo looked at him with a hint of sympathy. He was his most admired and proud subordinate. A few months ago, he even wanted to match him with his daughter. Who would have thought he would encounter such a thing? It was a devastating blow to any man. Thinking about the rumors spreading in the family compound recently, Wang Bo pressed his lips and said, "Fu Zheng, don't pay attention to what the women in the family compound are saying. I've already asked someone to notify them. No one will talk nonsense anymore. Thank you, sir." After speaking, Fu Zheng saluted him and left. Standing outside was Jiang Chuan, who had been waiting for him for a long time. Jiang Chuan asked, "How did it go?" "Did the leader agree?" Fu Zheng nodded. "Go back and pack your things. We leave tonight." Jiang Chuan happily climbed onto his good brother Fu Zheng's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. "I knew you'd do well. Recently, there have been rumors in the military district all about his brother getting hurt. People have been saying all sorts of unpleasant things. Luckily, this mission is a good chance to relax and clear his mind, so it won't affect his brother's mood. As for his brother's injury, it's not a big deal. When he has children in the future, they can take care of his brother. After they parted, Fu Zheng went back to the family residence. Just as he was about to arrive home, he met Song Yuning and Captain Wang, who looked happy and cheerful. It was clear they noticed Fu Zheng. Captain Wang remembered the rumors about the family residence and hurried over to Fu Zheng. Captain Fu, Song Yuning and I are getting married next week. Don't forget to come and celebrate with us. Fu Zheng responded coldly, "Congratulations." Captain Wang expected a different reaction. He thought Fu Zheng would be upset or angry when he heard about their wedding. After all, Song Yuning is a popular member of the cultural troupe, beautiful and well-shaped. In the big courtyard, no man disliked her. But Fu Zheng's calm expression showed no sign of sadness, which made Captain Wang feel a bit disappointed. "Thank you." Hearing this, Song Yuning's heart felt like it was pierced by a needle. She looked at Fu Zheng with deep resentment. Even though she had seen his face 1,000 times and still felt moved, he just couldn't be hers. She had to marry Wang Yicheng, who was not as good as him. All of this was his fault. A feeling of revenge surged in her heart as she said, "Captain Fu, you're not getting any younger. You should find someone soon, so Commander Shun can rest assured." The Commander Shun she mentioned was Fu Zheng's mother, Ms.
Shun Mingtang. Fu Zheng frowned slightly.
He didn't bother to give her any extra looks and simply walked away, leaving behind an angry Song Yuning and a stern-faced Captain Wang. Any man would find it unacceptable if his woman secretly liked someone else. Captain Wang warned her, "Song Yuning, you are now my fiancé. You can only think of me. You should understand what I mean." Upon seeing that cold look in her eyes, Song Yuning felt a shiver and nervously said, "I understand." She gave herself completely to Wang Yicheng. Besides him, there was no other man willing to want her. Right now, if she wanted a good life, she had to hold tightly onto Wang Yicheng and never let go. Today, Fu's mother was off work and was very happy to see her son come over. After all, her son rarely visited them. He usually stayed in the dormitory and they only saw each other 2 or 3 times a month. Fu Zheng said, "Mom, I have a mission to go on today. Please take care of yourselves, Dad and you." When she heard her son was going on another mission, Fu's mother felt worried. "Is it dangerous?" she asked. Fu Zheng replied, "It's not very dangerous." Fu's mother said, "When you come back from this mission, I will arrange some blind dates for you. Maybe you'll find someone you like." Fu Zheng said, "Mom, you know my health situation. This is not fair to the girls. Please don't mention this again. I won't get married." From the beginning, Fu Zheng never saw marriage as a necessary part of life. There was no plan for it before, and there wouldn't be in the future. Fu's mother looked at her son, her eyes turning red, but she held back her tears. If she could choose, she would rather give her life to see her son healthy. At 8 p.m., Fu Zheng and Jiang Chuan set off for the provincial city. Lin Wanwen wore a big cotton coat with large floral patterns, made by her sister-in-law, and a hat her third brother brought from the provincial city. Because she was afraid of the cold, she also wrapped a red scarf around her neck. Li Xiaodi stared at her sister-in-law's hat with envy and said sourly, "Girl, your parents love you. That hat wasn't cheap, was it? It could buy 2 pounds of meat for the whole family." Just as Lin Wanwen was about to explain, her third brother, Lin Yud, cut in. He scolded, "It has nothing to do with our parents. I bought that hat for my little sister. If you like it, ask your brother from your maternal family to buy you one. Stop complaining that you can't get enough." Li Xiaodi blushed with embarrassment after being scolded by her brother-in-law. Her brother from her maternal family only visits to ask for favors, and she was thankful for that. She didn't expect them to buy her a hat. She had disliked her brother-in-law from the start, and she was right. He didn't look good, and his words were even worse. His mouth smelled like he had eaten something foul. After scolding second sister-in-law, Lin Yud felt happy and looked at his younger sister. "Little sister, third brother will take you for a walk up the back mountain. In winter, a few days ago, there was another heavy snowfall and the back mountain was covered in white. Suddenly, something flashed past in front of the two of them. Looking closely, they saw a wild boar not far from them, baring its tusks and looking at them. Lin Yud was so scared that his face turned pale, and he trembled with fear. His mind was full of worries that he might get into trouble, but his little sister must be safe. If anything happened to her, he would never forgive himself. He tried to stay calm and said, "Little sister, I will run over there to distract the wild boar. You run down the mountain quickly and don't worry about me." No, Lin Wanwan looked at the wild boar nearby and thought about her chances of winning. When she was sure she had a good chance, she became excited. One wild boar could be sold on the black market for at least 100 or 200 yuan. Suddenly, she didn't think the wild boar's face was so ugly anymore. Worried about her sister's safety, Lin Yud advised, "This isn't a game. Listen to me. I'll distract the boar and you go down the mountain to find Mom. I have 1,000 yuan hidden under my bed, all earned from traveling around these years. I was saving it to buy you a wedding gift. Now, I probably won't have the chance. If I'm gone, you take that money from under the bed and keep it safe. Don't tell your husband about it. Save it for yourself. Third brother will always love you the most." Halfway through speaking, Lin Yud's eyes turned red, and he couldn't continue. Lin Wanwan comforted him. "Third brother, I won't let anything happen to you." Not far from them, Jiang Chuan whispered, "Old Fu, should we make a move?" Fu Zheng frowned.
Not yet.
"If we act now, we'll be exposed." Jiang Chuan stopped speaking and stared intently at the two people and the wild boar in the distance. His pistol was ready to fire at any moment, aiming to kill the boar. Meanwhile, Fu Zheng's gaze stayed on Lin Wanwan, who was wearing a hat. Seeing her fearless attitude in danger, he felt a bit of admiration. But in the next second, something shocking happened. She moved so fast, he didn't have time to draw his gun. In front of them, a cute young girl punched a wild boar, knocking it to the ground. The boar howled in pain. As it struggled to get up, she hit it a few more times in the belly. The boar fainted from the blows. Lin Yud was so surprised his jaw almost dropped. His little sister, actually knocked the wild boar away with a punch. He wondered if he was dreaming. He mustered all his strength and tightly squeezed the soft flesh at his thigh.
Ouch.
It hurts so much. This is not a dream. It's real. His little sister single-handedly defeated a wild boar. Excited like a proud monkey, Lin Yud quickly ran over to his sister. "Little sister, you're amazing." Seeing her proud expression, Lin Wanwan modestly said, "It's nothing, nothing." Nearby, Fu Zheng, who had excellent hearing, listened to their voices and could imagine her proud little face. A faint smile appeared on his lips. This scared Jiang Chuan, who was beside him. He got goosebumps all over. He and Fu Zheng had known each other for many years, but this was the first time seeing Fu Zheng smile so happily. It was strange.
Could it be?
He looked at the charming figure not far away, his eyes flickering. He was about to tease her, but then remembered his brother's condition. He swallowed his words back. Lin Wanwen confirmed that the wild boar in front of her was dead and relaxed. She tilted her head and looked at her third brother. "Third brother, how do we take this pig back?" Lin Yud thought for a moment and said, "Little sister, go down the mountain and call our parents. When it gets dark, we can take the pig to the county. I have connections in the county. I can sell this wild boar and give you some pocket money." This pig was killed by his sister, so it couldn't be known by the others in the team. Otherwise, it would be unsafe. He didn't want his sister's hard work to be taken advantage of by the untrustworthy team members. Lin Wanwen, "Third brother, I'll stay here. You go down and call our parents." Lin Yud, "No, it's too dangerous here." Lin Wanwen pointed to the dead wild boar on the ground. "Third brother, staying here is more dangerous." Lin Yud looked a bit embarrassed. His little sister's words made sense. He really wasn't as strong as her. Originally, he was supposed to protect his younger sister, but unexpectedly, she protected him instead. His mother was right. His sister truly is the family's little lucky star. However, he still felt worried and advised, Stay here and don't run around. I'll be back soon. Lin Wanwan nodded. Okay. After getting her promise, Lin Yud ran down the mountain quickly. Lin Wanwan looked around, then dragged a wild boar weighing hundreds of pounds with one hand and hid behind the mountain. Under the thick snow, it was hard to see unless you looked carefully. Besides, in the cold winter months, no one would be foolish enough to go into the mountains. Then she turned to explore other places, hoping to catch a wild chicken or a rabbit for a simple meal. Jiang Chuan watched everything unfold and swallowed nervously, thinking, that girl is really strong. When she gets married, her husband won't dare to bully her. If anyone tried, she would punch them in the head, knocking them out cold. Just thinking about it made Jiang Chuan feel scared. Fu Zheng, acting on impulse, said, "Who says you have to be bullied after marriage? Can't you just be spoiled?" Wow, today really feels strange. Jiang Chuan looked at his good friend with a complicated expression and said, "Old Fu, have you been in the snow too long? Have you gone crazy? You never used to talk so much." Unaware that he had changed, Fu Zheng shot him a cold look, and Jiang Chuan wisely kept his mouth shut. As they approached and saw the small face under the hat clearly, not only Jiang Chuan but even Fu Zheng was momentarily stunned by her beauty. However, Lin Wanwan was completely unaware of all this. Right now, she was happily giggling because she had caught a wild chicken. When the weather got cold, even animals became dumber and just stood there waiting to be caught. Meanwhile, Lin Yud hurried back home, panting and out of breath, asking, "Mom, where is Dad?" Wang Xiao was surprised and asked, "Why are you looking for your dad? Weren't you with your sister on the mountain? Why are you back alone? Where is your sister?" A series of questions made Lin Yud's head buzz. He gathered his thoughts and whispered to his mother, "My sister beat a wild boar to death on the mountain." "Really?" Wang Xiao exclaimed in shock. Lin Yud made a shushing gesture. "Mom, speak softly. If outsiders find out about this, we won't be able to keep the pig." Wang Xiao. Yes. That thing was killed by your little sister. It's ours, and the team members must not find out," she added. "Wait here for me. I'll go call your father back, and we'll go up the mountain together." Wang Xiao hurriedly left. She quickly returned with Lin Shuisheng. The three of them hurriedly headed up the mountain. Lin Wanwan saw their figures from afar and waved in their direction. Soon, the four of them met at the place where the wild pig was killed. Wang Xiao, "Daughter, let me see if you're hurt. It's all because of your third brother. He's so useless, letting you face everything." Lin Wanwan, "Mom, I'm fine." "Don't scold third brother." Hearing his sister, Lin Yud shook his head in disagreement. "Little sister, if Mom scolds me, I deserve it. If something happened to you, I wouldn't want to live anymore." Lin Wanwan, "Wang Xiao, in the future, stay far away when something happens. Let your third brother handle it. You're our only daughter, and nothing must happen to you." Seeing her words becoming more serious, Lin Wanwan quickly interrupted her mother. "Mom, let's talk about this at home. The most urgent thing now is to sell this wild pig in the county." Wang Xiao, "Daughter, I'll listen to you. In winter, it gets dark early." Lin Shuisheng and Lin Yud, in the dark, took the dead wild pig to the county. Lin Wanwan and Wang Xiao didn't dare to sleep. They lit a charcoal basin and sat in the living room, waiting for them to return. They waited until around 2 a.m. when Lin Shuisheng and Lin Yud came back, shivering from the cold. Wang Xiao asked, "How much did you sell it for?" Lin Wanwan also looked curiously at her father and third brother. Lin Yud said, 260. "All the money is kept by my dad." Hearing his name, Lin Shuisheng hurriedly turned away and took out all the money from his underwear pocket. Wang Xiao counted it carefully, exactly the same amount. She was so happy, she couldn't stop smiling. She turned and handed the money to her daughter. "Daughter, this pig was caught by you. Keep this money well, don't lose it." Unexpectedly, Lin Wanwan pushed the money back. "Mother, I don't want this money. Keep it for yourself to spend." Seeing her mother and younger sister argue back and forth, Lin Yud said, "Mother, hold on to this money for your younger daughter. When she needs it, she can come to you." Wang Xiao agreed. "All right, I'll listen to you." Meanwhile, Fu Zheng was unusually unable to sleep. At this moment, His mind was full of the charming girl from this afternoon. A small girl, smaller than him, without any help from outside forces, punched a wild boar and knocked it to the ground. Her eyes were firm, and her movements were quick and decisive, especially her pretty, round face with almond-shaped eyes. Thinking of this, Fu Zheng's throat moved slightly, and he forced himself to suppress the strange feelings rising in his heart. He was never the type to sit and wait. If it had been before, he might have let himself feel those emotions, but with his current body, he knew he shouldn't indulge in such fantasies from the start. He remembered the doctor's hesitant words during his hospital stay and the strange, sympathetic looks from others in the military compound. Fu Zheng pushed down the sadness in his heart, though his chest still ached. He was lying on a bed at the guest house, covered with 2 yellowed, stiff blankets. If he sniffed carefully, he could smell a damp, musty odor. He tossed and turned on the bed, unable to sleep, his eyes closing to reveal that beautiful face, more stunning than a rose. Damn it! After saying this, he suddenly sat up from the bed and hurried out without even putting on his military coat. Full of energy, he ran around the commune more than 10 times and did over 100 push-ups before sweating profusely and returning to the guest house to rest. On his way back, Fu Zheng met Jiang Chuan, who was coming out to pee. Jiang Chuan looked at Fu Zheng, who was sweating and wearing only a thin shirt, and frowned in surprise. "Staying up late? What are you doing? You've been in the mountains all day. Aren't you tired? Tomorrow morning, you have to go to the back mountain again." Mentioning this, Jiang Chuan wanted to curse. Damn enemy spies, hiding the radio so deep, making him freeze in the mountains searching for it. They found the radio, but the person was gone. Damn enemy spies, if I catch them, I will beat them until their noses are swollen and make them kneel and call me grandpa. Fu Zheng looked very uncomfortable. "It's nothing, just went out for a walk." Without waiting for Jiang Chuan to reply, he went back into his room, seeming to run away in a hurry. Jiang Chuan watched Fu Zheng rush back inside, puzzled and frowning. Why stay up late in cold weather just to go for a walk? Is this guy crazy? But soon, the urge to pee became too strong to ignore. He clenched his legs and hurried downstairs. Almost peed his pants, so close. Fu Zheng lay on the bed and fell asleep quickly. He rarely dreamed, but this time, he had a rare dream. In the dream, the little girl he saw during the day clung to him like a kangaroo, holding on tightly. He could just lower his head and kiss her forehead. He woke up early the next morning when Jiang Chuan called him, feeling a bit lost. Suddenly aware of something wrong beneath him, he froze in place. Facing Jiang Chuan's annoying face, his throat moved slightly. "Jiang Chuan, go out." Jiang Chuan noticed his friend's strange behavior. He was like a scrawny dog refusing to leave, sticking close to him. He said confidently, "Old Fu, we've been friends since we were kids, over 20 years. I even helped you wash your back during baths. Is there any part of you I haven't seen? It's just changing clothes. Hurry up so we can go downstairs to eat. We have a tough fight today. There are people on duty, we're waiting for them to switch shifts." Fu Zheng took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "Don't make me tell everyone about the time you got chased by a dog when you peeked at girls bathing." Jiang Chuan's face changed colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, back and forth. "Fine, I'll go, but only if you promise not to spread that old story about me. Otherwise, we'll both be in trouble." That was years ago. He was less than 5 years old then. Surrounded by friends in the courtyard, he did the most embarrassing thing of his life and was chased 2 miles by a big dog. He even got bitten on the butt by that yellow dog. Thinking about it made him want to find a piece of tofu to smash himself. But that annoying Fu, of course, brought it up at the worst moment. Fu Zheng's face was as dark as it could be. Finally, when he had no patience left, Jiang Chuan got up and left. Before leaving, he kindly helped close the door for him. Only then did Fu Zheng feel at ease and get off the bed, changing into clean clothes. He threw away the dirty big underwear under the bed, feeling disgusted. When Fu Zheng finished tidying up and came out of the room, his face returned to its usual cold, distant look. Later, Fu Zheng and Jiang Chuan went downstairs to eat fried dough sticks and spicy soup before heading to the back mountain. Meanwhile, at the Lin family's house, the wild chicken Lin Wanwan brought back from the mountain was frozen solid. Lin Hongxiang, Lin Chongfu, and Lin Hongni, 3 little kids, gathered around the dead chicken, salivating and licking their lips. Finally, unable to resist their craving, Lin Chongfu looked longingly at his grandmother and asked, "Grandma, when can we eat this chicken? If we wait too long, it will go bad." Lin Hongxiang and Lin Hongni looked in the same direction but were afraid of getting scolded, so they immediately lowered their heads. But inside, they hoped their grandma was in a good mood today and would cook chicken for them. It had been almost a week since they last ate meat, and they had almost forgotten what it tasted like. Wang Xiaoyi looked at the debt collectors in front of her and felt unhappy. Eating, eating. All you do is eat all day. Are you pigs in your past lives? You eat so much. Didn't I just give you meat a few days ago? Why are you so greedy? Our family's resources aren't enough for you to waste. Meat couldn't be eaten every day, especially since the eldest and second children were out repairing the river dike and hadn't come back yet. Even if they wanted to eat, they had to wait until they returned. Lin Chongfu's eyes turned red from the scolding. Mother Li Zhaodi couldn't stand seeing her son like this. She quickly protected him behind her. "Mom, Chongfu is the only grandson of the old Lin family. 1 chicken is enough. Don't think I don't know that Dad and the 3rd son went to the county yesterday to sell pigs. If this gets out, the people in the team might come and tear you apart. That was a whole wild boar." Just thinking about it made her drool. Fortunately, she overheard this by accident when she got up at night to use the bathroom. Otherwise, she would have missed this great opportunity. But her mother-in-law was clearly biased. She had no hesitation in giving the money from selling the wild boar to her younger sister-in-law. Luckily, her sister-in-law didn't ask for it, or she would have dared to stand up and shout. Even if she got beaten, she would cause a fuss. That costs over 200 yuan, which the whole family has struggled to earn after many years. Big sister-in-law is like a hen that can't lay eggs. She can't produce a single child. The younger brother-in-law is lazy and irresponsible, with no serious work at all. Any family with a bit of backbone wouldn't marry their daughter to such a useless younger brother-in-law. Considering everything, the family inheritance will go to her son in the future. She must watch her mother-in-law carefully and not let her give all the money to her younger sister. Wang Xiaoyi squinted and looked at her second sister-in-law, who dared to challenge her. "Li Zhaodi, are you threatening me?" Li Zhaodi was startled and nervous. "Mother, I didn't mean to threaten you. I was just being honest. We just sold a pig, and the money from making chestnut cakes the other day is a lot. What's wrong with giving a chicken to Chongfu? He's your grandson." Wang Xiaoyi felt a fire burning inside her. She crossed her arms and scolded. "Today, I won't even feed him if I were feeding a dog. If you have the guts, report me to the team and have them arrest me and shoot me." She truly regretted it. She shouldn't have been soft-hearted and agreed to let her second son-in-law marry Li Zhaodi, who always caused trouble. She decided to give the Li family some money and send them away. It would be better than having a troublemaker constantly hanging around her, making her upset. Li Zhaodi angrily shouted, "Mother, how can you do this? Chongfu is your own grandson. You can't treat him like that." Just then, Lin Yud was driving back from the county with Lin Wuan, carrying bags and boxes of things. Seeing his mother feeling wronged, Lin Yud quickly drove the car into the yard and blocked it in front of his mother, ready to stand up to his second sister-in-law. "How is our mother? She's never short of food or drink, and she helped raise you. Our mother has done nothing wrong. Are there any other daughters-in-law in the team who are as well off as you? They often go hungry and cold, and some even get beaten. Did our mother ever lift a finger against you? Second sister-in-law, what goes around comes around. Be honest and kind in your actions. Our Lin family has never wronged you. If you feel uncomfortable staying here, pack your things and go back to your parents' house." Although Wuan didn't fully understand what was happening, her heart was full of sympathy for Wang Xiaoyi. She silently walked over, held her mother's arm, and comforted her, worried she might faint from anger. Wang Xiaoyi was angry, but Li Zhaodi didn't know. All she knew was that she was about to be so upset she might faint because her little brother-in-law was scolding her face to face. Lin Yud, who told you to be so rude and disrespectful? I am your sister-in-law. Can you teach me a lesson? If this gets out, I wonder which girl would dare to marry you. You might as well stay single for the rest of your life. Second sister-in-law, you don't need to worry about third brother's marriage. You should take care of yourself. The speaker was Lin Wanfan. She couldn't stand how people talked about her third brother. Lin Yud was moved to tears when he saw his little sister defending him. His little sister was so kind to him. In the future, he wanted to earn a lot of money to buy food and clothes for her. As for the second sister-in-law, she didn't care at all. Li Zhaodi was so angry her hands trembled. Your family is bullying people together. After saying that, she covered her face and ran into the house to cry. Her loud crying could be heard from 2 miles away. Lin Wanfan's head was pounding from the noise, but she still shared the peach cookies she bought at the supply and marketing cooperative today with Lin Hongxiang and the little kids. Why do you keep buying things randomly? You're going to spoil them, Wang Xiui scolded. Third brother paid for it. I didn't want him to buy it, Lin Wanfan said, turning her anger toward Lin Yud. Lin Yud felt guilty under his mother's gaze. He quickly looked away, afraid to meet her eyes. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiui reached out her hand in front of him. Give me all your money. I'll keep it for you. In a few days, I'll ask the matchmaker to find you a wife. You're not too young. It's time to get married. Once you have a family, I will invite your eldest uncle to come and divide the household. She was tired of all the arguing every day. When she heard about dividing the household, Lin Wanfan's brow moved. Dividing the household was good. Then there wouldn't be so many problems, and they could close the door and live their own small life. Later, she planned to go up the mountain more often, hunt some wild game to sell on the black market, and buy more nutritious food for her parents to help them recover. She wouldn't have to worry about conflicts over who ate more or less. Lin Yud saw his mother asking for money, and his face immediately fell. Mother, I already gave you all my money. There's none left. As for marriage, let's talk about it later. Wang Xiui frowned. Really no money? Don't lie to your mother. Lin Yud nodded and said, Today I went to the county to buy things and spent all the money. Now I am as empty as my face. If you feel sorry for me, give me some money to spend. Wang Xiui rolled her eyes and replied, Dream on. The money you gave me is saved for your future marriage. After Wang Xiui went back inside, Lin Wanwan tiptoed to her older brother and whispered, Third brother, you're lying. There's still over 1,000 yuan hidden under your bed. Lin Yud quickly covered her mouth and said, Ancestor, you can't let Mom find out about that money. I keep it for something important. Let's see how I feel, Lin Wanwan said with a proud smile. Although she was angry, Li Zhaodi didn't skip a meal. She ate like she hadn't eaten in 100 years, stuffing herself with steamed buns. After finishing her meal, she pushed her bowl and went to lie down in her room. This made eldest sister-in-law, Lu Yulan, very sad. Today, Li Zhaodi was supposed to wash dishes and cook, but she refused, so the chores fell on Lu Yulan. However, she was a hardworking person and willingly washed the dishes in the kitchen. Her daughter felt sorry for her and helped wash the dishes too, sharing some peach cookies given by her sister-in-law. Mother and daughter sat in the small kitchen, sharing the peach cookies, even picking up the crumbs that fell. On a rare day off, Lin Yuzhen and Lin Yuzhu returned home, carrying the leftover steamed buns they had saved from their teeth. Lin Yuzhen handed the bag of buns to his mother and said, Mom, give these to the little sister and them. Working in the cold winter wind, the ground was frozen stiff. It was exhausting just to think about it. Seeing the second brother, who looked much thinner, Wang Xiui felt a little uncomfortable. Our family doesn't lack food. Save these for yourselves in the future. No need to bring them home, she said. Lin Yuzhen and Lin Yuzhu nodded and replied, We will listen to Mom. Then Wang Xiui called her eldest daughter-in-law. The two women sat in the kitchen and stewed a wild chicken that Lin Wanwan caught a few days ago. They added a head of Chinese cabbage from their own garden into the chicken stew. After frost, the cabbage had a sweet taste and was very delicious. Wang Xue knew her daughter loved eating cabbage leaves, so she carefully scooped many into her bowl. The 2 chicken legs also belonged to her daughter. As for the rest, the whole family shared it. Li Xiaodi looked at her sister-in-law's 2 big chicken legs and felt very jealous inside. Ultimately, it is just that the mother-in-law favors some and is unfair. It would be better if the family split apart. With money, you can buy whatever you want and eat to your heart's content. In the dark night, the Lin family members all fell asleep. After making sure the son and daughter were asleep, Lin Yuzhu, who had been craving a woman for days, quickly turned over and pressed Li Xiaodi underneath him. Lately, he had been thinking about women almost to the point of obsession. But Li Xiaodi was hiding something in her heart, so she pushed him away suddenly. Lin Yuzhu's face darkened immediately. Afraid of waking the children, he lowered his voice and said, "What do you mean? I finally come back and you won't let me touch you? Are you seeing someone outside?" Li Xiaodi was so angry she almost vomited blood. "You're the one sneaking around." Lin Yuzhu was confused. "Then why won't you let me touch you?" Li Xiaodi said angrily. "Do you know how your mother and your 3rd brother have been bullying me and our son while you were away?" At first, Lin Yuzhu's face was calm, but when he heard about his son, his eyes flickered with emotion and a hint of anger as he said, "While I was away, what happened at home? And how did the 3rd brother, who was doing fine, end up bullying Changfu?" Li Xiaodi added fuel to the fire. "My younger sister went up the mountain and caught a wild chicken. Changfu wanted to eat it, but mother said she wouldn't even give it to the dog, let alone Changfu. Changfu is the only grandson in the Lin family. Why shouldn't he eat? I think it's because our parents look down on us, so they dare to bully Changfu. Also, my younger brother and sister went up the mountain and accidentally caught a wild boar. Mother even gave all the money from selling the boar to my sister. That was 300 yuan. I've never seen so much money in my life. Our family works hard in the fields, but in the end, we have nothing. Do you see? Mother is biased to the core, only favoring my sister, completely ignoring us brothers and sisters. If it had been before, I wouldn't say anything. But for Changfu's sake, I think some things need to be said. Changfu is the only grandson in the Lin family. The things in his parent hand should be left to their grandson, not given to a married daughter. Our team has no such precedent. If this gets out and the people in the team who like to gossip find out, they will surely mock us behind our backs. When that happens, how can we go out and face people?" Lin Yuzhu was silent for a long time after hearing all this. After a long while, he finally spoke. "Did mother really say that? Even to the point of not feeding Longfu?" Li Xiaodi nodded. "Mother scolded us badly, and she even took advantage of your absence to drive me and Longfu out. She's clearly trying to break up our family. Yizhu, I've been married to you for so many years. I've given birth to 2 children. I may not have done much, but I've worked hard. You can't listen to your mother and send me back to my family." As she spoke, Li Xiaodi started to cry, feeling wronged. Lin Yuzhu comforted her. "Son is my life. I won't let my parents drive you and the children away." Li Xiaodi asked, "Really? You're not lying to me?" Lin Yuzhu assured her. "I'm not lying." Li Xiaodi hurriedly applied eye medicine. "Head of the family, I believe you. It would be so good if we could split up. Longfu wouldn't have to be scolded by his grandma just for a piece of meat." She truly wanted to split the family, but her mother-in-law, that old woman, refused. All night, Lin Yuzhu didn't sleep well. His mind was filled with memories of how his mother favored his younger sister and scolded him over the years, and now it was about his son. He worked so hard just to make sure his son could eat well and stay warm in this home, but his mother said she wouldn't even feed her dog if it was a son. His mother was really biased. For the first time in his life, Lin Yuzhu began to feel dissatisfied with his mother's favoritism. Just like his wife said, it would be so good if they could split up. But if his parents didn't agree to split, would his father and mother agree? Probably not. Early the next morning, Lin Yuzhen and Lin Yuzhu finished breakfast early and left. There were only half a month left to finish repairing the river embankment. Lin had left early without telling where he was going, riding his bike. Anyway, Lin Wanwan woke up and didn't see him. Compared to the northeast, the province of Yu isn't as cold. The team members still go to work in winter to earn work points. Wang Xiui and the others had breakfast and went to work. 5-year-old Lin Hongni didn't know where she went to play. Only Lin Wanwan was at home. The breakfast in the kitchen was still warm. After washing up, Lin Wanwan ate the eggs and sweet potatoes from the pot, then drank a bowl of corn porridge before heading up the mountain with her basket. Fu Zheng, hiding in the shadows, saw that familiar figure and immediately brightened his eyes. Especially when he saw her quick and skillful way of catching wild chickens, a faint smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. Next to Jiang Chuan, Fu Zheng's recent changes went from initial shock to complete numbness. Old Fu's mind has been a bit strange lately. As a brother, Jiang Chuan should be more understanding. Suddenly, Fu Zheng nudged Jiang Chuan's arm and whispered, "Throw those 2 wild chickens we caught last night over there." Jiang Chuan asked, "Where should I throw them? I want to keep them for roasting. Catching chickens in the snow in winter isn't easy." Not only does old Fu not understand, but he also wants Jiang Chuan to throw the chickens away. Is that how brothers should behave? Fu Zheng looked straight ahead and said, "Throw them over there." Jiang Chuan looked where he was pointing and immediately understood when he saw the young girl's charming figure. He quietly threw the 2 frozen chickens a little way in front of her, not too close, then tiptoed back. He teased, "Old Fu, are you falling for her?" Fu Zheng shot him a quick look. "If you can't speak properly, just shut up. I just feel sorry for this young lady, running up the mountain in winter." Jiang Chuan looked at his good brother, who was acting so hypocritically, and pouted. Many people have a hard life, and after so many years with old Fu, Jiang Chuan had never seen him so caring. He suspected Fu Zheng liked the girl, but was too afraid to admit it. Suddenly, Jiang Chuan smiled foolishly, then froze, a flash of sympathy in his eyes as he looked at his brother Fu Zheng. Damn it, those scoundrels ruined old Fu, hurting him in that way. Now, he can't confess to the girl he likes and can only secretly do things behind the scenes. He thought, "I should have shot those scoundrels more times and shattered their brains." Not long after, Lin Wanwan walked forward and saw the 2 frozen wild chickens in the snow. She smiled happily. Her voice was clear and sweet, with a hint of joy. Hidden in the shadows, Fu Zheng heard her voice clearly, and the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Last night, he should have let Jiang Chuan catch more chickens. Lin Wanwan was freezing cold. She threw the 2 frozen chickens into her basket and stepped down the mountain on the crunching snow. Only after she was out of sight did Fu Zheng look away. When Wang Xiui, returning from work, saw her daughter holding the 2 chickens, she guessed she had gone up the mountain again. She reached out and touched her daughter's cold little hands. Wang Xiui said, "Old Big, go to the firewood pile and bring back some wood to make a fire for your sister." Lu Yulan quickly replied, "Mom, I'll go right now." After speaking, Lu Yulan carried a big pile of firewood into the yard. With her effort, Lin Wanwan gradually warmed up by the fire. "Big sister-in-law, thank you," said Lin Wanwan, subtly slipping 2 large white rabbit candies into her sister-in-law's hand. These candies were brought back by her 3rd brother from the south last time, and she hadn't finished eating them. When Lu Yulan saw what was in her hand, she was frightened and quickly put the candies back into her pocket. Lin Wanwan advised, "Sister-in-law, put the candies away quickly. It's not good if others see them." Lu Yulan didn't argue further. She turned and put the candies back in her pocket, then thanked her younger sister-in-law. Turning around to go back inside, she secretly handed the candies to her 2 daughters. "This is from your little sister-in-law. You must remember her kindness and be good to her in the future, understand?" Lin Hongying and Lin Hongxiang nodded obediently. "Mom, we will treat our little sister-in-law well." Lu Yulan felt happy and patted her 2 daughters' heads before going to the kitchen to help her mother-in-law cook. She was very content with her life now. Thanks to her little sister-in-law, her family could eat well and stay warm. Sometimes they even had a little meat to enjoy. This life was much better than what others in the team had. She wouldn't have dared to imagine this before. All of this was thanks to her little sister-in-law. She was full of gratitude for her. Lin Wanwan looked at the flickering flames, her mind moved. She turned and waved at Lin Hongxiang nearby. "Hongxiang, go to your grandma's room and ask for a few sweet potatoes." Say, I want to eat roasted sweet potatoes. Obediently, Lin Hongxiang ran to her grandma's kitchen to ask for sweet potatoes. Wang Xiui heard her daughter wanted some and quickly took out several sweet potatoes from the cabinet. Tell your little sister-in-law, we'll have dinner later. Don't eat too many sweet potatoes. Lin Hongxiang repeated her grandma's words to her little sister-in-law just as she was told. When she threw the sweet potatoes into the fire, the flames crackled loudly. Soon, a rich aroma of roasted sweet potatoes spread through the yard. Lin Hongni licked her lips, feeling very hungry. She guessed the sweet potatoes were almost done. Lin Wanwan used fire tongs to pull out the roasted sweet potatoes from the fire and divided them among everyone to eat. Everyone gets a share, half for each person. Before Lin Hongni could start eating, her mother snatched the sweet potato from her hands. She looked upset and teary. Lin Wanwan also frowned. Second sister-in-law, you already have one. Why are you taking Hongni's? Li Xiaodi rolled her eyes and said pointedly, she's just a girl. She'll be someone else's daughter eventually. Eating this is just a waste. Lin Wanwan replied, you were also a girl once. If you say that, then your eating is also a waste. Li Xiaodi immediately changed her expression, glaring at her meddlesome younger sister-in-law with annoyance. She turned to her daughter. Hongni, I told your little sister-in-law, it's because you wanted to give me the sweet potato. Lin Hongni trembled and said softly, yes. I wanted to. Li Xiaodi was satisfied. She quickly finished the sweet potato and went back to rest in her room. As she left, she muttered, busybody. Lin Wanwan kept a calm face, showing no anger. Hongni was upset because she didn't get to eat the sweet potato. It felt like there was a cat scratching her heart, making her very uncomfortable. She looked at her caring little sister-in-law. Little sister-in-law, I also want to eat the sweet potato. Lin Wanwan held up her own piece of sweet potato. Everyone only has half a piece. If you give your piece to your mother, there won't be any left for you. She respected everyone's choices. Hearing this, Hongni's eyes darkened. She felt like her little sister-in-law didn't care about her anymore. The 3 wild chickens Lin Wanwan caught from the mountain were salted and hung on the beam, ready for the New Year feast. Today, everyone couldn't eat meat, which made them a little sad. But thinking that the New Year was coming soon, they felt happy again. They were all looking forward to the New Year. Only Li Xiaodi frowned and secretly cursed her stingy mother-in-law. Lin Yud only returned at night. By then, Lin Wanwan was already asleep. She was awakened again by her mother's knocking on the door. She casually put on a cotton jacket and went to her mother's room. When she saw who was there, she was a bit surprised. Third brother, when did you come back? Lin Yud gently said, just now. He then took out the roasted chicken he had been holding and placed it on the table. This chicken was just cooked by old Wang. I thought you haven't had any, so I brought one back for you. It's still hot. Hurry up and eat. This food tastes best when it's warm. Lin Yud handed 2 large chicken legs to his younger sister. Thank you, third brother, Lin Wanwan said, feeling very touched. Lin Yud replied, what are you thanking me for? Don't be so formal. From now on, I'll work hard to earn money and buy you more good food. Wang Xiui watched the siblings interact happily, feeling very pleased. If she suddenly disappeared one day, her daughter would be well taken care of by her third brother, and life would still be good. The 4 of them shared one chicken. Lin Shuisheng originally wanted to save some for the others at home, but Lin Yud stopped him. This roasted chicken was for his sister. Why should he let others eat it? If someone else took a bite, his sister would have to take one less. He wouldn't accept such a losing deal. After hiding in the mountains for half a month, Fu Zheng and his team finally saw hope. Just as he was about to lead the team to make an arrest, suddenly a group of people appeared out of nowhere. They outnumbered them and had guns in their hands. A fierce fight broke out immediately. While dealing with the enemies, Fu Zheng got separated and accidentally entered a wolf pack. After several shots, the number of wolves didn't seem to decrease. At this point, Fu Zheng had run out of bullets. He started fighting hand-to-hand. With a beautiful spinning kick, he kicked a wild wolf that was charging at him, sending it flying 10 meters away. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan, who was busy searching for treasures in the mountains, heard loud noises. Her face instantly turned serious. If she guessed right, these were gunshots. Many years ago, when she was abroad doing business, she had heard such sounds many times in foreign countries. She wasn't in a hurry to continue her treasure hunt. She threw her basket on her back and ran down the mountain. For now, she had to prioritize her safety as she was unarmed. Suddenly, Lin Wanwan stopped in her tracks. Not far ahead, a pair of glowing green eyes was glaring fiercely at her. It was a wolf pack. Lin Wanwan looked closer and saw a tall man fighting desperately against the wild wolves. Her legs immediately took a few steps back. It's not that she's heartless or unwilling to help, but her opponent was a pack of wolves. If she made a mistake, her body could become their meal. Just as Lin Wanwan decided to run away, the system, which had been pretending to be dead, suddenly became excited. Host, save him. Quickly save him. That's a wolf, a pack of wild wolves. Do you want me to go over and get myself killed? You idiot. That man is a soldier. Lin Wanwan's steps suddenly froze. The system, sensing her change in mood, quickly gave her a black pill.
Host, eat this.
Not just a pack of wolves. If there are 10 packs, you can still defeat them. You must save him. Host, I beg you. The man fighting the wild wolves had an exceptional compatibility with the host. This was the best man the system had encountered in its many years of completing missions. It dared to swear by it. So, naturally, such an outstanding man should be pulled close. That man could only belong to the host. No one else could take him away. Save him. In a flash, Lin Wanwan swallowed the black pill without hesitation and stepped forward to join the fight. The wild wolves, disturbed by the intrusion, became even more savage and fierce. They swung their claws at Lin Wanwan, but she kicked one away, sending it flying 10 meters. Meanwhile, Fu Zheng, who was fighting the wolves desperately, also noticed the girl behind him. When he saw her face, one that haunted his dreams, he was momentarily stunned for several seconds. But the dangerous situation didn't allow him to think too much. He took down the wolf that was attacking him from behind and then shouted, "It's dangerous here. You should leave quickly." Deep down and subconsciously, he didn't want anything to happen to the girl in front of him. He understood his feelings clearly. However, while he was speaking, a wild wolf that had pounced on his shoulder bit off a piece of flesh. He grimaced in pain. Unbeknownst to him, the blood scent made the already agitated wolves even more furious. They went crazy and lunged at Fu Zheng and Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan's face was tense. Without a word, she took action to deal with the wolves rushing toward her. Fu Zheng was once again amazed by her. Her small body contained great energy, and admiration filled his eyes, rising wave after wave. Then he steadied his mind and focused on fighting the wolves in front of him. With their teamwork, they fought fiercely against the wild wolves, eventually leaving behind only a pile of wolf corpses on the ground. Now, only 5 wolves remained in front of them. However, during the intense fight, Fu Zheng used up too much energy and was injured all over his body. He was barely holding on, with only one breath left. At this moment, Lin Wanwan quickly and accurately took down another wolf. Now only 4 wolves were left. Once she finished them, she could go home and sleep. Swish! Lin Wanwan defeated another wolf. Danger! Fu Zheng shouted and desperately rushed toward Lin Wanwan. He had no time to fight back and could only use his body to block the wolf that was trying to ambush Lin Wanwan. Fu Zheng's back was torn and bitten, losing a piece of flesh. Lin Wanwan reacted quickly, turned around, and swiftly defeated the alpha wolf in front of her. Next, she took down the 3rd and 2nd wolves, until the last wolf was also defeated. Exhausted, Lin Wanwan sat on the ground, gasping heavily. After so many days of traveling, this was the first time she exerted herself so much. She was very tired. The system saw how exhausted the host looked and dared not speak. It was afraid of saying the wrong thing and exposing its mistake of giving the wrong pills. It swore that it had given a powerful, strength-enhancing pill, but somehow, it turned into a fragrant body pill in the host's hands. A fragrant body pill, as the name suggests, makes the person who takes it emit a gentle, pleasant scent, much more practical than perfume. Fortunately, the host didn't know. Otherwise, given her personality, she would have torn it into pieces. Although its intention was good, saving the man and making him the host's partner, preferably having a healthy baby after marriage, it was undeniable that it had put the host in danger. If it hadn't given her the powerful, standard version of the strength pill a few days ago, she might have died today in the wolf pack. It was all its fault. It deserved to die 1,000 times. Just as Fu Zheng, barely hanging on with his last breath, was about to thank her, he suddenly fainted before he could speak. His body was covered in blood and flesh, and the snow beneath him was stained red. It seemed he was about to die, at any moment. But there is no doubt that this man's face is handsome, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and clear features, as if carefully carved by heaven's hand. He is about 1.8 meters tall, exuding a mature man's irresistible charm, much more attractive than today's popular celebrities. Lin Wanwan's beautiful eyebrows furrowed again, but she quickly remembered the man's soldier status and immediately called out the system, which had been pretending to be dead. Save him. Even if Lin Wanwan didn't say it, the system would act. After all, this man was a high-quality match the system had chosen for her, and it wouldn't let him die easily. The system then gave Lin Wanwan a recovery pill and told her to feed it to the man. She looked at his tightly closed lips, roughly opened his jaw, and fed him the pill. She clenched her teeth and tore the new close-fitting autumn clothes her sister-in-law had made for her into strips to bandage his wounds. After making sure the man was no longer in danger, Lin Wanwan was about to leave. But the system refused to give up. After the host leaves, how can it continue to help them get together? This man was truly a top-tier catch, the kind that's hard to find even if you search all night. So, it couldn't let the host leave. Host do the right thing to the end. Sending Buddha off to the west. There are fierce beasts on this mountain from time to time, and you can't leave him here alone. If he gets eaten by a beast, your conscience will never rest. What's conscience good for? It can't eat or drink. I've always done things without conscience. Despite saying that, Lin Wanwan resigned herself and carried the unconscious man on her back, stepping on the snow with creaking sounds as she headed down the mountain. Maybe she was just attracted by his looks. Not long after she started walking, the annoying system spoke again. Host, there's a situation over there. Lin Wanwan followed the system's directions, silently bearing the man on her back toward the edge. The path became more and more off track until the system called a stop, and Lin Wanwan paused. The system's voice was a bit excited. Host, there's something good inside this cave. She casually threw the man on her back onto the ground and bent down to check the situation. Thick snow, along with some dry branches and leaves, covered the entrance. Without the system's reminder, Lin Wanwan probably wouldn't have noticed there was a cave here. Fu Zheng, who was lying on the ground rubbing his wound, let out a muffled groan and continued to faint. Meanwhile, Lin Wuan, driven by curiosity and the system, jumped down into the cave. She walked along the long tunnel and saw many boxes stacked together. When she opened the boxes and saw what was inside, her eyes widened with shock. There were machine guns, rocket launchers, ammunition. Clearly a weapons cache. It looked like they were planning to blow up several nearby teams. Lin Wuan's face instantly became serious. On the other side, the team members working in the field heard the noise from the back mountain. Curious, they put down their tools and, ignoring the scorekeeper's protests, ran toward the back mountain. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoyi kept working silently, her mind full of thoughts about going home after work to make noodles for her daughter. Yesterday, her third son somehow got 3 jean of white flour, saying it was for his little sister. She had already prepared the flour, planning to make white noodles for her daughter today, and save the rest for making dumplings with pork and white flour during the new year. Suddenly, Lu Yulan, who was focused on her work, seemed to remember something. Her face turned pale as she looked at her mother-in-law. Mother, my little sister. I think she went into the mountains today. Hearing this bad news, Wang Xiaoyi almost collapsed but forced herself to speak. Why are you just standing there? Hurry and go find your little sister. If something happens to her, I don't want to live anymore. Lu Yulan, Mother, I'll go right now. The mother and daughter-in-law hurriedly ran toward the back mountain. Behind them, Li Xiaodi saw their anxious figures and secretly cursed her sister-in-law, hoping she would get into trouble soon. That way, everything in her parents' hands would belong to her son. When Lin Wuan reached the foot of the mountain carrying someone, she bumped into the team members coming toward her. Everyone was shocked to see Lin Wuan covered in blood. As she took a step forward, they all took 3 steps back. Sister Guohua trembled and said, "Wuan girl, what are you doing? Why do you look like this? It's pretty scary." "It's nothing. I just ran into a pack of wild wolves and got a little blood on me," Lin Wuan said casually, as if she was talking about what she ate for lunch. But when her words reached the team members, everyone immediately started to panic. Some timid people were so scared that their legs trembled, and some even wet their pants in front of everyone. But in front of the panicked crowd, these things could be ignored. You have to remember, that was a wolf. In earlier years, a pack of wild wolves from the back mountain came down, destroyed crops, and attacked people, killing several members of their group. Those bloody scenes are still vivid in their minds. Unexpectedly, just a few days after they had a peaceful life, the dangerous wild wolves returned. The frightened people quickly looked at the team leader rushing over. They asked nervously, "Team leader, what should we do?" "I'm alive and well. I don't want to die." The team leader frowned and scolded angrily. "What's this about dying? Don't say such unlucky things." Then he quickly walked over to his niece, looking worried, and asked, Wang, are you hurt anywhere?" As for the man on Lin Wang's back, he was ignored by him automatically. Lin Wang said, "Uncle, I'm not hurt. Don't worry. As for the blood, it's from the man on my back." Only then did the team leader realize that his niece was carrying a man on her back. He felt distressed and wanted to take the man himself and carry him. Lin Wang looked at her uncle's thin frame and shook her head. "Uncle, this man is too heavy. I'll carry him. You should quickly go and ask the doctor from the neighboring group to come and bandage him." She wasn't a professional and hadn't learned how to treat wounds in her past life. She just did a simple first aid. The system's medicine pills could only keep him alive. The detailed treatment needed a doctor. The team leader turned to the person called Sanbengzi and said, "Sanbengzi, hurry and go to the neighboring group to call Dr. Li. Tell him it's a matter of life and death. I'll ask him to come. Team leader, I'll go right now." After speaking, Sanbengzi hurried off on his short legs to find someone. Just then, Wang Xiaoyi and the eldest daughter-in-law arrived. Wang Xiaoyi saw her daughter covered in blood and almost fainted on the spot. Luckily, Lu Yulan, who was quick and alert, helped her steady herself. "Mother, I'm fine. The blood on me isn't mine. Don't worry." Lin Wang repeated what she had just said. Sure enough, after her explanation, Wang Xiaoyi immediately revived and looked at the man on her niece's back with sharp eyes. Her eyes lit up again and again. This young man is really handsome. She had never seen such a handsome young man before. With his appearance, the young man is not even worthy of tying the shoelaces of the young man from the youth station. I wonder if this young man is married? Wang Xiaoyi, who was thinking about how to bring this handsome young man home to be her son-in-law, quickly found 2 strong men and carried the handsome young man on her daughter's back to her house after learning that her elder brother had already sent someone to invite a doctor from the neighboring team. This is a good opportunity to keep the benefits within the family. If they are not married, she plans to bring him home as her son-in-law. If they are married or have a partner, it's not a problem. This young man looks noble and wealthy, so her daughter must have saved him, and she will probably receive a generous reward. Anyway, no matter what, it's a profitable deal for their family. Lin Wangwan still worries about the over 20 wild wolves on the back mountain. She doesn't want her hard-earned wedding dress to be given away for free to others. Now, taking advantage of everyone's attention being elsewhere, she quickly sneaked up the mountain, hiding the over 20 dead wolves under the cover of snow. On the way down the mountain, Lin Wanwan encountered several bodies along the way. She remained calm and kept walking back. Suddenly, a tall, muscular man dressed in a green military coat, covered in blood, stopped her. Lin Wanwan cautiously stepped back a few paces, sizing him up. ready to defend herself at any moment. In a rush, Jiang Chuan, who was panicked, was stunned for a moment when he saw the man's face, but he quickly regained his composure and asked hurriedly, "Comrade, have you seen a man who is taller and more handsome than I am? It's all the fault of that cunning enemy agent who deliberately distracted them to weaken their efforts. If old Fu gets into trouble, how can he explain to Uncle Fu and Aunt Fu?" Hearing his description, Lin Wanwan's mouth twitched fiercely. There are many men more handsome than him in the world. How would she know who the man he's looking for is? At this moment, the silent system came online again. "Host, he is that man's comrade, named Jiang Chuan." Jiang Chuan, a good name, but not very bright. Lin Wanwan withdrew her gaze and said, "The man you're looking for is at my house now. He's injured and needs treatment. The team leader has already sent someone to call a doctor." Lin Wanwan, "Don't worry, he won't die." Hearing that he wouldn't die, Jiang Chuan relaxed and asked insistently, "Where is he hurt?" Lin Wanwan frowned. "His arm and back. Thank goodness he wasn't hurt there. Otherwise, old Fu wouldn't just have trouble having children. He would be completely incapacitated." Jiang Chuan still had work to do. He took some money and tickets from his pocket, didn't count them, and handed them over quickly. "Comrade, I am Jiang Chuan. The person injured is my brother Fu Zheng. We are officers from the South Island Military District. We're not bad people. I still have some things to finish, so I ask you to take care of Fu Zheng. Thank you on behalf of our organization." After speaking, he ran off without looking back. "Old Fu, my brother really came through this time." Lin Wanwan clenched the money in her hand and watched the other person run away quickly. She couldn't help but think to herself, why is he running so fast? There's no dog chasing him behind.
She still had more to say.
Soon, Lin Wanwan left the mountain. On her way home, she took a detour to her uncle's house. The team leader saw his niece coming and was surprised, then quickly waved to her. "Wanwan, my big brother has some matters to attend to at the commune. Is your bicycle at home? If so, can I use it?" Recently, the old yellow ox at the team had fallen ill. Relying only on his old, rheumatic legs to walk to the county would be dangerous. On the way back, the team members might be eaten or chased away by the wild wolves on the mountain. Desperate, he decided to ask his brother's family for help. Only his brother's family had a bicycle. Lin Wanwan looked at her uncle's serious face and said softly, "Uncle, if you're going to the commune to ask the leaders for help because of the wild wolves on the back mountain, then there's no need to go." Lin Wanwan explained, "Uncle, there are not only wild wolves on the mountain, but also many bodies. The situation is beyond our control now. When I was coming down the mountain, I saw a man in military uniform running up. This matter should be handled by professionals. Our current task is to gather the team members and tell them not to go to the back mountain for the next few days." Hearing that someone had died on the mountain, the old team leader was so frightened that his legs went weak. "Someone died just like that? What's going on?" Lin Wanwan said, "Uncle, those people were shot. To keep everyone safe, we must remind them not to go up the mountain recently. First, it was for the safety of the team members. Second, she had her own reasons. If the team members went up the mountain now, she wouldn't be able to protect the 20 wolves she had killed." The team leader said, "Wanwan, don't worry. I will gather the people at the main office and inform them about this." After speaking, the team leader hurried off. Soon, the usually quiet Bellflower team suddenly became lively. The team members were all very scared. They took their families home, sealed the doors tightly, afraid that something might break in. They had just started to enjoy good days and didn't want to die. Li Ainian, who was called to treat someone by the tricycle, saw Wang Xiua's sharp-tongued face and immediately turned around and left without saying a word. Not only did she lose money treating their family, but Wang Xiua also caused trouble repeatedly. Having dealt with her several times and suffered losses, this time he finally learned his lesson. The doctor, who was treating the patient, left. What about the handsome young man she liked? He was supposed to be her daughter's fiancé. Wang Xiua, holding this thought, stepped forward and stopped Li Ainian. "Doctors are supposed to save lives. Li, you've been a doctor for so many years. You can't just stand by and do nothing. That handsome young man lying in my house is waiting for you to treat him. Seeing her reach for his arm, worried she might accuse him of misconduct, Li Ainian quickly stepped back. I can't treat your family's illness. Please find another doctor. Wang Xiao rolled her eyes at him. Aren't you just afraid I won't pay you? Don't worry. As long as you treat him well, I'll pay you whatever you ask. But you can't ask for too much, or I'll come to your house with a rope and hang myself. Li Ainian. He just said that Wang Xiaoyi, this old woman, is being unreasonable. He didn't mean to insult her at all. Now that she has said these things, he definitely can't take on this difficult situation. If it were just a matter of human effort, it would be fine. But if he accidentally causes harm, Wang Xiaoyi, this stubborn old woman, might really hang herself at his door with a rope. Would he still have a way out then? San Bunzi noticed the resistance on Li Ainian's face and advised, Dr. Li, that person has lost a lot of blood. You should go in quickly and check on him. Our team leader said he will take responsibility if anything happens. Li Ainian hesitated. Did your team leader really say that, San Bunzi? Yes, he did. If you don't believe me, I can go call him over now so he can tell you himself. No need, Li Ainian replied. I trust you. After saying that, he grabbed his medical box and went inside to treat the patient. When he saw the patient's face on the bed, he gasped in shock. He had never seen such a handsome man before. But he quickly calmed down and focused on treating the unconscious man on the bed. After examining him carefully, he realized that the injuries looked worse than they actually were. He quickly applied herbal medicine to reduce inflammation and used gauze to help rebandage the bloody wound. It took quite some time to finish. Just then Lin Wanan returned. Seeing Wang Xiaoyi standing at the door, she asked, Mother, how is that man? Wang Xiaoyi, the doctor from the neighboring team is treating him now. Daughter, just relax. With me here, that handsome young man won't die. Li Ainian, feeling relieved, came out of the room with his medicine box. His gaze was soon attracted by a young woman standing beside Wang Xiaoyi, who looked as delicate as a flower bud. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before. He asked, Is this girl a new educated youth in your team? Wang Xiaoyi covered her mouth to hide her smile and proudly said, What new educated youth? Dr. Li, you really have poor eyesight. This is my own daughter, Lin Wanan. Isn't she pretty? Li Ainian was stunned like a thunderbolt, staring in disbelief at the girl who looked as delicate as a flower bud. Such a beautiful girl. He couldn't believe she was the same Lin Wanan he remembered, who used to be chubby, speak roughly, and have a coarse voice. Lin Wanwan did not like his gaze on her and frowned in displeasure. Li Ainian suddenly realized he had lost his composure. He cleared his throat and said, The patient is fine. Just rest more and give him some nutritious food. I will come back in a week to change his dressing. Wang Xiaoyi was relieved when she heard this and silently thanked her ancestors. Thank you, ancestors, for saving her son-in-law. In a good mood, she decided to be straightforward about money. Seeing that he did not mention medical fees, she said, Dr. Li, how much is the medicine? I'll go inside and get the money. Li Ainian was shocked when he heard this. Could this old lady be possessed by something unclean? Otherwise, with her stingy and stubborn personality, how could she be so generous with money? He snapped out of his surprise and said, 1.2 yuan is enough. Wang Xiaoyi was about to go inside to get the money when Lin Wanwan stopped her. Mom, I'll give him the money. She took out the money given to her by a man named Jiang Chuan from her pocket, counted out 1.2 yuan, and handed it to Li Ainian. Li Ainian, holding the money, left the Lin family in a daze. As for everyone else, their eyes were fixed on the thick stack of cash in Lin Wanwan's hand. There was so much money, probably around 100 or 200 yuan, all in big bills. Li Zhaodi's eyes lit up as she secretly thought how wonderful it would be if that money were hers. Wang Xiaoyi was also startled by the money in her daughter's hand. She hurriedly asked, Daughter, where did you get this money? Lin Wanwan explained, This money was given to me by the injured man's comrade. I'll return it to him when he wakes up. But the medical expenses will be deducted from this. Wang Xiaoyi's mind turned quickly. Daughter, you're right. We shouldn't take advantage. Li Zhaodi rolled her eyes at this. She thought, it's wrong not to take what's offered. Her mother-in-law and sister-in-law were really foolish. If it were up to her, she'd keep the money for herself. Why should she return it? Fujing, who was unconscious on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a pair of clear, bright eyes looking at him like a spring of water, ready to draw him in. He was stunned, then blushed uncontrollably. As he struggled to sit up, he accidentally pulled at his back wound, which made him grimace in pain. Lin Wanwan watched the man's determined figure and stepped forward to press him back onto the bed. The doctor said you need to rest properly. Be careful not to reopen your wound, or you'll be the one to suffer. They were only a foot apart, but Fujing didn't hear a word of it. His mind was filled with the sweet scent of the girl's nose, like peach blossoms, so sweet it touched his heart. His ears turned red as he said, "Thank you for saving me. I saved you, so does that mean I get to have the wild wolves that were killed on the mountain?" Lin Wanwan looked at him expectantly. The 20 or so wild wolves she had killed could be sold on the black market if her third brother took them. That would bring in a good amount of money. But since this man also helped, she couldn't keep all the wild boars for herself. However, she had saved this man from the wolf pack. Trading a few wild wolves for his life didn't seem too much. Fu Zheng's throat moved slightly as he listened to her. "I'll do whatever you say." Lin Wanwan seemed to hear some heavenly music, and she smiled happily. The man on the bed was dazzled by her smile, his dark eyes filled with almost overflowing affection. His heart was pounding loudly. Noticing his changing feelings, Fu Zheng quickly turned his head to the side, trying not to look at her, but he couldn't control his feelings. The system, which never played fair, jumped straight to the point. "Host, he likes you. Are you crazy? Just because I met a man, you say he likes me? You need to see a doctor. Host, I'm serious. This man really likes you." Seeing that the host didn't believe it, the system got anxious. It was dreaming of pushing this man toward the host, worried that other women might beat it to him. Only a man as perfect as this could match its beautiful and intelligent host. It couldn't imagine how outstanding the host's future children would be. While thinking, the system sent the man's information to the host. Name: Fujing. Gender: male. Age: 27. Height: 187 centimeters. Weight: 150 kilograms, with defined abs and a V-line. Intelligence: 99.99999. Appearance: 99.99999. Body: 99.99999. Ability: 100. Fertility: 3 with his 8-pack abs and V-line. Lin Wanwan instinctively looked at the man lying on the bed. His exposed arms showed he was in great shape. But what does fertility mean? A fertility rate of 3% is even lower than Zhou Zhongwen's, which is very disappointing. Lin Wanwan felt a wave of sympathy for him. "Host, you are naturally very fertile. Marrying him means you won't have to worry about having children. Having 10 or even more children is very normal," Lin Wanwan replied casually. "Oh, host, haven't you always wanted to have your own children? The man now is the best match for you. He has a good family background, a clean family tradition, no criminal history in his ancestors, and he's handsome and capable. He became a squad leader at a young age, keeps himself pure, and stays away from women around him. This is the best match I found for you in this world. The children you have with him will be the most outstanding and adorable in the world. If you really don't like him, we can just get pregnant and run away with the child. With us, we can definitely raise the child safely. It genuinely cares about the host." Lin Wanwan was drawn in by the last statement. All she ever wanted was her own biological child, which was her regret from her past life. She wanted to experience the joy of becoming a mother. Whether the man was involved didn't matter. Just like the dog system said, she could divorce later and take the child with her. With her 2 lifetimes of experience, she was confident she could raise her child well. Most importantly, the man in bed was very handsome. Even as someone who cares about looks, she couldn't help but admire how good-looking he was. She had never seen such a handsome man. The children they would have in the future would surely be very beautiful. Thinking this way, it didn't seem impossible. Lin Wanwan's gaze was too intense, making Fu Zheng unconsciously cover his mouth and cough softly. Lin Wanwan quickly regained her senses and said, "If you're feeling unwell, just let me know." Don't be polite. Fu Zheng slightly smiled and said, Thank you. I haven't even asked your name yet. I'm Lin Wanwan, the name on the hairpin I wear is Wan. Wan. Fu Zheng silently repeated the name in his mind. It sounded very beautiful. My name is Fu Zheng. I really want to thank you this time. Could you please go to the county militia team and tell them I am here? He was worried Jiang Chuan might not find him and was feeling anxious. Lin Wanwan raised an eyebrow and agreed. Thinking of his soldier status, she also told him about discovering the ammunition and weapons cache on the mountain. The next moment, Fu Zheng's face turned serious. Comrade Lin, this is an urgent situation. Please go to the militia team now and call someone over. After everything is settled, I will thank you properly on behalf of the organization. Lin Wanwan nodded and turned to leave the house. Inside, she muttered to herself and the system. Does this man have fertility issues? Is that place okay? Or is he just a useless ornament? Having never been with a man in her 2 lives, she was determined not to suffer any wrongs. She wanted to enjoy good food and drinks. The system was startled by the host's boldness, but quickly cheered up. Since the host asked so directly, it must mean she's interested in that man named Fu Zheng. That also meant her long-awaited little ones might be coming soon. The system was so happy it almost burst with joy. Host, I swear by my core personality, Fu Zheng will be fine by dawn. You don't need to worry about not having good things to eat after marriage. Working until dawn? Isn't that a bit too long? Lin Wanwan felt her small body might not handle all that. Not long. Everything is for your happiness. If you think you're not eating enough, I have a special medicine from the heavenly Tao. When I give it to you, you can feed Fu Zheng, and you'll be stuck at home for 3 days, unable to leave the bed for a week. Lin Wanwan's mouth twitched fiercely. I thank your whole family. For the first time, the system heard the host say thank you, and was moved to tears. Host, with those words, I am willing to go through fire and water for you. Today, Lin Yu didn't know where he had gone to play. He didn't ride the car, which conveniently made it easier for Lin Wanwan to go to the commune. Lin Wanwan talked to Wang Xiui and then rode her bike quickly to the commune's armed forces office. When she arrived, the staff were packing up to leave for the day. Who is in charge here?
Come out and talk to me.
I have something important to say, Lin Wanwan called out loudly. The noisy room instantly became quiet. Everyone's attention was drawn to her very beautiful face. The unmarried men blushed immediately. They secretly hoped she would go home soon so they could ask their families about her, hoping a matchmaker would come to propose marriage. Such a pretty young woman should be brought home as a wife. At that moment, a middle-aged man carrying a large enamel teapot approached Lin Wanwan. Young comrade, my name is Huang Weigua. I am the head of our armed forces office. Is there something you want to tell me? Thinking of Fu Zheng's instructions, Lin Wanwan kept a serious face and said, This is not a good place to talk. Huang Weigua, also serious because of her tone, kindly invited her to his office. Young comrade, there are no outsiders here. You can tell me now if you have something to say. I found a stash of weapons on the mountain. Fu Zheng is injured and can't move. He asked me to come and get help. When he heard weapons, Huang Weigua's face became very serious. When he heard about Fu Zheng being hurt, he felt nervous and anxious. He hurriedly asked, Are Fu Zheng's injuries serious? Was he taken to the hospital? Where is he now? Lin Wanwan replied, He is at my house. We can talk more when you see him. All right, we're going now, Huang Weigua said immediately. He packed his things, got on his bicycle, and rode with Lin Wanwan to the Daisy team. When they arrived at Lin's home, Huang Weigua went straight into the house. He didn't know what he and Fu Zheng discussed, but after half an hour, he came out. He looked at Lin Wanwan with gratitude. Comrade Lin, thank you so much for your help this time. After I finish my work, I'll come back to thank you properly. Also, Fu Zheng is temporarily in your care. What? He's a regimental commander? Wang Xiui exclaimed in surprise. Huang Weigua explained, Fu Zheng has been serving in the South Island Military District. He's the youngest regimental commander in the entire district and is highly valued by the leaders. This time, he came here on a mission. Wang Xiui's eyes brightened again and again. Filled with thoughts of the squad leader, she pushed her daughter aside and asked, How old is he this year? Is he married? Who's in his family? Huang Weiguo was a bit confused but honestly explained briefly about Fu Zheng. Squad leader Fu is 27 this year. He hasn't married yet. As for his family, I don't know much. When she heard he wasn't married, Wang Xiu's smile stretched from ear to ear. This was truly a blessing from heaven. A young man and a young woman, both unmarried, plus her daughter's life-saving kindness. These two young people seemed perfectly matched, made for each other. As for age, he was only 6 years older than her daughter. But with his face and military officer status, that didn't matter. Besides, isn't marriage just about finding someone who understands and cares? Older men are more suitable for life and know how to be gentle. She thought of her own experience with Lin Shuixing, who is 3 years younger than her, always worrying about everything, like an old woman. She didn't want her daughter to suffer like that. Worried her mother might scare her daughter again, Lin Wanwan quickly pulled her aside. "Mom, we have important work. Don't cause trouble." Wang Xiui happily covered her mouth. "I know, I won't cause trouble for my daughter." But inside, she was thinking it was time to start making wedding bedding and preparing dowry, so everything wouldn't be rushed later. A wedding was a once-in-a-lifetime celebration. No mistakes could be allowed. Then, Lin Wanwan took Huang Weiguo to the back mountain. Following the route she remembered, they easily reached the cave where the explosives and weapons had been found last time. They jumped into the cave and slowly moved forward along the tunnel. With each step, Huang Weiguo's face grew more serious. When they reached the end of the tunnel, his face was dark and gloomy, like it could drip water. Damn it. They planned to use so many explosives. Are they trying to blow up the whole commune? After calming down, he turned to thank Lin Wanwan. "Comrade Lin, thank you so much for today. Once we're done, I'll make sure to ask for a reward from above." Lin Wanwan became interested. Reward? What kind of reward? This statement immediately left Huang Weiguo speechless. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Comrade Lin, if you want any reward, just tell me. I will ask the leaders for you." Lin Wanwan said, "If possible, could you arrange a slightly easier job for me in the county town? If not, then forget it." Jobs in the county town are very limited, and Huang Weiguo was hesitant to promise anything directly. He said he would try his best. Lin Wanwan didn't take his words seriously. She was just mentioning it casually. It would be great if it worked out, but if not, it was okay. However, she had achieved such a big accomplishment, and if the higher-ups didn't give her any reward, she would be upset. On the way back down the mountain, they met Jiang Chuan, who was finishing up his work. When Jiang Chuan heard there were explosives and weapons stored on the mountain, his face immediately turned serious. "Old Huang, take us there now, so we avoid any accidents that could happen if we wait too long." After speaking, Jiang Chuan sent someone to escort Lin Wanwan all the way down the mountain. It was already dark, and the armed personnel had surrounded the entire mountain. Sensing danger, the team members stayed inside, trembling and praying that nothing bad would happen. As Lin Wanwan reached her home, she ran into Lin Yud, who had come to look for her. Lin Yud looked worried. "Little sister, why are you so late? Do you know third brother was almost scared to death waiting for you?" "Third brother, I'm fine. Don't worry about me." Suddenly, Lin Wanwan remembered that there were more than 20 wolves hiding in the back mountain. She quickly grabbed her brother's arm and whispered, "Third brother, I have over 20 wolves to deal with. Do you have any connections or ideas?" Lin Yud was so scared his legs went weak. He looked at her in disbelief. "What? Over 20 wolves? Little sister, don't scare your third brother." "Third brother, do I look like I'm joking? And these wolves, I shot them myself." "Nonsense." Lin Yud, who usually spoiled his sister, suddenly scolded her with a serious face. "Little sister, is it because we spoil you too much that you don't know your limits? Wolves that can eat people are dangerous. Have you thought about what would happen if something went wrong? How would I and our parents live if you got hurt?" When it came to the later part, Lin Yud's eyes filled with fear and tears. The worst thing he could imagine was something happening to his little sister, whom he loved dearly. Lin Wanfan saw her third brother crying and quickly comforted him. "Third brother, don't be angry. I won't do it again. Will there be a next time?" "No, there won't be. After her repeated promises, Lin Yud's face finally looked a little better. He took a moment to look her over in the moonlight, making sure she was unharmed. When he saw she was safe, he finally relaxed. Men are supposed to earn money and support the family. With me, big brother and second brother, you don't need to worry about money, understand? Yes, I understand. I won't do it again. Good. Then Lin Yud remembered the wild wolves on the mountain. After dinner, while everyone is sleeping, we'll push the cart up the mountain and take those 20 wolves to the town to sell. This must be kept secret from second sister-in-law, or she'll cause trouble. He really disliked second sister-in-law, who had many bad habits and always tried to take what he bought for his sister, even more than the eldest sister-in-law. If it weren't for their mother holding the family together, his little sister would have been bullied so badly by second sister-in-law that she'd be left with nothing. Lin Wanfan pressed her lips together and said, I'll listen to third brother. Wang Shua saw the siblings whispering at the door and stepped forward, kicking her third son. What are you wasting time for? Hurry up and wash your hands to eat. If you make your little sister hungry, just wait and see how I teach you a lesson. Lin Yud rubbed his sore backside, turned to complain to his sister. Mother always takes her anger out on me. Little sister, you can't learn that bad habit from her. You little brat, it's been a few days and you've grown some nerve. Daring to slander me in front of your sister. I should have beaten you more, Wang Shua said as she pinched Lin Yud's ear. Painfully, Lin Yud grimaced and begged, Mother, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Little sister, save me. Third brother's ear hurts so much. Lin Wanfan was amused by the scene but didn't speak up for her third brother. Mother, third brother knows he was wrong. Please forgive him this time. He won't dare to do it again. Listen to my daughter, Wang Shua said, releasing her hold. Then she took Lin Wanfan's arm, and mother and daughter went into the kitchen, chatting happily. Today, Wang Xiui changed her usual stinginess. She specially cooked chicken soup for dinner, adding medicinal herbs like Cotinopsis. Lin Wuan looked at the nourishing chicken soup, her brow twitching again. Sure enough, Wang Xiui served her a bowl of chicken soup, which also included her favorite big chicken leg. She winked and said, Girl, take this to Commander Fu in the house. If his arm is inconvenient, you can feed him yourself. The chicken soup tastes best when hot. Even without ideal conditions, she would create them. With a man and woman under the same roof, Wang Xiui didn't believe that Commander Fu, seeing her beautiful daughter, wouldn't be moved. If he didn't react, then he wasn't a real man. Lin Yud, who came in through the curtain, immediately changed his expression. Mother, are you crazy? Little sister has been spoiled since she was a child. Let her serve others? You're mistreating her. I don't agree. As he spoke, he was slapped on the head. Wang Xiui scolded. It's none of your business how I do things. If you ruin your sister's marriage, I'll kick you out tomorrow and disown you. What? Marry someone? Who is my little sister going to marry? A sharp scream came from inside the room. The voice was loud enough that Fu Zheng, lying on the bed, could hear it. He felt a bitter feeling in his heart that was hard to describe. Yes, she was so good. Many people liked her. Marriage was just a normal thing. But if only that person were him. However, Fu Zheng quickly remembered his body was infertile, and he dared not hold on to that small hope anymore. With his body, how could he compete with other men? Wang Xiui hurriedly shut his mouth, scolding, Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid others won't hear? Lin Yud sobbed. Whoa, Wang Xiui warned him. Shut your mouth, or I'll kick you out if you keep shouting. After saying that, she let go of his hand. Lin Yud looked very wronged. Mother, little sister is your own daughter. How can you let her marry someone? I don't even know what the other person looks like. Wang Xiui rolled her eyes in disgust. If your little sister doesn't marry, how can you support her for a lifetime? I will support my little sister for a lifetime, Lin Yud said firmly, then turned to look at his sister. Little sister, don't be afraid. Third brother has money and will take care of you for life. When third brother passes away, his children will take care of you. If they ever dare to be unkind to you, I swear I will come back from the afterlife to take those unfilial descendants away. Lin Wanwan chuckled softly. Her third brother was really adorable, just like their mother. Wang Xiui scolded and warned. The man lying in your room is a soldier, and he's quite good-looking. He's a decent match for you and your sister. If you cause trouble for me, don't expect me to recognize you as my son. Lin Yud shouted again. Mom, how can you bring strangers into my room? Don't you know he was hiding some wedding money under the bed for his sister. Know what? Wang Xiui narrowed her eyes. Could it be that you've secretly hidden money from me again? Lin Yud said. I wouldn't dare. All the money I earned these years I gave to you. Now I have more money in my pocket than on my face. That's good. If you dare to hide money from me again, I will break your legs. Lin Wanwan quickly added, Third brother, that man is the one I asked Mom to bring into your room. So it was her little sister.
No problem then.
The anger in Lin Yud's heart instantly disappeared, but he still worried about his sister. He risked being scolded by his mother to stay and deliver food to her. When Fu Zheng saw the man beside Lin Wanwan clearly, a trace of loneliness flickered in his dark eyes. Is he your boyfriend? Why is he so ugly? He's not very tall, very thin, and not as strong as some of the new soldiers under his command. Could such a man protect her? After speaking, Lin Wanwan left without forgetting to glance at the man on the bed. In that moment, their eyes met clearly. Fu Zheng quickly turned his head to the side, full of thoughts about her earlier words calling him third brother, and a strange happiness filled his heart. They were actually siblings he had misunderstood just now. Looking again at the man in front of her, Fu Zheng felt especially close, even noticing that his weak body seemed a bit stronger now. The system, eager to join in the fun, whispered, Host, he's shy. Why not take this chance to make your third brother leave and quickly settle down together? The sooner you marry and have children, the better. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll slap you, Lin Wanwan warned sharply. Forcing herself on someone is embarrassing, and men don't always appreciate it. She wanted this man to beg her to marry him. With his genes, having 2 children after marriage wouldn't be too much, right? The system. Host, you're a coward. With your and Fu Zheng's genes, 2 children are not enough. If it were up to me, I'd want 10 or 8 kids. Anyway, the Fu family is wealthy. No matter how many children you have, Grandpa and Grandma Fu can support them. They both hope for many grandchildren. Meanwhile, at the Southern Island Military District, Fu's father was about to rest when he suddenly sneezed several times in a row. Fu's mother looked worried. Are you cold? There's medicine at home. Sit on the bed, I'll get it for you. Fu's father stopped her. I'm fine. Maybe someone's thinking about me behind my back. Seeing how lively Fu's father looked, her worries eased a lot. Maybe it's Zhenger. I wonder how he's doing now. Will he come back for the new year? Li Qiufang from the hospital told him about a marriage proposal a few days ago. The girl doesn't mind that Zhenger can't have children. I was thinking of arranging a meeting when Zhenger returns. If it's suitable, we should quickly set the wedding date. Zhenger isn't young anymore. Fu's father frowned. How old is that girl? What does her family do? Fu's mother replied, She's 3 years older than Zhenger. She works at a canned food factory. She's pretty, with a delicate face. Her husband got lung cancer a few years ago and passed away. She has a daughter too. My daughter is only 5 years old this year. She is still very young and doesn't remember much. Once they get married, I plan to bring that child here to raise. As they grow older, I will treat Zhenger like a real father and care for him. Father Fu was about to refuse, but then thought of his son's health and pressed his lips together. You decide what to do. If Zhenger is willing, don't hurt the girl's feelings. Mother Fu said, You already know this without me telling you. It's just that Zhenger is being wronged. He doesn't even have his own biological child. Father Fu said nothing more. As he turned his back, tears slipped down his face. Their Fu family has never done anything evil or harmful. Why should they punish his son like this? He would rather bear all the blame himself. After Lin Wanwan left, only Fu Zheng lying on the bed and Lin Yud holding a bowl and chopsticks remained in the room. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Fu Zheng covered his mouth and coughed softly. Third brother, I can eat by myself. As soon as he said that, Lin Yud frowned so hard it looked like he could catch a fly. He looked displeased. I'm not your third brother. You're an old man, and you still like to take advantage of others. Fu Zheng. Lin Yud was getting more and more dissatisfied. An old man his age still wanted to eat his young sister's tender food. How shameless. But thinking of his military officer status, his expression softened a little. Open your mouth. Seeing the chopsticks near his mouth, Fu Zheng's face tightened. He forced himself to endure the pain and reached out. I'll do it myself. Lin Yud rolled his eyes at him. You're injured and still showing off? Do you want to die? Or are you trying to get my little sister to feel sorry for you? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Would she feel sorry for him? Imagining this possibility made Fu Zheng feel as sweet as honey in his heart. At this moment, he didn't care about the strangeness. Naturally, he opened his mouth and ate the piece of chicken near his lips. One dares to feed, and the other dares to eat. Lin Yud looked at the big chicken leg in the bowl, feeling sour inside like he had eaten wild berries. My mother really cares for you. She even gave you my little sister's chicken leg. As her son, I haven't received such treatment. Fu Zheng's face reddened. When I recover, I'll go hunting a few animals on the mountain. Lin Yud said, when you're healed, just go back quickly. Don't stay here and refuse to leave. Fu Zheng is now certain that he is definitely disliked by the other person and quite strongly. Thinking carefully about their interactions, he really can't find anything he did to offend him. Fu Zheng feels very worried. Under Lin Yud's personal feeding, the bowl of chicken soup and 2 plain steamed buns were quickly finished. Lin Yud sarcastically said, you really can eat, Fu Zheng. At the Lin family dinner table, Li Xiaodi looked at the chicken in her bowl, picking at it. Mother, Chong Fu is still your grandson, right? Yet you'd rather give a chicken leg to a stranger than to him. That's favoritism without limits. Wang Xiaoyi slammed her chopsticks on the table heavily. Mother's doing what she wants. If you want a chicken leg, go catch one yourself in the mountains. If you don't have the ability, don't expect to eat good food. I don't owe your family anything. Li Xiaodi remembered her husband's words before he left, saying he wanted to be on the same side as her, and she gathered her courage. She said, Mother, we only have Chongfu as a boy. In the future, he'll carry on the family line for Lin's family. If he doesn't eat well, before she finished, Lin Yud, who had just pushed aside the curtain, interrupted her. Second sister-in-law, what's so special about having a boy? Carrying on the family line? Do we have a throne to pass on? What family line are you talking about? If her mother wants a grandson, I can give her as many as I can produce. Besides, your son Chongfu has been spoiled by you. He's useless at everything, eats everything he gets, and is not as sensible as Hong Ying from the older sister's family. Always petty and sly. It's really annoying to watch. While they were eating happily, Lin Chongfu, hearing his little uncle speak about him, became completely angry. He threw down his chopsticks and aggressively rushed toward his little uncle at the door. I'll beat you to death. You bad person. I'll make you shut up about me. Lin Yud sneered, single-handedly grabbing him and slapping the annoying Lin Chongfu several times. His butt turned red from the spanking. Lin Chongfu covered his butt and cried loudly. Li Xiaodi, worried about her son, quickly took him into her arms and held him, glaring angrily at her little uncle. You beast, how can you hit such a small child like Chongfu? Do you feel any guilt? Do you think you're worthy of your second brother? Lin Yud looked at his sister-in-law who was blaming him unfairly with a cold expression. I hit him and I will hit him again if he does something wrong. I'll make his backside bloom. Li Xiaodi trembled with anger and turned to look at her father-in-law, who loved his grandson very much. Father, my younger brother is bullying us 2 women. As an elder, you can't just stand by and do nothing. Hearing his name, Lin Shuaisheng wanted to downplay the situation and make peace. You, Yud, no matter what, Xiaodi is your second sister-in-law, and Chongfu is your nephew. This is your fault. For my sake, apologize to your sister-in-law. Let's just forget about this. Seeing her smug look, Lin Yud snorted coldly. Make me apologize? Dream on. After saying that, he lifted the curtain angrily and left. The atmosphere inside the house instantly turned icy. Wang Xiaoyi looked around at everyone, finally fixing her gaze on Li Xiaodi. Eat your meal quietly. If you don't want to eat, then leave. Go as far as you want. Don't block my view. Lin Wanwen clutched the plain steamed bun her mother gave her and ran out to catch her older brother. Lin Yud saw his little sister follow and was a bit surprised. It's so cold today. Why did you come out? Hurry back inside and stay warm. Don't catch a cold. Lin Wanwen forced the hot bun into his hand. Third brother, this bun is for you. Seeing his adorable, soft face, Lin Yud couldn't stay angry. His heart softened completely. His little sister was the best to him in this world. When he earned some money in the future, he wanted to buy her good food, nice clothes, and make her look like the girls from the city. No, even more beautiful than city girls, Lin Yud wasn't picky. He chewed his bun eagerly. Though it was just a bun, he ate it with the attitude of eating meat. Seeing her third brother eating so happily, Lin Wanwen asked, Third brother, do you want to split the family? Lin Yud nodded eagerly. I dream of splitting the family. But I think our father might not agree. Lin Wanwen patted her chest to promise, if you want to split, I'll talk to Dad. He loves me the most. I'll tell him, and he'll definitely agree. Living together with the whole family always caused conflicts and hurt feelings. Once they split up, each family can live their own life peacefully. Her parents would also feel more relaxed. This family, your father cares for you the most. If you speak up, he might actually agree. Lin Yud became more excited the more he thought about it. He wished they could split the family right now. He was tired of his second sister-in-law's attitude. He often thought she and his younger sister were taking advantage of the family and didn't like how they looked at him and his sister. But she didn't know many things. Over the past 2 years, he had given his mother several hundred yuan, enough that even if he and his sister ate plain bread every day, they wouldn't finish it all. However, his second sister-in-law's family was different. She was lazy at work and only earned a few points a day, which wasn't enough to support herself. The family relied on his second brother to work and earn food. They had many mouths to feed, including a young boy who was a burden on their father, Lin Chongfu. If not for their parents helping, they would have starved long ago. Yet, they still thought they had suffered a big loss. After dividing the family, they would realize how hard life was, but it would be too late then. Lin Wanwan smiled and said, When big brother and second brother finish repairing the riverbank, I'll talk to Dad and try to split the family before the new year. Little sister, third brother listens to you, her brother replied. At night, while everyone was asleep, Lin Wanwan quietly woke up Lin Shuisheng and Wang Xiaoa. She told them about the 20 or so wild wolves she had killed on the mountain, which she had hidden there. Hearing this, the old couple broke out in cold sweat and lost all their sleepiness. They were very scared. Wang Xiaoa, trembling, warned her daughter, Sweetheart, you can't take such risks again. You're Dad, and I can't be without you. Lin Wanwan said, Mom, I understand. But third brother is still waiting at the foot of the mountain. Let's go quickly. That's right. We need to hurry, or the others in the team will find out and confiscate everything, her brother added. All the supplies on the mountain belonged to the team. Usually, chopping wood or digging wild vegetables was fine, but hunting animals had to be handed over to the team. The team kept track of your work points, but those points didn't come with tasty meat. Wang Xiaoa didn't want her daughter to risk her life and give the wild wolves she caught to others. While talking, the three of them quietly left the yard. Fu Zheng, a former scout, heard the footsteps and smiled slightly. He was actually grateful for the wild wolves they encountered on the mountain today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had any reason to meet them. Even if their meeting was brief, he was willing. Wan Wan, the name of the Qingyan sect girl, is also the name of the hairpin she wears. It's a very beautiful name. Fu Zheng kept silently repeating the word, Wan, in his mind. For some reason, Lin Yud was hiding behind a cart at the foot of the mountain, feeling a little scared. His legs trembled as he silently prayed that his sister would come with their parents soon. Just when he was feeling hopeless, he suddenly heard faint footsteps nearby. He looked up and saw his sister coming with their parents. Lin Yud's eyes filled with excitement and tears, and he quickly waved to them. After they met, Lin Wanwan started giving out tasks. Mom, you stay here and watch the cart. I'll take Dad and third brother down the mountain to hunt wolves. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go home. Be careful when you go up and down the mountain, his mother warned. Okay, Lin Wanwan replied. Then she took her dad and third brother up the mountain. Halfway there, they ran into Huang Weiguo, who was out urinating. Seeing the man suddenly appear, Lin Shuisheng and Lin Yud looked a little worried. They instinctively looked at Lin Wanwan. She kept her face calm and greeted him. Big brother Huang, it's so late, and you're still working hard. Thank you. Huang Weiguo responded, it's nothing. It's not hard at all. Honestly, we owe you a lot today. Without you, we might not have found the hidden things on the mountain even after 10 more years. By the way, why are you guys up the mountain so late? Shouldn't you be sleeping at home? The mountain is very dangerous, Lin Wanwan said seriously, making up a story. We're just taking a walk in the mountain at night. Huang Weiguo couldn't help but laugh, and he stopped teasing her. Captain Fu told me that the 20 or so wolves you killed are all yours. Don't worry, no one will take them from you. Hearing that no one would take her wolves, Lin Wanwan was very happy, but she still felt a little uneasy. Big brother Huang, besides you and Fu Zheng, no one else knows about me killing so many wolves, right? No, Captain Fu specifically told me not to tell anyone, Huang Weiguo replied. In fact, Captain Fu also told him to watch out so that no one would steal the wolves that little Lin risked his life to kill. Otherwise, little Lin might cry. Imagine a beautiful little face crying so sadly that it makes everyone feel sorry for her. Not to mention, Comrade Xiao Lin found the explosive depot on the mountain behind his area. If everything goes well, after this matter is over, he might get promoted again. Maybe he could even move up to the County Armed Forces Department. Thinking of this, Huang Weiguo couldn't help but smile widely, and his eyes showed gratitude when looking at Lin Wuan. Meanwhile, Lin Wuan's good feelings toward Fu Zheng kept growing rapidly. This man is quite reliable. At least he is on her side. The system sensed the host's changing mood and, for the sake of the beloved little ones, kept stirring the pot. Host, I think, when you meet such a caring man, you should marry him quickly, so another woman doesn't take him away. You said last time that he liked me, right? That's what I said. All of Fu Zheng's qualities show that he likes you very much. That's enough. Since he likes me, he won't marry another woman. Why are you in such a hurry? The system's main brain paused for a few seconds, then realized that what the host said made sense. A loyal man like Fu Zheng, once he likes a woman, will stick with her for life. He wouldn't marry anyone else besides the host. But if they keep delaying, the little ones he longs for might have to wait forever. If the host waits until her 40s or 50s to marry, wouldn't all the time be lost? And Fu Zheng, as a man, should be more proactive in showing his feelings to the woman he likes. He could try things like a passionate kiss, giving money, or kneeling on one knee. Anything that might touch the host. After all, those stories about CEOs chasing after their wives and finally getting married, then having a bunch of cute babies, are quite popular. The heroine is moved by the hero's strong pursuit, and they get married in front of friends and family, then have a lovely family. Lin Wuan, who shares the system's thoughts, said. Later, you should stop reading those messy books. They're all lies. Such aggressive pursuit behaviors are basically criminal. A passionate kiss is even more inappropriate. Anyone daring to kiss her without permission, she would slap him twice, making him realize that women with attitude shouldn't be messed with. Got it. The system looked sad. However, the books that Lin Wanwan called messy were secretly read by her. After finishing her conversation with the system, Lin Wanwan looked up at Huang Weiguo in front of her. Brother Huang, my mother is waiting at the foot of the mountain for us to come down. We will leave first. Do you need my help? No, you do your thing. We'll be done soon. All right, if you need anything, just tell me. Don't be shy. After saying that, Huang Weiguo hurriedly left. He was indeed busy and couldn't stay. The items hidden in the cave needed to be counted and sent back to the county town tomorrow morning. Tonight would be a sleepless night. After Huang Weiguo left, Lin Yud, who was too scared to breathe properly, asked, Little sister, do you know that man? Just met him today. How do you know him? Lin Yud also knew the man who was the head of the local militia, in charge of dozens of people, and very impressive. But when talking to his sister, he was very polite, which was unusual. After all, his sister was just a girl from the countryside, and their family had no such connection. Third brother, this is a long story. I'll tell you after we finish. First, let's get those 20 wolves down the mountain, so our mother won't worry. All right, I trust you. Lin Wanwan took her father and third brother to the place where she hid the wolves. The location was very hidden, and no one else had found it. Seeing the pile of wolf carcasses that looked like a small mountain, Lin Shuisheng and Lin Yud were still very shocked. Lin Shuisheng, my daughter is really amazing. Lin Yud, with the ability to kill wolves like this, my sister won't be bullied by her in-laws when she gets married. As her older brother, I can only work harder to earn money for her. Seeing his sister staring blankly, Lin Yud urged, Dad, third brother, hurry up and work. We still need to push the cart to the county later. The two of them snapped out of their thoughts and hurried to work. Carrying a wolf on his shoulder, Lin Yud saw his sister also wanted to carry a wolf down the mountain and stopped her. Little sister, this kind of rough work isn't for you. Put it down quickly. Dad, and I will handle it. Lin Shuisheng also advised, girl, listen to your third brother. This is work for men. Lin Wanwan carried a wolf on her shoulder again. At this point, it doesn't matter if we're male or female. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest. If we keep delaying, the others in the team will see, and all these wolves might be taken away. Taken away? That won't do. The father and son were convinced by Lin Wanwan and stopped arguing about it. They hurried to transport the wolves down the mountain. As the sun was about to set, Wang Xiui saw the three of them carrying wolves toward her from afar. She quickly went forward to take the wolf from her daughter's shoulder. She said worriedly, Daughter, you look exhausted. You stay here, and I'll carry the wolves. Lin Wanwan waved her hand. Mom, I'm not tired. You stay here. We just need to carry them down a few more times. After saying that, she strode quickly up the mountain. It took several trips for the three of them to bring down all 25 wolves. The small cart was packed full, almost unable to hold more. Fortunately, Lin Wanwan had prepared beforehand. Her third brother brought some ropes, and they covered the wolves with corn stalks, tying them tightly to prevent any from falling out. Now, their task was to transport this cart of wolves back to the county town. Lin Wanwan turned to her mother. Mom, you go home and wait for our news. If we haven't come back before dawn, go find the team leader and ask for a day off for Dad. Wang Xiui nodded. Got it. Be careful on the way. Safety first. After speaking, under Wang Xiui's watchful eyes, the three of them pulled the cart toward the county town. Lin Wanwan was the strongest. As soon as they left the team, she snatched the cart from her third brother and hurriedly pulled it toward the town. Watching her responsible and quick-moving figure, Lin Yud felt a pang of worry and wiped tears. Honestly, he wished his sister wasn't so sensible. Being too sensible made her tire herself out more easily. Carrying the cart of wolves, they felt guilty and chose a rarely traveled path. They walked quickly, not daring to stop, and the 3 or 4 hour journey was shortened to just an hour and a half. Lin Wanwan was fine, but Lin Yud and the older Lin Shuisheng were exhausted, panting heavily. Lin Wanwan looked at Lin Yud. Third brother, where are we going now? After speaking, Lin Yud turned right. Following a confusing path with the other two, they arrived at a small alley with only one house. Lin Yud knocked twice on the big door, then meowed twice like a cat. Soon, they heard footsteps from the yard just a door away. A man opened the door. Seeing who was there, the man looked surprised. Sandetsi, it's so late. Why are you here? Lin Yud pointed to the cart behind him. Let's talk inside. The man understood immediately, quickly opening the other half of the door so Lin Yud could pull the cart into the yard. They went inside to talk. The man's eyes fell on the girl across from them, and he was so amazed he couldn't speak.
Wow.
She's so beautiful. She looks just like a fairy from a picture book. Lin Yud, as a brother, felt a bit guilty for hiding such a pretty girl and not telling him. He protected his younger sister behind him and glared at Ding Laoda. If you don't want to see, just look away. Ding Laoda rubbed his hands and chuckled. Sandetsi, where did you meet this girl? Do you have more like her? If yes, introduce one to me. I'm not young anymore, and I'm at the age to get married. You probably don't want to see me stay single, right? He loved making money and beautiful girls. His biggest dream was to marry a pretty girl and then have a bunch of chubby babies. Lin Yud looked serious. It's not about girls. This is my real sister. Ding Laoda looked shocked. Where did you find a real sister? I remember you only have one sister, and she's pretty chubby. And also, he hadn't finished saying ugly when he saw Lin Yud's deadly glare. He shivered and swallowed the word back. Lin Yud said, my sister has always been this beautiful. She's been a flower since she was little. Everyone says she's pretty. Lin Wanwan couldn't stand it anymore. She tugged on her brother's sleeve and reminded him, third brother, let's talk about the main thing. Mom is waiting for us at home. Lin Yud nodded. Right. We still have important things to do today. Then he took Ding Laoda into the yard, removed the corn stalks from the cart, revealing more than 20 wolves. Old Master Ding was so frightened that he was trembling as he spoke. There are so many wolves. Where did you get them from? Don't ask me where I got them. I'm just asking if you'll buy them. If you don't want to, I'll go find someone else. Lin Yud, who was very clever, wouldn't reveal his sister's whereabouts. After all, people's hearts are complicated. If someone else targets his sister and something happens, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Seeing that Lin Yud was about to leave, Old Master Ding quickly stopped him. I'll buy them. What's the price? You know wolf meat isn't tasty, so it's hard to sell at a high price, so what? I can offer at most 30. Lin Yud's nose twitched in anger. Old Master Ding, I consider you a brother, but you're trying to cheat me. Is this how you do business? If you don't want to buy, just say so. I'll find someone else. There's more than one person in this town who buys this. Old Master Ding didn't want to miss this deal, so he quickly forced a smile. Just tell me the price. 50, not a cent less. That's too expensive. If you lower it a bit, I might buy the whole cart of wolves. Expensive? Not at all. Wolf pelts are rare. If you take them to the provincial city, each pelt can sell for 20 yuan. And that's not even counting the meat on the wolves. With a little skill, you can make a lot of money quickly. But it's still too expensive. I also have to pay someone to skin them. Poor quality pelts won't sell for much. We've known each other for so many years. You should let me earn a bit. I shouldn't work for nothing. Lin Yud lowered his head and thought. Old Master Ding didn't dare to disturb him. Inside the house, Lin Shuisheng, who was sitting there, felt a bit uneasy. Daughter, do you think this deal will go through? Will your third brother ask for too much and scare them away? Lin Wanyan comforted him. It'll be fine. We have to trust my third brother. She realized that the Lin family's best at business was her third brother. As for the eldest brother, he was too honest. Honest people are easily taken advantage of in business. The second brother was timid. He could handle small matters, but he wouldn't make a big impact. After struggling, Lin Yud spoke. 45, no credit, no IOUs. I want cash. If you think it's too expensive, I will find someone else. Boss Ding was very happy and quickly agreed. At that moment, he thought he would at least make 100 or 200 more. After helping to count the wolves on the truck, Boss Ding paid Lin Yud 1,125 yuan. Lin Yud counted the money in his hand, made sure it was correct, and then put it into his inner pocket. He turned to Lin Wanwan and said, Sister, let's go home. Boss Ding tried to stop him, saying, It's not often we come here. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Rest inside for a while. When dawn breaks, I'll treat you to a meal at the state-run restaurant. He said this, but his eyes kept lingering on Lin Wanwan. He kept thinking to himself how beautiful Lin Wanwan was. Lin Yud shot him a sharp look and said, Don't think I don't know what you're up to. I tell you, no way. After saying that, he turned away from Boss Ding's disappointed face, told his sister to sit on the cart, and pulled the cart himself, leaving. On the way back, they weren't in such a rush. Lin Wanwan sat on the cart, with Lin Shuisheng and Lin Yud taking turns pulling it. Thinking about the money they earned today, all three of them smiled. When they arrived home, it was just dawn. Lu Yulan, who was getting up to cook, saw her father-in-law, younger brother-in-law, and sister-in-law coming back from outside. Though curious, she didn't say anything. She went inside, poured a cup of warm water, and brought it to her sister-in-law. Thank you, older sister-in-law, Lin Wanwan said, really thirsty. She drank the water completely. Lu Yulan smiled and said, Go wash your face and rest inside. When dinner is ready later, I'll call you, okay? After a sleepless night, Lin Wanwan was truly tired. As soon as she went inside to sleep, Wang Xiua hurried out of the toilet, holding up her pants. Where's your little sister? She went inside to sleep. Hearing that her daughter had gone inside, Wang Xiua quickly pulled her little son into the room to talk. All the money from selling things is here, a total of 1,125 yuan. Wang Xiua looked at the money, smiling like a sunflower. She quickly grabbed the money into her hand. That was your little sister risking her life to earn. As her older brother, you can't be greedy for her money. Lin Yud heard his mother say this and felt very anxious. Afraid of being overheard, she only spoke in a low voice. Mom, am I that kind of person? Even if you don't say it, I wouldn't want that money. Keep the money for now. When your younger sister gets married, she can take it. Wang Xiui happily patted her younger son's shoulder. I knew it. Besides me and your dad, you're the one who cares most for your sister. Of course, Lin Yud said confidently. Lin Wuan slept until the sun was high in the sky before waking up. She felt around under her pillow and found a watch. After checking the time, she quickly got up and dressed. By the time she finished washing up, it was already 11:30 a.m. In half an hour, her family would come back from work.
Ost, Fudzeng. Fudzeng.
The system's reminder made Lin Wuan realize there was an outsider at home. She lifted the curtain and entered her third brother's room. Fu Zheng, who hadn't slept well all night, heard the movement of the curtain and instinctively looked up. His eyes immediately lit up like a puppy seeing a bone. Lin Wuan couldn't ignore his intense gaze and said dryly, Are you hungry? If you are, wait a bit longer. My mom and the others will be home soon. She wasn't good at cooking in the family's simple stove. On the other hand, her mother Wang Xiui was afraid the kitchen smoke would bother her, so she kept her out of the kitchen. In the small room, it was so quiet that they could hear each other's heartbeat. Fu Zheng looked at her face, which haunted his dreams, and his heart was pounding wildly. Embarrassed, he blushed and said, Not hungry. Auntie cooked me eggs and fried pancakes this morning. What he didn't say was that Wang Xiui was worried he wouldn't eat enough. She kept stuffing him with large white flour pancakes, bigger than his face. He couldn't refuse, so he had to stuff himself. Later, Lin Yud, feeling sorry for the food, made an excuse to send Wang Xiui out, saving Fu Zheng from eating until he was full. The atmosphere fell into silence again. The system watched as its host, who was inexperienced, and Fu Zheng, who was stiff as wood, made no progress. It was anxious and scratching its head. If this continued, the system's future evaluation would be the worst. Its precious offspring might as well not exist. And Fu Zheng, whether he was truly a man, only blushed in front of its beautiful and intelligent host. The face that's supposed to turn red isn't really blushing. Blushing doesn't help him marry a wife anyway. He's so slow and indecisive, not acting like a real man. Fu Zheng also noticed the awkward atmosphere. He covered his mouth and coughed softly, saying, Comrade Lin, I really want to thank you for what you did yesterday. If it weren't for you, I might not be here today. You said that yesterday too, Lin Wanwan replied with a small smile. And I didn't save you for nothing. The 20 or so wolves on the mountain now belong to me, so that's my way of repaying your kindness. Seeing her eager to distance herself from him, Fu Zheng felt a brief moment of disappointment. Does he seem so unlikable? At the same time, Wang Xiui and others returned from work. Hearing the footsteps in the yard, Lin Wanwan didn't want to stay in the room any longer. She said a few words to Fu Zheng on the bed, and then left. Fu Zheng, feeling deflated, watched her go. Wang Xiui saw her daughter come out of the third room and smiled happily. While the eldest and second daughters-in-law were busy cooking in the kitchen, she pulled her daughter into their room to talk. Daughter, tell me honestly, do you like Captain Fu? Mom, are you so direct? Wang Xiui shot her a sharp look, annoyed. What if someone else takes him away because you're too shy? Captain Fu is tall, good-looking, and works in the army. He's definitely popular. You didn't see today at work, that old woman Miao Xian was hanging on my arm, trying to find out about Captain Fu indirectly. I'm so clever. I guessed right away what she was thinking. She just wants to marry her granddaughter to Captain Fu. Her granddaughter is so dark and skinny, looks like a little chicken, no chest or hips, just makes people feel sick. And she's not even pretty. How could she compare to Captain Fu? Lin Wanwan had seen Miao Siyun's eldest granddaughter before, delicate and pretty, with a common look. But she was also thin and dark. She was thin because she was always oppressed at home, eating only small, hard bread rolls at every meal, so she couldn't gain weight. She was dark because she worked in the fields all year round, no matter if it was hot summer or cold winter. She was always under the sun, so her face was naturally dark. That girl wasn't as bad as her mother made her out to be. Wang Xiui saw her daughter lost in thought and wanted to give her a good shake to wake her up. Captain Fu is such a good man. If we don't hold on tight, what are we waiting for? Once his injuries heal and he returns to the army, crying and regretting won't help anymore. Could it be that my daughter still cares about that young man from the youth camp? Hearing this possibility, Wang Xiui panicked. She held her daughter's hand and kindly advised her, "Daughter, that Zhou Zongwen is no good. He's not even worth tying your shoelaces, let alone marrying him. And he recently married that little troublemaker Bai Wenwen. Someone like him, we can't keep liking. He's not a match for you." Seeing her mother misunderstand again, Lin Wanwen explained, "Mom, you're mistaken. I told you a long time ago, I don't like Zhou Zhongwen anymore. Please don't mention him in front of me. It makes me upset." 2 months ago, on her way to the commune, Zhou Zhongwen blocked her on the road. He tried to give her a love letter again, acting innocent and saying, "I was just tricked by that troublemaker Bai Wenwen. I don't like her at all. I only like you. Wait a little longer, and when I find the right chance, I'll divorce Bai Wenwen and marry you." He rambled on, but she didn't want to listen. She slapped him several times and pushed him away. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and he was covered in bruises from her beating. It would take at least 10 days or 2 weeks for his injuries to heal. Since then, Zhou Zhongwen hasn't appeared in front of her. Wang Xiui looked suspicious. "Really?" Lin Wanwen swore, "Really? If I lie, let me be struck by lightning."
Wang Xiui spat. Bah.
"Stop saying unlucky things. You're my daughter. If I don't believe you, who will I believe?" Soon the topic shifted back to Fu Zheng. "Daughter, I won't hurt you. If you stay with Captain Fu, you'll follow him to the army. You'll become a military wife. Then no one will dare to look down on you. Mom, with you here to protect me, no one will look down on me," Lin Wanwen said, holding her mother's arm and acting cute. "But that can't last forever. I'm an old woman, and my legs are almost in the coffin. I can't protect you forever. The most urgent thing now is to find you a good man while I'm still alive, so you can marry happily and live a good life. By that time, my mother said she could die with her eyes closed." She said this, but thinking about her daughter getting married made Wang Xiui feel very sad. The daughter-in-law's family is never as good as her own, especially since her daughter has been carefully spoiled since she was little. If she gets married and is bullied by her husband's family, she would feel heartbroken. Lin Wanwan comforted her, saying, "Mom, don't talk like that. You're so lucky. You will live a long life." Wang Xiui wiped her tears and said, "Yes, I want to see you get married and help raise your children. Mom doesn't want to die so soon." Lin Wanwan nodded in agreement. "You will definitely live a long life. Then tell me honestly, do you like Captain Fu? If you like him, I can arrange your wedding tomorrow." The system heard this, and its eyes lit up brightly. It knows that her mother is also aware of this. The process will be so quick, getting married tomorrow, having a baby the day after, and a few months later, giving birth. Ideally, 2 children in 3 years, 8 children in 5 years, 10 children in 8 years, and a whole family in 10 years. But it's not sure if the host is willing. Anyway, it really hopes so. Lin Wanwan was once again shocked by her mother's words. Under her mother's urging, she said, "I don't dislike him. I kind of want to have children with him." The system provided information about Fu Zheng. Aside from his fertility being not very good, everything else was perfect. Such a nearly perfect man, Missing out on him would be hard to find again. And his face is also very handsome. Even in modern times, she rarely saw such a stylish face. With such good genes, the children they have after marriage will definitely be very good-looking. She even felt a little hopeful. Wang Xiui was so happy she smiled widely, patting her thigh and saying repeatedly, "Good, good, good. Wanting to have children. That's just liking him." Not liking him? Then what's the point of having children? Right now, her daughter's side is settled, and now it's just waiting for Captain Fu's side. With a life-saving favor and her daughter's good looks, Wang Xiui dared to confidently say that she couldn't find a girl as beautiful as her daughter, even in Beijing. With both of these factors, she didn't believe Captain Fu wouldn't be moved by her daughter. Lin Yud's room was occupied by Fu Zheng, and the narrow 1.5-meter bed couldn't fit two grown men. Moreover, two grown men sleeping on one bed seemed strange. Since Lin Yud couldn't sleep on the ground during the cold winter, he went to his uncle's house to stay. At night, after everyone finished eating and went to sleep, Wang Xiui quietly went to the third brother's room. Looking at Fu Zheng on the bed, she felt very pleased. "Auntie," Fu Zheng greeted casually, with a much friendlier smile than his usual cold, distant face. That smile reached his eyes. If Jiang Chuan were here, he would say Fu Zheng was possessed by some dirty spirit. Wang Xiui sat on a small stool beside the bed and smiled, saying, "Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? If you are, just tell Auntie. I'll ask someone to bring the doctor from the next village to check on you. I'm feeling much better. Thank you, Auntie. Don't be so polite with me. From now on, just treat this place like your own home. Be the same here as you are at home." For some reason, when Fu Zheng heard this, his heart felt as sweet as eating candy. "Little Fu, I'm here. I heard you're not married yet? Do you have a girlfriend?" "Not married. And no girlfriend." As he spoke, Fu Zheng instinctively straightened his back. "I looked at you, and I thought you were quite old. Why haven't you found someone?" "My family isn't in a hurry." Fu Zheng's parents and grandparents, who were anxious but didn't say anything, looked confused. "Have you just not met the right person?" "Yes." "Then, what do you think of my daughter?" Suddenly, Fu Zheng's mind exploded. It took him a long time to regain his senses, and he said hoarsely, "Auntie, are you joking with me? With his current body, how could he be a match?" Always proud, Fu Zheng felt like retreating. "Annie came to see you late at night. Are you joking with me? Just tell me honestly, do you like my Wanwan?" Fu Zheng nodded, then shook his head wildly. "Auntie, my comrade Lin deserves someone better." Wang Xiui was confused by Fu Zheng's alternating nodding and shaking. What does this mean? Does he like her daughter or not? She, who always speaks openly about her feelings, said straightforwardly, "Xiao Fu, let me tell you directly. Auntie likes you and wants you to be her son-in-law. My daughter also has this idea, but she's shy and hesitant to ask. As her mother, I just wanted to come and ask you. She surprisingly likes me." In that moment, Fu Zheng was overwhelmed with happiness he couldn't put into words. All he could think about was that she liked him. But Fu Zheng suppressed his feelings and said, "Auntie, I'm sorry, but I can't be your son-in-law." "Why?" Suddenly, Wang Xiui jumped up from her chair. Realizing she overreacted, she quickly added, "Is it because my daughter isn't pretty enough?" "No." Fu Zheng shook his head. "Comrade Lin is the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. No doubt about it." "Then why?" Wang Xiui scratched her head, confused. "It's not because of Comrade Lin." "Then what is it?" Fu Zheng's face was tense. He pressed his lips together and, after hesitating, said, "It's because of me. A few months ago, I was injured on a mission. The doctors at the military hospital said I would never have children in my life. So, I can't bring harm to Comrade Lin, even if it meant hurting her in the name of liking her." He didn't want to. His fists under the blanket clenched tightly. When he said this, his heart ached along with him. It felt like someone was holding a knife, carving into his heart piece by piece. But this was something he had to go through. Wang Xiui was shocked by this devastating news. Her face turned pale as she confirmed again. She instinctively hoped she had misheard. Maybe she was deaf and misunderstood earlier. "Xiao Fu, did I hear wrong just now?" You can't have children because of this. Andy, it's true, he confirmed. Suddenly, Wang Xiao's heart broke. I have some things to do, so I need to leave now. Take care of yourself. If you need anything, call me, and I'll ask your uncle to come. After saying that, Wang Xiao staggered away. Her mind was full of the fact that Fu Zheng couldn't have children. If men can't have children, what use are they? Her daughter's life is so hard. She finally liked a man who looks good and has a good job. Why did she suddenly become unable to have children? When she returned to her room, Wang Xiao started crying. She was crying because her daughter's life was so difficult. Late at night, she suddenly let out a loud cry, which startled Lin Shuixing awake. Wife, didn't you go to talk to Captain Fu? Why are you crying for no reason? Husband, our daughter's life is so hard. Whenever it involved her daughter, Lin Shuixing would become alert. Don't cry yet. Tell me what happened to our daughter? Wang Xiao wiped her tears and, with a sad voice, told Lin Shuixing about Fu Zheng's inability to have children. Lin Shuixing felt his head buzzing after hearing this. He sat on the edge of the bed, quietly smoking a dry pipe, secretly cursing the unkind heavens. No matter which man it happens to, it's hard to accept. Being unable to have children just means you can't. Not being able to have children also means you're not a real man. If you're not a man, what's the point of living? Fu Zheng, I just can't have children. I'm not incapable. Husband, what should we do now? I promised our daughter firmly that Fu would marry her. Now suddenly something like this happened. As a mother, I don't know how I can face my daughter. After speaking, Wang Xiao covered her face and sobbed. Afraid her voice would wake her sleeping daughter in the next room, she only sniffled quietly. Lin Shuixing felt sorry for his wife, but didn't know what to say. When Wang Xiao nearly ran out of tears, he finally weakly advised, no one wants to face such a thing. The one who suffers the most is Captain Fu. He's a good young man, handsome and proper. How could he suddenly become unable to do it? Wang Xiao wiped her tears and cursed loudly. It's all that blind heaven's fault. Good people are made to suffer like this. I think this kind of thing should happen to Zhou Zhongwen, that beast, and let him be childless forever. Zhou Zhongwen, who had been rolling around on Bai Wenwen for less than 5 minutes, suddenly lost his temper. Just as he was about to do it again, he suddenly felt a cold shiver run through his body. Later, things took a turn for the worse. No matter how White Wenwen tried to flirt, he just wouldn't respond. White Wenwen, still annoyed that her feelings hadn't cooled down, pushed Zhou Zhongwen aside and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Besides drooling on me, what else can you do? Even the dogs at Chao's house are better than you." Zhou Zhongwen's face darkened like a storm, and he stared fiercely at White Wenwen. "If you have the guts, say what you just said again. Say it if you want. You're not." Before she finished, White Wenwen was slapped across the face. "You dare to hit me? I'm the one hitting you." Neither of them was willing to back down, and soon they were fighting each other. Other young people living at the same youth camp had seen this kind of behavior many times before. They just felt sorry for their ears. They were disturbing everyone's sleep late at night. It was really annoying. Lin Shuixing put out his pipe and said gloomily, "Captain Fu is good-looking, but that thing is useless. Even if our daughter marries him, she'll be a widow. We only have one fan, and we can't push her into a fire pit. In my opinion, let's pretend we never mentioned this. After the new year, we can find a matchmaker to look for a good marriage for our daughter. Our daughter is pretty, so she won't have trouble getting married. There are plenty of young men waiting for her to choose from. I remember Io sent a letter a few days ago saying she found a good family in the county for our daughter. They're all official workers. Her father works at the canned food factory, and the young man is an accountant at the steel plant. They all have supplies. When she's on leave, she'll bring the young man home to meet us. It should be just a few days now. If the young man is suitable and the parents are reasonable and they get along well with our daughter, then they can set a date. After this year's new year, they can get married and have a wedding feast." With Fu Zheng leading the comparison, Wang Xiao, who only wanted her daughter to marry into a good family, looked down on the young man working at the steel plant. How could he compare to Fu Zheng? Is his job as good as Fu Zheng's? Remember, Fu Zheng is the squad leader. That Huang guy said Fu Zheng is the youngest squad leader in the military district, and he could be promoted several times in the future. Wouldn't it mean that in the future, local officials would be more polite and respectful when they see Fu Zheng? He is such a handsome young man. Why is it that he can't succeed? Wang Xiui lay on her bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Her mind was full of thoughts about Fu Zheng's inability to have children. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was a pity. In another room, Fu Zheng, for the first time, hated his own helplessness. He slammed his fist hard against the wall, which indirectly hurt his still-healing wound. A strong smell of blood filled the room, but the pain in his body was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. Deep down, Fu Zheng even had a fleeting hope. If they had met earlier, could he have had her? But that thought quickly disappeared, because his inability to have children was an unchangeable fact. Even if they had met earlier, what about the future? Fu Zheng, you must not be too selfish. Thinking of this, Fu Zheng, who was used to not shedding tears when bleeding, felt as if something brushed against his cheek. It was wet. The next day, Lin Wanwan looked at Wang Xiui, who had dark circles under her eyes, and teased, "Mom, did you stay up all night like a thief?" Wang Xiui looked at her daughter, full of words she wanted to say, but didn't know how to start, sighing worriedly. She just wanted to find a suitable partner for her daughter. Why was it so difficult? Little Fu was such a good young man, tall, handsome, with a good job. Why did things go wrong when it came to that? Wang Xiui still couldn't let go of Fu Zheng's inability to have children. "Darling, I'm here. Can we?" Her words almost reached her lips, but she hesitated and changed her mind. "I just want to ask if there's anything you want to eat. I'll make it for you at noon." She was mainly afraid that if she said it out loud, her daughter would be upset. After all, her daughter had finally fallen for a man. But Fu Zheng was not capable. If her daughter was discouraged by this and decided not to look for another partner, what could they do? Seeing her mother hesitating, Lin Wanwan frowned. "Mom, you must be hiding something from me." "No, nothing. You're not going to tell me?" "I'll ask my dad. He must know." Lin Shuisheng was honest and straightforward, never telling lies, especially in front of his daughter. He wouldn't even say a false word. Clearly, Wang Xiui also knew about this matter. Seeing that the truth could no longer be hidden, Wang Xiui made a firm decision and pulled her daughter into her room to talk. She also made sure to close the door. Li Xiaodi happened to see this scene. Her instincts told her that the old woman and her sister-in-law must be hiding something from her. She stopped going to the toilet and hurriedly followed, pressing her face against the door. Before she could hear what was being said inside, Lin Shuisheng saw her and drove her away. Li Xiaodi couldn't get any information and became anxious, scratching her head. Wang Xiui pursed her lips and spoke gently. "Daughter, maybe you should consider liking someone else. Commander Fu might not be the right person for you." "Why?" "I think he's good. He's handsome and has a good job. I want to marry him. There are many handsome men in this world. When I grow older, I will find you someone better than Commander Fu, more handsome and with a better job." However, when she said the last part, Wang Xiui clearly lacked confidence. Finding someone better was like searching for a needle in a haystack. She had lived most of her life and had only met a man like Fu Zheng. But unfortunately, he wasn't suitable. Her daughter would be doomed to a lonely life if she married him. Her daughter was still young and unaware of many things. When she reached her 30s, she would realize how hard life could be, lying in bed at night with a heavy heart. It was as if tiny insects were crawling all over her body. The widow who lost her husband in the team couldn't resist loneliness and had an affair with Neo Dali. It was said that it was understandable that the widow couldn't leave him. Recently, she had been insisting on marrying Neo Dali at the commune. But Neo Dali's mother didn't want her son to marry a widow into the family. Now, the two families were at an impasse. As women, Wang Xiui didn't want her daughter to suffer like that. Her daughter was young, beautiful, and had a few thousand yuan in dowry. She should have better options. But none of these options compared to Fu Zheng, lying inside the house. But Fu Zheng cannot have children, but it's not because she can't. The system said her body is 100% capable of pregnancy. Getting pregnant is as easy as drinking cold water. Not to mention, she has the dog system as an extra help. Although the dog system isn't very reliable in other matters, it is the best when it comes to having children. So, her mother Wang Xiao's worries are unfounded. Seeing her daughter silent, Wang Xiao felt anxious. Darling, don't be sad. If we can't find anyone, I'll ask Captain Fu to find a man in the army who is similar to him for you to marry. Mom, is it because Captain Fu doesn't like me that? No, that's not true. Captain Fu said he likes you. Really? Wang Xiao took a deep breath. Captain Fu was injured during a mission. The doctor said he will never have children in his life. A man who can't have children. What use is he? That's why I suggest you look around again. Don't cling to this one hopeless hope. Seeing her mother fall for it, Lin Wanwan smiled slightly. Mom, if Fu Zheng can't have children, isn't that better? I won't have to suffer that pain. I heard that having children can be very dangerous. Wang Xiao saw her daughter look so excited that her hair turned a little gray from worry. Her silly daughter was too innocent, raised with a simple heart. If a man can't have children, it usually means something is wrong downstairs. A few hundred years ago, such men would have entered the palace to become eunuchs. But how could she explain this to her daughter? She had never faced such a difficult situation before. Wang Xiao patiently advised, Darling, if you really marry Captain Fu, you'll be a widow for life. Over time, you won't be able to handle it. Lin Wanwan slightly pulled her lips. Mom, Captain Fu only said he can't have children, not that he's incapable downstairs. If I marry him, I won't be a widow. Honestly, I think you're overthinking. If it were me, I'd prefer a man who can't have children. I wouldn't have to suffer that. Just in case, if I get pregnant and have a difficult labor, both of us could die. Then you wouldn't see me anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Xiao spat on the ground and said, Pa. Don't say such unlucky things. You will live a long life. Lin Wanwan. Mom, I'm just being honest. Do you remember Wang Defa from our team? Yes, I remember. His wife died during childbirth because of a difficult labor. After Lin Wanwan mentioned this, Wang Xiao suddenly remembered many things. Over 10 years ago, several women in their team had died giving birth, and there have been a few cases in recent years too. And her daughter's fragile health. Wang Xiao's face turned pale with fear. When she calmed down, she suddenly thought that men not being able to have children might not be such a bad thing. That Captain Fu. Wang Xiao's heart pounded harder. Mom, I really like Captain Fu. I want to marry him, okay? Sweetheart, let me think about it carefully, Wang Xiao said, feeling confused and unable to sort out her thoughts. Knowing her mother needed time to think, Lin Wanwan kindly left the room. Host, do you really not plan to have children in the future? Hearing the conversation between the host and her mother, the system almost cried in frustration. It is a reproductive system, responsible for helping the host give birth to children. If the host chooses not to have children, it feels useless, like a pile of scrap metal, which at least can be sold for some money. I didn't say that. Do you think my parents would agree if I married Fu Zheng? No, they wouldn't. Then that's fine. I only said that so my parents might agree to me marry Fu Zheng, who can't have children. As for the future, I'll think about it later. I definitely want to make up for the regrets of my past life. In her previous life, she ran such a big company, and it was exhausting. Getting married to a good man and having children to experience a different life is what she wants to do in this life. The system, realizing this late, was so excited it almost cried. It's eager for the little one to arrive soon. Wang Xiao didn't go to work that day. She stayed in her room all afternoon, thinking deeply. The more she thought, the clearer her ideas became. If what her daughter said is true, that it's possible but she just can't have children, then it's actually a good thing for her daughter. Having children is hard and dangerous. It could even cost her life. If possible, she doesn't want her daughter to suffer through that. Right now, Fu Zheng is a good option. Most importantly, once her daughter gets married, her in-laws will feel guilty and treat her daughter even better. If it really can't be helped, I will ask my second daughter-in-law to have a few more children and adopt one to raise as her own. Having a child nearby will keep her from feeling lonely when she gets old. As for the second daughter-in-law, I will make sure she has good food and drinks, and she will surely agree. I've known her for over 10 years, and I understand her very well. She's just a lazy person who loves to eat. She would do anything just for a bite to eat. It's nighttime now. Wang Xiui quietly sneaked into the third room. Fu Zheng saw who was there and looked a little disappointed. Maybe his wife told her about his inability to have children, so she has been avoiding him all day. But maybe that's for the best. He deserves someone better. Fu Zheng felt so uncomfortable he almost couldn't breathe. Little Fu, tell your aunt honestly, can you use that thing? Several question marks appeared over Fu Zheng's head. Did he hear her wrong? Or did she say something wrong? He couldn't understand. Auntie, please say it again. I didn't hear clearly. Wang Xiui, who had experienced a lot, blushed deeply. But for her beloved daughter, she was willing to risk everything today. She just wanted to ask if, besides not being able to have children, that thing would affect its use. Now Fu Zheng understood completely. The blush on his cheeks spread to his ears. He hesitated and said, "It doesn't affect it. The doctor had also said so. He had tested it himself." Thinking about the dream he had a few days ago, it suddenly changed a little. Fu Zheng's whole body tensed up, and he blushed again, but luckily, he was covered with a blanket, so he didn't look too embarrassed. He forced himself to suppress those romantic thoughts deep inside, but the persistent redness on his face betrayed him. But then, why did his aunt ask him these questions? Could it be, suddenly overwhelmed with joy, Fu Zheng shook his head to clear his mind and pushed the thought away. He knew it was impossible. He can't have children now, and no family would be willing to marry their daughter to him, especially not a caring mother like Xiui. He should face reality. He shouldn't have any foolish hopes. With his physical limitations, he doesn't deserve such a good girl. She deserves someone better. Wang Xiui didn't hear clearly and repeated what she just said loudly. Does that thing affect your use? Is it reliable? How reliable is it? Fu Zheng straightened his back and instinctively replied, "It doesn't affect use. It should be reliable." Mainly, he hadn't tried it himself, so he didn't know if it was reliable or not.
But
It should be okay. Now, Fu Zheng was also a bit unsure.
Wang Xiui frowned.
What do you mean should? Reliable is reliable. Unreliable is unreliable. If you can't have children but that part is reliable, I would be willing to let my daughter marry you. Otherwise, if that part isn't reliable, after marriage, my daughter would be left alone, crying in bed with no one to comfort her. Once again, Fu Zheng was shocked by Wang Xiui's harsh words. But at this moment, he was still immersed in her words about marrying his daughter. He asked in a hoarse, trembling voice, "Auntie, were you joking just now? She stayed up late at night and came here to joke with him."
Is she sick?
Wang Xiui was about to scold him when she looked up and saw tears in Fu Zheng's eyes. Her heart suddenly softened, and even her voice became gentle. Not being able to have children isn't a big problem. If that part is reliable, I will agree to let my daughter marry you. No, that's not possible. That would ruin Comrade Lin, Fu Zheng said, pretending to refuse. He liked Comrade Lin very much, and his desire to marry her had reached its peak. But he couldn't use that love to hurt her. He couldn't even take away her right to be a mother. Wang Xiui rolled her eyes at his shy appearance. What does ruin mean? It's all voluntary between you two. If you really feel guilty after you get married, treat my daughter even better. Give me your salary, do all the housework, but I can't have children. I just said, not being able to have children isn't a big problem. Coincidentally, I also don't want my daughter to have children. Giving birth is too painful, and if she has a difficult labor, she might lose her life. It won't happen. Comrade Lin will be fine. Fu Zheng thought of Yang Qingmei, who died during childbirth in the family compound, and felt extremely panicked. Such a good girl, Lin, will definitely be safe and live a long life. Wang Xiui felt very happy inside when she saw how nervous her daughter was. This woman married just to find a caring and understanding man who loves her. Coincidentally, Xiao Fu is exactly that kind of man. From her many years of experience, Wang Xiui believed that her daughter would be happy if she married Xiaofu. Thinking of this, Wang Xiui asked, "Just tell me yes or no. Are you willing to marry my daughter?" Fu Zheng, who was usually decisive, suddenly hesitated. He wanted to marry Lin, but he was worried that his health might hold her back. After all, she was beautiful and kind, and she would surely find a better man in the future. Wang Xiui, with her fiery temper, couldn't sit still anymore. "A real man, if you're willing, say yes. If not, just say no. It's that simple. If you're not willing, I will arrange a marriage for my daughter." A few days ago, her cousin mentioned a marriage proposal, and they're planning to meet the other family soon. If they like each other, they will get married. Hearing that she might marry someone else made Fu Zheng feel suffocated and angry enough to want to tear the other person's heart. Realizing this thought, he asked, "Annie, does Lin really mind if I can't have children?" Wang Xiui straightforwardly said, "She doesn't mind, as long as what's down there works. It works." Fu Zheng blushed deeply. "As long as it works, that's enough. When you find a good time, tell your family. Let's sit down together and set a wedding date." Wang Xiui immediately regretted her words. Whether it works or not is just his word. If it turns out he can't, she would be heartbroken. No, she must find a way to check if it really works. But how to check? That's another problem. This is too fast. Fu Zheng was stunned by the huge surprise, feeling confused. He couldn't believe that something he saw in a dream might actually happen in real life. Wang Xiui, worried she might miss the chance to change her mind, quickly said, "Fast? If it's fast, then wait a bit longer. Let's wait until after the new year." Seeing Wang Xiui smiling happily, Fu Zheng suddenly wanted to slap himself. Why did he say such foolish things just now? After solving a big problem, Wang Xiui felt very happy. She looked kindly at Fu Zheng lying on the bed. "Little Fu, it's getting late. You should go to sleep now. Andy will go back first, because she has to get up early tomorrow. Andy, take care on your way." After Wang Xiui left, Fu Zheng still couldn't believe it. He pinched the soft flesh on his body and, feeling the pain, a smile appeared at the corner of his eye. As for what Annie mentioned earlier, he thought he could do it. Fu Zheng looked down. Yes, it was okay. Auntie. No, Comrade Lin should be satisfied. Fu Zheng was so excited he couldn't sleep all night. Wang Xiui, like him, also didn't sleep all night. But unlike Fu Zheng, she was worried and couldn't fall asleep. Verification? What kind of verification again? At breakfast in the morning, Lin Yud noticed his mother sighing at the table. Clever as he was, he immediately guessed that she was upset about something. After finishing breakfast, he mischievously leaned toward his mother and asked, "Mom, what trouble are you having? You look so worried." Wang Xiui sighed. "Besides your little sister, who else could it be?" Hearing about her little sister, Lin Yud stopped smiling and asked seriously, "Mom, what's wrong with little sister?" Just as Wang Xiui was about to speak, she saw Li Zhaodi secretly peeking at them and scolded her with her hands on her hips. "Li Zhaodi, you lazy girl. You do nothing all day but eavesdrop. If I catch you listening again, you'll be punished with no food for 3 days." "Mom, I didn't do it." Li Zhaodi, protesting, cursed her mother silently in her heart. She wished her mother would just die. She was eager for her mother to die soon so that everything in the house would belong to her son. Then she could eat whatever she wanted. She wanted roast chicken, pig's head, snacks from the supply store, and fruit cans. "You're lying. If you don't go to work, I'll skin you alive," Wang Xiui said, then took off her shoes and threw them directly at Li Zhaodi. Li Zhaodi was so scared she ran away quickly. Lin Yud quickly picked up his shoes to put on his mother. "Mom, second sister-in-law is just a troublemaker. I think when big brother and second brother finish repairing the dike, we should split the family. Then you, dad, and little sister can stay with me. I'll earn money to support you 3, and you'll all enjoy good food and meat every day." Wang Xiui disagreed, saying, "You're not married yet. Splitting the family now would hurt your reputation. If we really want to split, it can wait until you get married. Besides, even if we split, it wouldn't make sense for you to support us. Your dad, mom, and big brother's family will stay here." He was still too young to get married, so Lin Yu didn't want to argue much with his mother about this. Anyway, with his little sister around and how much his parents loved her, splitting the family would be just a matter of her saying yes. When his older brothers returned, the family could split then. Mom, you didn't finish your sentence just now. Tell me, what happened to little sister? Lin Yud asked anxiously. Wang Xiao knew that the youngest son was the one who loved his little sister the most. She didn't hide anything and pulled him into the house to talk. Your little sister likes Xiao Fu. I know that, Lin Yud replied. Hearing this, he felt upset. He had loved and cared for his little sister for over 10 years, and now she was easily taken away by a man they had only met a few days ago. He felt a tight knot in his stomach. Xiao Fu also likes your little sister. That's pretty good of him. Your little sister is pretty. Most men wouldn't be able to protect her. I thought that Captain Fu was good-looking and hardworking. If your sister married him, she wouldn't have a hard life. Although Lin Yud was upset inside, he had to admit that Fu Zheng was an exceptional man. At least, in the past 20 years, he hadn't met anyone better. Marrying him was the best choice for his sister. He understood all this, but he still felt uncomfortable. Xiao Fu is good in every way, but he was injured on the battlefield recently, and I can't have children. That's a problem. What? Why are you so loud, you little brat? Are you afraid others will hear about this? Wang Xiao scolded, hitting him with her fist. Lin Yud calmed down and tried to persuade her. Mom, no matter how good he is, if he can't have children, that's a problem. I think we should forget about this. One day, I'll find a better man for my little sister. Wang Xiao gave him a sharp look. You and your friends are all so ugly and unappealing. You talk about your sister to them, and as her brother, what are you thinking? Mother, even if you scold me to death, I wouldn't tell them about my sister, Lin Yud replied. My little sister is so good. I just don't want her to marry a man who can't have children. Not being able to have children isn't necessarily a bad thing. Really? You think that's good? Lin Yud snorted. Mother, I think you're just blinded by that face in the house and can't tell right from wrong. Wang Xiao angrily punched him. How can you say that? Am I that kind of person? Lin Yud held his aching forehead. You're not that kind of person. It's just that I feel guilty and wronged you in my heart. Then tell me, how is it good that this man can't have children? Wang Xiao said, you haven't had children yourself, so you don't know how hard it is to give birth. Sometimes, during delivery, both mother and baby can die. Our team's Wang Defa's wife died giving birth, and Go Sheng's wife also died during childbirth. Xiao Fu can't have children, so your sister won't have to go through that pain. Isn't that a good thing? Lin Yud's mind gradually turned around, and his eyes brightened. His little sister was fragile, and giving birth would definitely be hard for her. He didn't want her to suffer that. Moreover, his mother said women who give birth can have difficult deliveries. He definitely didn't want his sister to get into trouble. So, now it seemed that the man who couldn't have children was actually a good thing. But seeing his mother's deeply worried face, he was a bit curious. Mother, if not having children is a good thing, then why are you still worried? In front of her son, Wang Xiao no longer held back. She said whatever was on her mind. I'm worried about whether Xiao Fu's family can handle things. If they can, then your sister marrying him would be a lucky thing. If they can't, then your sister will be a widow after marriage, which would be very hard for her. Not to mention young people. Even she and her old husband had sex at least 4 or 5 times a month. If her daughter married an useless man, she would probably feel very sad. Lin Yud's eyes flickered, and suddenly, a mischievous smile appeared on his face. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Fu Zheng was stunned again. Third brother, what do you mean? What could it mean? Just the literal meaning. Such straightforward words, and he didn't understand them. He also wondered how Lin Yud became the leader. Lin Yud looked at him with disdain and rolled his eyes. Don't you want to marry my little sister? As her older brother, I have to think about her. I can't let her marry someone and end up a widow at a young age. So, I want to check my sister first. If everything's okay, I'll agree to let her marry you. If not, you have no chance. Check her? How would he check? Take off her clothes and show him? Thinking of this, Fu Zheng awkwardly cleared his throat. If it's okay, it's okay. If not, forget it. I won't force you. There are other men who want to marry my sister. After saying this, Lin Yud was about to leave. Fu Zheng dreamed of marrying Lin Wanwan. He quickly stopped Lin Yud from leaving. Third brother, I agree with you. Then hurry up. You're so slow, you don't even look like a man. If I were my sister, I definitely wouldn't choose you. Fu Zheng made up his mind and tore off his only pair of big shorts, standing stiffly, waiting for the inspection. Lin Yud, with his arms crossed, looked at him with his mouth forming an O. My goodness. Is this even human? Fu Zheng's face felt hot. Third brother, are you done? Realizing he had lost composure, Lin Yud cleared his throat awkwardly. That's not enough. Do you know other things? Huh? Well, Lin Yud, for his sister's happiness, was willing to go all out today. Don't tell me you haven't done anything before. No. I haven't, Fu Zheng stammered. 20 years ago, he had no interest in women. It wasn't until he met Lin Wanwan that he realized he liked her. Doing that kind of thing felt like disrespecting her, so he only did it in dreams. Lin Yud's face showed a hint of suspicion. They were men. He knew all about men's affairs. If Fu Zheng said he hadn't, maybe he really hadn't. But as soon as this thought appeared, Lin Yud became even more determined to test him. In the next half hour, the atmosphere in the room became extremely strange and awkward. Until Fu Zheng. Lin Yud forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart and calmly advised Fu Zheng. Just this isn't enough. If you really get together with my younger sister, you must treat her well. If I find out you bully my sister, I won't forgive you. Third brother, I swear, I will only be good to Wanwan in this life. If I tell a lie, I deserve a punishment. Good, that's more like it. After saying this, Lin Yud left, looking a bit discouraged with his back turned. He looked very disappointed. How could that stubborn person be so useless? It's really frustrating when people compare and make you angry. After Lin Yud left, Fu Zheng secretly felt happy that no one else was around today, or he would have been embarrassed. But mostly, he was happy inside. He was glad that Lin Yud approved of him. Thinking about marrying the girl soon made his heart race. Lin Yud was lying on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Suddenly, he sat up abruptly. Is he crazy? How can a man be so useless? In the middle of the night, Lin Yuqi, who was half asleep, was awakened by a loud shout. Detzi, why are you still awake so late? Nothing. I just got upset. Hearing this, Lin Yuqi's sleepiness disappeared instantly. He sat up and looked at Lin Yud with curiosity. You're so indifferent. Who could upset you? Tell me, who is it? Who could he tell? If it got out, his reputation as a man would be ruined. Anyway, Lin Yud refused to say. Seeing that he couldn't get any answers, Lin Yuqi lost interest. He pulled the blanket over himself and went back to sleep. As for Lin Yud, he was still lost in tonight's shock. He took a quick glance at himself under the moonlight. He, who was usually proud of himself, forced a weak smile. People really shouldn't compare themselves to others. It's enough to make someone angry. But could his little sister handle that? All night, Lin Yud kept thinking about this. The next morning, before breakfast was ready, Wang Xiui took her third son, Lin Yud, into her room to talk. How is it? Is Xiao Fu capable? That's just how it is. When did you start being so nagging? Just say what you mean. If you keep fussing, I might get angry and kick you. Lin Yud was so annoyed he stomped his foot and finally whispered a few words into his mother's ear. Wang Xiu's face turned red. Are all those things you said true? Otherwise, why would I have seen it with my own eyes last night? That's good. My daughter is lucky, Wang Xiu said happily, smiling so broadly her mouth almost reached her ears. Lin Yud was upset by his mother's happy face and said sternly, Mom, why don't you think about my little sister? With her small body, can she handle him? I'm thinking about your little sister. That's why I decided to let her marry Xiao Fu, Wang Xiu replied. Then she warned, Xiao Fu is the son-in-law I like. If you dare ruin your sister's happiness, I won't hesitate to kick you out of the house. Mom, why are you shouting so loud? I'm not dead yet. Seeing his mother was hopeless, Lin Yud angrily left. Wang Xiu was busy planning what to cook for Xiao Fu at noon to help him recover. Now that he's officially the son-in-law of the Lin family, he needs good food to strengthen his health. In the future, Her daughter will marry him and live with him. If he doesn't take care of his health, her daughter will suffer. As for the worries about the third son, Wang Xiu thought they were nothing to worry about. That mischievous boy is still young and doesn't understand now. Once he's married, he'll learn about those things. Her daughter is marrying a good man who treats her well. She felt happy for her daughter. After leaving the room, Wang Xiu couldn't wait to pull her daughter aside to talk. Sweetheart, your third brother tested Xiao Fu last night. His thing doesn't affect him. I think we should take this opportunity before the new year to discuss and arrange your marriage. After the new year, you can go live with Xiao Fu in the army. She was so eager she was afraid someone else might snatch her daughter's future husband. Xiao Fu is such a good man. He can only be her daughter's. Anyone who dares to steal her daughter's man will regret it. Lin Wanwan looked at her excited mother and frowned slightly. Third brother tested him? How did he test him? Could it be? Lin Wanwan was wildly imagining things. From her difficult-to-read expression, you could tell she was definitely thinking the worst. Wang Xiu blushed and said, "It's like this." And then like that, Lin Wanwan was confused. Like what? Seeing her daughter's puzzled look, Wang Xiu tiptoed and whispered a few words in her ear. Lin Wanwan swallowed nervously. Her third brother really was willing to do anything for her happiness. And Fu Zheng, he was also quite brave. Noticing her feelings, the system eagerly corrected her. Host, that's not just bravery. That's love and affection. Fu Zheng likes you. That's why he acts like that. If it were someone else, he wouldn't even bother to pay attention, and if pushed, he might even fight back. Lin Wanwan. Wang Xiu saw her daughter lost in thought and patted her hand. My girl, I have good judgment. Marrying Xiao Fu will bring you happiness in the future. Lin Wanwan blushed shyly. Mom, I trust you. Feelings can be cultivated after marriage, but finding such a good man like Fu Zheng, who is exceptionally handsome, is not easy. Just because of his handsome face, she could eat 2 more bowls of rice. Choosing him as her husband, the father of her children, is definitely the right choice. The system excitedly cheered. With her host's perfect fertility, the little one she longed for was finally coming. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. In her happiness, the system started producing pills. Before she knew it, Lin Wanwan had an extra dark pill in her hand. What is this? Longevity pill. It can extend a person's life. This is a reward from the system for the host. Lin Wanwan understood immediately. She looked at Wang Xiu, who had white hair and was wholeheartedly caring for her daughter, and pursed her lips. Mom, open your mouth. Wang Xiu instinctively opened her mouth. Before she could react, Lin Wanwan quickly put the longevity pill into her mouth. She chewed and swallowed it. Wang Xiu was curious. Daughter, what did you just feed me? She hopes the little old lady in front of her will live a long life, but one longevity pill isn't enough. She still has her father, her third brother, and her eldest brother. Noticing the host's intentions, the system immediately said, Host, I really don't have any more left, but I can ask the Heavenly Way for help. Okay, Lin Wanwan felt a bit guilty about overusing the system, but she thought there would be plenty of time in the future to wait. Wang Xiu said, Daughter, let's settle this. Tonight, I'll talk to Xiao Fu and ask him to send a message to the family to set your wedding date. Sounds good to me, Lin Wanwan replied. Wang Xiu quickly ate a few bites of food and then went to work. She was in an extremely good mood today. Even her usually annoying second sister-in-law looked more agreeable now. Even if the second sister-in-law was lazy at work, she didn't scold her. Li Zhaodi saw her mother-in-law's happy face and was sure she was hiding something from her. She felt anxious and restless. Lin Hongying and Lin Hongni went out to play, leaving only Lin Wanwan at home. Under the system's constant urging, Lin Wanwan went to her third brother's room. Fu Zheng, lying on the bed, saw the visitor and his eyes sparkled like stars. Comrade Lin, seeing his innocent expression, Lin Wanwan felt like teasing him. Isn't Comrade Lin a bit formal? Wanwan. Can I call you that? Sure. Fu Zheng's heart felt as sweet as eating candy after Lin Wanwan's affirmation. My mother probably told you I like you. You, Wanwan, I like you too, Fu Zheng interrupted. After saying this, Fujing endured the pain in his back, got off the bed, and stood at attention to salute Lin Wanwan. Comrade Lin Wanwan, I am Fujing, 26 years old, a soldier. My monthly salary, including various allowances, is 125 yuan. I am an only child. My grandparents are retired and currently live in the Beijing rest home. They are healthy and independent. My father, Fujing, and my mother, Shun Mingtang, also work at the Nandao military district. They are kind and don't interfere in our affairs. After we get married, I can get a house at my position. Whether I stay with the army or at home depends on your wishes. I will give you my entire monthly salary. Fujing started to regret not bringing his bank book with him before going out. But he thought it would be the same when he returned. He planned to send the bank book over later. Comrade Lin, I want to build a revolutionary relationship with you. This isn't a sudden impulse. I liked you the moment I saw you on the mountain. So, could you please consider me and give me a chance? I swear I will love, care for, and protect you for my whole life. The system, acting as the mood setter, chimed in. Wow, 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 wow. The host agrees, yes, yes. Seeing such a serious man in front of her, Lin Wanwan couldn't help but admit she was touched. Her eyes and smile were as bright as the full moon in the sky, and Fujing was immediately captivated. Then, he heard the most beautiful words of love. I am willing. Fujing eagerly stepped forward and hugged her. Lin Wanwan's hands froze in the air for a moment. Then she thought and finally wrapped her arms around his strong waist. She was curious about what was beneath his clothes. At this moment, Lin Wanwan felt a little nervous. She really wanted to reach out and touch his abs, but she wasn't sure if he would be okay with it. Fujing, calming down, realized what he had just done. He quickly let go and apologized. We're going to be married someday, so a hug is okay. Those words, someday we will be married, made Fujing's heart soften. He and Wanwan were like family. Fujing started to feel grateful that he took on this task. Otherwise, he might have missed her. Thinking of this, Fujing felt a sharp pain in his heart. All morning, Lin Wanwan stayed in her brother's room talking with Fujing, not going anywhere else. Most of the time, Fujing was talking, and Lin Wanwan occasionally agreed. They called it building feelings. Of course, the happiest person was the system. It was eagerly waiting for the little ones to arrive. After work, Miao Suyun, still not giving up, tugged on Wang Xiao's sleeve to stop her from leaving. Xiaoyi, with all these years of our relationship, just tell me the truth. Is the officer you live with married? I've asked you several times. If he's not married, help me find a match for my granddaughter. Once it's settled, I'll give you a few red eggs as a gift. A few red eggs to exchange for a son-in-law from the military. Miao Suyun probably had unrealistic hopes. Such a good officer man. Wang Xiaoyi, who always cares for her daughter, naturally wants to keep her safe. Moreover, the two young people are now interested in each other, and they're just waiting for Xiaofu to send a letter to the family about their marriage. The more important it is not to make mistakes at this time. She knows that many families without daughters are watching Xiaofu closely. If someone uses dirty tricks to steal Xiaofu away, what will happen to her daughter? There will be no place for her to cry. Anyway, these things are already decided, and Wang Xiaoyi is not afraid of others knowing. She takes this chance to warn those who want to steal her future son-in-law, making them give up their unrealistic ideas. You know, Xiaofu isn't married yet. Hearing these words, Miao Suyun's face lit up with a smile like a blooming flower. She reached out to hold Wang Xiaoyi's hand to build a good relationship. Xiaoyi, you know my granddaughter. She's hardworking and honest. If Xiaofu marries her in the future, she'll be happy. She heard that soldier salaries are quite good, at least 30 or 40 yuan a month, and they don't spend much in the army. Xiaofu must have a lot of money. Their Liu family has raised a big girl for many years, and collecting 666.66 yuan isn't too much. The big girl has 2 cousins on her father's side and several younger brothers. When she marries Xiaofu, they will all be family. It's natural for a son-in-law to help his mother-in-law. When the time comes, they want the son-in-law to find a wife in the army, as soldiers' daughters are pretty and have money. Then their Liu family will be successful, and the people in the unit who look down on them will no longer dare to underestimate them. Maybe they will even come to them, eager to ask for favors. Miao Xiyun's scheming in her eyes was seen clearly by Wang Xiui. Wang Xiui shook her hand off and spat on the ground in disgust. Miao Xiyun, everyone in the brigade says I have no shame. I didn't expect you to be even more shameless. You old shameless woman, you're really embarrassing your old Liu. Miao Xiyun immediately changed her expression. Wang Xiui, what do you mean by that? The team members, who were rushing home for dinner, saw that the two women were about to fight. They stopped to watch the scene, eager for entertainment. Any time is good for eating, but missing this fun moment means missing out forever. Wang Xiui crossed her arms and scolded. What do you mean? Laughing at you, the toad wanting to eat swan meat. Look at your granddaughter, no chest, no butt, and she's not pretty. What makes her worthy of Xiao Fu? That day, many people in the team saw the young lady from the Lin family walking down from the back mountain with someone. They even saw the man's face clearly. The man's face was very handsome. In all these years, they had never seen a man as good-looking as him. Most importantly, he was a soldier. It's obvious that even if he wasn't married, he wouldn't lack admirers. No one would look at Lu Dia, the plain, ugly girl from the countryside, and think she's suitable. Even those who didn't like Wang Xiui usually agreed she hadn't said anything wrong today. Lu Dia, squeezed in the middle of the crowd, was angry and shy. She stomped her foot. Madam, how can you talk like that? You're not him. How do you know he doesn't like me? She was more capable than the married young women in the team, doing laundry, cooking, feeding pigs, taking care of children, and working in the fields to earn work points, often getting 7 or 8 points each time. Even in the entire Lava Flower Brigade, no girl was as capable as her. That soldier was even more handsome than the educated youth from the city. She liked him at first sight. When she learned her grandmother wanted to marry her to that soldier, she was so happy she couldn't sleep all night, imagining herself married to him. After marriage, she would cook and wash clothes for him during the day, and at night, she would serve him wholeheartedly in bed, making him comfortable. Wang Xiui looked at Lu Dia's flushed face and snorted softly.
Why?
Because Xiao Fu likes my daughter. Because I am Xiao Fu's mother-in-law. Damn girl, trying to steal her daughter's man, dream on. Her words caused a huge stir. Everyone looked at Wang Xiui in disbelief. Women with daughters in the family sighed regretfully. Such a good son-in-law, and Wang Xiui, this shrew, had already taken the lead. Niu Yuxia nudged Li Zhaodi with her elbow and asked curiously, Zhaodi, is what your mother-in-law said true? Is your little sister really seeing that soldier? Her mother-in-law just told her about this matter. If her mother-in-law hadn't mentioned it today, she might still be kept in the dark. She had suspected that her in-laws and her younger brother-in-law and sister-in-law had been acting strangely lately. She always felt they were hiding something from her. It turns out they were waiting for her. She guesses that soon her younger sister-in-law will marry the man with the surname Fu. Thinking about marriage made Li Zhaodi feel a little upset. The Lin family hasn't split up yet, and all the money and property are still in her in-laws' hands. Her in-laws are very fond of her younger sister-in-law, and they might give all the family money to her as dowry. That can't happen. Her family is wealthy, and her family is the only son's family in the old Lin household. Everything in the Lin family will belong to her son in the future. Once a girl gets married, she leaves her family behind, and her family's belongings shouldn't be taken away by her. They shouldn't let a girl take everything from her family and leave her brothers and sisters with nothing.
No, that's not right.
If her in-laws dare to give all the family money to her sister-in-law as dowry, she will make a fuss about it. If her fussing ruins the marriage, she won't feel guilty. She blames her in-laws for being too biased, always favoring the outside, and not caring about their son at all. But if her in-laws secretly give money to her sister-in-law without telling them, they would know. Even if they find out later, her sister-in-law will be married and gone, so she won't be able to get her back then. So, it's better for the family to split now. The money from selling chestnut cakes and wild boar, plus the savings over the years, adds up to at least 1,000 yuan in her in-laws' hands. It's shocking when you really think about it. Even the wealthiest uncle's family doesn't have that much money. Her eldest brother's family doesn't have a son, only 2 daughters who cost money. Having so much money wouldn't help much. It's better to save it for her son's marriage. When her eldest brother and his wife pass away, she might consider letting her son give them some money, just for appearances. Her third brother is a troublemaker, always wandering around and not earning any work points. He eats and drinks at home, but doesn't contribute anything. He has no right to ask for money. So, the money her in-laws hold will eventually belong to her and her sister-in-law because their only son is from her. And that bicycle is also theirs. Thinking about how all that money belonged to her made Li Xiaodi feel very happy. Right now, she needed to quickly talk to Lin Yuzhu about dividing the family property. The sooner, the better. She must finish dividing the house before her sister-in-law gets married. It will be tomorrow. Tomorrow, she plans to pretend to be sick and skip work, then secretly go to the commune to discuss dividing the family with Lin Yuzhu. Niu Yuxia watched Li Xiaodi's changing expressions and felt a bit nervous, stepping back a few steps. Meanwhile, Lu Dia was furious when she heard that the man she liked and Lin Wuan had mutual feelings. With Lin Wuan's lazy and careless ways, everyone in the village knows about it. How could Brother Fu like her? You're probably lying. Bah. Wang Xiu spat at Lu Dia. You're so young and reckless. Can Brother Fu be called by you? Does he even know you? Stop trying to make connections with me. If I hear you talking nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Although Miao Xin didn't like her granddaughter, Wang Xiu insulting her granddaughter in front of so many people was like slapping her face. If she shrank back now, the people in the team would surely gossip behind their backs about the Lu family. So, she jumped in to join the fight. Wang Xiu, you're probably angry because my granddaughter hit a nerve. That's right. With your daughter's bad manners, she's never even been in the kitchen, let alone cook. Why would Brother Fu spend money to marry a lazy girl? Wang Xiu lifted her head proudly and said, just because my daughter is pretty. No girl in 10 miles and 8 villages looks better than her. Everyone agreed with her. They say girls become more beautiful as they grow older, and Lin Wuan was one of those people. She looked so good she didn't seem like a village girl. Wang Xiu and Lin Shuixing loved her so much, they would spoil her to death if they were in her place. Being pretty is useless. Lin Wuan is just a troublemaker. Everyone in the team knows she used to chase Zhou Jiqing around every day. Brother Fu. Before Lu Dia could finish her angry words, Wang Xiu slapped her face. A bright red handprint appeared on her dark face. Wang Xiu felt unsatisfied and pushed her to the ground, then sat on her, slapping her repeatedly. How dare you spread lies about my daughter? I will beat you to death. You ungrateful little brat with no manners. When Miao Xin saw her granddaughter being beaten, she quickly rolled up her sleeves and went to fight back. Wang Xiu's hair was pulled painfully by Miao Xin, and she was also kicked in the stomach. Hearing the commotion, Lu Yulan and her eldest daughter Lin Hongying rushed over to help when they saw their mother, her grandma, being bullied. Several daughters-in-law from the Lu family also joined the fight. Only Li Xiaodi stayed hidden in the crowd, glaring with a fierce look at her mother-in-law being beaten, with no intention of helping. At this moment, she wished her mother-in-law would be beaten to death, so the Lu family's assets would belong to their second household. Moreover, she saw a chance to extort a large sum of money from the Lu family. But her wish was doomed to fail. Lin Wanwan, who was talking with Fu Zheng at home, heard that her mother was being beaten. Without hesitation, she grabbed a stool and rushed out to avenge her mother. Fu Zheng quickly put on his clothes and followed her. When Lin Wanwan saw her mother, sister-in-law, and niece being pressed down and beaten fiercely, her face darkened with anger. She swung the stool and hit Miao Siyun, who was pinning her mother down. Miao Siyun was beaten so badly that she bled from her head, clutching her bleeding back of the head and crying loudly. The 3 daughters-in-law of the Lu family saw their mother-in-law being beaten and tried to fight back, but were kicked far away by Lin Wanwan. Immediately, they all felt pain in their internal organs. Fu Zheng looked at Wang Xiu, who was covered in injuries, and quickly helped her up. Auntie, I'll take you to the clinic now. Wang Xiao weakly waved her hand. Why go to the hospital? It's a waste of money. She hadn't even managed to get money from the Liu family yet. Just then, the team leader arrived. Seeing Miao Suyin covered in blood and the Liu daughters-in-law on the ground crying and clutching their stomachs, he was quite shocked. Turning his head, he saw his injured sister-in-law's family with worried expressions. What's going on? Team leader, they from the Lin family teamed up to bully us. That shameless little girl Lin Wanwan beat me like this. I don't want to live anymore. Just let me die. The girl he cared about was called a brat, and Fu Zheng, with a dark face, went over to Miao Suyin and grabbed her eldest son to start hitting him. He does not hate women, but he hits men.
Mom.
Help me. I'm going to be beaten to death. Facing Fu Zheng's fierce gaze, Miao Suyin shivered with fear. Afraid that her son would be harmed if she hesitated any longer, she quickly asked the team leader for help. However, the team leader's words didn't work on Fu Zheng. In the end, Lin Wanwan, worried that Fu Zheng might get into trouble, spoke up to stop him. Fu Zheng calmed down and looked at Lin Wanwan with a helpless expression, trying to explain. I usually don't act like this. I was just angry. Can you please not be afraid of me? His last words were a plea. He was afraid that the girl he cared about would see him act violently and then stay away from him, even breaking their promise of marriage. Seeing Fu Zheng's pleading eyes, Lin Wanwan's heart softened. She took a handkerchief from her pocket and gently wiped the blood from his hand. Don't be so impulsive in the future. It's not worth risking yourself for someone like that. When she said this, she completely forgot about the fact that she had just hit someone with a stool. Fu Zheng softly replied, Okay, I'll listen to you. Lin Wanwan praised him. Good boy. Happy with the praise, Fu Zheng behaved like a little dog. Lin Wanwan felt a bit playful and wanted to reach out and pet him. Cough, cough, the older team leader, tired of the young people's affection, cleared his throat to remind them there were others around, and they should be mindful of their behavior. Lin Wanwan stepped back a few paces and went to stand beside her mother. As for Fu Zheng, watching Lin Wanwan standing some distance away, he felt a little disappointed. But soon, his face changed again at the sound of her calling him Brother Fu, showing a look of disgust. His brows furrowed so tightly they seemed capable of trapping flies.